from the U.S. this morning. Scary moments at Mar-a-Lago, where law enforcement shot and killed an armed man who entered a secure perimeter. What we've learned about the suspect overnight. Investigators forge ahead as the search for Nancy Guthrie enters a fourth week. The new clues that authorities are looking into this morning. The turbulence at airports amid the Homeland Security funding fight. How the partial shutdown is causing trouble for the TSA. And a golden end to the Winter Olympics for Team USA. The miracle in Milan for the men's hockey team. And the mesmerizing closing ceremony to wrap it all up. As we kick off this Monday, February 23rd. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera. An intense winter storm lashing the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic this morning, packing a powerful punch with punishing winds and heavy snow. Tens of millions remain under blizzard warnings from Maryland to Maine, with gusts of up to 70 miles per hour possible in some spots. At least 7 states and New York City declaring a state of emergency, putting travel bans in place. Officials urging residents to stay home amid the dangerous conditions.
This is a very serious storm that has the potential to be a historic nor'easter. We need everyone to just be inside, stay warm, stay safe, and let the plows do their work. The fewer vehicles on the streets, the faster our teams can clear roads and respond to emergencies.
The entire state of New Jersey, all 21 counties is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years. This is likely to be the worst storm that we have seen since 1996.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. We are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic.
Those road closures also impacting food delivery services in the city as companies like Grubhub and DoorDash work to keep drivers safe. And school districts up and down the East Coast are closing today, including in New York City, where students have their first true snow day since 2019. And Broadway shows closing their curtains for Sunday evening shows due to the storm, the first time it's gone dark in years. Public transportation slowing, in many cases grinding to a halt as snow piles up. Philadelphia's SEPTA buses, New Jersey transit trains and buses, and the New York City Ferry and Long Island Railroad all suspending service overnight. Turbulence rocking air travel, too, with more than 5,000 flights already canceled today. On Sunday, more than 3,000 flights were grounded and over 7,000 delayed. This morning, more than 225,000 are without power across the Mid-Atlantic. Julie Carey from our NBC station in Washington, D.C. is on the ground in snowy Virginia with how the area is faring so far.
So the second significant snow of the season has arrived in Northern Virginia, but it is a very different snow than the one that came in late January with all that ice that paralyzed the area. Some schools closed for a week. This is a much more fluffy snow, a more beautiful snow. We've got about 3 or 4 hours of snow so far. Not quite an inch an hour, but it is piling up. It's very wet, packable snow as contrasted to that dry, icy snow that we had in late January. So as lovely as this scene is out on the roads, definitely some challenges. People have finally started to clear out. The plows are doing their work, trying to get the roads cleared. The Virginia Department of Transportation has about 1,500 plows and trucks out on the road tonight. That's about half of what they needed back in January to do battle with all of that snow and ice and sleet. And as you might expect, some school districts have already called off classes on Monday. And speaking again of that January snow, it has not all melted away yet. This pile here, that is still leftover plowed snow from almost a month ago. It was dirty and black, and at least tonight, it is covered over with a new coat of white snow. Reporting in Vienna, Virginia, I'm Julie Carey, NBC News.
All right, and now let's get a check on the timing of this system with NBC meteorologist Stephanie Olmos. Stephanie, good morning.
And good morning. It's been quite the active night in the Northeast with heavy snow hammering the region, along with very strong and powerful winds. And that's causing whiteout conditions even early this morning, making for extremely dangerous conditions on those roads. Very low visibility continues, dropping to even below quarter mile. 72 million people remain under winter alerts from the Appalachians all the way up to Maine. In fact, in some areas, it's going to remain in effect until early Tuesday. Snow will start to gradually taper off through the midday and afternoon hours, lingering into parts of New England through tonight. Even after the snow wraps up, we're still talking very gusty winds, and that's going to lead to areas of blowing and drifting snow. Now, when it's all said and done, New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, you're looking to pick up over a foot of snow. Coastal flooding also remaining a concern this morning due to the combination of strong winds and high tide. 1 to 3 feet of inundation is possible in some vulnerable areas from Maryland through Maine. That was a look at the weather headlines. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you. Turning now to Mexico, where the Mexican army says it has killed the country's most wanted cartel boss. Nemesio Oscar Cervantes, known as El Mencho, led the Jalisco New Generation cartel. It's known for trafficking huge quantities of fentanyl and other drugs into the U.S. The Mexican government says security forces captured Oscaro in Jalisco, where the CJNG cartel was founded and based. Authorities say Oscaro died en route to Mexico City yesterday after being injured in the operation. At least 9 other cartel members were also killed. The killing comes after the Trump administration named the cartel a foreign terrorist organization, and as the State Department offered a reward of up to $15 million for information leading to Oscaro's arrest. The killing triggered unrest across western Mexico, with civilians hunkering down as vehicles were torched, leading to a number of roadblocks. That's a common tactic by cartels to block military operations from advancing. In the U.S., White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. provided intelligence support to the Mexican government and that the Trump administration commends and thanks the Mexican military for their cooperation and successful execution of this operation. Now to a deadly encounter at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The Secret Service says one of their agents and a Palm Beach County deputy shot and killed a man who entered the secure perimeter. This happened at around 1:30 a.m. Sunday morning. President Trump was not in Florida at the time. The Palm Beach Sheriff's Office says the suspect was carrying a shotgun and a gas canister. The sheriff says the suspect was ordered to put both of the items down.
He put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat.
2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News that the suspect is a 21-year-old named Austin Tucker Morgan from North Carolina, and a man with that name was reported on Facebook as missing Sunday morning. But a suspect has not been officially identified. The Secret Service says they are investigating this incident and a potential motive with the help of the FBI and Sheriff's Office. Now to another deadly shooting involving immigration enforcement that's under scrutiny. Newly released records show a U.S. citizen was shot and killed last year during a late-night traffic stop. Here's Priscilla Thompson.
New details are emerging about a previously undisclosed shooting of a U.S. citizen by a federal agent. 23-year-old Ruben Ray Martinez shot and killed by an officer last March.
The fact that this was not disclosed for almost a year, that's a cover-up.
He says that's because the federal agent's involvement was never revealed.
It was never disclosed how exactly he was killed or who killed him.
According to an incident report obtained by nonprofit watchdog American Oversight, Homeland Security investigators on South Padre Island conducting immigration enforcement were assisting local police with traffic control. The report says a driver failed to follow instructions and accelerated, striking an agent. Then another agent fired multiple rounds at the driver. The Department of Homeland Security says the agent fired defensive shots to protect himself, his fellow agents, and the general public, and that the agent hit by the car was taken to a hospital with a knee injury. This comes amid increased scrutiny of federal law enforcement after the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. Martinez's death, now the earliest known fatal shooting by a federal agent since the nationwide immigration crackdown began. His family remembering him as a kind, beautiful soul and demanding answers. The Texas Department of Public Safety says it's investigating. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Nick Reiner will be arraigned in an L.A. courtroom today, a delay after attorney Alan Jackson said he would no longer represent the 32-year-old son of Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. Reiner will now be defended by a public defender as he faces charges of first-degree murder in the killings of his parents. He is expected to enter a plea today. The search for Nancy Guthrie entering its fourth week as the Pima County Sheriff tells NBC News the investigation is still growing as they launch a search for new clues. Here's NBC's Erin McLaughlin.
3 weeks since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her Tucson home, investigators are still searching for clues.
It's never fast enough for the sheriff. I want it like you. Come on, guys, let's go, let's find her. But the reality is I also know that sometimes things take time.
Late Friday, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos sat down with NBC News to take stock of the investigation so far.
Are there names you're looking into?
No.
Would you say the investigation is growing or shrinking?
In terms of leads and working and getting out there, I think that's still growing, yeah.
A big break in the case, this Nest camera footage showing a suspect on Guthrie's doorstep the night of the kidnapping.
I think we're getting a little closer to identifying some of the other articles, not just that backpack, like the shoes, the pants, the shirt or jacket.
Another key lead, unknown DNA found inside the Guthrie home, potentially belonging to the suspect. Nano says the samples are mixed, meaning they contain DNA from more than one person, making it harder to run through national databases.
Our lab tells us that there's challenges with it. The technology is moving so fast and in such a frenzy that they think some of this stuff will resolve itself just in a matter of weeks, months, or maybe a year.
21 days in, no arrests, no named suspect, and still no sign of Nancy.
What's your message to the Guthrie family?
We're not quitting. We'll find her, yeah.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Tucson, Arizona.
Still to come, the awards ceremony giving us a sneak peek at who could win big at the Oscars. And we're back in a minute with a golden ending to the Winter Olympics for Team USA. The Milan Cortina Olympics are in the books with a fairy tale ending for Team USA. The men's hockey team is bringing home the gold after that thrilling overtime victory against Canada. Our Mark Barger is in Milan with a recap.
Greetings from Milan, where 46 years to the day after Team USA's miracle on ice against Russia in Lake Placid, they pulled off another huge hockey victory on Sunday here in Milan. Not quite as miraculous, but definitely thrilling.
United States with numbers.
It took less than 2 minutes of overtime.
Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Jack Hughes' goal gave the U.S. a 2-1 victory over arch-rival Canada and its first hockey gold medal since those 1980 Olympics.
You dream of winning a gold medal for your country. You know, a lot of talk for us was breaking the drought. We thought this was the group that could do it. And you know, we're gold medalists, we're the champions. Tonight, we're the best in the world.
Hours later, and about 100 miles away in Verona, it was all about this host country, Italy, bidding farewell to these 25th Winter Games and its athletes, including Norway's Johannes Klæbo, who received his 6th and final gold medal, a record for a single Winter Games. The closing ceremony brought high tech into an arena built in 30 AD, and it included the handover of the Olympic flag to the next Winter Games host, the French Alps. The official extinguishing of the Olympic cauldron marked these games concluded. Norway wound up leading the medal count in these games with 41, 18 of those gold. Those are both records, and the U.S. had 33 medals overall. 12 of those were gold. That's the most ever for the U.S. in a Winter Games. In Milan, one last time, Mark Barger, NBC News.
And as Mark just mentioned, it was a big year for Team USA, finishing second with 12 golds and 33 medals overall, ahead of host country, Italy. Still to come, the animated sports movie that's dunking on Kathy and Heathcliff. More on the GOAT story at this weekend's box office.
Owner of the Thorns.
Seeing as we haven't won a game all season, you might be exactly what this team needs right now. You're signing a goat? Hey! I'm just gonna eat him.
Sony Pictures' GOAT is finally living up to its title, at least for one weekend. The animated sports comedy from producer Steph Curry rose to #1 at the box office, scoring $17 million. It overtook Wuthering Heights, which dropped to #2 with $14.2 million. And now let's talk about the American epic that won really big overseas on Sunday.
And the BAFTA goes to One Battle After Another.
So One Battle After Another continuing its award season hot streak, winning Best Film at the BAFTAs. The dark comedy thriller took home 5 other trophies, including Best Director and Best Supporting Actor for Sean Penn. But its star, Leonardo DiCaprio, missed out on Best Actor win. Robert Aramayo scored the upset in the category for his role in the Scottish biopic I Swear. Aramayo also beat out acting frontrunner Timothée Chalamet. His film, Marty Supreme, was shut out at the ceremony, tying a record for most losses after receiving 11 nominations. Jessie Buckley added another trophy to her shelf, winning Best Actress for her role in Hamnet. And Wunmi Masaku scored a surprising win for Best Supporting Actress for her role in Sinners. What a surprise and what a total upset for Marty Supreme. We'll see what the Oscars do. All right, coming up, a hard-boiled investigation into the origins of carbonara pasta and the turbulence for the TSA as the partial shutdown drags on. Here's what's making headlines this morning. Greenland's prime minister is rejecting President Trump's plan to send a U.S. hospital ship. He says the island has free health care and didn't ask for help. The TSA says its pre-check program will continue operating for now. There were earlier indications that the screening program would be suspended because of the current shutdown at DHS. A TSA spokesperson says they will evaluate on a case-by-case basis and adjust their operations depending on staffing constraints. Thousands gather in Assisi, Italy, as the remains of St. Francis goes on display, public display for the first time in 50 years. The relics are shown for 1 month, drawing massive crowds for the 800th anniversary of the saint's death. We are back with a pasta debate that raged around the table at the Milan Cortina Olympic Games. Our Claudia Lavanga looks back at the origin story of carbonara.
Here at the Winter Olympics in Italy, around 1,300 pounds of pasta are served every day to athletes. And they seem to love it. But pasta is not only a delicious Italian dish, it's also considered a carbohydrate-rich staple to fuel performance. As this restaurant here in Milan puts it, fresh pasta, cool rides, carbs before curves.
And my favorite, eat pasta, ski fasta. But there is a classic Italian pasta that some say was invented by Americans, carbonara.
Of course, happens every time that American tourists and American friends come and claim they invented the carbonara recipe. We think it could be true.
For years now, some Italian food historians have claimed carbonara was invented during World War II, when American soldiers had local cooks prepare a meal using their rations of bacon and eggs. A claim Italians found difficult to digest. But at the beginning of February, a Dutch journalist discovered that carbonara was mentioned in an article published in a newspaper in 1939. Does this prove once and for all that carbonara was invented before American soldiers arrived in Italy?
And so he says...
We posed the question to Eleonora Cozzella, who wrote a book called The Perfect Carbonara.
Eleonora, so the million calories question, is carbonara Italian or American?
Questa nuova scoperta potrebbe dimostrare esattamente questo, anche se abbiamo solo una citazione, quindi io vorrei fare ulteriori approfondimenti. Vengono citati ma non si capisce che cosa c'è dentro.
The only thing everyone seems to agree on is that carbonara is delicious, regardless of where it comes from. Claudio Lavanga, NBC News, Milan.
But don't make the huge mistake of confusing carbonara with Alfredo. Coming up on Today, credit card pointers. Vicki Nguyen will break down how to maximize your card's benefits. And here's Al with what else is ahead.
This morning on the third hour today, we're going to introduce you to some adorable pups hoping to get adopted. Plus, we're catching up with the one, the only Laura Linney on her new film, and some important safety tips for our spring vacations. All that and more coming up this morning on the third hour of Today.
Thanks so much for starting your weekend waking up with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, states of emergency in the Northeast this morning. Tens of millions of people from Maryland to Maine waking up under blizzard warnings from a monster winter storm. Here in New York City, we've seen nearly a foot of snow so far, along with powerful winds reaching up to 75 miles an hour. This hour, a citywide travel ban is in effect, and schools will stay closed with no remote learning for the city's first real snow day in years. On Broadway, several productions canceling their shows last night. Now officials are warning this could become one of the region's worst storms in more than a century.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
And the storm is not over yet, so if you live in the Northeast, here's hoping you can work from home. I'm Joe Fryer, not working from home. Savannah is off today. We are tracking the conditions across the Northeast, and we'll have the latest forecast in a moment. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joining us now from Long Branch, New Jersey. Valerie, I think that's you. Kind of hard to see with all the snowy conditions there. Walk us through the conditions. What are you seeing there right now? How are you doing?
Joe, I have to tell you, the wind just picked up within the last 30 seconds or so. We were out here for a few minutes earlier and it was manageable, but the winds have really picked up in just the last few minutes. I'll try and walk along here along the boardwalk. We were here last night and everything looked very different, but now as you can see, there is blowing snow. The waves offshore are monstrous compared to what we saw last night. The wind's obviously a big concern with this storm. Gusts of up to 40 miles per hour reported inland, but we could be seeing gusts of up to 60 here along the shore. Here in Monmouth County, the sheriff says power outages, of course, are of a big concern when it comes to wind and all of this heavy snow. There are already 25,000 customers without power in this area, and things are only expected to continue to get worse. It's been difficult for us to get a sense of how much snow has fallen here in Long Branch just because of the wind and all of these snow drifts. But Freehold, New Jersey, just west of where I am, Joe, they've already reported 19 inches of snow this morning. Those totals only expected to go up from here.
Valerie, it's just incredible not to just see the wind and snow where you're standing, but when the shot zooms out to see those giant waves crashing behind you. We know a lot of people lost power because of this wind, nearly 300,000 utility customers across the Northeast last night. That number almost certain to climb. Several states declaring states of emergency, putting those travel bans in place. Just big picture, how have communities across the Northeast prepared for this, knowing we still have a few hours to go?
Yeah, Joe, I think early on we knew this was going to be a big storm, right? So many communities put out the warning to stay home, to hunker down, to shelter in place. Communities up and down the seaboard have prepared equipment. They prepared salt trucks. Here in Monmouth County, they have 10,000 pounds of salt ready to go. Some hospitals were having staff actually spend the night last night so they could be in place for today and not have to travel through all of this wind, this snow. As you mentioned, a lot of travel bans. Roads are closed down the shore where there are some flooding concerns. And those travel bans, New York City implemented that travel ban last night at 9 p.m. That will remain in place until noon today. New Jersey has a travel ban until 7 a.m. this morning. So really just trying to get everyone to stay home and hunker down to prevent any issues today.
And
Joe?
Valerie, as far as you can tell, are people heeding that advice where you are there?
So far this morning, yes. Yesterday when the storm started to really ramp up, we did see a few people out jogging. Jersey Shore people are diehards. They will go out in any kind of weather. But so far this morning, we have not seen anyone, but I imagine we will probably see some people throughout the morning because, as you mentioned, the waves are massive and just so impressive to come out and look at.
It is an incredible sight, but you got to keep in mind it is dangerous. Valerie, we appreciate you braving these conditions. Please continue to stay safe out there. Let's bring in WNBC weather anchor Dave Price. He's in New York City. Little quieter, no crashing waves behind him, but still, we're seeing a lot of just strong conditions here with this blizzard here in New York. Dave, describe what you're seeing in the city here.
Well, Joe, I'll describe it and show you the pictures as well. Quite a sight as we wake up here in Queens. We're right around Long Island City at this point, and the streets are just loaded with snow. Now, keep in mind, that's not an indictment of our sanitation department. We're seeing snowfall rates at some points of upwards of 2 inches an hour. It's just hard to stay ahead of all of this, and that's why sidewalks, roadways, no matter where you turn here in the city, it's a slow and dangerous go. One of the reasons, of course, the mayor has imposed, a traffic stop pretty much for those who are not traveling with essential travel plans. So that's the situation. A couple of intrepid travelers trying to take our subway system. We're right now at a 7 subway stop here in Queens.
Tell us, Dave, because, I mean, I basically stayed in a hotel just a couple blocks from here, and that 2-block walk was hard enough for me with the wind blowing in my face and the snow blowing in my face. We know Mayor Mamdani announced an official snow day, not even remote learning. What have you seen? What's it like just trying to get around right now? Are you seeing many people trying to do that, or are people heeding the travel ban?
Well, let me set the scene. We have a temperature in the lower 30s, below the freezing mark. It feels like it's 7 degrees, and we have gusts right here in the Long Island City area, gusting up to 45 miles per hour. Bands of heavy snow beginning to roll on in. Yeah, we do see some intrepid travelers getting from here to there. Remember, this is a city with 19,000 lane miles to plow, upwards of 13,000 miles in sidewalks, 2,000 miles in pathways in our parks. So there is a massive effort required to keep things clean and passable. And that's why this morning it's only a few people we see using our subway system. The buses are running, but everything is slower than normal. And the best advice anyone can give, which the mayor did yesterday, is stay home.
Dave, you've been covering weather in this region for a long time. Put this into context for us. How big of a deal is this storm compared with what we've seen in recent years?
Well, of course, you know, we had that massive record-setting storm back in 2016. But this combination of near or actual blizzard conditions where you've seen visibility down, gale force winds kicking up, and the sheer amount of snow will put this in the record books, no doubt. Coney Island, already 16 inches of snow, Joe, and we're not done yet. Remember, this storm shouldn't begin to wrap up until we hit the noon hour or later. And at that point, we could be seeing several parts of our region, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, with upwards of 2 feet of snow. And then the cleanup.
And that will not be a one-day event. That's going to take some time here. Dave Price, we appreciate your reporting out there. Continue to stay safe. Let's get a closer look at some of the numbers and the storm, which is really delivering on this forecast. Time for your morning news now weather with meteorologist Andrea Romero. Andrea, first of all, congrats on getting in this morning. What can you tell us about what we can expect as the morning and the day goes on?
Well, this system is definitely still ramping up along the East Coast, and we can see this band of snow that continues to fall all the way from the mid-Atlantic, from parts of Maryland all the way into New England. And right now in New York City, we're probably seeing the worst of the storm at this moment with those heavy bands of precipitation. And we do have over 69 million people that are impacted by these winter weather alerts across the whole East Coast, extending even up to parts near the Great Lakes. We're looking at blizzard criteria that's being met all the way from Ocean City up into Bar Harbor. And that, of course, is wind gusts of up to 35 miles per hour or higher, heavy snow that reduces the visibility up to 1/4 of a mile. And both these conditions have to last for 3 hours or more. And we're seeing precisely all this happening, looking at the damaging winds that we're looking at right now. Gusts of up to 47 miles per hour in West Hampton Beach, 60 miles per hour in Block Island, here in Martha's Vineyard, close to 60 miles per hour. So we're talking about tree damages. We're talking about power outages and near zero visibility due to that blowing snow. So the conditions are dangerous. The snow totals for the last 24 hours, 20 inches already in Islip, 19 inches in Freehold, New Jersey. We have here 9.3 in Central Park, but that's going to be a lot higher. 9.9 in New Haven and Philadelphia. We're looking at 6.5, and we're still expecting more snow. So the timing of this system right now in Philadelphia, the heavy snow is starting to wind down a little bit, and we're expecting lighter snow and breezy conditions through the early afternoon. In New York, I said it, the heavy snow, the strong gusty winds are happening this morning, and then the snow will begin to taper off and end after 3, 4 o'clock, but we're still going to have that blowing snow because the winds will still continue to move around that area. In Hartford, the heaviest snow will be moving through 11 a.m., and then lighter snow and windy conditions. And of course, Boston, the blizzard conditions are happening right now. They will continue through 1 o'clock, and then through this evening, the snow will continue, but the winds will still maintain their force in those areas. Now, additional snowfall totals, we're still looking at over a foot in here from Nantucket to Boston. Here in the city, maybe 3 to 6 more inches can fall. And then the coastal flood alerts, that's the other factor. We're dealing with that coastal flooding, minor flooding to moderate flooding in this morning hours. Right now, we're looking at especially over here in parts of Massachusetts. So it's all these factors that are are continuing to impact that region. And of course, we're dealing with the cold temperatures that will persist throughout the day. And of course, we'll be monitoring the conditions, and we'll bring you an update later on in the newscast. But for now, we turn it back to you.
Yeah, we'll keep people updated throughout the morning here. But what's fascinating, when we look at the numbers of those snow totals, including Central Park, those numbers don't come instantly. Like that was from like 1 in the morning when it was 9 inches. So we know those numbers are going to go up as we go throughout the morning. Andrea, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Some other news now. There were frightening moments outside President Trump's Florida estate over the weekend. Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy shot and killed an armed intruder at Mar-a-Lago early Sunday. Officials say agents confronted a man inside the secure perimeter of the estate around 1:30 a.m. They say he was carrying a shotgun and a gas canister.
He was ordered to drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene.
2 law enforcement officials tell NBC News the suspect has been identified as Austin Tucker Martin, a 21-year-old man from Moore County, North Carolina. It's important to note President Trump was at the White House, not Mar-a-Lago, when this breach happened. For more, let's bring in NBC News political reporter Megan Leibowitz, also joined by our law enforcement analyst, former Secret Service agent Evie Pompouris. Good morning to both of you. Megan, first of all, just what more are we learning about the suspect and the incident?
Yeah, so this incident took place overnight yesterday when it unfolded when a sheriff's office deputy and 2 Secret Service agents went to investigate when security had detected that someone had breached this secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago. Now, as you heard from the Palm Beach County Sheriff, they confronted a man who had what they described as a fuel can and a gun, ordered him to drop it, but he instead raised the gun allegedly to a shooting position, and that's when law enforcement shot and killed him. Now, in terms of what we know about the suspect, there's still a lot of questions that we have. Law enforcement have not officially identified the suspect, but as you mentioned, 2 law enforcement sources told NBC that the person killed was a 21-year-old man named Austin Tucker Martin from North Carolina. Now, a man with the name Tucker Austin Martin was reported missing. That's according to a social media post from his mother over the weekend. Now, reached for comment. Local police declined to comment on whether this person was still considered to be a missing person here.
Evie, let's bring you in here, keeping in mind the president wasn't there at this time, but still, what do you make of the fact that someone was able to make it inside of the secure perimeter of the grounds with a shotgun and with that gas canister?
Right, so they're going to look at how that person gained entry and also how he got there. Did he drive there, which is very highly likely, especially if you're carrying those items. When the president is in-house somewhere, right, on site, you're definitely going to see a very ramped-up security system put in place. But I do think the security system that they have here worked, right? You've got your perimeter, you've got your post standards, you've got your tech, there's different technology in place. So they're alerted, somebody's crossed into my perimeter, and they immediately respond. From what we know, according to the press conference, this happened at that North Gate entry point, and that's where that individual came in. So the whole point is that they stopped him as he entered that inner perimeter and then engaged the threat.
All right, Megan, law enforcement will, of course, try to figure out a motive, if this was an assassination attempt or what it was. Where does that part of the investigation stand as far as we know? And have we heard anything from the White House about all this?
Yeah, so big picture here, there's still a lot of unknowns and still a lot of questions that we're going to be asking about in the coming days here. Now, Secret Service had said in a statement that the individual's background, their actions, potential motives, as well as the use of force here, those are all going to be under investigation right now by the FBI, the Secret Service, and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Now, we were starting to hear from White House officials as well yesterday, people like White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who expressed gratitude for law enforcement's actions and response to keep people safe. We also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who said in a post to X that the FBI is dedicating all necessary resources to the investigation. But these are certainly questions that we're going to be continuing to ask in the days to come and waiting to hear more from the president's response to all of this, Joe.
Okay, and Abby, I mean, we know President Trump faced 2 assassination attempts during the 2024 campaign. One was not too far from where this occurred. That man tried to assassinate Mr. Trump while he was playing golf. He was just convicted. And then we had, of course, the campaign rally in Pennsylvania. So with all of that in mind, just how do you describe this threat environment we're living in right now when it comes to political figures and the stress on the people who have to protect those people?
It's a mess. It's a mess. Like, it's just, you don't even know. Everybody's head swiveling because it's not just the president. Usually you always word for these high threat value targets, right? But now it's members of Congress, it's VIPs, it's people who are out there speaking. I mean, I feel like every couple of weeks you and I are talking about who was shot at this time. So I think we see a prolific rise. There's 2 things. I'm gonna blame 2 things.
Okay.
One is going to be the rhetoric of everybody. Everybody. Social media has given everybody a platform to say whatever. And I think that what we've seen is, as human beings, we don't know how to think and control what we write, because what we write manifests. Somebody else is going to read it, and not everybody has the presence of mind to understand, hey, I shouldn't do these things. When we assess threats in the U.S. Secret Service, because they would come in, and typically it would be, I'd write it in, I'd call it in, I'd show up. Right? And so, but now with social media, you're looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of people. But at that point, you would also deal with a lot of individuals who are either young, he's about 21, not in steady mental health, right? And unstable. And so there's a population of people who, when they absorb this stuff, they don't behave, they don't process the right way, and they act out. And so I think sometimes it gets lost on individuals when they're out there saying certain things.
And it's a reminder to anyone who, if they see something that's odd about someone's behavior or something they're saying, it is important to try and flag that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Evie and Megan, thank you both. Appreciate your reporting and analysis on this. We want to bring you an update from Arizona, where the search for Nancy Guthrie is entering its 4th week. The mother of our NBC News colleague Savannah Guthrie was abducted on February 1st. Detectives and law enforcement agents returned to Nancy's neighborhood over the weekend to canvass the area. Officials tell NBC News multiple gloves have been collected and sent for DNA analysis. Investigators are still working to identify that masked man seen on surveillance camera the night that Nancy disappeared. And on Sunday, a volunteer search group gathered to try to help find her.
If this were my mom, I would want people helping me look for her. So I'm doing this in honor of my mom and for Nancy and the Guthrie family.
Yesterday, the Arizona Attorney General, who is not directly involved in the investigation, said she does not consider this a cold case. She added she has faith in the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department. President Trump's economic agenda is clouded in uncertainty as we enter a new week. In a major ruling Friday, the Supreme Court struck down his sweeping trade tariffs. Starting Tuesday, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency will stop collecting tariffs that were imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That's because the court declared those duties illegal. A furious President Trump blasted the court's decision Friday, quickly announcing a 10% global tariff using a different legal authority. Then on Saturday, the president raised that to 15%. Here's more of his reaction to that decision.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it.
For more on this, we are joined now by Caleb Silver. He's Investopedia's editor-in-chief and the chief business editor of People Inc. Caleb, good to have you with us to break this one down. It's another twist in this pretty much year-long back-and-forth tariff saga. So this ruling by the Supreme Court and then the president's weekend response, does it give us more economic clarity or less?
You know, a lot less and a lot more uncertainty for small businesses, for importers, but also for consumers who have maybe gotten used to what the new normal of tariffs would be. Now, there is no new normal. The president, again, raising that from 10% to 15% on the tariffs that are already in place through other means. That's Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act. That's things like copper. That's things like lumber, timber, steel, autos and auto parts, and even some drugs and some other imports we get from countries like China and Mexico. So more uncertainty for consumers, more uncertainty for businesses, and the president saying he could raise it even more and do terrible things to some of these countries.
A bigger picture, could this potentially be good news for consumers and businesses, or is it just simply too early to tell?
It's early to tell, but that said, the Supreme Court striking down a lot of those reciprocal tariffs does make a difference. The Yale Budget Lab and the P. Peterson Institute and others had estimated that U.S. consumers and households were paying over $1,000 because of the tariffs that were put in place, those reciprocal tariffs. That number comes down a little bit for the time being, maybe $800 to $900 per family, but we still have tariffs, additional tariffs. I mentioned some of those on Section 232, and then there are the tariffs on Section 301 with countries that the United States has a trade disagreement with, and that is namely China, and that is everything from machine parts to industrial equipment to chemicals and other imports we get from China. So this is not over by any means, and it's going to be a lot more confusing, especially over the next 150 days. The Congress has to actually vote to extend these additional 15% tariffs the president announced on Saturday.
When we also talk about uncertainty, we're thinking about these refunds. Do businesses, you think, are they going to be pushing for these refunds? If that happens, how big of a bill could that be for the government?
Yeah, around $130 billion or so, but it's going to be very hard to get that done. The Supreme Court did not rule on whether or not the businesses that were part of the lawsuit, and over 1,000 businesses sued the White House because of these tariffs, will get their money. They push that to the lower courts. That's going to take a long time to figure out. And then who gets what, how do they get those dollars that they put out because of those tariffs? Who gets paid, who doesn't? It's going to be very confusing for a very long time, and this is not over by any means.
So let's talk about Wall Street reaction. What did we see in the markets on Friday, and what are we expecting today and this week?
Yeah, a little relief rally on Friday once the Supreme Court ruled against those tariffs in that 6-3 ruling. Today, stocks are under pressure, probably because of the president's reaction, and we know that it could get worse from here. He said 10% on Friday, and then he went to 15% on Saturday. It's Monday morning. It's only 7:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. We could see higher numbers as the day goes on and as the week goes on.
All right, Caleb Silver, good to have you with us. Thank you. The 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics are officially, as they say in Italy, finito. Team USA closed out this historic Winter Olympic run with 33 total medals. That includes a record 12 gold medals. That lucky dozen, the most gold medals won by the U.S. in a single Winter Games. Perhaps none of those was sweeter than the men's hockey team grabbing gold in that thrilling 2-1 overtime win over Team Canada yesterday. Maybe it wasn't a miracle, but it sure was heart-pounding. The first gold medal for Team USA in men's hockey since that iconic Lake Placid win back in 1980, 46 years ago to the day. Yesterday's closing ceremony put the Winter Games on ice for another 4 years. The president of the International Olympic Committee handed over the Olympic flag to representatives from France, who will host the next Winter Games in 2030. About 1,500 athletes were there. The beautiful closing ceremony, which took place in Verona inside an ancient Roman Colosseum. NBC News International correspondent Claudio Lavanga is live in Milan with a full recap of this historic Winter Games. Claudio, good to have you with us again. So before the closing ceremony on Sunday, it was Team USA adding to that gold medal tally with another nail-biting win by the men's hockey team over Canada. Yeah. It was pretty much a carbon copy of the women's victory over our neighbors to the north. Walk us through the highlights of the win and tell us about Jack Hughes, who traded those 3 teeth for a gold medal and for eternal adoration from hockey fans.
Absolutely. Joe, well, forget the thriller in Manila. That was the thriller in Milano. Well, it's almost an acronym. You only have one vowel that is different. But I think that it will be remembered like that because it was such a thriller. In the end, as you mentioned, Jack Hughes scored the winning goal, becoming a national hero forever. And I think that there is no more iconic photo of these Winter Olympics, of course, when it comes to Team USA, than Jack Hughes wrapped in that stars and stripes with that wide open mouth, blooded, with those missing teeth which he lost taking a high stick during the game. But of course, you know, extremely happy with it. He could lose all of the teeth and will still be happy. But in the end, he could even, you know, maybe replace one of them with a gold tooth, and he will deserve it for the next 4 years or maybe in eternity, as you said. But he's not the only hero of the night, of course. The goalkeeper was amazing. I mean, you know, Connor Hallebuck, he saved 41 shots, one of which, I mean, to my opinion, it was defying gravity. I don't even know how he caught that one. And as you said, you know, they have many more reasons to celebrate. Team USA as a whole, 33 medals, never so many apart outside of North America, apart from Vancouver and Salt Lake City, and also a record number of gold medals. 12. Joe?
And it ended on a good note. It felt like the last few days between Alyssa Liu and both the men's and women's hockey teams, it was really a great finish for Team USA. Let's talk about the closing ceremony. About 12,000 spectators were there. The theme was beauty in action. What were some of the top moments from this?
Well, I think the highlight, to be honest, was the location itself. You know, this was the Arena di Verona. It's an ancient Roman amphitheater. It's almost 2,000 years old. Gladiators used to fight in there, and it is still being used this time for opera. And, of course, throughout the ceremony, there was a lot of opera. There was a lot of ballet. My highlight was Roberto Bolle, who is a great ballet dancer here from Italy, that wowed the audiences. But also, I mean, this was... Perhaps another highlight was the handover ceremony from Italy to France, because, of course, the next Winter Olympics will take place in 4 years in France, which is, by the way, just across those mountains. You can see them now. It's a bit foggy. But the mountains are there, and right behind there, it's France. It's not going to be too far from here. So my message to France is bon chance. Good luck.
Very good. Yeah, we don't have to travel too far for that one in 4 more years. Claudio, you've been covering these games since they were announced. Just what are your thoughts as they draw to a close?
Well, to be honest, Joe, I think what I learned, what I take away from this Winter Olympics is a reassuring thought that this is not just about sports. It was so heartwarming to see people from all over the world sporting, showing with pride their national colors, all being together, coexisting peacefully. And that is a reassuring sight for journalists like us. Of course, we need to talk about wars and aggression every single day, while here you had people from all over the world celebrating their win, accepting gracefully when they didn't. So hopefully, you know, this will be a lesson for the rest of the world as well.
No kidding. We got to be witnesses to the best of us over these past couple weeks. Claudio, we appreciate all your coverage. Thank you so much. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including continuing coverage of that massive blizzard slamming the Northeast right now. We're going to take you back out for a look at the conditions. Up first after the break, unrest in Mexico after the killing of a powerful drug cartel leader. The latest next. Stay with us. Welcome back. Parts of western Mexico are on edge after the Mexican army killed a powerful drug cartel leader on Sunday during an operation to capture him. He's known as El Mencho and was the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel. His death sparked several hours of violence yesterday. Cartel members torched a number of vehicles and buildings, including in the popular resort town of Puerto Vallarta. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us with the latest on this. George, first, tell us about El Mencho and how this operation unfolded. We understand the U.S. did play a role in all of this, right?
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Joe. Nemesio Osuguera Cervantes El Mencho, basically known as a criminal kingpin here of this organization, this new cartel that was formed around 2009. The U.S. even wanting up to $15 million up for his capture, wanted for trafficking drugs, accused of trafficking migrants. Literally as bad as they come. Now, the Mexican government killed him during an operation that was ultimately designed to his capture. The U.S., as you mentioned, saying that they provided support in the form of intelligence, but basically saying this was a Mexican operation that led to his initial capture, followed by an altercation where he lost his life. And of course, as you mentioned, we've seen some of the images there. This led to a lot of bloodshed. Cartel members furious by the death of their leader, setting cars on fire, torching buildings, and essentially locking down a lot of states and cities around Puerto Vallarta for safety. A lot of American tourists now stranded as the airport not officially closed, but so many flights were either diverted or people not just able to get out for their safety, Joe.
Yeah, so in the wake of those chaotic and violent scenes, what's the situation like this morning?
Yeah, Joe, we spoke to a number of American tourists who are stranded. The embassy there in Mexico telling American citizens to shelter in place for the time being. You also have a number of roadways that were blocked, and this is pretty typical of the tactics that are used by cartel members to impact travel around the region. Some of the American tourists I spoke say, from their vantage point, they were able to see some of the flames, some of the smoke, some of them saying that they really just don't know what's happening as they are basically barricaded in their hotel room. They don't know how long amenities are going to last. One American tourist telling me that hotel workers are also unable to leave, so that they're being forced to stay in place, some of them having to sleep in the hallways there. So it's a very precarious situation, and they only wonder how things will progress if this stay-in-place order stays for days to come, Joe.
All right, George Solis. George, thank you so much. Coming up, we have continuing coverage of what could become one of the biggest storms to slam the Northeast in decades. We'll have an update on the conditions, what you can do to stay safe after the break. You're watching Morning News Now. We're back with the latest on this historic blizzard barreling through the Northeast. Blizzard warnings cover 41 million people right now from Maryland to Maine. About 300,000 utility customers have lost power across the Northeast last night. Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Connecticut have all declared states of emergency with travel restrictions in effect. New York City also issued a travel ban last night. Officials say this could be one of the city's 10 worst storms in the last 150 years. Students from major school districts, including New York City and Boston, will get to enjoy a snow day. Good news for kids, bad news for travelers, with thousands of flights canceled nationwide. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now from Central Park with the latest. Emily, good morning. It's been about a month since that last nor'easter buried New York City in snow. We know last night Mayor Zohran Mamdani announced the travel ban, a snow day for public school kids. Tell us more about how New York City is responding and just what you're seeing out there.
Joe, good morning to you. To your point about back-to-back snowstorms, there was still snow on the ground in parts of the city and across parts of the Northeast from the last snow when this winter wallop has started to move through. But the difference and one of the real challenging aspects about this massive storm that is continuing, and you can see the snow continuing to fall now, those wind gusts exceeding 60 miles an hour, a potential to hit 75 miles an hour in parts of the Northeast, especially some of the coastal regions. And then the pace of the snowfall in parts of New York. We were seeing snowfall 2 to 3 inches an hour, which makes it really difficult for the snowplows. And while there are hundreds and thousands of snowplows and crews and sanitation workers working in New York City and across the state and other states as well, to keep up with 2 to 3 inches of snowfall an hour is an immense project. And governors in 7 states declaring states of emergency because of the intensity of this storm. You can see there is snow just about everywhere you turn here in New York City. Yes, it's a beautiful sight, but it's dangerous when it comes to the roadways, and that's why New York City declared a rare travel ban, which means any non-essential worker, you have to stay home. They're trying to keep people off the road so those snowplows, so those emergency workers can do their work, and that is through noon today. Behind me, I want to walk over here because this is where you'll really get a sense of just how much snow we're seeing here. The last official count was over 9 inches, but I would say you look at this bench here, we've exceeded that at this point. There are other cities across the Northeast expecting 1 to 2 feet of snow, Joe.
The bench looks like a couch. That's how much snow is on it right now, Emily.
I know, it's confusing.
Beyond New York City for a moment, just talk about how the Northeast is handling this storm. Is there an area that's just really feeling the brunt of this blizzard blast?
Well, tens of millions of people along the East Coast are being encouraged to stay home, and it's really hitting a good portion of major cities along the I-95 corridor. So we're talking Philadelphia, New York City, Hartford, Connecticut, Boston, Massachusetts. All of those cities could get 1 to 2 feet of snow as we continue to see the snow fall. The other major concern that officials are urging people to keep an eye on and also to charge their electronic devices, power outages already at this point, because we talk about the wet and heavy snow. I'll pick some of it up here. You can see how wet it is on my jacket. But then the combination of that with those strong wind gusts that I was talking about, up to 70, 75 miles an hour, power outages are a really big concern at this point. Between Virginia to Massachusetts, hundreds of thousands of people are waking up without power already. Some energy providers have said that it could take days to restore. So that's something that they are watching closely. And a good visual behind me, these tree branches. You can see just the weight of the snow, because part of the concern is those branches, they break onto a power line or the power line snap, and that's part of the reason of what's causing so many power outages, and those could linger for, again, as I mentioned, for several days. Joe.
Yeah, those branches are looking tired. All right, Emily, appreciate your reporting from Central Park. Thank you so much. Let's get the latest forecast now as we track the storm with your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Andrea Romero is back. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, and quite a morning it's been with this nor'easter impacting all the way from New England down to the nation's capital. We can see the snow that continues to fall and also those wind gusts. We're talking about wind gusts over 30 miles per hour in Washington and Philly right now, over 20 miles per hour in New York City, close to 40 miles per hour in Hartford, Connecticut, and close to 60 miles per hour over in Boston. So we have over 69 million people that are being impacted by these winter weather alerts. And of course, we're talking about that blizzard a warning that has extended all the way from Ocean City up into Portland, Bar Harbor. We're talking about wind gusts of over 35 miles per hour, heavy snow that reduces visibility less than a quarter mile, and both of these criteria have to continue for at least 3 hours. And that's exactly what we're seeing across the Northeast this morning and parts of the Mid-Atlantic. So those damaging winds, just like Emily mentioned, can cause tree damages. We can talk about power outages as well all across this region, and that zero visibility that's making driving conditions so treacherous this morning with travel bans up for many locations. We can see some of those wind gusts that we're expecting, like I said, 60 miles per hour in Boston, even higher in some areas, close to 70 miles per hour. And here are some of our snowfall totals. We're talking the last half hour, Joe, about these snowfall amounts. And in New York City right now, we saw that couch that Emily was looking at, and that's because we're already registering over 15 inches. We had that last reading of 9 inches during the overnight hours. But look at Freehold, New Jersey, close to 2 feet already, and Islip as well. New Haven, Connecticut, close to 10 inches. So we're expecting this snow to continue, and it's going to be a historic snowfall. Here in New York, some of the biggest snow totals that we've seen, 27.5. We can have some images there of 2016 of the people walking and dealing with that snow. So we're definitely expecting a couple of more inches to continue to fall. So the heavy snow will be ending in Philly. We're expecting lighter snowy conditions in New York. We're still going through around 3 o'clock with that heavy snowfall. In Hartford, lighter snow and wind through the evening. And Boston right now is really getting clobbered by these blizzard conditions, and we're expecting that to taper off probably around 9 o'clock tonight. So we'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest, but for now, we turn it back to you, Joe.
All right, long day ahead. Andrea, thank you so much. Let's bring in Clint Osborne. He is the director of the District of Columbia Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. Director Osborne, good to have you with us. I know you're busy this morning. Up to 6 inches of snow expected across parts of D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Schools closed, federal offices opening late. I know you're urging people to stay off the roads. What are you most concerned about, especially with some people perhaps braving the morning commute?
Well, as you said, the morning commute is tough. We want people to stay off the roads and give our plows and trucks additional time to work. Most of our schools are either on a 2-hour delay, some are closed. The DC public schools, the mayor announced a 2-hour delay last night. And I think most of our school systems saw that coming in advance and got out early on that so people could prepare this morning, give themselves extra time to get about.
Talk about in a place like D.C. how the local and the federal agencies work together to treat the roads, to keep emergency services running, to keep things going as smoothly as possible.
Well, we get out as early as we can, as early as it makes sense with the weather conditions. And the first thing we do is pre-treat our roads with either brine or salt. That means that in DC, especially where our ground temperatures remained warm, that salt mixed with the first snow that hit, and we've got slush on most of our roads. Out to our west into Maryland and Virginia, we're definitely seeing higher snowfall totals. And I think it takes a little bit longer to get to those roads, especially secondary and third level roads. And people just have to be patient and give their crews time to get out there.
As far as you can tell, how are the roads so far? I mean, here in just New York, just walking on the sidewalk, it is slick.
Yeah, we've got to blend like I said, our roads and sidewalks stayed warm overnight last night. And that means that the snow that hit is very slushy right now. One of the things we are monitoring for is the low temperatures overnight tonight. We're going to bottom out with wind chills like you guys have been talking about on the show this morning. It is windy. We are getting gusts. That's going to help dry out some of the surfaces, but it's also going to help with freezing overnight tonight. So our low temperature is going to feel like 12 degrees overnight, and that's something that we're keeping an eye on because it's going to cause that any snow left on the surfaces to freeze hard.
What's your top advice to people in the D.C. area right now?
Really, it's just pack your patience, give it extra time to get to where you have to go. Make sure that if you're out on the roads driving especially, leave extra room. We have a lot of equipment out. Our snow team has been out since yesterday at the mayor's direction. You just got to give them extra room. Those are big vehicles, and they need a lot of space and a lot of time to work.
All right, we wish you the best, Director Clint Osborne. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up, new developments for the son of Hollywood filmmaker Rob Reiner, set to face a judge today for charges of murdering his parents. We're going to bring you the latest ahead of today's arraignment next on Morning News Now. Welcome back. Nick Reiner, son of the iconic filmmaker Rob Reiner, is set to be arraigned in a Los Angeles court today after a string of delays following his arrest in December. He's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, accused of killing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. Those charges include a special circumstances allegation of multiple murders and a special allegation of using a deadly weapon. Nick was last in court in January, but his arraignment was delayed after his high-profile defense attorney withdrew from the case. He has not yet entered a plea. NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris joins me now with more on this case. Misty, good morning. So today, this is the 3rd scheduled attempt for Nick Reiner's arraignment. He's now being represented by a public defender. Any chances the court case could get delayed again? And is it normal for arraignments to get postponed this many times?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Well, this is a unique case, and it really could go one of 2 ways. Either a plea will be entered and we'll be off to the races when it comes to the rest of the process and moving our way towards trial, or there could be an issue with competency. And what competency means is looking at the mental state of the defendant at this point in time and a determination of whether they understand the nature of the charges against them and can participate in their own defense. If there is an issue with competency, the case could be delayed while the individual gets mental health treatment and is ultimately declared competent. This is done through the use of mental health experts. So today, what we'll be listening for is a plea entered and Nick Reiner is capable of moving forward in the legal process, or does the new public defender who stepped in do what's called declaring doubt, which would start that process of exploring the issue with competency. And that could be why we saw a 6-week delay between the previous date for the arraignment and today's date.
If the prosecution does decide to pursue capital punishment here, that means Nick Reiner could potentially face the death penalty. Given all the circumstances, how likely is that? What typically influences that decision for prosecutors?
So in California, the death penalty is a bit complicated because there's a moratorium that's been placed on the death penalty in 2019, meaning no executions are taking place. But the law that allows for the death penalty with this type of charge is still on the books. Nathan Hochman, who is the district attorney in Los Angeles, actually raised a blanket ban on bringing death penalty cases when he took office. But there is process. So there's a capital committee where prosecutors would have to provide information to the defense. The defense would have the opportunity to present why this should not be a death penalty case. And then ultimately, if death penalty were sought, the trial is the guilt phase, which is when you decide if the defendant is guilty, is decided by a jury. And the penalty phase is also decided by a jury and has to be unanimous, whereas in other cases, a judge would impose the penalty. So it's a bit more complicated. And I do think the fact that there are known mental health issues could be something that would derail prosecutors seeking the death penalty, because then it opens up a whole other host of constitutional challenges.
We know Alan Jackson withdrew as Nick Reiner's attorney last month. He cited, quote, circumstances beyond his control, which he said made continuing representation impossible. But he also said his team remained committed to Reiner's best interests. What more do we know about that decision and just Reiner's defense at this point?
So since Alan Jackson stepped aside and a public defender has stepped into the defense attorney's shoes, Alan Jackson's done a few interviews. He said that due to ethical concerns, he cannot say any more as to the why he had to step aside from the defense of Nick Reiner. But he always has said that he supports him and wants the best for him and believes that he will not be found guilty under the laws of California. But because you see a public defender coming in, it reads that it was a financial issue, that Nick Reiner was likely unable to pay for a private defense. And Joe, it's important to note, it's not just the defense fees of Alan Jackson that would have been at issue. It's also a tremendous amount of expert fees, which I would expect to be a part of this case due to what we know about Nick Reiner's mental health issues and perhaps drug use in the past. So all of that was going to be a tremendously expensive defense. And it's possible Nick Reiner simply does not have the ability to get his hands on that money. Perhaps it's tied up in trust. But a public defender would say that's somebody who cannot afford to pay for representation on their own.
So quickly, with Nick Reiner now being represented by a public defender, what does that mean for where the case could go from here?
Well, it will play out the same from a procedural aspect, and today will be a very consequential day as to whether or not the case moves forward or whether there is a legal competency issue where the case has to stop and Nick Reiner will have to have mental health services until he can be declared competent, which is a whole other legal process within itself. So that will be a pretty critical and consequential moment at today's arraignment.
All right, Misty, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. We're now going to return to our top story, that historic blizzard here in the Northeast, and listen into our sister station here in New York, WNBC.
The Midtown Tunnel is behind you. This is one of the busiest stretches of roadways, and as you know, you were on your way on the road that would take you out to LaGuardia Airport. Now you're going to be on the BQ, also super busy. It's got to be weird to be on there in the midst of rush hour and really just see emergency vehicles and yourself.
Well, Michael, you know that during rush hour, I could have literally gotten out of the car on any given day and done a live shot, and the vehicle wouldn't move because we'd be in bumper-to-bumper traffic. So it is very odd. Most people, I am finding, we heard different anecdotal stories from, I think, Bergen County a little while ago, but most people are heeding the mayor's dictum, if you will, not to get on the roadways. So it is quite empty. And over and above that, when you are in front of, behind, or find yourself in the middle of 6 plows in formation, it's danger on top of danger. The roadways themselves are slick, and these are multi-ton, huge vehicles that are not as agile as, you know, most vehicles on the road. It's just not a good idea to be driving when they're trying to clear these roads. And
no, David,
keep in mind.
I'm sorry, Dave. I was just going to also point out, too, it's like looking at that camera, we should point out that cameras being operated remotely and safely. You and Freddie are in that vehicle, and you are allowed, because we're news-gathering vehicles.
I've got to correct you. Michael, I've got to correct you. Freddie is both driving and he's on the roof with a camera. That's a change. I don't want to talk about it much, but it's remarkable how flexible this man is.
And talented. But I was going to ask you, Dave, you know, when you look at it, and this is a good stretch you're on now, but watching before, it's like this is the best illustration of why you don't want to be on the roads right now, because you really are dealing with that center line being clear, but, you know, there's not a lot of room for error on the roads right now.
No, there's not. And to be honest with you, over and above all, listen, Michael, you and Darlene, all the three of us, we've grown up in New York and the surrounding areas. We have covered storm after storm, quite literally, for decades. And the people who are watching us, for the most part, have as well. All right? So snow, a blizzard, we've been through it all. That said, it's just common sense. You have this going on outside. You don't have to go to work. You don't have to go to school. Why go outside? You just don't. You know, the answer, you know, our former New Jersey governor used to say, what? Don't be a knucklehead. Don't do it. Don't be stupid. Don't put your life at risk or anyone else's either.
I just want to point out before we go, Dave, also seeing there, it's so interesting because when you pulled off and you got up onto the ramp, you see the conditions totally changed.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, I've watched cars completely blocking these ramps because they can't make their way up. So, we are watching. I'm looking at the Q70 right now, the LaGuardia Link bus. That's over to the left. It's in chains. City vehicles are in chains to the extent that they were able to be retrofitted for the storm. And if they're doing it, and you don't have chains, and you don't have to go outside, just stay inside. Don't go out jogging. Don't go out. You know, I'm looking at people who are putting themselves and their fellow New Yorkers at risk, and that's not who we are.
We don't want them to.
You know, watch the show on TV.
It's a good one. Dave, we want to thank you. We want to thank photographer and photojournalist Freddie Luna for your work. And we look forward to when you arrive, talking to you soon when you arrive in the Bronx. Looking forward to that. Thanks so much. So as Dave was pointing out, the nor'easter's dumping heavy and wet snow, not only across our area, but also in Connecticut. NBC Connecticut's Julia LeBlanc followed this report just a short time ago.
I-95 rest stop here in Milford, where the conditions on our highways here in Connecticut continue to deteriorate throughout the morning. Some cars are getting by with their hazards on, but there's low visibility and that snow is blowing and drifting. There is a commercial vehicle travel ban in effect because this winds and that low visibility. They think that those tractor trailers could easily jackknife and make it harder for crews to be out and about cleaning these conditions. However, we have seen, unfortunately, some tractor trailers still making their way out there. A lot of them posted up here at this rest stop. I've never seen as many as this coming out and about just to take cover during the storm. As far as the snow, it is blowing and drifting, so it's hard to tell exactly how much we've gotten, but it is wet. If you don't have to be outside today, simply don't come out here. I'm Julia LeBlanc here in Connecticut. We'll send it back to you.
All right, good illustration of what conditions are like. Now, just a short time ago, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani spoke about the snow clearing efforts across the city.
We've seen right here behind us, we have the hardworking men and women of DSNY. They have, through 5:30 a.m., been able to do at least a first pass on 99.3% of streets across our city. And we're seeing that work be supplemented in yesterday evening's shift by more than 500 emergency snow shovelers who have done a first pass of 1,400 crosswalks, of about 400 hydrants, and hundreds of bus stops as well.
Show you what conditions look like.
You're watching WNBC, our NBC station in New York's coverage of this blizzard hitting the Northeast right now. Stay with us. That's it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news does continue right now. Top of the hour, let's get right to it. Conditions critical. A monster winter weather system barreling across the Northeast this morning. It's blanketing millions of Americans from Virginia to the boardwalks of the Jersey Shore, even up to Maine. These dangerous blizzard warnings not seen in some spots in decades. Here in NYC, we're getting positively pummeled. Unrelenting winds and devastating swaths of the white stuff, forcing shows on the Great White Way to close their curtains last night. Mayor Zoran Mamdani taking to the airwaves, assuring hunkered down New Yorkers that the city is prepared for Mother Nature's worst.
2,600 DSNY workers have begun working in 12-hour shifts. Our fleet of 700 salt spreaders has been dispatched across the city. We have also redeployed our health and hospitals mobile warming unit to provide medical attention, food, and additional support to those who need it. Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
We are tracking it all as some of the nation's largest metro areas weather this historic winter storm. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on a busy Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. We begin, of course, with the latest on that major winter blast slamming the Northeast. It is the second serious snowstorm to hit the area in less than a month and the first blizzard to impact the region in almost a decade. And all of that snow and those strong winds are making travel treacherous. We have team coverage in place to bring you the latest on this developing storm. First, we begin with NBC's Emily Ikeda, who is not far from us right here in New York City's Central Park. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, well, snow is everywhere you turn, and you can see the weight of it on the trees behind me. New York City issuing a rare travel ban through noon today to keep people off the roads and at home and safe. It's the combination of those really strong wind gusts and the snowfall rates exceeding 2 inches an hour that's crippling travel across the Northeast for so many people. 7 governors declaring states of emergency as this monster storm rolls through.
This morning, tens of millions waking up to whipping winds and blinding snow as a life-threatening nor'easter barrels up the East Coast, burying Philadelphia, New York, and Boston in potentially a foot of snow or worse. Overnight, thunder snow lighting up the sky and impacting visibility, as you can see from Earth Cam atop the Statue of Liberty.
We want people off the roads.
At least 7 governors declaring states of emergency, including New Jersey, which had its first blizzard warning for the entire state in 3 decades.
This storm faces more risks than the last one because of the blizzard conditions and the heavy winds.
Powerful wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour causing concerns, including coastal flooding from Maryland to Maine.
There's one out here. We are pitch black.
Widespread power outages made worse by downed trees due to heavy snow and treacherous travel on the roads, causing this tractor trailer in New Jersey to slide off the highway.
So please don't put our first responders in any danger by being out if you don't have to.
And the roads aren't the only travel trouble. With major airports impacted by the storm, travelers facing thousands of delays and cancellations. Schools are closed today across the Northeast, including the nation's largest district in New York City. The mayor delivering the news to a student.
No online school, no remote learning, full classic snow day.
Americans hunkering down as the storm pummels the East Coast.
And we've seen the snowplows in action. Power crews also at the ready when the pace of this snow and the storm starts to slow. Already hundreds of thousands of people without power from Virginia to Massachusetts because of the weight of the heavy wet snow and those powerful wind gusts. Energy providers say that it could take several days to restore. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Emily. Let's bring in WNBC weather anchor Dave Price joining us from New York City with more on this historic blizzard. Dave, we were just watching WNBC's coverage a moment ago, so we saw you driving around Long Island City in the car there. What is it you're seeing as you're moving around the city? I understand maybe even some folks in skis trying to get around.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the video clip, but we were in Brooklyn earlier today, Joe, and, you know, intrepid New Yorkers trying to make the best of it always. We saw a gentleman who would normally pay about $100, $200 for a lift ticket in, you know, Aspen, Vail, or Deer Valley, Utah, skiing downhill for nothing while the weather conditions went downhill as well. And that's where we stand here in New York City. The few who can get out and who need to get out are doing so, albeit with significant delays and certainly obstacles. But for the rest of the folks who have the opportunity to stay inside, that's what's advisable. If you look, we're talking about upwards of 1.5 to 2 feet of snow, which will fall before all is said and done later on today. Airports at a standstill, as we just heard from Emily Ikeda. As we take a look at mass transit, significant delays. And so it's very, very quiet. If you look at this roadway right here, 64th Street right here in Sunnyside, Queens, there's really not a lot going on. A sole human being, one car, and everyone else just locked in until all this is done. Like a movie you just want to see on television with a bucket of popcorn.
No kidding. We'll see if we can get you some popcorn, Dave. We did have that video of the skier. I don't know if I have skis to get around, but the ski goggles seem like a good idea with the wind blowing all over the place. You are a New Yorker. You have been covering weather here for a very long time. Put this into context for us. Where does it rank among some of the worst storms we've seen over the last several years here in New York?
Well, if you remember, you know, just a few weeks ago, we had about 1 foot of snow. But keep in mind, that was a very different storm, Joe. We didn't have these gusts to 45, 55, even 80 miles per hour out on the east end of Long Island. That in combination with even greater snow totals and greater rates of snowfall per hour. And this storm isn't done yet. Now, of course, we had the record-setting snowfall. I think it was back in 2016 when we got 27 inches of snow. But once you get to about 1.5 feet, 2 feet of snow, it's up there on the list, certainly in modern history. And for a city of millions of people, it is a rare case when, you know, 5 boroughs and 3 states in the Northeast are, at least, are brought to a standstill. And that's pretty much where we are this morning. And by the way, Joe, this isn't an on-off switch where all of a sudden you're going to wind up having, you know, airports just turn on and return to normal. This is going to take days to clean out from, days to return to a sense of normalcy. You can see right here, just to the left of me, this is what we call one of the New York City, this gentleman seems to be having problems here. Yeah. He has 2 flat tires. Yeah. That's what we call a significant disadvantage, Joe.
Yes,
when you're trying to drive in a foot and a half of snow with 2 tires on your right side knocked out.
Yeah, it's hard enough, Dave, to drive with flat tires in normal weather. So I feel like trying to brave this without tires is a challenge.
That's a new one. That's a new one, Joe. But we'll be out all day. We will certainly be more than glad to report from the tri-state area and give you a continued look at what's going on. But a very quiet morning in a city that normally never sleeps.
All right, Dave Price, we appreciate you. I don't even think chains would even help those tires right there. All right, thank you, Dave. Let's get more details on the storm with your morning news now. Weather meteorologist Andrea Romero has been keeping track of everything this morning. Joins us with the latest forecast. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Another reason to stay home and off the roads, right? 2 flat tires. Well, looking at this blizzard, we can see the snow that continues to fall all the way from Washington, D.C. into parts of Maryland, Delaware, extending into New England. It's a historic storm. We're talking about the first time since 2017 that New York City has been all 5 boroughs under a blizzard warning. In Philadelphia, that was in 2016, the last time that they had a blizzard warning. And of course, the last time that all of New Jersey was under a blizzard warning, well, that was back in 1996. So it's been a while, but look at these winter weather alerts extending across the whole region. 69 million people are being impacted by this winter storm. And we're talking about that blizzard criteria that's being met for at least 3 hours, that heavy snow with the reduced visibility of less than a quarter of a mile, and those wind gusting up to 35 miles per hour. And that's all the way up from Ocean City into Bar Harbor. We've seen it extended in all those locations. The damaging winds, of course, the fear is the tree damage and also the power outages that can happen, because this is for the most part, a heavy snow. So we're talking about those tree limbs that are falling. And look at those wind gusts, 63 miles per hour now in Providence. We're talking about 52 miles per hour in Boston, 62 miles per hour in Martha's Vineyard, 37 miles per hour out in the Hamptons. Now, if we track the blizzard this morning, the heaviest snow and the worst winds are going to be felt over parts of New England, and improving weather from New York City all the way to D.C. This afternoon, blizzard conditions will continue for the New England coast area. The strong wind gusts we're looking at 50 to 70 miles per hour. And then this evening, the snow will begin to gradually taper off from Connecticut all the way to Maine. The howling winds will eventually subside after midnight. So looking at the snow totals, these are the current ones that we are seeing right now that have been reported. Obviously, the snow is still falling, so these will continue to go up. In Freehold, New Jersey, close to 2 feet of snow has fallen. In New York City, close to 15 inches already have fallen. Look at here in New London, Connecticut, close to 17 inches, and we're still expecting perhaps 3 to 6 inches still from New York to Hartford, and even more than a foot can still fall in parts of Boston. And of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest, but for now, stay safe, stay indoors. Back to you, Joe.
Andrea, thank you so much. Let's get to some other news now. This morning, federal officials are investigating a deadly shooting incident outside Mar-a-Lago. 2 Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy shot and killed a man who breached the president's Florida estate early yesterday morning.
The security detail detected that an individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those 2. He put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat.
We should note President Trump was not there at the time. He was at the White House. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Hake. We're also joined now by our law enforcement analyst, former Secret Service agent Evie Pompouris. Good morning to both of you. Garrett, let's start with you. Officials still have not publicly released the identity of the suspect, but NBC News has spoken with law enforcement sources who are giving us some more information. What are we learning?
Yeah, that's right. Law enforcement sources have pointed us towards a man named Tucker Austin Martin, or Austin Tucker Martin, a 21-year-old from Boone County, North Carolina, who, interestingly enough, was reported missing by his family on Facebook earlier on Sunday. There is a call there for the Carthage police officers looking for information about his whereabouts there. We've not been able to confirm with that police department whether they are considering him still a missing person or whether we're sure that this is the individual in this case. But his cousin also gave an interview to the AP describing the family as generally Trump supporters, but Martin as being kind of a quiet person who kept to himself. It's all we know so far, Joe. The FBI is now leading this investigation and asking for anyone with any additional information to contact them.
Evie, let's bring you in here. As we mentioned, the president was not at Mar-a-Lago when this breach happened. Still, an armed man getting into the inner perimeter of the property. Does that raise red flags for you, or does it look like the system worked here?
To me, it looks like the system worked, right? Because you have a perimeter set up, and those sensors and the surveillance system, the tech, all that is there. And once you have a cross or it's triggered, you have a response. And so we do see 2 agents and a local officer respond to the scene. Again, when the FBI conducts the investigation, they'll look at how far in did they get. You know, we don't exactly know what inner perimeter means, a couple of feet or all the way in. And just for the viewers to know, FBI is typically the one who leads these types of investigations, just to keep kind of a quality control and having a neutral entity come in to examine what happened. And of course, the U.S. Secret Service is going to look at this and say, hey, did this system we have in place work? Regardless of whether the president is there or not, you still want a secure site.
Garrett, we still haven't heard directly from President Trump about this, but I know the White House press secretary weighed in, didn't hesitate pointing a finger at Democrats. What is she saying?
Yeah, the president has an event today, Joe. We may hear from him then. So far, it's just been Caroline Leavitt on social media commenting on this, first calling the suspect a crazy person who was neutralized, something we don't know yet, and suggesting that Democrats had shut down the Department of Homeland Security and that contributed to this in some way, or was connected to this in some way. It's worth pointing out, of course, the FBI will be leading this investigation, part of the Department of Justice, not Homeland Security. But a bit of a political swipe here in a moment where we just don't have a lot of facts.
Yeah, we don't have a motive yet, but Evie, in your experience as officials trying to figure out a motive, figure out what was going on here. Was this an assassination attempt, or was this a mental health issue? What are the steps they're going to take in this investigation?
So first, we're going to look at individual communication. Did they communicate anything to their family, to their friends? Did they write anything? Any notes, letters? Did they post anything? We want to see that. We also want to look at historic movements. Did this person ever go to an event where Trump was at? We call it multiple sightings over distance and time. You know, when somebody pops up at one event and then another and then another, right? We're going to look at search history, social media, AI. Did this person, how long were they planning this? Also, something that individuals don't think about, what was going on in this person's personal life? There are things often when we see is something personal trigger them to behave this way. A divorce, a breakup, getting fired from a job. Sometimes those things do push people towards a specific direction. So all these things are going to happen. You know, even from an investigative standpoint, when I hear, we have a name in my back of my head, I'm thinking, from law enforcement, you want to keep things as quiet as possible. So I can go do my search warrants, go through their devices, go to their home, search their car, because you're also not, we know of one weapon on the scene, but we don't know what the residence of the individual looks like, what the car of the individual looks like. I also want to look at their purchase history as far as the weapon. How did they get it? Where did they get it from? Was it legally purchased? Are we looking at more? And to this point, we don't even know whether the weapon was, whether there was ammo in the weapon or not.
Right. All right, Evie and Garrett, thank you both. Appreciate it. Let's go to Arizona now. Investigators are pushing forward with the desperate search for Nancy Guthrie. It's been just a little more than 3 weeks since the mother of our NBC News colleague Savannah Guthrie disappeared. Over the weekend, volunteer groups canvassed the neighborhood around Nancy's home. Meanwhile, the Pima County Sheriff says leads are still pouring in, with hundreds of law enforcement officials working the case. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us from Tucson with the latest. Liz, good morning.
Well, hey there. Let's hope that this week 4 now brings some of the answers we desperately need. While the sheriff says there is still no suspect, he does say he believes that they are closer to identifying more of the clothes that the kidnapper was wearing. But he also acknowledges that there's been challenges processing that DNA.
The search for Savannah's mom now entering its 4th week with still no suspects or signs of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff calling for patience, saying investigators are still actively working leads, including the suspect's clothes and Walmart backpack and that unknown mixed DNA found at Nancy's property. But the sheriff says when that might lead to IDing a suspect is hard to say, telling NBC News that processing the DNA has been difficult.
Our lab tells us that there's challenges with it, and we understand those challenges. But our lab also knows that the technology is moving so fast and in such a frenzy that they think some of this stuff will resolve itself just in a matter of weeks, months, or maybe a year.
The private lab believed to be working the case has not responded to NBC News' request for comment. And while the sheriff did not elaborate, his department later said, as with any biological evidence, there can be challenges separating DNA, etc. The sheriff's department also acknowledging the suspect captured on the surveillance video outside Nancy's home might have had an accomplice, saying investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person may be involved.
You saw the video I saw. Is there more than one? There could be, but that doesn't mean there is.
Over the weekend, search teams were back canvassing Nancy's neighborhood, including a group of volunteers who met at a Hobby Lobby and then set out throughout the Catalina foothills. That group actually found this backpack, but unfortunately, it's not the brand the FBI says was worn by the suspect.
If this were my mom, I would want people helping me look for her. So I'm doing this in honor of my mom and for Nancy and the Guthrie family.
And the Sheriff's Department put out a statement saying that while they are appreciative of everyone's care and support, they're also asking that those volunteer teams give investigators the space they need to do their canvassing and work. The sheriff has also denied any kind of change in staffing, any drawdown, at least in his department, saying that if anything, the leads are growing. Back to you.
Liz Kreutz, thank you. In Los Angeles, Nick Reiner is set to be arraigned in court today after a string of delays following his December 14th arrest. He's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killings of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. The Hollywood couple were found dead after attending Conan O'Brien's holiday party. Over the weekend, for the first time, O'Brien spoke out about the deaths of his friends. NBC News national correspondent Morgan Chesky has the very latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And Conan O'Brien says that he still can't comprehend the loss of his friend Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. O'Brien's new interview coming as Nick Reiner, who's facing 2 counts of first-degree murder charges, is now set to be arraigned. But now Reiner says that he's not entered a plea just yet, and with his former defense team now dropping him, he now has a public defender representing him in this high-profile case.
The son of legendary filmmaker Rob Reiner due back in court this morning. 2.5 months after prosecutors say he stabbed his parents to death inside their Los Angeles home. Nick Reiner now potentially set to enter a plea after the judge in the case delayed his arraignment for a second time when Reiner's defense team stepped down.
Pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder.
Reiner spoke openly in the past about his struggles with addiction and mental health, and at some point before the murders had changed or adjusted medication he took for a serious psychiatric disorder, according to 3 people with direct knowledge of the case. Just hours before their murders, Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle attended a holiday party hosted by Conan O'Brien, bringing their son Nick along with them, where 2 people familiar with the situation tell NBC News the younger Reiner became disruptive.
It's so awful. It's just so awful.
O'Brien opening up about the loss of his friends in a new interview with New Yorker Radio.
To have that experience of saying goodnight to somebody and having them leave and then find out the next day that they're gone, I think I was in shock for quite a while afterwards.
Outside of Reiner's iconic catalog that spanned multiple genres, from When Harry Met Sally to Stand By Me to A Few Good Men,
You can't handle the truth.
O'Brien also praising Reiner's decades-long work outside of Hollywood in charity and philanthropy.
To have that voice go quiet in an instant is still hard for me to comprehend.
Now, as Nick Reiner faces 2 counts of first-degree murder, legal experts say his mental state will be a critical factor.
If there is an issue with competency, that could further delay this arraignment. It means that he doesn't have the ability to move forward in the legal process.
Now, included with Reiner's murder charges is what's called special circumstances that essentially enhance the potential punishment. That means that if convicted, he could be facing life without the possibility of parole, or if the prosecutors do choose to seek it, the death penalty here. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. The uncertainty surrounding President Trump's economic agenda showing no signs of going away after the Supreme Court struck down his sweeping trade tariffs. On Friday, the court declared duties imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act illegal. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency says it will stop collecting tariffs imposed under that act on Tuesday. After the court's decision Friday, President Trump announced a 10% global tariff using a different legal authority. Then on Saturday, the president raised it to 15%. Confused? Here to help us sift through this back and forth over tariffs is NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. We were sorting through it on Friday morning as the decision came out. Now people might be wondering, hey, wait, I thought he can't do tariffs. Do we have any more clarity on what the president is allowed to do and what he's not allowed to do?
He does have some other authorities that now his team are trying to use and trying to leverage here. So he's using something we think called Section 122, which allows him for 150 days to put up to 15% tariffs on goods. And then after that, he needs Congress to continue to re-up that. So they're trying to figure out what kinds of mechanisms they can use. So at least for now, he's using that lever to try to keep the tariffs up.
So for the businesses and consumers who are maybe breathing a sigh of relief on Friday after they heard the decision, what does this mean for them, at least right now?
You know, a lot of these businesses really would have liked an immediate refund of the tariffs that they were illegally paid. Those tariffs that were collected on these companies, now the Supreme Court has ruled they were illegal. So there still is some uncertainty here. The president and his team are vowing that the tariff level in 2026 will match 2025. They're going to try to use every kind of available tool that they have. So watching markets, watching businesses, they still would like some more clarity.
Yeah, so we don't really know if refunds are an option right now, do we?
That's right. Well, some companies have already been suing. Costco and many, many others are already in the courts before this Supreme Court ruling and already saying we want our money back. The president on Friday saying, hey, you know, because the Supreme Court didn't actually illustrate exactly how refunds should be paid, take me to court. It could take up to 5 years. You're going to have to fight me for those refunds.
You mentioned the markets. They seemed happy on Friday. Do we know what we're expecting today and this week?
A little bit more uncertainty. And you've heard from European Union officials who are saying, hey, we need more clarity, more guidance from the United States about where we're going forward next. We know that other trading partners have actually canceled or stepped back from some of their planned trade talks as they try to figure out what next moves are. So I would say instead of providing big clarity, that Supreme Court decision, the initial clarity from the decision has now been rolled into uncertainty because the White House is vowing that it is going to work in any way it can to get around that Supreme Court and try to put on more tariffs.
It's about as clear as the skies outside of New York right now,
yes,
with the blizzard and the wind blowing.
Exactly.
All right, Christine Romans, good to have
Nice
you with
to
us.
see you.
Thank you. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the latest path of that monster winter storm that's tearing across the Northeast this morning, how it's impacting travel at some of the nation's busiest airports. First, after the break, another show-stopping edition of the Olympic Winter Games officially in the books, but not before one last bit of gold medal glory from Team USA. Stay with us. We're back now with an unforgettable victory on the ice that's putting a historic bow on Team USA's time in Italy. The men's hockey team won an Olympic gold for the first time in decades. This may sound familiar, but yesterday's win came down to a thrilling game winner in overtime against Canada. Last time the men's hockey team earned gold was all the way back in 1980 with the iconic Miracle on Ice. That 12th and final gold medal for Team USA in Milan Cortina was a history maker. 12 golds, that's the most ever won by the U.S. at a single Winter Games. So with this year's games officially in the books, time to look back at the incredible performances by the athletes who jumped, who twirled, who sprinted all the way to the podium. NBC News International correspondent Claudio Lavanga is live in Milan with a recap of this historic Winter Games. Claudio, good morning. We're going to start with hockey. Fans might be feeling a little bit of deja vu after the men's team won gold just a couple days after a very similar victory on the women's side. So walk us through how close this was, how it all played out.
Hey, Joe, well, talking about saving the best for last, I mean, that was the best end to the Winter Olympics ever. Well, ever, of course, in 46 years, perhaps, with that gold medal for the men's ice hockey. And also the way it went down, it was incredible with that overtime goal by Jack Hughes. And also, if there is one iconic picture that represents and that will stay forever for this Winter Olympics is the one that shows Jack Hughes wrapped around the stars and stripes with that big smile, but with the bloodied mouth and missing teeth. He lost some teeth when he took a high stick during the game, but it couldn't been happier. Of course, he wasn't the only hero of the game. Also, the goalkeeper, of course, Connor Hellebuyck, he saved 41 shots, one of which I still remember was kind of gravity defying. I don't even know how he caught that one. And the rest of Team USA, as you mentioned, got so many reasons to celebrate. 33 medals, never so many outside of North America, apart from Vancouver and Salt Lake City. A record 12 gold medals. So a great Winter Olympics for Team USA, John.
Yeah, and we have to remember Jack Hughes, the game winner in the gold medal game. It was just 2 games earlier in the quarterfinals. His brother Quinn Hughes had the game winner there. All right, so as we mentioned, this was just the cherry on top after that historic run for Team USA. Walk us through the athletes who just conquered the ice and snow in Milan. What have been the biggest highlights?
Well, Joe, there are so many highlights, but the one that it will take away from me, apart from, of course, the women's ice hockey final, which kind of was a repeat of what happened yesterday, I think I really love the comeback stories of this Winter Olympics. Michaela Schifrin, of course, she's the greatest alpine skier of all times, but she had this kind of Olympics blocks after she failed to win any medals back in Beijing 2022. She came here, she did not win any medals in the first 2 events, looked like a repeat of Beijing 22. And then the last event, slalom, well, not only she won the gold medal, she destroyed the competition. She was 1.5 seconds faster than anyone. And what I loved about her is that after she crossed the finish line, she paused for a second. It was like she didn't really realize what was going on. And of course, then erupted in celebration. Same thing goes with Alyssa Liu, who didn't win any medals in 2022, retired for 2.5 years. Then she came back stronger than ever, gold medal in individual figure skating. And I think these stories will really inspire young athletes like, for instance, Ilya Maledin, who failed to win the individual figure skating gold medal, but he can really look at those 2 stories and many others, of course, to just come back, pick up the pieces, and come back stronger than ever, Joe.
And we did see Ilya at the closing ceremony yesterday, and he does have a gold medal for that team event. Let's talk more about the closing ceremony. It wrapped up in Verona, Italy yesterday. We did see some protesters marching through the streets of Verona ahead of the event. So tell us more about why those people were protesting and just what we saw at the closing ceremony.
Well, the people are protesting, first of all, about the environmental damage, they say, that was caused by the Winter Olympics. In particular, there was a bobsled racetrack that was built in Cortina, for which a few trees had to be brought down. Also, the ticket prices, I must admit, tickets were very expensive. The housing costs that rose as a consequence of the Winter Olympics. But in the end, the Olympics committee said that 88% of the seats were sold, and To be honest, these have been arguably a pretty successful Winter Olympics, some of the most successful in history. So somebody must have liked it, and somebody must have liked also the closing Olympics, as you mentioned. The highlights, or perhaps the location itself, the arena in Verona, the ancient Roman theater, gladiator battles were held there. Now it's a setup for opera in the summer. And of course, there was a lot of opera in that closing ceremony. Other highlights of the ceremonies, perhaps when the Olympic flames went off, marking the official end of the Olympics. A bit emotional there, maybe. And also the handover ceremony from Italy to France, because the next Winter Olympics will be held in France in 4 years, not far away from here. It's just behind those mountains. You don't see them, but the mountains are there. So it's really, really close. Same time difference, I'm afraid. And bon chance to France. Good luck to France.
No
Joe?
kidding, Claudio. Italy has plenty to celebrate after successful games, and of course the Paralympics taking place there next month. Claudio, appreciate all your coverage.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Coming up, we are going to head back stateside with continuing coverage of the top story this morning, a mammoth winter storm pummeling much of the Northeast. That includes here in New York City, where we've got a live look right outside 30 Rock at the Plaza. We're going to bring you the latest across the region and when all that snow could finally clear out. Doesn't look like anytime soon. That's next. Back now as we continue monitoring the massive blizzard working its way across the Northeast. This morning, the winter storm continues to freeze travel and wipe out power for hundreds of thousands of customers. In a moment, we're going to hear from NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello from Reagan National Airport with more on the flight impacts. First, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us from Long Branch, New Jersey with the latest. Valerie, it looks like hurricane coverage along the water, but with snow. What are you seeing there along the Jersey Shore as that state faces its first blizzard warning since, I believe, 1996?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. The Monmouth County Sheriff told us yesterday that if this storm is anything like the one they saw in 96, then they have quite the day ahead of them. You can see the wind continues to blow. These gusts have been getting stronger throughout the morning. And I just want to show you, because of the wind, it's been hard to get a sense of how much snow has fallen here in Long Branch. Here on the boardwalk, it's really not more than like an inch, but it's really thick, icy snow. But as I walk over here towards the fencing, the snow continues to get deeper and deeper and deeper. Our producer Jacob earlier put a yardstick out here, and He was measuring 14 inches in some of these snow drifts. Earlier this morning, we showed you the waves crashing offshore. From what I can tell, it appears as though they have doubled in size. They are just monstrous waves right offshore here along the Jersey Shore. The winds, obviously, we're talking about that. There have been reported wind gusts of 53 miles per hour in Keyport, New Jersey. As far as snow totals go, Freeport, which is just west of where I am, they've reported 22 inches of snow so far this morning. Again, more is expected to fall. The wind continues to be a problem. The sheriff also warned about power outages for today, the wind contributing to that, but also the snow is rather wet and heavy, and so that has caused some power outages already. 25,000 customers without power here in Monmouth County, and the winds are only going to contribute to that. Joe?
Valerie, when we spoke with you earlier this morning, we saw the wide shot. We could see the waves. We can barely see those monstrous waves now because the snow is blowing so much. I mean, the snow levels would be enough to paralyze the region, but the wind so clearly in your live shot here is the story. I mean, describe to us how strong these gusts are, what it feels like for you to be out there.
As you're saying that, Joe, we're getting another big gust of wind, and so I am having to brace myself as I'm standing here on the boardwalk, but it really comes in waves. We have moments of relative calm, and I say relative because the winds really haven't stopped, but then we get these much stronger gusts that burst through. Again, we're expecting wind gusts in the 40-mile-per-hour range. They can get up to 55 mile per hour out here along the shore, so really contributing to the problems and the visibility. Of course, blowing snow, sometimes you can see the waves. I can see them from where I am right now, but yeah, you're right. At times it's just blowing snow. Visibility about a quarter mile earlier this morning, Joe.
All right, Valerie, we appreciate you being out there. Hopefully you can take a moment to take shelter for a little bit. Thank you so much for your coverage. Let's move now to Tom Costello. He's safely inside, reporting from the confines of Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. Tom, I have to imagine this blizzard impacting air travel everywhere right now.
It's a balmy 70 degrees inside here, and I'm not complaining at all, Joe. You're right. Listen, the good news is here at Reagan National, we kind of dodged the bullet, right? We got a very light dusting, but up and down the East Coast, we've got very significant air travel delays. At the moment, we got 5,400 flight cancellations and about 815, 840 delays nationwide. That's going to grow. And the most affected airports, no surprise, start up on the Northeast, start up in Boston, and work your way down. At the moment, 92% of flights departing Boston today are canceled. You can expect that'll be 100% by the end of the day. 89% of departures out of JFK canceled, and 98% at LaGuardia. I've got 83% at Newark. Philadelphia, 82%. Reagan here, where I am, 43%. And then I would even make the point, listen, Chicago O'Hare, 7% of flights are canceled. LAX also. And you say, wait a minute, how? Why would that happen? Well, if you're not going to be going into the Northeast, of course, those flights are going to be canceled. And then, oh, by the way, you've got planes out of position, crews out of position. And as a result, we talk about the snowball effect nationwide. Even cities that are not in the actual snow zone are impacted by this major storm like this. Amtrak Northeast Corridor significantly affected today. Cancellations and delays all up and down the line. New Jersey Transit, same situation there. This is really just an absolute mess of a storm for the Northeast. I think if you look at the map, we're really talking about from Baltimore north, right? We pretty much dodged the worst of it here in Washington. We were expecting up to 6 inches here at Reagan National. We got a dusting, just wet streets. But if you just go out into the suburbs, you've got a couple of inches of snow, Joe. So it's kind of been a sloppy mess here in Washington. But like I said, you guys have got it far worse up there in New York and beyond.
Yeah, the number is much higher here. All right, Tom, appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. Let's get the latest update on the storm's track with your Morning News Now weather. Andrea Romero is back with us. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, and it's been quite a morning tracking this nor'easter, which is bringing those heavy bands of snow and those wind gusts that are exceeding over 60 miles per hour in some areas. And all this snowfall right now is falling somewhere between parts of Maryland along the New Jersey state and as well as into New England. And looking at those wind gusts, we can see wind gusts close to 40 miles per hour in Philly right now, close to 25 miles per hour in New York City, as well as in Washington, close to 40 miles per hour in Hartford, Connecticut, and in Boston right now we're nearing 50 miles per hour. So if we look at the winter weather alerts, they're extending across the whole region. We have approximately 69 million people being impacted by these winter weather alerts, especially that blizzard warning that has extended all the way down from Maryland into New England, into parts of Maine, with winds that are gusting 35 miles per hour or higher, that heavy snow that reduces the visibility less to a quarter of a mile. And both these conditions have to be met for 3 hours or more. And that's exactly what's been occurring since yesterday, when the storm started to really intensify offshore and continues to do so today. So we're talking about tree damage, power outages with wind gusts that are, like I said, exceeding 50 miles per hour in Providence. Here, look in Martha's Vineyard, 62 miles per hour, and in Nantucket, 68 miles per hour. This is our winter hurricane. Obviously, the storm is formed differently than a hurricane, but it does have those coastal impacts too. We're still expecting this morning some minor flooding to occur all along the eastern seaboard, as we can see there. Now, snow totals in the last 24 hours, we hit 2 feet of snow already in Freehold, New Jersey, and Central Park, a little bit over 15 inches, and in Long Island, close to 2 feet in Islip. Meanwhile, in New London, Connecticut, 17 inches with 18 inches in Dover. Now, if we rank this here in Boston, the biggest snowstorms, obviously, we had that February snowfall in 2003 of 27.6 inches. In January of 2015, which we have some images there, we had 24.4 inches. We'll see when this is all said and done if we're going to be somewhere on that list. We're still expecting additional snowfall in Boston, perhaps a foot throughout the day as the snow continues to fall in that area, as the heavy access shifts into New England this afternoon. Snowfall rates of 1 to 3 inches are possible, so you want to stay off the roads. We do have this winter chill, well below average temperatures, 10, 15, up to 20 degrees below average all along the East Coast, extending into the northern plains and parts of the Southeast. Tomorrow, we're still expecting the cold temperatures to stick around, but one good thing is that later on this week, it appears the temperatures will warm up, so hopefully that will help us with the cleanup. Back to you, Joe.
All right, we're looking forward to that warm up there, Andrea. Thank you so much. Let's bring in New Jersey's acting superintendent, State Director of Emergency Management, Lieutenant Colonel David Sorotowicz. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. We know your Governor Mikey Sherrill declared a state of emergency. You've got a travel ban in place till noon today. Tell us, what are the hardest hit areas you're seeing so far? Any chance some of these restrictions, like the travel ban, could be extended?
So thank you for having me on. Greatly appreciated. We are monitoring the entire state from our statewide emergency operations center. We are seeing a widespread 12 to 24, monitoring our hardest hit areas and getting them all the assets. As far as our travel ban right now, we extended it out. We had it only going till 7 a.m. this morning. We got a briefing from the National Weather Service this morning. We extended our travel ban and our travel restrictions out till noon today.
Got it. So we just saw our Valerie Castro along the Jersey Shore. I'm not sure if you saw the video of her, but it looked like a hurricane mixed with a blizzard there. I know all 21 counties are under a blizzard warning. The first time we've seen that in Jersey since '96. Talk about just what the crews are doing right now to try and clear roads, get services back up and running as quickly as possible, understanding the snow's still falling.
Yeah, I can't thank our crews enough for being out there overnight. We have our first responders, our utility workers, our DOT workers. Everybody's out there working diligently 24 hours until this storm is done. And public safety is our #1 concern the entire time.
Overall in the Northeast, we've seen about 300,000 power outages. That includes more than 100,000 in New Jersey at last check. Talk about how important that effort is to restore power and how concerning it is to have an outage threat as this storm continues.
Yeah, we actually called in crews from outside of our state. They are here with us at our State Emergency Operations Center. We actually have the Board of Public Utilities embedded with us there, tracking our outages in real time so we can move our assets where we need to, wherever they have the most outages, get that power restored for our residents and get them back up and running again.
What's your advice to the people of New Jersey right now?
Stay off the roads. We ask, let our crews be out there, our DOT, our emergency workers, please let us do our job. Stay off the roads, stay home, enjoy some family time, and let us do our job. Thank you very much.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel David Sirotowicz, thank you for joining us this morning and for everything you are doing right now. Let's continue our coverage of this historic blizzard in the Northeast. Check in with our New York station, WNBC.
These bands in through the Hudson Valley all the way down through New Jersey. And so that means, again, maybe 1 to 2 inch snowfall rates per hour. And we've talked about this for several hours, which is why we're seeing these incredible snowfall totals. But we see it from northern Fairfield County, Putnam County, right through Westchester and Rockland County. But now even on into Monroe, near Chester, up the Thruway. Not good right now with that heavy snow kind of redeveloping. Had a little bit of a break over the last couple of hours, relatively speaking. And now we still see that heavy snow from Monmouth and Ocean counties, Toms River and Seaside Heights, Brick. Some of the snow totals coming in from portions of Monmouth and Ocean County are approaching 2 feet. So we're at 29 degrees right now at Central Park. Ice slips at 30, Bridgeport as well. Snow will continue. We're not concerned about any kind of mixing at this point. So everything is falling as snow and just adding to the huge amounts. Winds, such a huge factor, not just how it feels, but where that snow is going, the drifts. And of course, if you're making that pass with the plow and it's blowing right back, look at Bridgeport, 48-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Montauk still over 50-mile-per-hour gusts and has been for the last few hours right out of the north. Bating Hollow coming in with a 60-mile-per-hour gust. On top of everything else, we still have another high tide to get through in some places, which could also reach minor to almost moderate flood levels. Again, we saw some pictures of video of some of that high water down the shore. So the advisories are in place for parts of the Jersey Shore, in and around also the South Shore of Long Island, but also eastern Suffolk County. So something to keep in mind, especially for some of those susceptible roadways. I was talking about those incredible winds. Montauk Point, number 1 on our list by quite a bit, 84-mile-per-hour gust, over 70 in Stony Brook, close to 70 from South Hold, Eaton's Neck, as well as Kew Gardens Hills. This is important, along with just it being an incredible, another factor of an incredible storm. It is still gusty enough with power outages. Crews need those winds to come down to get back at it. So stay safe, everyone out there, because Rafi, I want to bring you in because this forecast, you know, maybe at this point in the storm where we're 12, 18 hours in, we're winding down. Not necessarily the case.
It feels like the storm may never end. That's what it's starting to feel like. Let's just be real about it. It's been going on for hours and hours, and we're tracking those bands. They're just so persistent, not weakening, intensifying at times. So we are expecting more snow, and we could get another half a foot of snow. We're talking about already some incredible totals out there, but the forecast through 2 p.m. shows the potential is there, especially right over the city, over the millions who live in the 5 boroughs, to see another 3 to 5 inches of snow on top of the 15, 18 inches that's out there already. Long Island, also some heavier totals possible with that banding as it eventually pivots away from us as the storm moves away. And to the west, where Maria was showing that lighter snow, that'll continue to be the trend, except for a few spots like Orange County, where she showed that heavier band there. You could see another 3 to 5 inches. The snowfall rates generally not in the 1 to 3 inch per hour range, generally closer to 1 inch an hour, but still, it is adding up, and it's 8:50. We're talking about another several hours of snow to go. So where will this rank when it's all said and done? Well, these are the top storms in Central Park since records began. I remember that one, 2016, 27.5. This one has similar vibes to me. It just went on, and it just never quit. And we did end up with 27.5 inches in Central Park. Fair to say we don't expect that to happen, but could we crack 20 inches? Certainly not out of the question. We have 15 already. We could get into the top of the top here. We've had some big ones in the 2000s, 2006, of course, 26.9 inches. And then in 2010, we had another massive storm with over 20 inches of snow in Central Park. A lot of these storms have happened pretty recently. So what's going on today? This band is still here over much of the tri-state right now, including New York City, Northeast New Jersey. It doesn't go away away quickly. It starts to slowly weaken, though. We see the snow becoming lighter and lighter, especially after 11 a.m. You see that deep blue become more light blue, except for an occasional heavier snow shower in central Jersey. But by 1 o'clock, by lunchtime, we're seeing snow, especially in Suffolk County at that point. I think that's the main focus out east. But for New York City, Westchester, Fairfield County, the snow will be becoming lighter and lighter, and the accumulation becomes more minor. And that's going to be the trend into 3 o'clock as well. Maybe some more heavier snow down the shore. But look at the temperatures also coming up a little bit. That's going to help with the melting process beginning already later today, even in places like northwest New Jersey. We're back up to 36 by 3 p.m. So that's welcome news, not as icy. Temperatures dropping tonight, though, again, back below freezing. And of course, we are dealing with the wind chills. So many people, they have to get out and clean up, probably starting today and tonight. So this is what you're dealing with, wind chills in the teens and 20s. It gets very cold tomorrow morning. So if you're weighing, should I start tonight or wait until tomorrow morning? You can wait until tomorrow morning, but you'll be dealing with wind chills in the teens and single digits in the suburbs, even below zero, well north and west in places like Sullivan County. So that's something you have to keep in mind when you're factoring in when you're going to start that cleanup. During the day tomorrow, it stays breezy and cold all day long. So wind chills never get out of the teens. High temperatures below freezing tomorrow. So again, not a great day to dig out, but at least it's not as bad as the January storm where we had those very cold temperatures right after the storm. Then Tuesday, 6 p.m. So tomorrow we see some moderation in the wind chills, and especially by Wednesday, that's when we have wind chill values back in the upper 20s. All right, the winds again, as Maria said, a big part of the storm and a big difference from our first winter storm back in January. The winds continue to gradually diminish as we head throughout the day today, staying blustery and potentially knocking down some tree limbs and power lines. We're adding on weight to all those tree limbs out there. A lot of them have come down already. There may be more, and the winds are not going to help, but the winds do diminish later today, and they kind of even out through the overnight. Less blustery tomorrow, and then we're watching a little bit of action Wednesday and Thursday night, but it should be on the minor side with some major melting by the weekend. Loving that Saturday. Sunshine and 47. Yes, please.
Yes, please. You're giving us something to look forward to. We love it. Thanks, Rafi. All right, we're going to head back down to the Jersey Shore now, where the winds have been whipping around all morning.
Today, New York's Jen Maxfield. Jen joins us live now from Spring Lake, New Jersey. So, Jen, you are closer to the coast, but I'm looking at that scene there. It really seems very, very involved, shall we say.
I'm very involved, Michael. I'm deep into it. I'm actually knee-deep in snow right now. I've been to Spring Lake many times, been to the Jersey Shore Boardwalk many times, but never had to get through conditions like this to make it to the boardwalk. So we're entering, for people familiar with this area, I'm walking on the boardwalk here. All that snow, by the way, is from the drifting. It's the winds. We've seen crazy winds this morning, 45 miles an hour. Gusts in Seagirt, which is just a town south of us here. But entering here on the First Street, we're right at the corner of Ocean and Essex. And take a look. This is the Spring Lake Boardwalk. How many of us have walked this, jogged this during the summer, but have you ever seen the ocean in the middle of a blizzard? Here it is. This is the Jersey Shore in the middle of the blizzard, and really just taking it all in here because this is not something we're accustomed to seeing. The railing here is completely iced over, and again, this is because of not only the blowing snow but the cold temperatures we've been dealing with here this morning. Now, I'm going to put my goggles on for a minute, my ski goggles here, which I've never worn at the beach before. But now that I'm facing north, the wind is blowing right into my face. It's been relentless this morning. The snow coming in sideways and accumulating more than a foot here in Spring Lake and around the Jersey Shore. We do want to introduce you, though, to a man who was helping his neighbors nearby here in Spring Lake, clearing off the sidewalk.
It's a good feeling to be able to get out to help neighbors. It's relatively easy. Everything's moving smoothly now. The snow's not too wet, so it's pretty easy to pick up with the snowblower. The last storm was more of a hassle because it froze for almost 3 weeks afterwards. Supposedly the weather's supposed to be a lot better tomorrow, so hopefully it starts to melt right away.
All right, love that optimism. But again, the travel ban remains in effect throughout the 21 counties in New Jersey until noon. The weather really is still very rough out here. Stay home and stay safe. That's the latest live from Spring Lake, New Jersey. I'm Jen Maxfield. Now back to you.
All right, Jen, thank you. You stay safe as well. We're going to take a short break right now. We'll continue with our live team coverage of the winter storm dumping lots of snow across the area.
You're watching Today in New York.
Emergency in the Northeast this morning. Tens of millions of people from Maryland to Maine waking up under blizzard warnings from a monster winter storm. Here in New York City, we've seen nearly a foot of snow so far, along with powerful winds reaching up to 75 miles an hour. This hour, a citywide travel ban is in effect, and schools will stay closed with no remote learning for the city's first real snow day in years. On Broadway, several productions canceling their shows last night. Now officials are warning this could become one of the region's worst storms in more than a century.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
And the storm is not over yet, so if you live in the Northeast, here's hoping you can work from home. I'm Joe Fryer, not working from home. Savannah is off today. We are tracking the conditions across the Northeast, and we'll have the latest forecast in a moment. Let's start with NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joining us now from Long Branch, New Jersey. Valerie, I think that's you. Kind of hard to see with all the snowy conditions there. Walk us through the conditions. What are you seeing there right now? How are you doing?
Joe, I have to tell you, the wind just picked up within the last 30 seconds or so. We were out here for a few minutes earlier and it was manageable, but the winds have really picked up in just the last few minutes. I'll try and walk along here along the boardwalk. We were here last night and everything looked very different, but now as you can see, there is blowing snow. The waves offshore are monstrous compared to what we saw last night. The wind's obviously a big concern with this storm. Gusts of up to 40 miles per hour reported inland, but we could be seeing gusts of up to 60 here along the shore. Here in Monmouth County, the sheriff says power outages, of course, are of a big concern when it comes to wind and all of this heavy snow. There are already 25,000 customers without power in this area, and things are only expected to continue to get worse. It's been difficult for us to get a sense of how much snow has fallen here in Long Branch just because of the wind and all of these snow drifts. But Freehold, New Jersey, just west of where I am, Joe, they've already reported 19 inches of snow this morning. Those totals only expected to go up from here.
Valerie, it's just incredible not to just see the wind and snow where you're standing, but when the shot zooms out to see those giant waves crashing behind you. We know a lot of people lost power because of this wind, nearly 300,000 utility customers across the Northeast last night. That number almost
keep everything clear. That has been the story with the crews in our area this morning, for sure. We're at 29 degrees at Central Park. One of the differences from the last go around, where we were in the teens and 20s the entire event, we've been close to or even above freezing at the onset. We're now settling into the upper 20s, near 30 degrees from Islip and Bridgeport and Poughkeepsie. But a couple things that you notice over the last several hours, not much has changed on the radar. So when we talk about being, 12, 18 hours into the storm system, we still have at least another 3 to 6 easily of snowfall to go here. And of course, Rafi's going to be back with that forecast in just a little bit. But let's talk about now. We'll do a little tour. Some of that heavier snow, when you look at the radar, the lighter shades of blue correspond to lighter snowfall. Darker, it's heavier. We have it right now in Monroe. So through Orange County, pushing into Passaic and northern Bergen County, this line too, into Westchester, back into northern Fairfield County, where we could still be looking at snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour. We've seen that all morning long in Ocean County. Some areas already close to 2 feet of snow between Monmouth and Ocean counties. Still snowing heavily here from Toms River to Seaside Heights. And of course, focusing too on some incredible snow totals for parts of Suffolk County, Riverhead and Southampton, East Hampton too. And it's not just the snow. Of course, we're talking about those gusty winds. But Islip, one of the spots that helped definitely confirm a blizzard. You saw those conditions for 3 consecutive hours, but also 22.5 inches of snow snow and still coming down. In and around the city, Central Park coming in with 15.1 inches of snowfall. About 8 fell just yesterday. We've got several more hours to go, guys, before Central Park is finished tallying the snow. So we'll keep those totals coming. And of course, what is next over the next couple of hours in just a little bit.
All right. Thank you very much, Maria.
Now we have an update from Long Island, and joining us on the phone is the Nassau County Executive, Bruce Blakeman. Mr. County Executive, thank you very much for joining us. We understand that the travel ban now in Nassau County is up to 11 a.m. What happened behind that decision?
Well, the latest forecast has us getting about 10 to 12 more inches of snow, and the wind gusts are going to increase from 40 to 45 miles an hour to almost 60 miles an hour. So we felt it was prudent to extend that ban, and we're taking it on an hour-by-hour basis. Our crews have been out since last night. They're doing a great job, but this is a storm that's very difficult to manage because not only is it snowing heavily, but it's snowing at a very quick pace, and the wind is blowing the snow back on the road. So this is something that we're going to have to manage. If everybody's patient, we'll get it cleaned up and back to normal as soon as possible.
Do you expect the travel ban might be extended? I know, of course, you're going to monitor everything hour by hour, minute by minute even. But what are your thoughts now? It's 9 a.m. right now, and the conditions are still just pretty awful.
Well, I'm actually getting an update in about 10 minutes from the National Weather Service and my Emergency Operations Center. They will give me an update on the latest forecast. And if it looks like the wind and the snow are dissipating, then I will not extend it. But if it looks like there's going to be an increase in snowfall and the wind picks up to 60 miles an hour, then I probably will extend it because safety comes first, safety for the public, safety for our emergency workers, our men and women of public works that are out there plowing at all hours of the day and night. We want it to be safe for everybody. So far it's been prudent to keep people off the road till 11 a.m. And if I think it's prudent to do so by extending it, I will do so.
You guys just went through this. We all did just a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this is a 1-2 punch. It's a lot of work for county employees. It's a lot of work for everyone there trying to work around the storm.
Yeah, but it's actually twice as much snow as anticipated. And although we had frigid temperatures 2 weeks ago, we didn't have the wind that we're seeing now. So the wind is really problematic because that's when you get down power lines. That's when you get the snow being blown right back onto the streets. So our people are very experienced. They're well trained, and they're dedicated workers. They're doing a good job, but everybody should be patient. We're not going to get anywhere close to normal before Tuesday morning, and we won't get to normal probably until sometime in the middle of the week when the temperatures get a little higher. So everybody be patient. If you have to travel later this afternoon or this evening, be very, very cautious because the conditions are going to be very, very treacherous.
All right, Mr. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Hope all of your workers are staying safe today.
Well, thank you. Stay safe, stay warm, and for everybody out there, stay home.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
That's the advice of the day. All right, we want to head out live to Queens right now.
News 4's Andrew Siff joins us now from Jackson Heights. Andrew, what a scene behind you.
Yeah, normally this is bustling rush hour, people heading to the subway and to bus stops. Speaking of bus stops, take a look at this. Okay, so this is where the Q49 and Q47 bus stop. You might notice that it's already been plowed out over there, at least more relative to the last storm a month ago. Earlier today, Mayor Mamdani talked about how getting the bus stops clear was one of the lessons learned from the January storm. In fact, to that end, there's a new system in place already since the last storm because there were so many complaints that people couldn't get to the bus stops. It is the New York City Department of Transportation's responsibility to keep those bus stops clear. Behind us also, you can see folks using the main avenue here, 37th Avenue in Jackson Heights, basically just walking down the avenue. Also wanted to show you briefly, you can see a small business over there. That's Ricky's Cafe. They're open pretty much 365 days a year, but not today. The owner told us it wasn't safe for her to get her workers here today. But back on the point about the bus stops, Mayor Mamdani visited the Department of Sanitation headquarters earlier this morning to their command center, and this is what he had to say about the lessons learned from the last storm and people who need to use buses today. Take a listen.
This is an advancement since the last storm's response, where we now have geotagging of every bus stop, every crosswalk, and that's to ensure that the city has a clear sense of when we were last there and how we can get through all of these, because New Yorkers deserve to be able to get across their city, whether they're pedestrians, drivers, bus riders, taking the train, or even cyclists. And so that's why, alongside being able to track Plow NYC, we have internal metrics around bike lanes as well as around this geotagging as well.
Now back live now, we have seen a number of buses operating today. Of course, the MTA has pulled the articulated buses. Those are the accordion-shaped buses that typically run crosstown routes in Manhattan. They have been pulled off the street for the storm. We've seen other buses running with chains on the tires, and subways, particularly the underground subways like the E and the R, have been running without problems. But even the elevated 7 train posting as normal service this morning as those who have essential jobs are able to get to work. That is the latest reporting live in Jackson Heights, Queens. Andrew Siff, News 4 New York. Back to you guys.
Andrew, you are one of the best political correspondents around, and we're honored to have you. So I got to ask you a political question here. The mayor of New York takes office January 1, and typically they're met with a snowstorm, right? Now this mayor has been met with 2 snowstorms. How is his way he deals with it is so important to his perception as being mayor of New York City?
Great question, my friend. Well, on the first storm, as you know, there were essentially 2 reactions. The first reaction was, wow, the plows did a pretty good job. The streets, the roads were in good shape. You didn't hear the typical complaint, oh, my borough didn't get the plows or my neighborhood didn't get the plows. So that was sort of the positive review. Then you heard the complaints about the bus stops, the sidewalks, and the fact that it was so cold that the snow removal took so long. So there was definitely pressure on the mayor to consider the lessons learned, and that's where he got into talking about the geotagging and the bus stops, et cetera. And as you well know, Michael, there was the sort of human tragedy associated with the last storm involving the homeless left on the streets and what the city's policy was. And as you've seen in the last few weeks, a much more aggressive strategy, not only of bringing people in who might say, oh, I'm okay, but also advertising the warming centers, getting that message out there in a much more authoritative fashion. So a tale of 2 storms in terms of City Hall's messaging. And then, of course, we should mention, as we have been throughout the morning, this is an old-fashioned New York City snow day, and Mayor Mamdani didn't just name it as a snow day. He actually went to the state to get an official waiver with the teachers' union's approval, and that means with this snow day, they don't have to make up the day of learning at the end of the year and extend the already very long New York City school year into almost July. This is a snow day that doesn't count against the calendar because they got that state waiver. So a lot of that in terms of what you asked about, the lessons learned, a mayor handling severe weather.
Right, snows and politics is often one and the same. Hence, Andrew Siff is out in the snow.
That's right. Talking about all of it. All right, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks so much.
We do want to head to Central Park now. Today in New York's Gabi Acevedo is there. So, Gabi, travel ban also in effect in the city. And we just spoke with Andrew Siff. No school today.
Right. So we expect that at some point when this calms down, this intense wind, that we will see children coming to frolic in the snow and enjoy that classic snow day that Mayor Mamdani declared for today, as opposed to what happened in January where they had virtual learning. Today they will actually get that enjoyment. But right now, as you can see, the conditions are very uncomfortable. It's a winter wonderland. We see some folks here to my right who are trying to find their way towards Central Park. A few of tourists have come up and asked us, how do you get to Central Park? I tell them, well, you are almost there, just across the street, but the low visibility pretty much impedes to find those entrances. And I told them also, be careful once you're inside Central Park, because there's a lot of treacherous ways, there's lakes, so you really have to keep an eye out once you come into that part of the city. But everybody wants to enjoy, I would say, the intensity of this blizzard officially now for parts of the tri-state. And as for the travel ban, I think it's the most prudent thing that we have heard so far this morning, Darlene and Michael, because just a few minutes ago we saw 2 vehicles going against traffic in our area. So that travel ban, at least until noon, we'll see if that changes and it gets extended towards later in the day. Also, important to know, we have seen videos of incidents happening with downed trees across different parts of Manhattan. In one case, we saw one downed tree coming down on top of cars. That was near Mercer Street and West 3rd Street, sending emergency crews to clear that scene from obstruction. A similar situation happening also on West 26 between 9th and 10th Avenues in Chelsea, with a large tree resting on top of some parked cars. The Department of Sanitation activating more than 5,000 workers rotating on 12-hour shifts in order to keep the streets clear. As for the people around us, well, this morning we saw a few folks with their skis out trying to find the slopes inside Central Park. Let's listen.
You don't get too many chances to ski in Central Park, and this is the place to do it and the time to do it. So 30-year-old skis, and I'm going to meet a few friends.
You're looking at live pictures of one of the MTA buses that has been going around this area. They're all fitted with those chains on the track, on the tires, to manage the movements around this area. The good thing in this part of Manhattan, you see this is Midtown between 5th Avenue and West 59th Street, that you see a little bit of blacktop on the surface of the road. That is credit to the snow plowers that have been going around. But again, and we heard Mayor Mamdani speaking about this earlier, it's tough to keep track with and keep the battle on top of the roadways and to keep them clean with the intense wind and snow that keeps falling here. Now, for many that are looking at this and are wishing to come outside, my advice is to really dress warmly, to be careful, because the crossings on the intersections, which was one of the main issues last month for many people who had to climb on top of mountains of snowdrift to get to the next road, to the next street, that's the issue here also. So between the ice, between the snow and the accumulation of snowdrift, it's really uncomfortable even to cross around. So if you're coming outside, keep that in mind, because a lot of drivers who are out do not get to see you. The visibility is really low. That is the danger that we see around at this hour. We are keeping track also on power outages. Several parts of the city, we see Queens, Staten Island, and Brooklyn, the most heavily hit, impacted by power outages. So thousands of customers at this hour with Con Edison are without electricity. That is important also. And if you see someone who needs help, as we see some folks here trying to find their way, tourists visiting New York City?
No, we live here.
You live here. Well, I gotta ask you. We got a chance here. Why come out and enjoy this? Because you did it the right way. You see, they have the winter goggles and everything.
Yeah, fully ski clothes.
Ski clothes, that's what you need.
Yeah.
Why do you want to enjoy this? The power of nature?
Yeah, the power of nature. It usually doesn't happen in New York, so. Long time.
Right?
It's been a long time, yeah.
Very different from the one in January. That was mild.
This one is stronger, way stronger. It's intense. Yeah, don't leave your home if you don't have ski goggles.
So you come from Central Park, from inside the park?
Yeah.
How could you describe it? Winter wonderland?
Yeah, it's cold, it's blizzard. So if you want to go, just get ready. Empty. Yeah.
Visibility being the main issue, probably.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, find a hot chocolate get warm. That's the kind of vibe that you see here for those who want to enjoy these conditions. And I was saying that if you find somebody outside who's in distress, remember, you can call 311. That is a support line for help in the city. And also, if you have issues with your heating system in public housing, also you can call 311. And keep in mind, as Andrew Sif mentioned, that we saw the deaths, dozens of deaths due to hypothermia. We want to avoid that this time again. So be a good neighbor if you see somebody in distress. For other than that, the kid inside me wants to enjoy this event, this winter wonderland, but conditions are very tough, I gotta say. Back to you guys.
All right, I'm sure you can get out there, Gabi, and have some fun after all the hard work you've done. Thanks so much. And our live team coverage of the winter storm does continue. Our blizzard.
Yeah, we want to head to Dave Price, heading towards Staten Island from the Bronx right now. Dave, you've been in a different location every time we talk to you. I think you were having some trouble. The vehicle was having some trouble earlier in Riverdale.
95.
We were having trouble getting up the incline in Riverdale. We are through that, though, and we're traveling right now on 87 southbound. The roads are a mess. Visibility really closing in. Flags are flying and blowing straight to the direction that we're going in, and I would say wind gusts at this point a solid 45 miles per hour. You can really, I hope you can see from the live picture, visibility not much farther than, I'd say, a quarter mile, wouldn't you, Freddie? Yeah, Freddie Luna, our photographer, photojournalist extraordinaire, agrees. We are looking at salters and plows out on the roads, but it is a rough run here. We are on our way to Staten Island. Hopefully we will be hearing from the borough president on the situation there, and certainly as it compares to the last storm. He had some criticism of not closing schools, completely. I believe we'll hear from him in just a little while and talk more about that. His concern was, at that point, closing schools because of transit issues that are specific to Staten Island. So we'll talk with him about that. We will meet with our friends and neighbors in Staten Island and see how they are faring through this storm. In the meantime, though, look at this situation. Really not optimal. The good news is, what don't you see? You do not see any road traffic at all. So we're coming up on Yankee Stadium. I think we just passed Yankee Stadium. And we're on our way over to Staten Island. It may take us a while to get there, guys.
Yeah, because on a good day, at Staten Island from where you are is a long ride. So certainly we hope you stay safe and get there with some good time. All right, Dave, thank you.
We were talking about Staten Island, and we're going to check in with Emily in just a second. We do have news from Staten Island because Staten Island Ferry Service, according to New York City Transit, is continuing to operate on a 30-minute schedule through the morning rush hour. So we just want to clear that up. Of course, hard for anyone to get around with any of these conditions right now, right, Em?
Definitely, and you need to check ahead because it's just touch and go this morning, really. Right now, suspensions with some of the subways on the sea, the Rockaway Shuttle, Staten Island Rail, and then we've got a lot of delays and service changes on a lot of lines. So just check out that MTA app before you head out. But still seeing a suspension on LIRR, New Jersey Transit. Metro North is on a modified schedule. We've got suspended on Newark to Journal Square, Hoboken to World Trade. Otherwise, dealing with delays and a lot happening with the roadways too. Route 3 eastbound, we've got an accident approaching the Turnpike Western Spur, as well as the Turnpike Inner Roadway southbound approaching exit 14, Turnpike Extension. A crash, another disabled 78th Express lanes northbound, right near exit 58, plus heading to the George, disabled vehicle. Still, it is tough. Just try to adhere to that travel ban because we're still having a lot of problems with the roadways. Closure on 84 eastbound at Route 52, so slowdowns there. Big backups, 84 eastbound. Another delay due to an accident. Big delay here. This one's at Mill Plain Road, heading into 202. And then on Long Island, LIE westbound, right near exit 66, disabled vehicle. And big delays continue this morning. Darlene, Michael, back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Emily.
Storm Team4's Maria LaRosa, Rafael Miranda, they're watching the storm closely. Rafi's looking at what's next. Maria, we're going to start with you. You know, it's interesting, these travel bans, the one in New Jersey extended to noon, Nassau County extended to 11 a.m. So we're really seeing, Maria, that, it's it's a situation that they've had to alter the response to.
Absolutely, and that we have to allow for that because this storm is still ongoing. You know, so many times, 12 hours in, we're kind of wrapping it up. I mean, we're going on, let's see, 18 hours at this point, and we still have several more to go at least. I want to give some perspective, though, too. When we look at the numbers and the numbers coming in from the snowfall, it has already felt like an endless winter season for good reason. It's been a long time since we got close to or even above average for snowfall season to date. So far this winter at Central Park, thanks to yesterday's 8.8, which was a record for the day, we're now at 31.1 inches of snowfall for this winter. That is above average. Last winter to this time, we only had 12.9 inches of snowfall. And keeping in mind, too, what we had in January, of course, our big late month snowstorm. We have topped that one, by the way, and the bitter cold that followed that took so long to melt that snow. We've only had 4 days of measurable snow. Of course, we're going to add another day today. In fact, we'll show you some of those totals, but we hope we don't repeat this, right? It took us 23 days to get to less than an inch of snow cover at Central Park because of the big snow and the cold. We are not looking ahead to that. We hope not anyway. We do have some pretty mild temperatures in the forecast, so Rafi's going to give you that good news. I'm going to show you some of these impressive totals now, some new ones coming in. Crown Heights, 18 inches of snowfall. LaGuardia, Central Park coming in with over 15 inches of snowfall. We check in on Chatham, 20 degrees. I'm losing it. 20 inches of snowfall. Newark at 18.3. Newark, by the way, one of those spots that got us to blizzard criteria, checked off all the marks. For the Hudson Valley, 14 inches of Peekskill, more than a foot in Alpine and Spring Valley. All right, so there's more to come. Right now, it's cold and all snow. We're not worried about mixing here. 29 at Central Park and Islip, as well as Bridgeport, near 30 degrees. Freehold at 28. Let's give you a little tour because this radar looks very similar to how it looked an hour, 2, 3 hours ago. And you can see those bands of heavier snowfall through portions of South Jersey and, of course, for Long Island, where we continue to see not just impressive gusts, but also some higher high tides. We're concerned about maybe some minor flood levels still with this next high tide cycle. By the way, if you have to be out and about, wind chills right now in the teens. All right, we've got an idea of how cold it's going to be for at least a little bit, Rafi, along with timing that extra snow.
Yeah, there's more snow on the way, Maria. You're showing those bands that aren't going anywhere just yet. Right now, much of the tri-state has about a foot to almost 2 feet of snow on the ground. So how much more will we see between now and 2 p.m. when this thing really starts to shut down and move away? Finally, we're still looking at another 1 to 3 inches in and around the city into Westchester. We're seeing less purple now, so that's a good sign that these bands are going to start to lose that intensity, and they're not going to be able to produce half a foot of snow anymore. But we're still looking at 3 to 5 in places like Middlesex County, which is right now pretty much a bullseye area of very high totals. Western Monmouth and Ocean County, same story there. We could see another 3 to 5, putting many over 2 feet when it's all said and done. Same story in Suffolk County. You're close to 2 feet or at 2 feet already, so we'll see additional snow as we head into the afternoon. Again, this may put us into the record books. 15.1, that was as of 7 o'clock in Central Park. We've had snow since then. It's been heavy at times. We may get close to inching in to the top 6. These are the top 6 biggest storms in Central Park history. The most recent one, 2016. 27.5 inches. I'm having deja vu from that storm already. You can see hour by hour again. The snow continues. It lingers through 11 o'clock. After 11, it gets lighter, and we see an occasional band setting up, but not as widespread as what we're seeing now. And then after lunchtime, light snow in the city. Snow does continue in Suffolk County a bit longer there. And then we do begin the melting process right away. 35 later today. Overnight tonight, watch out for icy patches. Going to freeze again. Another freezing morning as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday, and then some snow showers, but no major storms on the horizon. But there is the chance for major melting on Saturday. Sunshine and 47 can't get here fast enough. Darlene and Michael?
No, it cannot.
No, it can't.
Thank you, Rafi. We want to go live now to Paramus, New Jersey.
Storm Team 4's Sarah Wallace joins us there. Hey, Sarah.
Hey guys, actually I am in Cresskill, New Jersey, and this is the main drag of Cresskill. As you can see behind me, there are no cars on it, which is a good thing, except for a couple of plow trucks who are stopping into this bagel store that you can see over here, because actually it is open. It is one of two places here in Cresskill that is open. The other one is the pharmacy, which is really critical. As you know, people still need their medications and that kind of thing in this time of the year and with this kind of snow. Also, I do want to caution you. The driving is absolutely treacherous. A short time ago, we were up on one of the hills around here, and my photographer is driving a Chevy Suburban, and it got stuck. And we were helped out by some of the private snowplow guys who helped dig us out with shovels and that kind of thing. They did an amazing job trying to get us out. But listen, it is really hazardous, especially on any of these hills. And right now, we're seeing another band that is just whipping through here with driving snow and wind. So when we're talking about these blizzard conditions, they are continuing, and it's extremely dangerous. So we can't say this enough. Only first responders should be out, or essential workers who have to get anywhere that they need to, especially like at the pharmacy where they're helping. So, you know, just keep that in mind and be very, very careful out there. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Well, we are going to take a short break right now. We'll continue with our live team coverage of this winter storm that's dumping so much snow across our region. You're watching Today in New York. Rodriguez.
I'm Michael Gargiulo. We have been on the air since 4 a.m. this morning with live team coverage of the blizzard that has just slammed the tri-state. We're going to continue with our live snowstorm coverage. We want to get right to Storm Depor's Maria La Rosa. So a couple more hours left, Maria.
Yeah, perhaps more than a couple. Unfortunately, for everyone who's getting buried, this is an 18-hour loop of our storm. And so we have been in it. And wait till the end of it. We're still in it. All of the dark shades of blue. Starting to see maybe tapering off just a little bit far north and west. But it's going to be still a long haul before we can say goodbye to this now official blizzard where it's met the criteria criteria in a couple places. I'll talk more about that in a second. A couple of standouts when you look at this radar, standouts for you as you're looking out your window and wondering if you start the shoveling now. You notice the darker shades here. So the light blue is light snow, the dark blue, that heavier snow. And we just see it in and out of Suffolk County, in and out of the Hudson Valley, Central and South Jersey. It is still coming down from Mount Pleasant, Ramapo, through portions of Passaic and Bergen County, but still through Monmouth and Ocean County from Toms River, already an impressive foot-plus total. And that was reported a couple hours ago, and it's still snowing. We see that also from Islip, Brookhaven, and Southampton. No sign of that winding down. As we check in some of the totals here, we start off in Fairfield County, 16 inches there, Norwalk 14, over a foot in New Canaan and New Fairfield. Colts Neck right now, the latest update, 17.8 inches of snowfall there. And as I mentioned, Toms River over a foot of snow. And we head to Islip, 22.5 inches of snowfall, one of the zones that picked up officially the blizzard conditions. And Nassau County, too, impressive totals here. Syosset with over a foot of snow, about 15.1 inches there. And still that snow coming down in times 1 to 2 inches per hour. So we'll take a look at that and the forecast ahead so you can plan accordingly in that 10-day just a little bit.
All right, thanks so much. Right now, all Long Island Railroad service is suspended.
And joining us now is Long Island Railroad's President Rob Free. Thank you so much for joining us. What is the situation now, and when do you anticipate possibly getting service back up?
Well, good morning, Darlene and Michael. Thank you for having me. Currently, we're temporarily suspended due to the extreme conditions. As was reported, sustained winds of 35 miles an hour. We had gusts of 84 miles an hour out east and severe snow drifts. And what this causes is a loss of continuity between our electric trains, the third rail contact shoes, and the third rail itself. So we pre-planned an orderly shutdown in order to safely get people to their final destinations. The last thing we want is to strand the train where rescue operations would be perilous in these types of conditions. So we did an orderly shutdown. So our crews, 1,800 of them who worked through the night to try and get service back, have been out in the field in these conditions, working as hard as they can to clear the snow. But you know, it's like the roads. When they clear something, the wind comes and just blows the snow right back on it. So we continue to go through that. We're operating patrol trains, de-icer trains, to do everything we can to get service back, but we will not do so until it's safe to perform service.
And there's so much, right, that's out of your control that you're going to be monitoring throughout the day. When you think, with your experience looking ahead to even this afternoon or tomorrow, what are your thoughts?
Well, we have to wait for the snow and the wind to stop so we can really perform a full assessment. We're actually seeing vehicles getting stuck at the grade crossings because of the snow. We've had a couple trees down. So we need to really perform a thorough assessment. The crews are out there, but as I said, as they clear, the conditions just go back to what they were. So once the weather calms down, we can do a full assessment to determine what level of service we can provide. We're looking to provide service, but we need to do so safely.
We certainly do. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us this morning, and certainly good luck and stay safe to all your employees.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having us. Stay safe.
Okay. Now, from Long Island, we want to go to Manhattan and Times Square.
News 4's Erica Byfield is there. Erica, good morning.
Good morning. I can barely see you, but good morning from Times Square. As we can tell, the snow is still flowing in sideways, literally coating the left side of my face here. I'm going to turn around so that I can get my thoughts together. But as you can see here behind me, there are a lot of people out here enjoying the snow. We've seen a lot of snowball fights. I've seen some snow angels, and I've seen a lot of actually snowmen out here. People are telling us that they just wanted to be in this iconic location because the snow is falling, and it is absolutely gorgeous here in Times Square, given that all the lights from all these billboards are shining down on the snow. From what I can tell, talking to people out here, we're seeing locals, we're seeing lots of tourists, though, as you can imagine, because this is a place you want to be when things are happening quite like this. We're also still seeing a lot of snowplows coming through the area. I can tell you, when I made my way through the city to try to get to this location, on the FDR, things were moving rather normally, honestly. It was kind of surprising. But as soon as you hit the side streets back into the heart of Manhattan, that is when things started to really slow down. I also saw not only DOT crews, I can't even see you, DOT crews, but other officials here working to get the snow off the streets. And something else that stood out to me, and someone else that we were talking to just moments ago, is just how clear some of these sidewalks are. We can tell that the employees at these companies, at these buildings, are out here and they're trying to shovel away all this snow. So they're making it a little bit easier on foot as you're trying to get around, as you compare this storm to the last one that we had here. But again, right now in Times Square, the snow is still coming down sideways. People are here with me, and we're all just kind of marveling in its beauty. Back to you.
Erica, well, two things. First of all, we've got to get you Linda Beccaro and Tracy Strand snow goggle models. We've got to get them to you right away. But you know what's interesting, I think, for so many people visiting New York and those of us New Yorkers, I was in that area Saturday. It was like a nice night. You know, the snow was clear. It's just hard to believe how it's been transformed in 24 hours.
It really is. It is really everything, as you can imagine, is coated in snow. We can see the Times Square Alliance employees out here trying to clear away as much of it as possible, but people are still enjoying it as much as they can. Of course, this is a place to come take photos. You can see here off to my right now, these people are dancing in the snow, probably making some kind of TikTok or Instagram video. People are just enjoying themselves. This crew here rolling through. Hi. Hi. Yes. Oh my goodness. Look at her feet. Look at, wait, ma'am, come back. Look at their shoes. So I guess the way you weather this, ma'am, tell me about what you're doing here.
Keeping my feet dry.
Where are you from?
England.
England.
Yeah.
And are you just desperate at this point?
Yes. Could cry.
How long have you been out today?
I didn't want to come out. First time.
What are you thinking, and why are you strolling through Times Square?
We're going to buy some shoes, some proper shoes.
Yeah, all right. Yes, if you can't tell what she has on her feet, she has plastic bags wrapped around her shoes. And she's not the only one in her crew who's dressed that way right now. Yes. Yes, exactly. Well, thank you for stopping and chatting with us. I guess you have to get creative if you're a tourist and you don't have the proper footwear. But yes, this is the scene here in Times Square.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? Well, we get it, right? You want to keep your feet dry because that's what matters.
That's the most
Thank
important.
you, Erica.
Thanks, Erica.
We want to head back down to the Jersey Shore. Winds have been whipping around all morning.
Jen Maxfield live in Spring Lake, New Jersey. Jen, you said you've been on the boardwalk many times, but not like this.
I've run up and down this boardwalk countless times, Michael. It's a great place to go for a walk or a jog. Not doing that today, but we are going to show you around. By the way, I wish that I could lend my ski goggles and boots to Erica and the tourists from England, but I'll tell you, we really need them here in Spring Lake. We've been here since very early this morning. And the way that the snow is accumulating and the way that it's been coming in sideways, this wind from this blizzard has been relentless for hours now. But check this out. As you walk from the beach here on Sussex, this is the Sussex Street entrance, back to Ocean Ave, the drifting of the snow that has happened because of all of this wind is really unbelievable. And I'm 5'6", it's practically up to my knees. So I need snowshoes so I cannot sink into the snow too much. But the travel ban remains in effect throughout all 21 counties in New Jersey. And the wind's still pushing into us here. So I've got my snow goggles on. But I'll tell you, unlike Erica Byfield in Times Square, it is quiet as can be here. There is nobody out. We're going to show you some video that we took earlier today so that you can come see what we saw from the boardwalk without actually having to walk down here. Kind of an interesting look there at the ocean from here in Spring Lake. Not something you see every day in the middle of a blizzard. But as I mentioned, we haven't seen any private vehicles, just snowplows and emergency vehicles. But we did run into one very kind neighbor who was using his snowblower, not just for his sidewalk, but to clear for a bunch of his neighbors as well. Take a listen.
It's a good feeling to be able to get out to help neighbors. It's relatively easy. Everything's moving smoothly now. The snow's not too wet, so it's pretty easy to pick up with the snowblower. The last storm was more of a hassle because it froze for almost 3 weeks afterwards. Supposedly the weather's supposed to be a lot better tomorrow, so hopefully it starts to melt right away.
Well, here's to hoping. Now, the plow trucks have been around Spring Lake all morning, but take a look behind us here. Again, this is Ocean. This is the Essex and Sussex property here behind us, and it's just deserted. There's not a car in sight. And the plow trucks have been coming by repeatedly, but other than that, people are really taking the advice of emergency officials to stay home, stay safe, stay off the roads until at least 12 noon. And we know that most mass transit, New Jersey Transit, not running right now either. So we know that hopefully there are not a whole lot of reasons for people to go out in these conditions. And it's great to see people, at least here where we are in Monmouth County, staying in. And this part of the state has its own set of challenges right now. Taking a look at the, of course, there is one person out who always has something to yell, right? It's always got to be that one guy. But anyway, so the power outage situation, we've got 25,000 plus people here in Monmouth County without power right now, and more than 100,000 people south of us in Ocean County without power right now. So serious storm, serious situation, and again, most people staying in. That's the latest live from Spring Lake. I'm Jen Maxfield, now sending it back to you in the studio.
And Jen handling that one guy like a pro, like she
always does.
Right. Thank you, Jen.
All right, our live team coverage of our blizzard does continue right now.
Our Dave Price has been on the move all morning. You're on the BQE now, headed to Staten Island. Last time we talked to you, you were on the Deegan.
Yeah, we actually pulled off to Williamsburg, checking out local conditions here. We're going to get on the move right now. We're going to switch our cameras and head back on to the BQE. We're on our way to Staten Island. And just so you know, if you're scoring at home, we have been to every borough. We did that this morning, and we did it last night as well to check on road conditions. I will tell you, excuse me, they vary significantly based on where you are. We were up in the North Bronx. The roads there were, I don't want to say impassable, but certainly a significant amount of snow on those roads. I want to show you now as we get on the BQE. Still a fair amount of snow. They're plowing. I mean, we've got a plow right in front of us right there, getting off probably onto Tillery Street. But it's just hard to keep up with the amount of snow, number one. And number two, we've got wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. So it's certainly a challenge to plow up on this. This is a New York City environmental protection plow. So keep in mind that the good news out of this, from what you're seeing visually in front of our vehicle, is that people really are, as the morning has progressed, staying off the roads. You know, we had a little bit of a concern early this morning that after sunrise, folks would go rogue, as, you know, we often do. We make our rules to make life and business work here. But I think people did two things. Number one, they got that stark warning from both the mayor and the governor declaring a state of emergency, and the states of emergency declared by our surrounding governors as well. And certainly the situation out on the island with the enormous amount of snow there. This pretty much took road traffic in many locations to a close. And while a lot of people would like to rely on mass transit, what we know from this storm, these winds, is that it can complicate even that. And we have seen that both with New Jersey Transit, Long Island Transit, delays with the MTA. I would imagine that we're going to continue to see that through the day. As we take a look at the airport situation, several thousand cancellations. For anyone watching who has not been through this drill in New York, who is saying to themselves, well, I'm just going to, book for tomorrow. Number one, most likely that's an impossibility at this point because those flights are probably booked. And number two, to be on the safe side, it will take our airports a full 36 hours to begin to get back to normal. Remember, there aren't planes and pilots and crews sitting there. What airlines do in conditions like this is they remove the hardware and they remove their crews, so the rest of the country, through the ripple effect, isn't paralyzed by a storm system that rolls through, a quartile of the country, if you will. So even if you have something scheduled tomorrow morning, I certainly wouldn't be a Las Vegas bettor that those flights are going to go. They will begin to trickle in. Today is a day from, let's say, noon on when airport personnel, Port Authority personnel will begin to clear those runways and get the airports back into shape. But you still got to get all that equipment in. You've still got to recover those schedules. So flyers, beware. As far as road traffic goes, we've shown you we're still on the BQE right now. Some ponding water there. Keep in mind that although Rafael and Maria, if you pay attention to their forecasts, have talked about the fact that we are going to see some beneficial warming, and a lot of this will begin to melt toward the end of the week. Tonight, we're going to see sub-freezing conditions staying with us. We're still going to see gusty winds. So tomorrow morning is going to be very tricky. So as many of us think, we're like skiers at the starting gate on a downhill with all that kinetic energy to restore the norm in New York City. That's simply not going to be the case. There's too much snow. The temperatures will be too cold. And I don't think tomorrow will be a normal morning commute at all. I would expect that we're going to see the pressure on a lot of people to commute via technology and to stay at home. Don't know what will happen with the New York City school system. We'll hear from the mayor or the school systems in surrounding communities. When you've got, in some cases 22, 24, 26 inches of snow on the ground, you have got a colossal task in front of you. We're looking at power outages in some locations, trees down. So this recovery will not be an on-off light switch at all. We continue to look at roadways while relatively clear. Would you say conditions are pretty good, Freddie?
Some lanes are.
If you look, actually, that's a good point. If you look on the left hand of your screen, that's where there hasn't been a lot of traffic, and clearly the plows haven't concentrated. There is a clear pathway with tire tracks, and that's where conditions are better. But right now, again, heading to another area where the roadway is slippery and there is accumulating snow of at least an inch or two. Again, visibility is, I'm going to say, down to less than a quarter of a mile. So very, very messy conditions. We're going to head out to Staten Island. We're going to speak to the Beep there, see what is going on there and how his constituents feel they are being served. And we are making sure that Staten Island, the Bronx, all of the 5 boroughs, no one feels neglected or not covered. We will bring you those stories and those pictures a little later on this morning. In the meantime, open for questions if you have, or we'll send it right back to you for more coverage.
Dave, we're going to let you and Freddie get on the Gowanus and head towards Staten Island uninterrupted. And we want to check in with Emily right now because we're looking a little bit at ferry service, and it's really, really trying to deal with the conditions as well, Em.
Yeah, we're still seeing a lot of suspensions, delays. Of course, Staten Island Ferry, it is running every 30 minutes now, so definitely want to check ahead, especially with the subways. We do have suspension, though, on the Sea, the Rockaway Shuttle, Staten Island Rail, and a lot of delays. Service changes. So MTA app, that's going to be your best friend as you head out. Modified schedule on Metro North. Suspension continues on LIRR, New Jersey Transit Path. We've got suspension Newark to Journal Square, Hoboken to World Trade Center. And then the travel ban, that continues for a few more hours. Lots going on in New Jersey. Route 3 eastbound approaching 17. A crash, one on the New Jersey Turnpike Interroadway southbound approaching Raymond Boulevard to the Turnpike extension, as well as 78 express lanes into 58. Well, it was the George Washington Bridge, and visibility, it's still going to be really tough to get out there. We had a disabled vehicle heading to the George right near Route 4, so that's going to really affect your ride. But don't get out if you don't have to. 84 eastbound at Route 52 looks like that has reopened now, but we still have this closure. 84 eastbound right near Old Ridgebury Road. This is in Danbury. And then on Long Island, LIE, it's still a treacherous go. Westbound right near Sills Road. This is been out there for a while, but even through Nassau County, it's just going to be a tough ride getting to where you need to be. And of course, alternate side parking rules, they are suspended today. Darlene, Michael, back to you.
All right, and thanks so much. Storm Team 4's Maria LaRosa, Rafael Miranda. They're watching this storm closely.
They are. Rafael tracking what comes next. We begin with Maria and how things are looking right now, Maria.
Well, it's looking a lot like it did last hour, which looked a lot like the hour before. Our big storm system still churning. It is moving and continuing to move away, but just these bands have set up, and so the actual snowfall is certainly taking its time. Starting to see, actually, just in the last, say, half hour, that line sort of trying to pivot back off to the east. So we'll watch that trend closely, but we're going to give you a little tour and see where some of that heaviest snowfall is coming down. And you have it on Route 17 up the thruway as well into Rockland and Orange counties. It may be heavy at times in through Fairfield County, Danbury. You're in some of that darker blue, as is parts of Bergen County, Passaic County. We're talking about how you don't want to be out on the roadways. It's not getting any easier weather-wise in a lot of these places, including Toms River, Ocean County. I've been watching that darker shade of blue all morning long, and so we've had some pretty impressive snow totals in through South Jersey. And we know Suffolk County as well. This is a 2-hour loop, and you can see that snow really not moving very much as far as the intensity part from Southampton, Brookhaven, Islip, Patchogue, Sayville too, and some of the snow totals coming in really support that look. Wisconsin, over 2 feet of snow. So this is the latest number. We officially have the 2-foot club here from Southampton, 24 inches, almost there. In Quogue, we've got Islip at 22.5, and Orient also over 20 inches of snowfall. Let's check around the city. Crown Heights approaching that 20-inch mark. Mott Haven and LaGuardia over a foot to almost a foot and a half. Central Park 15.1. Now this was taken a couple hours ago. It has continued to snow since this measurement was taken, and 8.8 inches of that fell just yesterday. East Meadow now in the 20-plus club too. We've got 20.8 inches there. Wantagh at 17.1. So it felt like an endless winter month. Only 4 days with measurable snowfall. Of course, yesterday one of them. Will add another one here. But I think what made it seem so endless was how cold this month started and how previous snowstorm, that snow didn't go anywhere. It took us 23 days after that snowfall to get less than an inch of snow cover at Central Park, and we were finally getting to see grass, and now we have this blizzard. We still have the gusty winds too. We've been seeing that across all of our reporters out there. 52 latest gusts in White Plains. Montauk has been pretty consistent in that department as well. So that means we can still have blizzard conditions. So these warnings are up through the next few hours at least across the area. And remember, we officially got 2 blizzard conditions. What checks off the list? You need sustained winds at 35 miles per hour or greater and a 1/4 mile visibility due to blowing snow. You don't need a lot of snow. You just need that visibility to come down, and you need that for 3 consecutive hours, which is difficult. But we hit a couple spots from Teterboro, Islip, and Newark. Looking at Coney Island, reduced visibility because that snow is still coming down hard. So we want to take you the next few hours, and yes, even the next few days, which has us all over the place emotionally, Ravi, because we've got some snow, but we've got some milder temperatures too.
And that is one of the big differences between this storm and the last one, of course. We will start the melting process pretty quickly. You can see tomorrow we're back down below freezing. That's only for 1 day, though, and then we rebound. It won't be nice. We have some rain and snow showers during this period, but high temperatures above freezing for 3 days in a row. On the flip side, we're going to have some below freezing temperatures overnight, so we'll have a little bit of that icing overnight, icy patches that we have to watch out for. And then the weekend. I'm really holding on to this and focusing on this right now to get us through today. Saturday, 47, Sunday, 47. Saturday looks beautiful. Lots of sunshine as well. We will melt a lot of the snow. I'm not sure how long this snow will last. I feel like it's going to last a long time because the numbers are so high, but we'll have to see. It's competing with the higher sun angle this time of year and the warmer temperatures and maybe some rain, hopefully, to wash it away. I think we've had enough snow for most of us. Even us snow lovers are ready to be done with it. Cold again next week, and then we see a rebound back into the 40s this time of year. It just has to warm up. That's just going to happen because we're headed towards March. So this is what it feels like in Central Park today for everyone heading out to play in the snow. Again, snow tapering off around 1, 2 o'clock. Wind chill stay in the teens and 20s. It's cold, but it's nothing like the worst that we've seen this winter. Again, the snow forecast, we're not done yet, but we're not expecting a whole lot more. Generally 1 to 3. maybe 3 to 5 in this persistent band that's been camped over the Jersey Shore, up through Staten Island, Manhattan, into Nassau County as well. Fairfield County, you may see another 3 to 5 inches, but I think we're done with about 80% of the snow that you're going to get, probably on the ground already. We had 15 inches on the ground in Central Park as of 7 a.m. Now we're probably up to 18, maybe 19. We're getting close to the top 6 biggest snowstorms in Central Park's history. Now, keep in mind, you see a lot of recent years here, 2016, 2006, 2010. You probably remember a lot of these. These records go back to the 1800s, 1869, but we happen to have had a lot of the big whopper storms over the past few years. You can see in our exclusive 10-day forecast, no more big storms on the horizon. We have some rain and snow showers on Wednesday, Thursday night into Friday morning, maybe some light snow. And then, yes, the weekend looks fantastic. It does get cold again next week, but then we bounce back quickly, and we will bounce back from this storm as well. Darlene and Michael.
Thanks so much, Rafi. We want to take a look now at some current power outages. Con Edison reporting about 2,900 customers without power. JCP&L, nearly 76,000 customers impacted, most of them in Monmouth and Ocean counties. PSEG in New Jersey, just over 3,400. PSEG Long Island, more than 15,000.
So now, if you have plans to fly today, this is what you're heading into. This is actually a live look. Somewhere in there is Newark Liberty Airport. You cannot see much. So here are the flight delays and cancellations at this hour. At JFK, this is JFK, 1,109 flights that have been affected. LaGuardia, 1,031. Newark Liberty, almost many there, 875. So you can just see what a difficult situation is for anyone trying to fly anywhere.
Most definitely. New York City public school students, they're having a traditional snow day today, but families across the 5 boroughs are wondering what tomorrow may bring. Mayor Mamdani addressed their concerns a short time ago.
So we are doing everything we can to get schools ready. We will have an update for families and students and staff sometime this afternoon. Right now, our focus is on making sure we have an accurate reading of the weather and that we have an accurate reading of our city's response.
Of course, remember, you can check snowplow progress in your neighborhood at nyc.gov/plownyc. We're going to take a short break here. We will continue with our live team coverage of this winter storm dumping a whole lot of snow across our region.
You're watching Today in New York.
Good morning to you. It is Monday, February 23rd. I'm Rana Novini.
I'm Michael Gargiulo. We're continuing with our snowstorm live team coverage. It is a blizzard that we've been through and are going through. So let's get right to Storm Team 4's Maria LaRosa. Maria.
All right, I'm just going to start with a little perspective because we had daily record snowfall yesterday, Central Park, 8.8 inches, and that has set us over the edge for well above average at this point now to date. So we're now at 31.1 inches of snow so far this season. Compare that to last year, just 12.9 inches. Okay, that's just Central Park. We continue to get in new totals, so let's take a tour from Fairfield County, Bridgeport, 16 inches for you, Ridgefield, 14.5. We've got over a foot from New Canaan, Stamford, and Norwalk with snow still falling. Keep in mind, some of these totals are a few hours old, and it has been snowing since they were taken. Head to South Jersey with Howell at 18.2 inches. Lakewood and Forked River almost a foot and a half from Leisureton at 14.8 inches there. Lanoka Harbor at 14 inches. Hudson Valley, Irvington coming in, new to the list here, almost 20 inches of snowfall there. Armonk at 15.5. Peach Lake coming in at 14 inches, and we're over a foot now in that 13-inch range from New Rochelle and Monroe in Orange County there. And into North Jersey, Ridgefield, 20-plus inches officially there. Hoboken coming in at just under 20 inches. Same for Cresskill and Montclair. Kearney to 19 inches at this point, the latest observation. On top of the snow, the winds have been howling. We've seen that all throughout this morning with all of our live shots with our reporters. But look at some of these numbers. Montauk Point peaking at 84 miles per hour. Stony Brook, Southold, as well as Eaton's Neck and Kew Gardens Hills over 60, 70 miles per hour. We're still seeing them out of the northwest right now, still consistently at least over 20 to 30 miles per hour. Looks like we've clocked in at 40 mile per hour gusts just in the last hour at Bridgeport. So here's the big picture of our storm system. Notice the trend. Maybe fewer shades of the darker blue along with the background dropping out there. That's a data issue. But it's still snowing heavily at times, especially in those darker shades of blue. So we continue to track it from eastern Suffolk County. So Southampton, Brookhaven, as well as into Patterson, just to the west of the New Jersey Turnpike. This band has been persistent for the last several hours. Linden included, Perth Amboy. We've been getting some really incredible snow totals there. Also into Ocean County. This has basically stayed put, and so you're talking about 20-plus inches of snowfall over the last 3 hours with more snow coming down in that point. This is going to be something. So we still see that spinning around that main area of low pressure. You factor in the winds and temperatures now that are in the upper 20s to near 30 degrees. Wind chill's a factor, obviously, but really a factor when you're talking about trying to get out there and maybe take care of the driveway. We've got, it feels like temperatures in the teens at Newark and Merrick, as well as White Plains. It feels like 13 degrees there. It certainly looks the part of a blizzard. We have officially met that criteria at Newark and Islip, Teterboro, several other locations, so there's no question this has been a blizzard, and the snow is still falling. Crews doing their best to get roadways cleared right now, but you can see the flags on the plaza whipping. So coming up, we're going to talk about the wind forecast, key to kind of getting up and about later today and tomorrow for travel, but also the warming temperatures will really help us this time around, unlike the last snowstorm. So we'll talk all about that coming up in just a little bit, guys.
Okay, Maria, thank you so much.
All right, let's go to New Jersey now. Tracy Strand is live in Bloomfield, New Jersey, with more on conditions there. And Tracy, you've been watching the roads behind you to see if people are getting out even though they're not supposed to.
That's the problem, but we do have a convoy right now coming on the Garden State Parkway where the speed limit now is 35 miles per hour, and for good reason. Now you can see we're still in whiteout conditions here, even though it's gotten actually a little better than it was hours ago when we started. Keep in mind that travel ban that was supposed to end at 7 a.m. has been extended by New Jersey State Police until 12 o'clock. But even then, well, you never know. We see a lot of plows on the roadway now, a lot of salt trucks as well, and those who have ventured out, maybe they're essential workers, they have their hazards on and they're going slow. Now, again, this is one of the worst blizzards we've seen in so long here in New Jersey. I had the chance to speak to the Essex County Executive, Joe DiVincenzo, really about how they're going to handle what's next. he basically said right now they're trying to figure out where to put all of this snow at this point because they're still dealing with the last storm. And again, only essential workers on the roadway right now. This travel ban in effect since what? Yesterday, 9 o'clock last night. And I know my husband was doing a slow ride from the city to get back to New Jersey, and he wasn't alone. Now, the shoveling, that's up to you, but as you send it back to you, the goggles have been a talking point all morning. If you see the NBC New York social media page. Now, Jen Maxfield, Linda Beccaro, they have the very chic ski goggles. I know I look like I'm in a laboratory right now, but if you come back outside, this is exactly what you need. And because she's done such a fantastic job doing her reporting, we've all decided to get together and reward Jessica Cunnington, her first goggles for snow coverage. I mean, snow golf cap for that. Am I right, Michael?
Oh,
she deserves
yes.
it.
But Trace, I got to get you some Oakleys too because you do look like
I
you're working in the lab.
No. Scientist Tracy. Now, is Jessica going to get the lab goggles or is she going to get the ski goggles?
Snow scientist, right?
That's it.
Zell gave me the hardware goggles out of the garage, and thank God he did.
Trace will be doing some welding after this. All right, Trace, thanks so much.
Tracy, thank you. Thank you for that look, Tracy. All right, we want to head now to the city, get a live report from Queens.
That's right, News 4's Andrew Siff. Andrew's live for us in Jackson Heights. You're really a key spot where you are because you got everything going on there. Mass transit, people trying to get across. What's happening?
Everything going on, but where are my goggles? Michael? I mean, you know, Tracy, is there some kind of embargo on sending goggles across the river? I'll talk to Tracy about that later, but I could have benefited. But let's take a look at Jackson Heights. This is the main drag. This is 37th Avenue. You don't see any cars. We have seen people out sledding on 37th Avenue. We've seen a lot of dogs. We've seen a lot of walking. We've seen a lot of shoveling. And what we want to tell you is people are taking the travel ban and the emergency seriously. There's a diner on the corner here that's always open. They're not open today. And one of the reasons for that, I spoke with the owner, and there was real consideration and concern for the people that have to work at small businesses. It's one thing to open up yourself, but who's going to run this thing? Who's going to stock the back room with food? Who's going to get everything ready? And that can be multiplied thousands of times over at small businesses across New York City today. Some are open, but many made the decision to not open because of the severity of this storm.
Just thinking about the workers, we live here a block and a half away, so it was okay for us, but for the rest of them, it was a bit difficult for them to get here, so.
Right, especially there's like a travel ban. I mean, theoretically, they could take the, the bus or the subway or whatever, but how difficult would that be?
I don't see it possible. A lot of our workers work within walking distance, but we live closest, so we decided to close.
Now, back live now, you're looking at a bus stop. The Q49 and Q47 buses stop there. This is one of about 14,000 bus stops in New York City. And you may recall from the storm at the end of January, there was a lot of concern and criticism that the bus stops took days to clear. Well, the city has taken a different approach this time. They are using geotagging. What is that? Well, that's actually a sanitation supervisor goes out to the scene of every bus stop, and as soon as they've cleared it, they enter it in a map so they know they've gotten to that. And that includes bus stops that are traditionally the responsibility of private landlords to clear. There's no time to get into that concern when you have a blizzard of this severity. The mayor talked about that earlier this morning.
This is an advancement since the last storm's response, where we now have geotagging of every bus stop, every crosswalk. And that's to ensure that the city has a clear sense of when we were last there and how we can get through all of these. Because New Yorkers deserve to be able to get across their city, whether they're pedestrians, drivers, bus riders, taking the train, or even cyclists. And so that's why, alongside being able to track Plow NYC, we have internal metrics around bike lanes as well as around this geotagging as well.
Yeah, the city, the mayor's office, the sanitation department, DOT, they seem to have taken a more aggressive posture towards this storm. A couple of factors in play. Other than the wind, they knew this was coming, and so they really staffed up in terms of the shovelers and in terms of the technology. As you just heard the mayor talk about, what they're saying is geotagging. It's data entry, but they're doing it minute by minute from the field, entering these bus stops and sidewalks into the central command database, and that is helping them keep track of the storm, even as the snow continues to fall as we speak. We're live in Jackson Heights. Andrew Siff, News 4 New York. Back to you guys.
Andrew Siff, you showed us the mayor there, so the mayor's going to be making an announcement in a couple hours about the school day tomorrow. Today is the traditional no school, no remote school day, which we did not have during the last storm. But they were able to do that because they got the variance from the 180 days. So, Andrew, my question is, now this is going to be a challenge about tomorrow. If Andrew's still there, hopefully he can give it.
Yep. Yeah, this is the key question. Do you make tomorrow a remote day? Do you make tomorrow a regular school day? Because depending on the snow totals and when things stop, it's certainly part of the equation. One of the things they talked about when the mayor said he wanted to make today a traditional school day was that there were thousands of kids who may not have the devices required for the remote day, and that's because this snowstorm comes right at the end of February break, and in some schools, they hand out those laptops and iPads when they know the storm is coming, but this is coming after break. They didn't have a chance to do that. So if they're going to make it a remote day tomorrow, aren't they facing the same problem? So that is something that'll clearly be part of the equation. Also, if the snow is really going to be wrapping up early enough in the afternoon, they might think they have enough of an opportunity to get things clear enough for the school buses to run tomorrow and send kids back to school. A lot riding on that, and we anticipate a decision this afternoon.
All right. A lot of people will be closely watching what happens there, Andrew. Thanks for that explanation. We appreciate it.
Andrew, thank you. And of course, a lot of kids who are off school today, hoping to get outside at some point today, hopefully when the winds die down, get to play in that snow. Central Park, of course, a hot spot for sledding and playing. We have Gabby Acevedo there now live. And Gabby, we also know that travel ban is in effect in the city, but hopefully you're going to see some kids out there later on this afternoon.
I think so. I think they'll come enjoy the winter wonderland. We've seen some adults already with skis going around, making their way. We are at Midtown, 59th Street near 5th Avenue by Grand Army Plaza. In terms of the travel ban, still in effect, and you can see the situation here near 5th Avenue where an hour ago I showed you guys some blacktop on the surface of the road, but at this hour, not so much. That's the intensity of the snowfall that keeps drifting the snow into the roadway, even though the sanitation workers have been doing a consistent job and detail of going around the area, basically in groups of two. Every two trucks goes around. 20 minutes later, 2 more trucks go around and try to keep up the pace. Obviously, this is an area that is important for tourism and for the hotel industry here in Midtown, so they want to keep it as safe as possible. What we do see, as you see folks walking around, those that don't have any rush, it's probably because they're tourists trying to enjoy this. But also New Yorkers. We've spoken to a few of them. You heard a couple in my last hit that we're talking about just coming to enjoy the force, the power of nature as we continue to see the snow falling with the wind picking up in intensity. This is the area next to 5th Avenue. Now, as we pan around, our photojournalist Alex Plasencia will show us the Grand Army Plaza section here. Very low visibility, even for people walking around. It was certainly a challenge for us to move across Midtown to get to our position here earlier this morning, and I see that that's the case for many folks who are out here. But what you see is people taking photos, I guess, getting a memory of a moment. If you have the chance to come to New York City and you didn't plan for this to happen, but it caught you in this now official blizzard, then there you go. You have the chance to have some memories that will last a lifetime. A strong wind gust just picked up right now and impacted us at this moment. And that's what you see. People who are just coming out. These people are walking actually in the middle of the street in the roundabout. This is not even the sidewalk. So I guess that's the issue also when you see cars coming. We have seen at least 2 cars going against traffic near us. Very dangerous conditions, not only because of the the visibility, but also because of the slickness of the road, as you're looking at live pictures here from West 59th Street and Central Park South. More people than before coming outside, complicated for many, just to, walk around and get a chance to look up and enjoy this. And those who don't know the inner part of Central Park and walking around have that concern that they don't know where they're going, and there's no GPS that can help you really at this time. What else I can tell you? We're keeping an eye out also on the situation with the power outages across New York. We know that parts of Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens have thousands of Canadians and customers who have been in the dark pretty much since overnight. We started our day around midnight. At that hour, Rana and Michael, that's when the wind started howling really strongly, and it hasn't really let down since. So we're talking about 8 hours or more of this consistent weather, extreme weather conditions for us around here. A reminder, and we know what happened in January with the deaths due to hypothermia, homeless people who were left, who were out and about and didn't have a chance to find a shelter or decided not to. You have their system on 311. That is the support line, 311. If you see somebody in distress that needs to find a shelter or a warming center, there's also buses that are warming spaces if they need to. And if you have an issue with your heating system in public housing, also 311. We want to avoid what happened in January with those dozens of deaths. And we see that this situation continues to be complicated for many outside. We're coming at this hour here to Central Park. As for the children, classic snow day. Andrew was also mentioning the fact that tomorrow we still don't know how it's going to go down, if it's going to be a virtual day or if it's going to be an in-person classroom day. But nonetheless, going to Rana's point, we expect to find many children coming outside. But I would suppose, being a parent, that many are not coming outside because it's still too dangerous for children given this strong wind and the extreme weather that we're seeing still at this hour. Many have started to ski their way across Midtown Manhattan towards Central Park. I guess it is a winter wonderland that many want to experience today. Gaby Acevedo, back to you guys.
Minimize the danger that is still out
Certainly
there.
don't.
Gabby,
All right.
thank you.
We want to go back to New Jersey now, down to the Jersey Shore, Manasquan, and Charles Watson is there. Charles, what are the conditions like?
Yeah, Michael, actually, we're here in Bayhead, and this blizzard is giving us everything it got. We stayed down here overnight, and I was expecting when we woke up this morning that we would have some light snow, maybe a little wind, but that is not the case. We still have bands of snow that are falling here, and we've got the wind, which is whipping that snow around, making it very hard to see really past the block down here in Bayhead. So conditions are still pretty difficult. And as that wind picks up, it almost feels like someone took the snow and put it in the bucket and just like threw it in your face with that whipping wind. I'm actually just catching my breath because when we came out, we spent maybe an hour shoveling our vehicles out of the snow. You can see it is pretty deep right now. I can't even imagine how deep this is out in the streets. This is after plow trucks have come through these secondary streets and the main road several times to sort of plow the snow out of the way to make sure it's, at least passable for some of these vehicles. But it is hard for these crews to keep up with this when you consider it has been snowing nonstop for hours at this point. Another issue is for folks when they start to come outside, when they walk on the sidewalks, they're definitely going to have some trouble, right? It's really hard to walk in, and once you get to the sidewalk, you can really see how deep it is. This fence over here, half of it covered in snow. And this is what folks down here in Bayhead have been dealing with. The good news right now is that there aren't a lot of people out right now. They've been heeding those warnings, those travel restrictions to stay inside. So the salt spreaders and the plow trucks and the utility trucks, they have all the room that they need to do the work that they need to start some of this cleanup. Now, down here in Bayhead overnight, there were definitely some issues with power outages and power lines coming down. I can tell you at least 5 or 6 times overnight we saw bright flashes light up the sky. And in one case, when we went to investigate, those were power lines that had come falling down on some of the main streets. It prompted a response from the fire department and police, who, they tell us that those lines caught fire, and then, they had to come and block the street off, take some extra precautions to make sure people are as safe as possible. But right now, really a ghost town. Not a lot of people out right now, and for good reason. And we've been talking about those goggles all morning. I definitely need them because my glasses are not doing the job for me out here with the snow continuing to whip around. Michael, Darlene.
Charles, first of all, here's a rule we're going to make. You can't shovel out the car and then try to do an 8-minute long live shot and walk around in the deep snow. So you need to take a break somewhere.
Yes.
So just relax.
I'm trying.
You did a great and amazing job, and we really, really appreciate it.
He does it all. Charles.
Okay, thanks a lot, Charles.
All right, speaking of goggles.
That's right.
We have News 4's Jessica Cunnington standing by in Islip, Long Island. Jessica, I don't know if you heard, a few minutes ago, Tracy Strahan told us that she, Jen Maxfield, the others with the goggles, they're going to be getting you your own pair, so you're going to be hooked up for the next time.
I am so honored, and that is the biggest breaking news of this blizzard. Michael, you have been there from the beginning. You saw it happen in real time. Everyone pops on TV this morning, bright and early at 4 a.m., and I'm like, everyone's talking about their goggles. But you know what I've come to understand, and shout out to everyone showing love to me on social media and also to all of the goggles. But someone pointed out, they were like, girl, the fur is protecting you. And I was like, you know what? I think you're right. It's been over a decade of storm coverage for me, and it never dawned on me to even think about getting goggles. So I am so honored, and I was cracking up as I heard Tracy break that news in her live shot not too long ago. So I am just, it makes me feel warm on this blizzardy day. It makes me feel warm. So thank you so much for keeping up with our story and our little goggle bit for the morning. But I want to bring you up to speed on where we are. We are in Islip now. I'll let you take a look behind me because, yeah, last check, which was honestly a couple of hours ago at this point, they recorded here in Islip 22.5 inches, and it has obviously not stopped snowing, so we know that it is more than that at this point. The wind, I guess, I want to say it's not as bad, but I'm afraid to jinx ourselves. And if you take a look at this video, this is just some of the action that we've seen across Islip. Again, dealing with more than 22 inches of snow. The DPW crews have been out since yesterday at noon, and they are not stopping because there's a lot of work to do. And I spoke briefly with the head of DPW here in Islip. He said the main message he wants everyone to hear very clearly is be patient. Take a listen.
The biggest message we want to get across to the folks is that although it may appear that we weren't down your street, we certainly were. We will continue to go at it. We appreciate if you be patient, stay off the road. If you have a car in the road, if you could please remove it. If you could be patient, the cleanup really starts at the end of the storm. At that point, we're going to cover the driveway again. It's not something we get any joy out of. We don't appreciate doing it, but it's part of us getting the snow off the road. So if people could be understanding about that, we'd appreciate that. And we will get to their road.
We will get to your road, so just a little patience. He also said, hey, if you are out and about and you do see our guys behind the wheel of the snowplows, oh, they're waving right now. He says, do exactly what we're doing. Throw them a little wave, throw them a smile. It's been a long night. It's about to be a long night tonight as they continue to deal with this, because again, as soon as the snow finally stops, whenever that's going to be, they will be able to really attack the cleanup. And as we take you across the street, look at all of those American flags on top of this diner here on Main Street in Islip. You could see them just whipping in the wind. That is just a little glimpse of what we have been battling really since last night when the wind started picking up and those gusts extremely powerful all across Long Island. So it's not as frequent that we're feeling it as it was, I'd say 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., 7 a.m. earlier this morning. But again, just a heads up, here in Suffolk County, the county executive now moving that travel ban to noon, and then over in Nassau, it's 11 a.m. And again, that could change based on the conditions and based on the cleanup. So really the only people should be out and about are essential workers, obviously emergency crews, and of course, all of those amazing plow drivers and also DPW workers across Long Island at this hour who are trying to get to each and every street to keep everyone safe. Live in Islip, I'm Jessica Cunnington. Back to you.
Jess, thanks so much. And they've had to do it time and time again because the snow keeps coming. Thanks, Jessica.
Yeah, so much hard work out there. All right, we want to check in with news source Adam Harding, who's joining us now live from Hoboken in New Jersey. Adam, how's it looking?
Well, we've got about a little over a foot of snow here in Hoboken. We just caught up with the mayor a short time ago. That snow comes right up to your knee. And what I wanted to showcase here in Hoboken is what we're really seeing. In fact, Yvonne, I just want to show you the city of Hoboken right now sending some plows down Washington Street. And that's important to the point that we're trying to make here is because we haven't seen a lot by way of foot traffic, but what little foot traffic we are seeing, it involves people walking in the middle of the road. And that's because a lot of the sidewalks are covered in snow, though not the sidewalk right in front of City Hall. But to give you an idea of just how much snow we are talking about in Hoboken with these drifts, because remember, we're talking about the wind as it relates to this storm and how big it is. It comes up past the knee here. So they've got, I'm going to try not to fall on live television. That would be most ideal. This is my first of what I can only assume is hundreds of live shots today in this snow. Imagine falling on number one. That would not be good for me or my ego. So they are dealing with over a foot of snow. And overnight, the mayor tells me that they had some spots that saw about 2 to 3 inches per hour. They have been working diligently to get Washington Street, which is the main thoroughfare in Hoboken, clear. In fact, you can see some of the blacktop now. But then the concern moves to the sidewalks and all of those side streets. That travel ban here in Hoboken is still in effect. It has been extended now into the afternoon. So much like everywhere else in the tri-state area, only emergency vehicles and essential personnel are expected to be on the roadways in the hours ahead. We're told they had some power outages here overnight. They worked to get the lights back on. They expect another 10 inches of snow. We are just in the beginning of what is going to be a long Monday as we send things back to you. The snow and the wind still reaching us.
Okay, Adam Harding with a look in Hoboken. Adam, thank you so much.
Okay, so foot of snow in Hoboken. We're joined now on the phone by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Governor Sherrill, thank you so much for joining us. We've talked now about extending some of these travel bans. What has been your thinking about this and what's influenced your decision?
So this morning, as we have been doing routinely, I had the early morning brief with our emergency manager. So this involves a group of people like our state troopers, our Department of Transportation, NJ Transit, the Turnpike Authority, the Bureau of Public Utilities. So bringing everyone together so that we could discuss where things were, where the problem spots across the state are, and how to address those. And, you know, at that time, it became very clear the roads were still very unsafe. We had whiteout conditions of almost no visibility on the roads. We still had significant amounts of snow coming down. And we've had now, as anticipated with this heavy, wet snow and these incredibly high winds, we've had branches coming down onto some of our roadways that needed clearing. So it became obvious that the roads were still very unsafe, which is why I extended the travel ban until noon today.
Governor, when it comes to power outages, that's something that we've been tracking across the state. Obviously, many people, hundreds of people in your state dealing with no power. And I know crews are hard at work, but talk to us about some of the complications that they're facing in these morning hours.
Sure. Well, unfortunately, with, as I mentioned, the heavy, wet snow and a lot of it, as well as all of the high winds. In fact, I know down Atlantic City, they were reporting 65 miles per hour at one point. So really high winds as well. We knew we were going to have a real problem with trees coming down. We aren't the Garden State for nothing. We have a lot of trees. So we knew a lot of them were going to come down with this kind of weather event, which is why the utility companies have surged in over 5,000 utility workers deployed across our state. They brought everyone in, including people from places like Ohio, so that they could be ready to address this as the storm rolled in. And so yes, unfortunately, we still have people without power, but we have seen a lot of incredible work by those utility workers, restoring over 130,000 people back to power, still working to get everyone back to power, but they've moved really rapidly to do that. Speaking of the complexities, though, I'm focused on the state roads. We've got to keep the New Jersey Turnpike open. That is the #1 most critical roadway. It is a commercial roadway that goes across our state. It's how we get emergency vehicles up and down the state. So that is really critical. Then we go to the Garden State. That's cleared to about Driscoll Bridge. Below that, we're still working to get that in better shape. But at that point, you're still looking at municipal and county roads under a foot or two of snow at this point. So that's why it's been so important that utility workers have been so impressed with a lot of our mayors and council members who've worked hard with them to get the resources they need so that they can get to some of the homes and areas where the power's out in some really dangerous conditions. But I have to tell you, these men and women have been working overnight, not just the utility workers, but the people who are plowing the streets in these whiteout conditions, the people who are salting the streets, all of our state police who've been called in to keep everyone safe, including the utility workers and the plow operators. So every one of these men and women out in force to try to take care of our state actually asked me to pass along a thank you to the people of New Jersey. Despite all the work they're doing for us, they said, we just so appreciate people staying off the road. It made a big difference. It made a really dangerous, hard situation a little bit better. So I do have to pass that along. New Jersey's been wonderful during this event, and we're all working hard to get this behind us as soon as possible, but it will be a minute.
It will be a minute, and it's your second major storm already as governor of New Jersey. Governor Sherrill, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
All right, we want to head now to Dave Price. He has been driving all around the 5 boroughs. Dave, I understand you're heading to Staten Island right now from the Bronx. Tell us where you are exactly and what you're seeing.
Yeah, actually, we've arrived in Staten Island around a Michael, and we are. If you look out, I'm going to ask Freddie to take a look out of the front right here because this is remarkable. I mean, we're on Highland Boulevard. For anyone familiar with Staten Island, there's Father Capodanno, there's Highland Boulevard, and those are the main thoroughfares. Now, I'm going to make a turn, or we're going to make a turn onto, hold on, let me just see, onto Justin Avenue, all right? Look at this. These are secondary roads off Highland Boulevard. It's impossible to get through here. You have people trying to dig their way out of their own property. Freddie, make a little turn so people can see these cars and the amount of snow. Some of the roadways we were traveling on, I did not look like they were plowed, at least passable, right. No, certainly not passable, and not and not passable or at least not plowed in the last several hours, and For those who hear that phrase, Staten Island, the forgotten borough, there is. Let's head down here and just give an example. Look at the road we're about to go down. It's really very difficult to traverse. Let's make a right onto. Let's see, what is this? Bay Terrace. Let's see. Let's make. All right, let's make a right up here. You can see these are not the exceptions here. We are going to speak to. So this was plowed, but not for a while. We're going to speak to the borough president in a little while, see how he thinks the cleanup is going here and what concerns or issues he has. But I would tell you that this is significantly more challenging borough to travel through than we have seen in the last several hours. The Bronx was challenging, and if you take a look, hey, how are ya? How are ya? Good. Dave Price from Channel 4. Come on over here. Oh my God. Come on over. Just come on out. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna come back, and bear with me. Well, do me a favor. Stick with us. Michael and Rana, are you there? Come on
Watching
over.
with bated breath.
Okay, hold on. Come on over for a second if you can. We're live on television. Okay. Okay, here. I'm going to open the car door. Here, come on around. I'm going to open the car door for a second. Here, no, come on in. Come on in. Okay. What's just come on in for a second. How you doing? Good. I don't know if we can see here, so move on in this direction. Okay, there we go. Great. So do me a favor. Describe the conditions on your block.
I feel like I'm back in 1996, seeing the biggest blizzard in a long time. It is right now, you see where the snow is.
Yeah,
it's down to my kneecap.
Yeah.
And I'm not that tall or short guy. I'm 5'10", so this is definitely something that's interesting we haven't seen in a very, very, very long time.
Now, now describe the road conditions. When's the last time a plow was down this block?
I was just talking to my neighbor about that. He said he heard something earlier, but he wasn't sure if it was in New York City or just an individual guy. But we're not getting no plows, no pre-salting. I called the buddy who used to be third in command in sanitation. He's retired, and he's observing the last storm, and he's just laughing his butt off because no one's doing nothing.
How was the last storm that rolled through a few weeks ago? Was it similar to this, or?
Well, no, this is a whole lot more.
No, I'm not talking from the storm standpoint. I'm talking from the cleanup standpoint.
The cleanup standpoint is exactly the same. There's nothing to be taught, from last time. I don't know what you're doing as mayor. I'll tell you right now, we've been through a lot of storms in our age. My gray hairs will let you know, along with the snow in it. This is probably the worst type of snow control that I ever seen in New York City for 50 years I lived in here. It's just insane. They're not doing absolutely nothing. Nothing's being approved. It's done on either out of pure ignorance or it's done on purpose. I think it's done on purpose. That's my opinion.
Okay. I mean, to each his own. I mean, whatever the cause is, the reality is that your neighborhood is pretty much snowed in.
Pretty much, I can't go to work. I have to be at work at 1 o'clock. I don't know how that mission is going to be happening, especially when I work outside, but I have no chance in hell to dig out my car once I do that to have any type of chance of even driving down that hill,
okay.
up that hill at all.
And then let me ask you this. For those who are less familiar with this borough, the reliance here on cars versus mass transit is historically why? Can you explain?
It has to be. We only have one train system that goes across the island, a very limited type of bus. So your car, your vehicle is extremely important to have to get around this island. Like you never see anybody, even on a good day, walking up and down the street without driving down, in their car.
We got to send it back to the studio. Thank you so much for coming out here. I appreciate it.
I'm dedicated.
And, we do what we can. We love the borough.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate you, folks. I guess it's a little bit makeshift, but we're going to send it back to you. But that's the opinion from here in Staten Island. We're on our way to see the borough president and see what he has to say about it.
All right, Dave, that might be the first car-side interview that I've seen on our air this morning.
I think it's a first.
That is a first.
All right,
Dave,
so before is Maria LaRosa, Rafael Miranda watching our blizzard closely. Rafael is tracking what comes next because there's so many questions about tomorrow now, but let's go to Maria and see how things are looking right now.
Yeah, can I toss to Rafi right away because he's got to look at the weekend.
Yeah, please, sure.
Looks a lot better. But we are looking at the radar, and here we have plotted all of our live reporters, some of them anyway. We've got from Tracy and Dave at Staten Island. We had Gabi at Central Park and Jess in Long Island, and Jen down the shore. We are in the snow right now and certainly feeling the gusty winds. winds. Max winds right now, White Plains at 40 miles per hour has officially also checked off the blizzard list here. They verified blizzard conditions and White Plains. And we have a lot of places that have done that. Let's check in with some of the peak winds, though. Impressive for Long Island from Montauk Point at 84 mile per hour maximum gusts reported. Stony Brook, Southold, Eaton's Neck, Kew Gardens Hills, 60, 70 miles per hour. All right, the totals are coming in too. We're going to check some of the high ones. We got a new high one. Central Islip, 27 inches of snowfall. East Islip, 26.5. More than 2 feet in Wisconsin. Southampton at 2 feet, just about that in Quogue. We've got Sheepshead Bay, 20.5 inches there. Mont Haven, just under 18 inches of snowfall. Still coming down, by the way. This Central Park number, 15.1, was almost 3 hours ago. So we've gotten more snow since then. New Fairfield County, we have 18 inches of snow there. Stanford, over a foot. Again, some of these reports are a few hours old. Howell coming in at 18.2 inches of snowfall. Forked River, 15 inches of snow. We check in on the Hudson Valley. Monroe, just over a foot or so. Irvington topping that list there at almost 20 inches of snowfall. And heading to North Jersey from Ridgefield, almost 2 feet from Cresskill and Montclair, as well as Kearney, closing in on 20 inches. So the wide view shows the power of the system, the scope of it, and how over the last 18 hours, the dark shades of blue, and you see how the storm has pivoted, but those areas of heavy snowfall have not as much. And so we continue to see that moderate snowfall, eastern Suffolk County, into Nassau County. We've been looking from Bergen County all the way down into Monmouth and Ocean counties, Patterson, Newark, Linden, just to the west of the New Jersey State Turnpike here. It is continuing to snow heavily. We're at 29 degrees at Central Park right now. Another thing to note, no mixing at all, upper 20s to near freezing at this point. Unlike the last storm, we will get close to or above freezing, and that is something Rafi's going to talk about. But just know that that melting or any bit of it over the next day or two, it is still going to be near impossible for so many of us to get out now. Part of it, too, along with obvious snow cover, the visibilities, less than a quarter mile at Newark and Ridgewood, near zero in Central Park, and we're getting a view of that from the Bronx. You can see we do have some traffic moving. I'll say this is probably the most number of cars I've seen all morning right now, and we are still in the throes of this storm system. I want to get you looking ahead to the next few hours, Rafi, and of course into the weekend as well, because so much is going on. We have this storm and a couple of other things to keep an eye on.
That's right, Maria. We're going to take a hard pivot right now and just go right to the good stuff. The weekend outlook is here, and we are blizzard free. We're looking good temperatures in the 40s to near 50. So we'll have a lot of snow still around, and we will have a lot of melting. A quiet travel weekend across Northeast. We deserve it. We will get it. And you can see the temperature trend also. It's going to help us out. This is why the storm is so different from the one in January. We went into the Arctic freeze right after that storm and stayed there for weeks. The snow was still around in piles even leading up to this storm. The pattern nationwide is for above average temperatures to be much more likely, not just along the East Coast, but in the midsection of the country. There's no real polar air showing up anytime soon. So what does that mean for our high temperatures? They're generally in the 40s now. They should be in the 40s this time of year, by the way. It's been a very cold winter. Patterns changing, though, so we see the melting beginning by Wednesday. Tomorrow is the coldest day of the next few. 31 is our high temperature, so we stay below freezing. Not much melting tomorrow. And if we do melt, it'll refreeze overnight because we have temperatures in the 20s. But again, yeah, this is our melting time. Saturday and Sunday, 47 degrees there. It does get cold again early next week. We see another rebound. Typical ups and downs this time of year. But the trend heading into the end of the month, into the new month of March, is that we will see warmer weather starting to take hold. It's not going to happen today, though. Again, the snow lingering through late morning, early afternoon. Maria was showing us the bands getting a little bit less intense hour by hour, so that's the good news. The heaviest snow won't continue to pile up. The winds will linger, though. You can see by 2, 3 p.m. This is Central Park and how it's going to feel. Of course, this afternoon, I expect the parks to be packed with sledders. You will see wind chills staying in the 20s. Not too harsh out there. How much additional snow through 2 p.m.? Well, we're keeping it lower now, 1 to 3 inches for most, maybe 3 to 5 down the Jersey Shore, especially places like Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, where we have those bands setting up, and across Long Island, another 1 to 3 inches, and we're already seeing totals over 2 feet. Where this ends up in terms of the biggest snowstorms in New York City history, it's going to be close. Maria said we were at 15.1 as of 7 o'clock. We've had some of our snowiest hours in Central Park since then, so we'll get close for sure. I would not be surprised if we do inch above 20 inches and make it to this list. We'll see when it's all said and done. Again, hour by hour, everything continues to wind down slowly after lunchtime. Snow lingering longest across Suffolk County. Our exclusive 10-day forecast shows a little rain and snow shower activity on Wednesday. And again, looking forward to that weekend. All right, let's look at your 10-day forecast. Rana and Michael, back to you.
All right, Rafi, bring on the melting. Thank you so much.
Please.
All right, let's go outside again to Cresskill, New Jersey.
Sarah Wallace is there for us. Sarah, you're right in the middle of a neighborhood, and you can really see what the conditions are like.
Yeah, and you know what, Michael and Rena, first of all, I have to say a couple of things. I am really offended that I have not been included in that goggle discussion because it is snowing like crazy here in Cresskill. We've got about 20 inches, and here I am struggling, and nobody has offered me goggles like they did Jess, but that's okay. I can handle it. And what I'm looking at actually is a plowed road here. This is the main drag of Cresskill. But listen, if you get out of the main drag, which we did on a nearby hill, and I'm going to show you some video, our Chevy Tahoe, which is a Suburban, got stuck, and we were very grateful because a slew of guys from Sunset Car Wash who were out and snow plowing in the neighborhood just happened to be there, helped Jimmy Roberts and me get out. We were eternally grateful to them. So they did get out. They're all over the place now. Lots of plows are out, but you know, it's an uphill battle, as we say at this point. Here in Cresskill, most stores are closed, but we did find a couple that were open. So what do you think about it? Is this worse than you thought?
Yes. Yeah, it's more than that.
So I know you guys are open 365
Yeah, we open every
days.
day. We never stop.
Even in this?
Yeah, even in that. We open 365 days, 5 to 5 every day, never stop.
Do you think you're going to get some customers?
100%, yeah, because most of the customers come and know the people, the one that shovel the snow.
Yes, it brings back memories of 1996 when we had an unprecedented weather event such as this. It's quite remarkable, you know. Getting here to work, I literally live 1.6 miles away from here. It took me about 20-25 minutes just to get to work.
But Yaz Shah of Hudson Drugs says it is critical that he be on duty because people continue to need their medicine. They need, if they're hurt, you know, obviously they could need some wraps. And by the way, as you can see, some plows right here again. This is what we're seeing now, increasingly plows coming out and doing their job. But again, you know, that travel ban here in New Jersey is lasting until at least noon. You heard the governor saying, please stay off the road. So these guys can all do their job and keep everybody safe. For now, live in Cresskill, back to you in the studio.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much.
And nobody forgot you with the goggles, Sarah. We're going to hook you up, too.
We're working on it.
All right, let's check in with Ted Greenberg in Atlantic City. Ted, we spoke last night, and you were showing us the issues with coastal flooding, another concern with this storm. How are things looking there now?
Well, there are concerns, but not as big as last night, Rana and Michael, about the high tide coming up this afternoon. Expecting to see minor flooding, not moderate, but still just another complication given the snow that is continuing to come down, being blown around with these blizzard-like conditions. We have some guys out here outside Ocean Casino Resort shoveling snow on the boardwalk, but of course the snow keeps coming down and adding to the boardwalk. This area has clearly been plowed, but take a look over here. You can see just how deep the snow is. Yeah, close to a foot at least. And this snow has also been blowing around and drifting around, creating these large drifts along the coast. Lots of problems in Ocean County as well. A lot of issues with power outages, tens of thousands of customers without power there this morning because of trees coming down, power lines coming down. I spoke with the Ocean County Sheriff's Office not long ago, and since 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, they have had about 60 reports of trees down, about 60 reports of accidents, and 20 with injuries, and then another 60 reports of disabled cars. So that shows you just how tough it has been to get around and continues to be the next day. I spoke with a couple from Belmar in Monmouth County here at Ocean. They came down here last night, made the trip down here, and the gentleman said it was the biggest mistake of his life. They were in a pickup truck, 4x4. They thought they'd be okay, and the pickup slid right off the Garden State Parkway. Luckily, they are okay, and they did make it here, but they said never again will they try to make a trip like that in the middle of a blizzard.
I mean, good on them for recognizing their mistake.
Right.
Ted, thank you for that look. Certainly slick out there.
All right, Ted, thanks so much. Let's go back into New York City and Washington Heights. News 4's Kay Ingram joins us from there. How's it looking there on the Heights? Hey, hey, Kay.
How is it looking? Michael, Rana, hey, good morning. Hi, friends. Look, how's it looking? More like, how is it feeling? It is cold out here. I got to tell you, the wind gusts are something else. You can definitely feel that snow hitting you. We're actually standing right under the marquee, or we're positioned right in front of the marquee at the United Palace, of course, here in Washington Heights, which feels pretty iconic, considering someone earlier told me this winter is wintering. It is giving drama out here. And you know what? With us being in Washington Heights, right, it's one of the highest points on Manhattan. I decided, I was at home and I said, I'm going to go into my everything drawer and get my measuring tape. So I figured this area, if you're not familiar, folks were telling me, you know, they're used to, of course, performances at the Palace, right? Concerts there. But this area that I'm standing in, this corridor, is known for having markets on the weekend. And so, you know, imagine different carts, folks out here, benches with people sitting on them. But right now it's snow. So we're going to see right now. I did not test this out before. So we're going to see next to the bench. Yeah. Okay, so that's looking like 11 inches, which is just about what I had seen it said for Washington Heights, which should be about the highest for all of Manhattan. So 11 inches of snow, even just getting over here feels like its own kind of trek. I'm also going to move some of this here. Maybe you can see as I try to sit next to it, while I tell you a little bit about the area and what we've seen this morning. I'm going to have Eddie Medina, my photojournalist, kind of pan and show you all. There are people out here who have been, you know, since we've been here, walking, going to, you know, the grocery store, bodegas, which of course we know is a lifeline of New York City, this Dominican restaurant, Maricon restaurant across the street. I saw a mofongo spot earlier that was open. And so, you know, we were talking to people today, what has brought them out? Of course, getting the groceries, you know, attempting to shovel out the cars. You see folks with shovels. This one guy who you're in that direction that you're looking is a park. He says as soon as he saw the snow coming down, he knew it was his opportunity to want to make a snow angel. And I got to tell you both, we did try. We did try. Since then, it's probably looking more like mush. But I do want to have you listen in a little bit to a couple of folks we spoke with who were bringing out their dogs, taking them for a walk to see what conditions have been like this morning here in Washington Heights. Take a listen.
I will be honest, I didn't think that the snow was going to be like this. I knew it was going to snow. I know winter is going to be wintering and there was going to be some snow, but sticking like this?
Hey, you got to go outside and enjoy it while you can, you know? You got to keep positive spirits up and you got to just get out and be here.
And what?
No, I know there's a travel ban. So don't travel, but stay local, get out, and just enjoy the snow with your family and friends.
And what does enjoying the snow look like for you?
For me, enjoying the snow is just going on a nice adventure. So I took my little adventure to the park. I wanted to see if I could still see the bridge from the park because there's a nice viewing area over there. And complete whiteout conditions, you cannot see the bridge.
So that was my friend who actually made the snow angel with me earlier. I think it's a first for me, which was kind of crazy. But that was super fun. And I just loved his attitude. You know, there haven't been too many people who have been out. Again, if you're familiar with this area of Washington Heights, you know it is popping. There are always folks walking around, going to the different stores. But it's a very different story this morning, unless you're like our friends who want to walk the dog or go get groceries or maybe make a snow angel. So for now in Washington Heights, Kay Ingram, Avram, back to you in the studio.
All right, Kay. Looks like I'm glad you got the measuring tape out there. It looks great.
Yes, I've seen rulers, I've seen yardsticks.
Right.
I think this is the first measuring
You may need the
tape.
yardstick this time.
Yes. Kay, thank you so much. All right, let's head now to Brooklyn. We have Gus Rosendale standing by live in downtown Brooklyn with a look at conditions there.
Oh, Gus, first of all, a question for you. How was that Arctic expedition that you were on with that outfit?
It was good. I put a big flag on a mountain, and now I'm down here at Barclays Center, right in the shadow of it, as we're here. I will talk about the expedition of getting here today. Sort of pull the curtain back and give you a little behind-the-scenes logistics. I was meeting our photographer, Louis Braga. Now, he was rolling from Long Island City. Our destination was get here to Barclays Center, so he's in a car. I'm coming from Manhattan, and so obviously a taxi or cars, that's not going to be in play today. So I'll tell you about the subway. It's running. Now, my express, I took the 2-3 and got out right over here at Barclays Center. Running a little bit slower, but if you are out and about today, traveling underground is going okay. The expresses, for the most part here, are running local, so the 2-3 made all the local stops. But I got here in about an hour or so. So if you do have to go out today, keep that in mind. The subways are running. Now, visibility off and on seems to be lightening up a little bit since earlier today. But as we pan off and kind of show you the plaza here outside Barclays Center, you can see this is normally a pretty busy place along Atlantic Avenue. Not so much now. You see a couple of people walking. We talked to a few people that say they're trying to get to work. You see one person working very hard. That's the guy behind that plow there. He's been clearing up the snow, clearing the plaza over to the subway where people are making it without any big issues. Since we've been here, we're certainly seeing a lot of plow trucks for sure, making the rounds. So the main roads here in downtown Brooklyn are remaining open at this hour. We even saw the FDNY respond to some sort of situation over here. Nothing major, but again, the main roads here in Brooklyn are open. The sidewalks also doing pretty solid as well. So the main thing here, Michael and Rana, yes, bundle up. Fashion may not be #1 today. You got to keep that in mind. Visibility still an issue if you're out and about, but overall transportation, mass transportation running with delays. That's the scene here live downtown Brooklyn. I'm Gus Rosendale. We'll send it back to you.
You know, Gus, but you brought up a good point, which is if you've got a subway trip and it's an all underground trip and an all underground line, you're probably going to be better off than other modes of transportation today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and I should also know, walking through Penn Station to catch a subway, LIRR was a no-go, and same with Amtrak. At least that was the situation around 8:30 this morning. So the subways are running, but other lines, obviously, there are issues.
Okay, Gus, thank you so much. And Gus has got the waterproof gloves on. That's right. Key because the snow is just so wet. As soon as you step outside, even just a few minutes, if you have those fabric gloves, those are going to get soaked pretty immediately.
Gus, I want to ask you if you are still there, because that's such an interesting area we are right in front of Barclays Center. When you're seeing the side streets there, are shops open? Are people doing business this morning?
Well, yeah, we're investigating that because, you know, we're going to have you know, lunch needs at some point.
Yes.
For the most part, I would say most of the stores here are, you know how it goes, Michael. You've covered many of these things. At this point, it looks like most of the stores here are closed. However, when I was on Penn Station, a couple of the shops were open, so I think you do have some workers trying to get there. At this point, I bet you'd see the next hour or so the city start to slowly open as the worst of the storm passes. At this point, though, I'd say most of the city does seem, just from what I'm observing, most of the stores do seem here closed down. I'm just strolling through Instagram. Also saw that some restaurants that have canceled lunch are planning to open later this afternoon. So, you know, plan that way accordingly. So quiet right now. I think the city will be open out in the next couple hours.
Okay, a lot of people getting a later start this morning, taking it easy as they should. We see, obviously, emergency crews there behind you still have to do their work, so important to keep the roads clear, keep things moving for those who do need to be out, all of the essential workers out there.
We do want to check in with Maria LaRosa right now. We're taking a look as we get to the top of the hour. Maria, what's happening weather-wise now?
Yeah, we're kind of name dropping, right? Getting some of the totals into the Weather Center with Sheepshead Bay at 20 inches, seeing a lot of areas that have met that 2 feet range now. Central Park, this, by the way, that observation was some 3-4 hours ago at 15.1 inches, and we've seen quite a few hours of heavy snow since then. And it's all snow right now. We're at 30 degrees at Central Park, Islip 2, Poughkeepsie into the upper 20s, doing just a little bit of a tour here. If you have been watching all morning, some of the same areas continue to see some heavy snowfall, including eastern Suffolk County, Islip, Brookhaven still in it. And this has been one of the most persistent bands here for the last several hours, stretching all the way from Rockland County through Bergen County, in through Newark and Linden, down into Staten Island, where those snowfall rates have been on the order of 1 to 2 inches per hour. Visibility is really low. Just know that we see this wrapping up as we get into the early afternoon, at least early evening. Winds stay gusty as well, but sunshine comes back tomorrow, guys.
Okay, Maria, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to continue with our live team coverage of this storm. We'll be right back. The February blizzard of 2026 is in full effect, bringing life up and down the eastern seaboard in many ways to a screeching halt. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rana Novini. There is a travel ban on many of our roads. There are scattered power outages, and many modes of public transportation have come to a halt. This is video from Brooklyn this morning, shot by our producer Tiffany Zeno, who is making her way. You can see here through, looks like 2 feet of snow. And those snow drifts, especially this morning. Streets were pretty much empty except for a few people who had to be out and about heading to the trains. The highest snow total we've seen so far, Freehold, New Jersey at 24 inches. We want to take a look now at the total number of power outages. This is as of 10:30 this morning, so about 30 minutes ago. You can see across the New York area, nearly 20,000 outages. In New Jersey, it is far worse. More than 85,000 customers are in the dark, and as you could imagine, also in the cold. In Connecticut, power outages stand at about 15,000. We want to get straight to Storm Team 4's Violet Ayas in this morning for the latest on this forecast and how long the snow is going to last. Vi.
Hey, Rana, great to be with you all. Let's take a look at that storm, the center, just about right here, southeast of Long Island. You can see still plenty of snow on this radar, though that extends all the way up through parts of New England. Taking a closer look here, still seeing some of the darker banding here across parts of the Hudson Valley, extending down in through New Jersey, but you can see things much lighter across northwestern New Jersey through Pike, Sullivan, Ulster counties in through the rest of New York State. This is still heavy, steady snow for parts of the area. Again, parts of, let's say, eastern Orange County, right through Bergen, slicing down into the rest of New Jersey. That's still some pretty good snowfall rates there. And out east, it is still coming down where it has just been piling up nonstop. We've got some heavier snow out east, just east of the Twin Forks there, and also across parts of Suffolk and Nassau counties. It's still coming down pretty good. And again, these totals are just tremendous. 27.2. This is new. I just updated this in Spionk. North Patchogue, 27.2. East Islip, 26.5 inches. Down through Wisconsin, 25.5. So just eye-popping snowfall amounts here. And of course, that paired with the extreme wind we've seen in parts of the area up to 84. Our max wind gusts out through Montauk Point, out in Stony Brook, 74 miles per hour. Southold, 69 miles per hour. Down through Kew Garden Hills, 64. So very strong winds. And of course, those two things combining for those blizzard conditions in many locations. At least our major reporting sites in Islip and Newark, for example, we did meet that blizzard criteria, which is the heavy snow and the strong winds for an extended period of time. So our blizzard warning continues through 6 p.m. for not only the current snow, but keep in mind that snow that's already on the ground is going to be blowing around in these strong winds as well, Raina.
Violetta, thank you so much. We want to get a check on the conditions outside with our reporters spanned out all across the tri-state. We have News 4's Jen Maxfield live in Spring Lake, New Jersey with a look at conditions right now. Jen.
Rana, good morning to you. The winds are still whipping here in Spring Lake. I've got my ski goggles on. These have been a hot topic this morning, but very, very essential as we are right here at the Jersey Shore. That's the ocean you see behind me here. We're walking in near the Sussex Street entrance to the boardwalk, and wanted to show you, in addition to the major snow totals that we just heard Violetta talk about, because of the wind, it's actually been drifting and has created this enormous pile of snow that you have to walk through in order to get to the beach. It's almost hard to navigate through it, but we do want to show you what the ocean looks like. We're going to take some video of that and also talk about some of the power issues happening here in New Jersey. Earlier this morning, there was a downed power line just a block away from where we're standing now, and that was also creating some issues in this area, sort of a microcosm of what's been happening throughout the Jersey Shore as far as power outages are concerned. We have 20,000 plus people with no power here in Monmouth County. Down in Ocean, the situation improved somewhat, but still 50,000 plus people without power in Ocean County. It's been pretty quiet here in Spring Lake as the state is still under a travel ban except for essential workers and emergency personnel, but wanted to introduce you to one man now who was out helping his neighbors.
It's a good feeling to be able to get out to help neighbors. It's relatively easy. Everything's moving smoothly now. The snow's not too wet, so it's pretty easy to pick up with the snowblower. The last storm was more of a hassle because it froze for almost 3 weeks afterwards. Supposedly the weather's supposed to be a lot better tomorrow, so hopefully it starts to melt right away.
Well, here's to hoping. Finally, before we throw it back to you in the studio, just want to give you a shot here of Ocean Avenue. This is the main road that runs along the beach, always very crowded in the summertime. Deserted today, though we are very appreciative for all the plow truck operators who have been out with us since we got started very early this morning. That's the latest live from Spring Lake, New Jersey. I'm Jen Maxfield, News 4 New York. Now back to you.
Jen, thank you. A lot of work so far and a lot of work still ahead for those crews. Thank you so much. Let's get to the city now. We have News 4's Andrew Siff standing by live in Jackson Heights, Queens. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Rana. Good morning. You know, behind me, 37th Avenue, that car is pretty much the first car we've seen in the last half hour or so on what is usually one of the busiest streets in this densely populated section of Jackson Heights. We've seen people walking, sledding, and running down the main avenue here because why not? As somebody just observed to us a few minutes ago, it's a ghost town. Look at the shoveling operation out in front of this restaurant over here. They had been hoping to open up today, but they've decided against it because the snow has not stopped. But like so many small business owners, they are diligently working on trying to get the sidewalk cleared, because that's always the business owner or homeowner's responsibility. We've told you throughout the morning that when it comes to bus stops, the city is taking a much more aggressive posture compared to the last storm. There's a bus stop across the street there. They just hit it with a backhoe in the last few minutes. That's pretty clear. Now there are about 14,000 other bus stops to consider. And then there's a major factor today, for the first time in years, a traditional snow day. New York City school kids, the largest public school system in the United States of America, a traditional snow day. That happened after the mayor got a waiver from the state allowing him to do so. But the big question is, what happens to school tomorrow? They've been making as much of a dent in snow removal all across the city as they can while it continues to snow. And earlier this morning, the mayor indicated that a decision on schools for tomorrow would be coming sometime this afternoon.
So we are doing everything we can to get schools ready. We will have an update for families and students and staff sometime this afternoon. Right now, our focus is on making sure we have an accurate reading of the weather and that we have an accurate reading of our city's response.
And as I indicated about an hour ago, one of the challenges is the reason they didn't declare a remote school day is because this storm falls right at the end of winter break. A lot of schools in many neighborhoods across the city, they hand out laptops and iPads for remote schooling when they know a storm is coming. But because of the vacation, there are thousands of kids who don't have the devices, so remote school would be a challenge. That reality still holds if they were considering a Zoom school, remote school day for tomorrow. So that might be part of the factor, and they're going to assess how much progress they've made with snow removal, with so many pieces of snow removal equipment out there. Obviously, City Hall's preference and many families' preference would be a regular day of school tomorrow. We'll find out later this afternoon exactly what happens. We're live in Jackson Heights, Queens. Andrew Siff, News 4 New York.
Okay, still a lot of things to weigh there. Andrew, thank you so much. And of course, the kids with a snow day today, hoping to get out maybe later this afternoon to play in all of this snow. We have News 4's Gabby Acevedo near Central Park. He's been there all morning with a look at the conditions there now. Hi, Gabby.
Hi, Rana. We're keeping an eye on two things. First, when those kids are going to come here to finally enjoy this classic snow day, because it's getting close to noon, but still, the situation is adverse. You see around me the wind picking up in intensity every now and then, so still very complicated in terms of visibility. And I also wanted to show you the combat that the sanitation workers have been having with the roadways, trying to keep that blacktop visible, but still, the whiteout conditions are almost complicated. Let me give you a second here so you can see this plow truck coming through Fifth Avenue near 59th Street by itself. Usually they come in convoys, but I guess it's more frequent now, the consistency of the routes coming around Midtown, especially. Remember, this is a hotel and tourist zone. Now, let's go to video because a lot has happened in Manhattan throughout today. First, remember that there's a travel ban that is still in effect until at least noon, with the limited exception of essential workers or emergency operations. Video showing an incident between West 3rd Street and Mercer Street, where a large down tree came down on top of some cars, sending emergency crews to clear that scene from obstruction. There was also a similar situation early this morning happening on West 26th Street between 9th and 10th Avenues. That is in Chelsea, with a large tree resting on top of some parked cars. The Department of Sanitation activating more than 5,000 workers for this detail, rotating on 12-hour shifts in order to keep the streets clear and to remove situations like that emergency that you saw on screen. And earlier this morning here back in Central Park, we had a chance to speak with some people, including a man who was trying to find his way home.
I was in Central Park just right now, and the snow is up to my knees. I felt like 3 times. It's insane. I can't see anything. Sometimes the snow comes and it's just hitting you in the face. It's like, I don't know. I haven't seen this ever.
People. Look at that person there, that gentleman. These are live pictures from Midtown Manhattan near Grand Army Plaza, 59th Street and on 5th Avenue. That man having a lot of trouble just to carry his belongings around. And that's the kind of situation you see here. A reminder, no school day, of course. And tomorrow we'll still see, as Andrew Steve has been reporting, what will be the situation here. Remember that what happened last month in terms of the deaths due to hypothermia. We want to avoid a situation like that. So if you see somebody in distress out in the street that needs some help, remember 311 is the number to call. That is your support line. Also, if you have issues with your heating system. As of now here in Central Park, we see a good crowd of people starting to make their trek towards Central Park. But I'll tell you, there are some tourists who have come up to us kind of asking us if it's safe enough to walk inside. I would say that if you don't know Central Park that well, it's still not the time to go in, especially with the low visibility and the snow still falling around us. Reporting live from Midtown, Gabby Acevedo, back to you.
Yeah, it's good advice there. Gabby, thank you so much. Let's get a check on conditions now in New Jersey. News 4's Tracy Strahan has been live all morning from Bloomfield. She joins us now live once again with a look at how it's going. Hi, Tracy.
Hey, Rana, this is a blizzard that has lived up to the forecast for sure. And actually, if you can believe it, this is the best it's been since we got here at 4 o'clock this morning. Not as windy as we've seen it. The Garden State Parkway behind us still relatively empty, as that travel ban that's been imposed by New Jersey State Police is now extended until 12 o'clock. I want to show you what's been going on here. In the meantime, we've seen lots of convoys of trucks trying to clear the way, and Governor Mikey Sherrill is saying they have more than 100,000 tons, that's tons, of salt for both the Parkway and the Turnpike this morning. Now, essential workers have been on the roadways, and that's what they have to do, but a lot of people are wondering what lies ahead, even though we haven't gotten through this all the way. I had a chance to speak to Essex County Executive Joe DiVincenzo earlier today about what lies ahead.
We have 3 vocational schools, and right now we just talked to the superintendent. It looks like we're going to close it because, you know, we have 2 that's in Newark, we have 1 that's in West Cornwall, and it's going to take us time to clean up what we have to do and making sure the roads are safe. We need to keep the cars off the roads. It's going to take longer to do the roads. We've already done them a few times. As fast as we're doing it, as fast as the snow is dropping. So it's going to take us some time.
The one thing that Joe D did tell us is if you can, get your cars off of the roadways in those municipalities, because they're trying to plow that as well. On those secondary and tertiary streets, that's an issue in a lot of cities throughout Essex County. And right now, it is a code blue. Many warming shelters have been opened up for residents who need that type of thing at this hour. But just a couple of steps outside, and it is clear you're in the middle of a blizzard. We're live in Bloomfield, New Jersey. Tracy Strahan, News 4 New York.
Okay, Tracy, thank you.
How long will the road ban in Westchester continue today? I'm Linda Beccaro, live in White Plains, and we'll have the answer coming up.
now our coverage of this winter storm that's been hitting the tri-state. We have News 4's Linda Baquero standing by live in White Plains with a look at conditions there. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Rana, and I've seen bits of a snow-nado over the last few hours. The wind's just whipping up here in White Plains. We're in a little bit of a lull right now. It's a bit quiet. The wind's not as strong, but trust me, I'm sure that they'll be back, as we keep hearing they will be for the next few hours. Now, the road ban in Westchester was extended until 12 noon, but at this point, we're not hearing that it'll be extended beyond that at this point. But we do have a look at the roads in Tuckahoe. We have some video for you there of people trying to dig out from so many inches of snow. We're talking at least a foot in many parts of Westchester. People grateful that they have a snowblower instead of a shovel on a day like today. The snow is very, very heavy. So please, if anyone is starting to try to clear some of their sidewalks, they should be careful. And frankly, the snow is continuing as we hear for the next couple of hours. So you may want to wait before doing that. The Beeline buses are still suspended in Westchester. In fact, they will be for the rest of the day. At this point, the county executive's office saying that the buses should resume at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. I also spoke with a woman who was leaving here in White Plains headed to Florida, and I asked, well, aren't the flights all canceled? And she said, well, I'm taking Amtrak, but that's suspended until about 4 o'clock today. This point, though, as you're going about maybe having a hot chocolate at home, it's a good time perhaps to check on your neighbors, particularly the elderly, make sure that they're okay, that they have what they need. And the other thing I'm hearing, you may have heard a little bit behind me, actually that's a plow, but we're seeing snow falling off some of the buildings as well from the wind hitting the snow, so you should be careful as you walk around. So far, Westchester is holding up to these strong winds, not as many power outages, but of course, as these conditions continue, they will certainly take their toll on the trees and utility poles, so we're just hoping for the best for that. That's the latest live in White Plains. I'm Linda Baquero, News 4 New York. Back to you.
We're hoping it stays that way. Linda, thank you so much. Back here to the city, News 4's Gus Rosendale is live in downtown Brooklyn with a look. Hi, Gus.
Hi, Rana. We're outside the Barclays Center, a major intersection, as you know, certainly for cars. And we are seeing a little bit more activity on the roads, talking about Atlantic Avenue, things like that. Also a major intersection when it comes to transit. This is where we are at the Atlantic Avenue station, where the subways meet mass transit. Service disrupted earlier by the LIRR, though I can just tell you, as someone who rode the subway here, the subway is running a little bit slower than normal. For example, express trains in many cases aren't running local trains, but the subways are running. So getting around underground, one of the best ways to go. Also want to show you a little more video here of what it is like on the roads. This is a scene from our photographer who came to us from Long Island City through the boroughs over to Brooklyn today. And as you can imagine, that was certainly a very tricky trip. Earlier you saw the plow trucks out doing their very best to clear the main roads. Side roads still a little bit tricky even at this hour. We also saw, though, people trying to do their best to shovel out the sidewalks and get around. In some cases we even saw some people trying, and I should emphasize, to walk their dogs. A lot of dogs a little reluctant, being dragged along in some cases. Some very small, lucky dogs even being carried. If you own a small dog, you know how that goes. We're back here live outside the Barclays Center at this hour. Again, this is a transit hub. The subway's working a little bit with delays, and they're doing their very best to keep the plaza here clean, though you can see the amount of snow that is already being piled up. Even just on a nearby table here, we're only looking at over a foot. So travel conditions still very tricky here in downtown Brooklyn. As you might be able to hear, some plows just going by us here on Atlantic Avenue here. So they've been very busy. In fact, a whole fleet of them doing their job right now, keeping the main roads open at this point. But again, that travel ban still in effect at this hour. Reporting live in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Gus Rosendale. Random, we'll send it back to you.
And those plows are a welcome sight, Gus. Thank you so much. Coming up next, Storm Team 4's Violet Ayas will be back with an update on the forecast, how long the snow is going to last. And we have a live look outside right now. This is one of our News 4 photojournalists driving in Mastic Beach on Long Island. You can see the snow piling up. The snow drifts quite high on the sides of the roads there. We'll be right back. Continuing coverage of this storm hitting the tri-state, News 4's Jessica Cunnington has been live in Islip, Long Island all morning, where the conditions have been brutal out there. Jess, how is it looking now?
Do you hear anything? Oh, sorry. I think I just cut out, so sorry about that for the delay.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to Islip, New York on Long Island, where they are dealing with 22.5 inches of snow and counting. This blizzard really packed an absolute punch for Long Island. Right now, we know that there are at least 11,000 power outages between Nassau and Suffolk counties right now. So crews are really trying to work around the clock to get a handle on those. But as you can see behind me, this is the first time I have seen the actual road, meaning the blacktop, since I went to sleep last night at 7 p.m. Don't ask. I know, weird, but we were out early this morning for you to keep an eye on everything. So this is how hard DPW crews have been working here in Islip, because again, they are dealing with, they're approaching 2 feet of snow. I mean, let's be real about it. And I did speak with the head of DPW here in Islip, and he is just asking for one little thing from everyone in this area, just a little patience as they get to work.
What makes this unique is it's really icy underneath. It's really heavy because the temperature's up there a little bit, so it's for small vehicles, they're having a hard time getting through it, and that's concerning to us. So in that respect, and we're still going to get dumped on some more. I've been in here about 15 years. This is the most snow I think I've experienced, but we will get to it if people, people just got to be patient, and we appreciate that. How was the trip?
Yeah, and they have hundreds of vehicles that have been out really since yesterday. And you're taking a look at some of the crews right there, and that massive pile there right at their station and headquarters there on Main Street here in Islip. So hundreds of vehicles and machinery that are helping all of the workers that will be really working until TBD. This is a lot to handle. Again, he's asking everyone for just a bit of patience. They have been, even if people have woken up this morning and look outside and they're like, wait, our street doesn't look plowed at all. Well, it just actually means that they plowed it. They did plow it a while ago, but there has been, inches upon inches that have fallen since that point. So they are making the rounds, as many times as they're going to have to until this is all cleaned up. So shout out to those crews. He says if you see them out and about, just give them a little wave and a smile. They're working their hardest. They're not machines, as he says, and just be safe to everyone out there. Live in Islip, I'm Jessica Cunnington. Back to you.
Okay, Jessica, thank you. And of course, the snow is still coming down out there, Vine.
Yeah, Rana, it has been a busy night and morning. Visibility still fairly low in some spots. Here's a look at the Bronx. You can see the snow coming down at a pretty good clip. Those roads are snow covered. We're at 30 degrees right now at Central Park, so below freezing, and that wind, it continues, though variable right now at about 7 miles per hour, not as gusty right at Central Park right now, but we'll sort of be in and out of those winds through the day, expecting that snow to continue here for a little bit longer, at least a few more hours, especially from around the city through points east. Interior sections of the area are going to start to see some improvement now pretty quickly. Notice temperatures actually push above freezing later today, so we do ease up a little bit on the cold, but it's going to be right back as we head into tomorrow. Still plenty of snow on that radar, extending from southern Maine all the way down through parts of Delaware. You can see some pretty intense banding still here across parts of Bergen County, slicing all the way down through Ocean County. You can see the darker shading there, and we also have some heavier snow falling across Suffolk, Fairfield, Nassau County, and around the boroughs in general. But notice across far western New Jersey, we're starting to get a breakdown. We have some of that drier air starting to move through. Live look from Earth Cam at Little Italy. Some folks here trekking through the snow-covered roads. You can see it does not appear that we've made too much progress in terms of clearing the snow here, and we'll likely pick up at least another inch or two. Again, in and around the boroughs and some of the heavier banding, we could see an additional couple of inches through the remainder of today. Visibility improving north and west, but still pretty low. 1/4 of a mile in the city, still at 0 in White Plains. So again, we still have some time to go. We'll likely see a couple of additional inches from right around that I-95 corridor through Long Island. And again, in those heavier snow bands is where we'll see the additional heavier amounts set up. And some of these totals across parts of New Jersey, just incredible. 20 plus in Ridgefield, Hoboken, 18.5. And it's probably just about time to update some of these as well. Brandon, back to you.
Okay, we'll check in with you in a few minutes. Violetta, thank you. We have more coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continuing next.
I'm Sarah Wallace here in Cresskill, New Jersey, where the wind is just whipping. We're seeing a new band going through. I'll have the latest just ahead.
Welcome back to News 4 New York at 11 a.m. I'm Rana Novini. The blizzard of 2026 is certainly packing a punch. This is an intersection. This was this morning in Windsor Park, or Windsor Terrace, Brooklyn, rather. We saw maybe one person out there who needed to walk their dog, a couple of people out shoveling the mounds of snow from their porch. And this is pretty much the story across the tri-state and beyond. If you don't need to be out, you shouldn't be out. Here's a look at the total number of power outages that we're seeing. This is as of 10:30 this morning. That was the latest update we received. Across the New York area, there are nearly 20,000 power outages. New Jersey, far worse, more than 85,000 customers still in the dark and in the cold. And in Connecticut right now, outages stand at more than 15,000. Storm Team 4's Violetta Yas back now with an update on the snow that's fallen so far and what's still ahead, Vi.
Hey, Rana. Yeah, so let's start with a look at that radar. It is still coming down in parts of the area, whereas in others, we are starting to see some improvement. But our main band of snow extending from New England all the way down into the mid-Atlantic, and we're still getting some pretty good snowfall rates here in and around the tri-state. You can see some improvement here out west through Pike, Sullivan, Ulster, Orange, and northwestern New Jersey. Things starting to break up a little bit. Those shades getting a little bit lighter, but check out this deeper shade of blue here slicing across Bergen County. So Westwood, Hackensack, back near Bloomfield down through Newark and Elizabeth. We're still getting some pretty heavy snow at this hour. Now heading east, it's a little bit lighter here across the northern tier of Suffolk County, but still coming down here, Riverhead down through Brookhaven. Islip does not need any more snow, but it is still coming down there just south of the LIE. So again, some of these totals, 27.2, North Patchogue 27.2 as well. East Islip 26.5 inches, just incredible snowfall amounts. In Wisconsin 25.6 inches. And again, we've been needing to update these constantly as the snow has continued to pile up all morning long. Winds have been extremely strong. We had said the strongest was going to be closer to the coast. Montauk Point, 84-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Stony Brook, 74. Southold, 69. Down through Kew Gardens Hill, 64 miles per hour. Inland, they haven't been quite as strong, but of course enough to cause issues and cause that blowing snow and the blizzard conditions that have been ongoing since last night. So our blizzard warning continues through 6 p.m. today. You do not want to be out and about even once the snow starts to wind down in terms of what's coming down from the storm. There's so much snow on the ground and the winds are still so gusty that we can expect snow drifts and blowing snow to continue to reduce visibility as well. So travel and visibility are going to be an issue right through the remainder of today, even once that snow starts to wind down, Rana.
Okay, something important to keep in mind. Violetta, thank you so much. We want to head outside now to Bergen County. News 4's Sarah Wallace standing by live in Cresskill, New Jersey. Sarah, how's it looking?
Well, Rana, you know, we've just heard Vi talking about that blowing snow coming right through Bergen County right now, and we are feeling it. This is the main drag here in Cresskill. You can see, fortunately, that there is no traffic on it. It has been plowed, and that's a good sign. But listen, when you get further out, a little bit onto the hills surrounding the area, as we were earlier, we got stuck, and we were very grateful that there were some guys who helped us out. Private tow companies, plow companies came by, gave us a shovel, a lot of shovels to help get our Chevy Tahoe out. Jimmy Roberts, my photographer, very grateful for that. But it's extremely hazardous driving right now still, so a good idea to stay off the road. And again, we know that that travel ban is soon to be lifted, but it is still extremely dangerous. Here in Cresskill, most of the stores are closed, but we did find a couple who are open.
Oh, it's important because people need their medications, you know, and people still get sick. The weather doesn't care if you're feeling well or not, you know. So it's important that that we be here and that we're here to service the community.
What do you think about it? Is this worse than you thought?
Yes. Yeah, it's more than that.
So I know you guys are open 365
days. We open every day. We never stop.
Even in this?
Yeah, even in that. We open 365 days, 5 to 5 every day, never stop.
Do you think you're going to get some customers?
100%, yeah, because most of the customers come and know the people, the one that shovel the snow.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of those people head into the bagel store right now. Nothing like a good cup of coffee right now or some hot chocolate, because the snow is still coming down at a really, really good clip. Live from Cresskill, Sarah Wallace, News 4 New York. Back to you.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate all of those essential workers who are making their way to open up these essential businesses. Sarah, thank you so much. Let's get a check on conditions in the city. News 4's Andrew Siff live in Jackson Heights, Queens. And Andrew, that intersection usually so busy with people going to and from work, getting to and from school, but it looks like a ghost town behind you.
Yeah, it really is. What a contrast. Yeah, exactly right, Rana. One of the busier hubs in New York City. You've got a couple of bus lines that run south towards the subway here. You've got 5 or 6 different subway lines that converge at 74th and Roosevelt and Jackson Heights. And you've got 37th Avenue behind us. Other than that white van you see in the distance, it has been really a quiet situation where residents have been obeying the travel ban that was imposed by the mayor starting at 9 p.m. last night. Now, speaking of the mayor, he has indicated, and we have confirmed, that there will be a decision announced at 1:15 p.m. about what happens to school tomorrow. We know that today was a traditional snow day for the first time in years. Mayor Mamdani got a waiver from the New York State Education Department because school goes all the way until June 26th. And without that waiver, they would have to, by law, add another day to the school calendar. There's no room to do that. You start to loop into July. So he got a waiver for the traditional snow day. So what happens tomorrow? Is it a remote day? Is it a back to school day? We'll find out at 1:15 p.m. One thing we should tell you is that the city has certainly operated with a lessons learned approach to this snowstorm compared to January 25th. How have they done so? First of all, they've tripled the number of shovelers. These are the part of the volunteer program, people who can get paid to shovel for the city. They had more than 500 people last night, more than 800 people today. That's about triple the shoveling response that they had from the last storm. Another thing, and the mayor talked about it this morning, geotagging bus stops. What does that mean? Sanitation supervisors have been out and about at the bus stops as soon as they are cleared, and that has helped reduce the number of complaints already for people who do have to take buses. So a lot still to be done. As we've been reporting, it's still snowing, still accumulating. It has been slowing down just a bit in New York City, and we anticipate an update from the mayor around 1:15 about what happens to school tomorrow and what the progress has been with snow removal. That's the latest reporting live in Jackson Heights, Queens. Andrew Sith, News 4 New York.
And Andrew, we just saw that city bus go behind you about a minute ago, so clearly the buses are running. Just expect some delays. Pack your patience if you do have somewhere to be. Andrew, thank you so much. Let's head to New Jersey now. News 4's Adam Harding live in Hoboken. Hi, Adam.
Hi there, Rana. So the city tells us that they had some issues earlier because of all of the heavy weight on top of those tree branches. So they've been dealing with some downed trees. We wanted to give you a shot just to give you an idea of how much snow that there is that is now piling up on branches. And that snow is pretty compact and it's pretty wet. There's over a foot of it here in the city, and it is still coming down. Though I will tell you, in the last few moments, knock on wood, the wind is starting to die down, if ever so slightly. Now, when we were here about an hour ago, remember I was telling you, we saw a lot of people walking in the middle of the road. That's because the sidewalks were really not dealt with along Washington Street. Oh, how fast the city of Hoboken, though, tends to work, because where we are right now, in the hour since we were here live, we have seen all the sidewalks up and down this area get cleared of all of the snow. They've had plows coming down up on the sideways as well, and we've seen plows down Main Street here, Washington Street, which is the main thoroughfare of Hoboken. So now we can see blacktop, but I wanted to take a look. Just look at this, Yvonne, pan down the road. You see how some people are just walking in the middle of the road? That's because for much of the morning, sidewalks were impassable because of all of the snow. They had upwards of 16+ inches here in Hoboken, one of the jackpots here, certainly in New Jersey, and it is not slowing down anytime soon. Yvonne, come back this way just so we can show folks. We've been talking about this storm and the wind and how it's drifting, and that leads to snow piling up. I mean, it's up above your knee in certain spots, so it's not easy to move around here throughout Hudson County. A short time ago, we spoke with the mayor. She tells us no injuries at all across the city. As I mentioned, they had a couple of power outages due to those downed trees. Overnight, they had at some points, they were seeing 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour, but the power outages have already been dealt with here. Here's the mayor a short time ago.
Well, right now we're trying to address all the plowing to clear the roads. That's the first priority. Then dealing with the branches. Because of the heavy wet snow, we're seeing a lot of branches coming down and trying to clear those hazards. Once we get clear of that, then hopefully we can start moving in the direction of talking about getting our sidewalks and our corners clear and think about how we're going to get people back to school and get things open again.
Are you thinking, are they heeding your advice? Are they taking...
It's a little mixed, I will say. We're still seeing some cars out there, so we're really encouraging people, stay home, bake cookies, do something fun with your kids. We know that this is going to continue to be conditions and they're not the safest to be out and about, so please stay home as best you can.
If you bake some cookies, send some our way as well. We'll be here for much of the afternoon. That travel advisory still in effect. When we see you back here next, the unique way one local man is traveling around. We'll send things back to you, Rana.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that, Adam. Thank you so much. Let's head down the shore. News 4's Charles Watson is live in Bayhead, New Jersey. Charles, I know you've been out there since yesterday, keeping an eye on the conditions. Tell us how things have changed and how things are looking now.
Well, you know, Rana, actually, we've been on the move. So we started in Bayhead this morning. Now we've made our way over to Manasquan. The conditions here, the snow is lighter. The snow is lighter, but we still have that wind that is really pushing everything around. Now, in terms of the roads, the main roadways seem to be in good conditions. Those plowed trucks have been going through them several times throughout the day, and, you know, several times overnight to make sure that they're clear. So they're in good condition. You know, it gets tough when you start to go on those secondary and tertiary streets, but we have seen crews start to pay more attention to them. When you're driving, though, and it's a good thing that that travel restriction is in place, it is very difficult at some points to really tell what is the road and what's not the road because everything is white. Now, fortunately, we did make it here to Manasquan pretty safely. The roads here seem to be in good condition, but what they are dealing with right now is, or getting ready to deal with, is high tide. This is the Manasquan Inlet right now, and you can see the water is very high, very choppy, and, you know, we've seen it over the last 30 minutes or so spill over these banks here. So folks who live in this area are preparing for high tide. You know, that's coming up around 12:30, and are preparing for some flooding. We are told by some of the folks who live in the area that that's what they're already seeing over on Brielle Road. We're told the streets over there are flooding. We're going to go check that out after we're finished talking to you. But I have Lou Hernandez here with me. He lives in the area. And Lou, you said this was quite a challenging storm, right?
Yeah, it's been challenging. Last night was it's an incredible. It was pretty epic. I mean, I was down here. I live right on the corner, and I'm exposed to all the elements here, and the wind and the snow. The visibility from my house out the window, I couldn't even see the rail, which is probably 50 yards at most. But it was. You got the east, and when the wind comes through this inlet right here, as you see, it seems like it turns around and comes back west. So we've been dealing with it, and as you saw me earlier, my snow blower doesn't want to blow into stuff. It's pretty heavy snow, so yeah, that's about it right now.
I was going to say, we've seen actually a couple of people who live in the area who've been having difficulties with their snow blowers working effectively. What do you think is, has been the most challenging part of this storm, which is continuing to push through the area right now?
The winds I can take. I'm glad it's not cold as it was on the last storm with those multiple, felt like weeks, but days. I can deal with that. I think the next big thing is going to be the weight of the snow. Trying to get it out of the way. I see the plows coming through. They're doing what they can, but it's pretty heavy. Manasquan's done a good job trying to keep up with it here on the fish streets. But again, we're kind of on a little bit of a peninsula here, and it makes it difficult with the wind.
All right, so thank you, Lou. And you hear the difficult conditions out here. Hopefully the storm, as it pushes through, starts to lighten up and eventually push throughout the area. But folks out here are looking forward to some flooding, as this storm pushes through. For now, we'll send it back to you in the studio, Rana.
How strong that wind is out there. Charles, thank you so much for your reporting. Stay safe. We want to go now to Passaic County. We have Chris Glorioso live in Clifton with a look at the conditions. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Rana. Well, listen, we are in the parking lot of Home Depot here in Clifton, and I think what you're seeing behind me is really a testament to people following the instructions of officials. You can see, we are now approaching noon, the morning after a massive snowstorm, but there are only about a dozen vehicles in the parking lot of the Home Depot. Typically, after a snowstorm, you would see this place bustling with people who are getting the supplies they need to dig out. But I think what happened is so many people basically woke up this morning, looked out their windows, saw the snow still coming down, and they just realized, let's give it some more time. And I think that was a wise decision, because I can tell you, just driving some of the, tertiary and secondary roads in Passaic County, in Essex County. The fact that they couldn't get that salt down on the pavement because of the massive amount of snow, that really has impacted, although plows have gotten through and most of the roads have been plowed once, twice, maybe even 3 times by now. We're starting to see that layer of snow get compacted and the temperatures are still below freezing, so it is very slippery. Indeed, back here in the parking lot earlier, maybe just about 20 minutes ago, we saw a vehicle get stuck in the parking lot, which has been plowed. We see a front loader working back and forth basically for the last 2 hours, and yet there is still that layer of ice, maybe compacted snow that's just slippery, maybe not quite ice. But again, we're all looking forward to that warm-up, but it's not happening just yet. And we did hear the governor say, listen, although the travel ban was extended till noon and noon is approaching, she's really worried, Governor Sherrill worried that she wants to give crews as much time as possible to work on those major thoroughfares. We're talking about the Garden State Parkway. We're talking about the Jersey Turnpike. And, that's really the focus right now, even as the snow continues to come down. And then another issue that's going to pop up as we continue to deal with this throughout the afternoon is, where do you put the snow? Look, this is a pile of snow. Most of it is not from the previous storm. Most of this is from the storm overnight. And so, look, we're in a parking lot. We can afford in a parking lot like this, to make a giant pile of snow like this. I'm up here now in the tree branches, right? But if you are in one of those neighborhoods where there are narrow streets, if you're dealing with walkways that are narrow, the question is, where do you put essentially 2 feet of snow? That's going to be an issue. It's an issue that people are dealing with right now. It's an issue that's going to take some time, even though we're going to be relying on, the temperatures warming up. You can imagine something like this is going to take some time. And so, February is really giving us a wallop here, and we're going to have to continue to help each other out, to help our neighbors. For now, reporting live in Clifton, Chris Glorioso, News 4 New York.
Okay, Chris, thank you. To your point, even with these warmer temperatures that we're expecting later in the week, it's going to take a while to melt all that has fallen and all that is still to fall. Chris, thank you. All right, we have Storm Team 4's Dave Price, who has been driving around the 5 boroughs. He's been driving around Staten Island now for the past couple of hours. And Dave, we know there's a lot of snow there, and a lot of people in this part of the city, of course, rely on driving to get around. How's it looking?
Well, there's a lot of snow, and quite honestly, there's a lot of frustration as well. We have driven all over this borough, and to be honest, what we've seen is significantly different than the other boroughs we have visited. Widespread roadways that have not been touched, some which were touched hours and hours ago, and there is a palpable sense of frustration here, not only from the residents, but from the borough president, Vito Fossella himself. We spent a few minutes with him. As you look to my left and my right, the roadways speak for themselves, and there is certainly a fair amount of concern that the borough president has for his constituents, and he addressed some of that when we spoke to him just a few minutes ago. Let's go to the tape.
It's like driving on the moon, right? Here we have, granted the snow is heavy, one of the worst we've had, but the conditions on the roads are terrible. Across the island, South Shore, Mid-Island, North Shore, we're getting complaints, rightfully so. The city needs to step it up. The great guys in sanitation, I know they're working 12-hour shifts. They are committed for the next 72 hours, if not more. It's not them. They're out there doing their job. But we need the resources to clean these roads. Staten Island is a very car-dependent community. We have no subway. We lack mass transit like the other boroughs. And the roads, as you see them, this is a road. I'm standing, here I am, like almost 10 inches of snow in the middle of the street. We shouldn't have this. People are being locked in the house. Some of them need to get to work. Some of them need to get to a doctor, perhaps. This is not the way New York City should be operating under these conditions.
And again, the mayor questioned the arrangements and the planning and the execution of this administration had questions for the mayor and the governor alike, saying that this borough is being treated and serviced differently than other boroughs. Certainly anecdotal, we can go back and we can check with the sanitation real-time maps and see the service to this community versus service to others. But as Freddie Luna and I drive around, we're looking at roadways here which haven't been touched. We ourselves got stuck for about 30 to 40 minutes. And these are dangerous conditions. We have city buses which are stuck in this borough right now. Now, granted, this is a historic snowfall, one of certainly the 5 or 6 top snowfalls in our recorded history. Perhaps the bigger question will be what comes tomorrow and what comes the day after. We'll wait and see, but certainly questions to be asked from the people in Staten Island and answered from those in city and state government. Back to you.
Okay, we feel those frustrations on Staten Island. Dave, thank you so much for your reporting there. Let's turn to Violet Ayas now, who has been following this storm. And obviously, it's difficult to keep up with the continued snowfall that has been going on for so many hours now.
Absolutely. And it's important to point out we're still in the storm. It's not like it hasn't moved away. So this is going to be not just a sort of a day-long process, but likely a multi-day situation in certain parts of the area. These are significant snow amounts and very heavily transited areas, so it's going to take a little bit of time. Now, of course, in terms of comparing this storm with the one we just had recently with also pretty significant amounts, one of the biggest differentiators has been the wind. This, of course, propelled this particular storm to blizzard criteria, which we did meet, and I'll show you the places where we can officially say that, with that criteria being a sustained wind at 35 miles per hour or frequent gusts, in addition to the heavy snow coming down, bringing that visibility down to 1/4 mile or less. We need those conditions to continue for at least 3 hours, and these are the areas where we got precisely that. First to the party was Newark. We had that blizzard verify between 11 p.m. and 2 o'clock in the morning. Teterboro between midnight and 8 in the morning. Out on West Hampton between 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. Bridgeport, Connecticut from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Same goes for New Haven, and same goes for ice slip as well. So we had the real intense conditions we had let you know were going to be overnight. And we had extreme winds out across some of our coastal locations, 70 to plus 80 mile per hour winds, just incredible out through Montauk Point. Now, across the area right now, winds, of course, not quite as strong. We're gusting to 45 miles per hour, though, in White Plains. So visibility still very low there across some of the Hudson Valley, gusting to 35 at Newark, Trenton, gusting to 28 miles per hour. Right now, this is the Lincoln Tunnel inbound. Luckily, not a lot of traffic, but you can see we are still in this. This is going to take some time to really dig out of. We're at 30 degrees right now, so we're not getting any favors in terms of melting likely for today, though temperatures are likely to push above freezing for a time. Really, with no sunshine, it's not going to be enough to really help too much with the melting. Tomorrow is going to be very cold, but then we do have some improvement in the forecast, we'll say, as we head into those later days of the 10-day. But in terms of today, we'll see this continue for a couple more hours, snow and wind before things start to wind down. The snow is going to end before the wind ends. Those winds are going to linger likely through tonight. Here's a look at our blizzard still impacting New England and down through parts of the mid-Atlantic as well. And we still have this very heavy band. I've been talking about this band for about an hour now across Bergen County, slicing down through the rest of New Jersey and Monmouth County. This very dark shading here, which includes parts of I-80, parts of that I-95 corridor. This has moved very little in the last hour. So you can see how it is still coming down, that likely what we just saw in that shot of the Lincoln Tunnel. So inland across New Jersey, we're seeing some improvement finally, but it is still coming down. I do think this is likely going to be some of the last of the really, excuse me, some of the last of that really heavy banding before things start to pivot. to the north and east. Some newer totals here. Moonachie 24.3, Orange, New Jersey 24, Ridgefield 23.2. I think they've been holding steady, but again, it's going to take some time before we get some updates here, as we've already picked up most of our very significant snow. Freehold 24.2, Perth Amboy 20 inches, Middletown at 19, and Garwood 18.6. So again, that visibility 0 in White Plains with snow, 45-mile-per-hour winds. It is still a very rough go there in terms of any travel, which of course you should not be doing. But let's take a look at the next 3 days. Looking ahead, we'll see that snow start to wind down later this afternoon. The winds are going to continue overnight, not as strong as what we're seeing now, but it's going to stay gusty, and that's going to continue to create issues with blowing snow and snow drifts. By tomorrow, colder day, 31. Wednesday, we're up to 40 degrees with the potential for a little bit of snow to the north and rain to the south. So we're going to be watching that closely, but what we're looking ahead to is the weekend. Temperatures into the 40s with some sunshine on Saturday. Rana, back to you.
Can't come soon enough. Violetta, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break here. And remember, for any breaking news, weather updates, you can always go to our website, NBCNewYork.com. We have the QR code here on the bottom of your screen. You can scan that at any time to take you there. Stay warm and stay safe as we show you some live pictures from Long Island. We'll be right back.
Everybody, good Monday. We're so glad you're starting your week with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for being here. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, February 23rd. Blizzard blitz right now. Nearly 70 million people under winter alerts as a powerful storm pummels the Northeast. We have the latest on power outages, delays, and your forecast.
Suspect identified. An armed man shot and killed after trying to enter President Trump's residence at Mar-a-Lago. How that incident unfolded and what we're learning right now about that suspect.
Cartel leader slain, violence erupting in Mexico after one of the world's most powerful drug lords, El Mencho, was killed. We'll speak with an American tourist stuck sheltering in place after the U.S. issued a travel warning.
Tech trainer, artificial intelligence in your next workout. How AI can actually help you boost your fitness and match your very specific needs.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday. We're going to start with the major winter storm that is pushing heavy snow and high winds from Maryland all the way up through Maine today. Blizzard warnings are in place for 41 million people as that nor'easter is burying cities like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston in more than a foot of snow. At least 7 governors have declared states of emergency as wind gusts reach up to 70 miles an hour in some areas. causing coastal flooding, road hazards, and power outages.
Satellite video captured by the National Weather Service shows the massive scale and the power of this storm. It can actually be seen from space, spinning up there along the East Coast. But here in Manhattan, officials are warning that this could be among the city's 10 worst storms in 150 years. We've already seen 15 inches of snow. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us from Long Branch, New Jersey. Valerie, it looks bad where you are. I'm just guessing about the wind gusts there. I know that they reached already nearly 50 miles an hour overnight, but I mean, just tell us, what are you facing right now?
Yeah, Morgan and Vicki, as you can tell, the wind is certainly whipping right now. And actually in Keyport, New Jersey, which is not far from where I am, they reported a gust of 53 miles per hour earlier today. And I just want to walk you out here towards the ocean. You can see the waves crashing there just offshore. High tide is just about a couple of hours from now, but all morning long we've just watched these huge waves crash down, causing some beach erosion as well. As far as the snow totals go, it's kind of hard to tell because the winds have been whipping so much that they've been blowing things around. There are a lot of snow drifts. But in Freehold, New Jersey, just west of where I am, just inland, they've already reported 24 inches of snow. The last time the entire state of New Jersey was under a blizzard warning was back in 1996. So the sheriff of Monmouth County telling us snow removal, getting ahead of the storm has been so important. And we've seen crews out not just plowing the roads, plowing the streets, but actually scooping snow up and putting it into dump trucks and hauling it off to somewhere else. We spoke to one of those truck drivers earlier this morning. Take a listen to what he had to say.
So much danger going on. It's crazy. So everybody stay home, be safe if you ain't got to be out here. I see a lot of cars out there stuck on the road and everything with low to the ground. You need four-wheel drive out here. Last snowstorm the snow was more lighter to push around. This one's got a lot of weight behind it, so it's a lot harder to deal with.
And that driver Grady tells me that his wife works for the local power company. Of course, there have been power outages. He says she was not able to get to work today, so she is hunkered down at home under a blanket. Guys.
Valerie, kudos to you. You sound so composed. Obviously, you've got the right gear on, the goggles, you're bundled up. We know schools are closed here in the New York City and Boston area. We're going to talk about travel a little later in the hour, but what other storm impacts are you hearing about in the Northeast?
So the biggest impacts that we're hearing about are, of course, the power outages. This has been wet, heavy snow. The winds have been gusting. We've heard lots of reports of downed trees. There are more than 600,000 customers without power all across the Northeast, 26,000 people without power here in Monmouth County alone. The sheriff telling me that if people are experiencing power outages, they should contact their power company. Do not call 911. They want to keep those lines open. Again, power outages, those numbers will probably continue to go up throughout the day. Guys.
Valerie Castro, excellent reporting under some pretty treacherous conditions there. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Valerie. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is here in studio with us. It was tough getting into the office this morning, Bill, but we all made it. Tell us how long this storm is going to last, what it's going to look like through the rest of the day and the rest of the week.
Yeah, I know they're about 6 hours for the peak of the storm in eastern New England, and they're taking it on the chin. This storm exploded. This is the visible satellite imagery, and it almost looks like a hurricane with a clear eye in the middle of it. Obviously, it works different in the winter, but the bands that have expanded on the outside of this were incredible. And the snow totals, we're starting to get them in. No one's reached the 30-inch club yet, but numerous spots on the Jersey Shore around 2 feet. And the totals that are going to come in from Rhode Island and areas just south of Boston, I think someone's going to come close to 3 feet. So we still have blizzard warnings that are up from Ocean City all the way up to down East Maine. So that's roughly about a 500-mile drive of blizzard warnings. Many locations have met blizzard criteria, including Newark Airport and Boston Logan. And these are the current wind gusts. It's 59. My friend just sent me a picture of his house south of Boston here on the shore, and he can't see out of any of his windows. It's just plastered in snow. I mean, we're at 70-mile-per-hour gusts out here in Martha's Vineyard. The wind gauge stopped working in Provincetown. I mean, it's a serious situation. It's not just a blizzard. It's like life-threatening situation without power. This is the mega band. It's just snowing 2 to 3 inches per hour. One spot reported 8 inches of snow in 3 hours, and that's still happening in these areas here from south of Boston to Providence and just north of the Falmouth area. One last band in the New York City area. That's going to last maybe for about another hour, and that'll be about it. So additional snowfall in New York City, maybe another inch. Areas out here where I was mentioning where the heavy snow is still an additional 4, maybe 6 inches for those areas, guys. So we're still in the heart of this.
We are in the heart of it, and I understand there's some more snow to come later on this week. I know. We will check in with you then. I know. I'll give us a beat before we do that. Bill Cairns, we so appreciate you. And, of course, we will check back in on the impact of this store overall and what it's having on air travel and flight delays, cancellations, just a little bit later on in the show.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Secret Service is saying that an armed man was shot and killed after breaching the security perimeter at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida early Sunday morning. He was armed with what appeared to be a shotgun and a fuel can, according to the Secret Service, and he was ordered to drop them.
But instead, they say that he raised the gun to a shooting position. That's when law enforcement shot and killed him. Trump wasn't home. He was still at the White House after speaking at the governor's dinner earlier that night. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba does join us now from the White House. Monica, tell us more about what happened and how all of this actually unfolded.
Yeah, Morgan and Vicki, and what you just mentioned, I think, is a really important piece of context here, which is that the president and the first lady were not at Mar-a-Lago while this took place. But of course, any of the president's homes while he would be in office and has a Secret Service detail like the one he does would be protected. And so there is this secure perimeter that is, of course, closer to the actual buildings. And then there is one that is a little bit on the outside of that. And according to authorities, this man did approach and he breached that secure perimeter. And when he was asked to drop the items, allegedly that shotgun and what appeared to be a fuel can, he did drop the fuel can, but he raised that shotgun to a shooting position. And so then Secret Service agents and sheriff deputies engaged him and shot him and killed him. And it is unclear exactly which officer and which agency was the one who ended up shooting him and killing him. Authorities say there is an investigation underway now before they release a lot more information. But this did take place in the very late hours of Saturday night into Sunday morning, guys.
Monica, the suspect's identity has not been officially released yet, but two law enforcement sources tell NBC News the suspect is 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin from North Carolina. What have you learned about him?
That's right. And what we do know in this limited way so far before we get more information from authorities is that he actually was reported missing by his mother, who had posted a missing poster of him in the early hours of Sunday morning. They said that he had only been heard from a couple of days before that. And they indicated that he drove a vehicle and was coming from an area that, again, does appear to match this person and this possible suspect, according to authorities. They didn't necessarily confirm that this was the same person, but again, those law enforcement sources did tell us that that is the individual who was shot and killed at Mar-a-Lago this weekend.
All right, Monica Alba live at the White House. Thank you, Monica.
Let's head down to Arizona now, where volunteer groups are canvassing the neighborhood around Nancy Guthrie's home, all in an effort to find any signs of the missing 84-year-old woman. It has now been over 3 weeks since the mother of Today's Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie disappeared.
The Pima County Sheriff says police are still working to identify the man spotted in this surveillance video outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. And the sheriff is also saying that investigators are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person could be involved. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch live in Tucson, standing by with the very latest for us. Jesse, it's good to see you. So investigators say they're now really trying to zero in on the type of gun that the suspect had on him, as well as the clothes that he was wearing, to try and make a positive ID. How are police following those leads?
Yeah, so publicly, the only article of clothing or item seen in those surveillance images, guys, that authorities have publicly shared with us is that backpack. From those chilling surveillance images, that is a brand authorities have identified that can only be purchased at a Walmart. So the question remains now if they have already identified other items and are just holding that back from the public, or if they are still themselves trying to figure that out at this point. And this is also as they continue to try to get more DNA information from evidence they have collected at Nancy Guthrie's home. Here is part of what our team has heard from the sheriff in recent days.
I think we're getting a little closer to identifying some of the other articles, not just that backpack, which will help us as well. I know that we have teams going out to some of our gun stores and saying, hey, take a look at this holster, take a look at this gun, and oh, by the way, have you seen this person?
So again, they continue to canvass the area. That is the sheriff speaking. We know the FBI is also involved in this investigation, which is now stretching into its fourth week, guys.
Speaking of the sheriff, Jesse, police are also trying to identify unknown DNA that was found on Miss Guthrie's property. But the sheriff says that processing that evidence has been, really difficult. Why? Describe some of those challenges.
Yeah, so what we're told by authorities is that it is not a simple, clean, separate DNA sample. It is mixed with other DNA. And so in addition to trying to identify DNA, which can take time and may not even result in a match even when you run it through databases, they have to isolate that DNA from the other sample that it's mixed with. So the hope is they'll be able to fully isolate that DNA sample and then run it through a database, but those are still outstanding questions.
All right, Jesse Kirsch there on the ground for us. Jesse, we appreciate you. And we also appreciate the public because police are asking anyone with any information, no matter how big, no matter how small, to please contact the FBI tip line. You can see that number right there on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Homeland Security walking back a decision to suspend TSA pre-check at airports nationwide after swift backlash over the weekend. How the partial government shutdown and extreme weather is hampering travel today. Stick around. You're watching NBC News Daily. As that massive nor'easter buries large parts of the East Coast in snow, flight cancellations and delays are also piling up. So far, more than 5,500 flights going in and out of or within the U.S. have been canceled. Nearly 1,500 delayed. This is all according to air travel tracker Flight Aware.
Now, most of those disruptions are at New York City's major airports, with 90% of flights at LaGuardia Airport canceled, 89% at JFK. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, I cannot tell you how many people I know, even half my household, coming in and out of JFK and LaGuardia, canceled flights, canceled frankly through Wednesday, at least what I've seen. Take us through sort of the latest impacts on air travel.
Well, you know, that video you showed really shows it all, because if we re-rack that video and play it again from the airports, there are no planes in those shots, right? And the reason for that, of course, is the airlines have gotten their planes out of position, out of the storm's way. There's a single example, but look out there. I think I see one plane there sitting way in the distance. Bottom line is the airlines all got their planes out of the Northeast, for the most part, in advance of the storm. They don't want them sitting there and they get dumped on with snow. Then they got to dig all that snow off of the planes. We're looking at, as you mentioned, about 5,600 cancellations now. That's 20% of the day's flights. And if you count yesterday as well as today, 9,000 flights canceled. This is not going to be a one-day event. They need to, once they are able to dig these airports out, and oh, by the way, it's still snowing. Once they dig out, then they've got to get all those planes back into position, the air crews, the flight attendants, the pilots back into position. And as you know, we talk about this every time. It's a snowball effect, right? It will not just be one day. It'll take a few days, and it will affect other airports as well. So while right now JFK is about 89% flights departing today canceled, that's going to be 100%. But then even Chicago O'Hare, 8%. Wow. LA is at about 7%. Wow. Obviously, if you can't fly into the Northeast, then those airports are not going to be having planes leaving for the Northeast.
Tom, let's talk about the TSA now reversing course on its decision over the weekend. Kind of whiplash, right? They said, we're not going to have TSA pre-check. Then they said, actually, we are. What's the latest on that? What happened?
Well, so this was all because the DHS, Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, was upset about the closure, at least right now, the temporary shutdown of DHS, a funding battle, as you know, with the Democrats. So she said that there would be no TSA pre-check effective on Sunday and no global entry. Well, immediately the airlines raised a commotion over that, as well as travelers' rights groups. So about 20 million Americans have TSA pre-check and about 12 million have global entry. The fees that you pay if you are joining pre-check, that pays for the service, right? And it actually expedites people through the process. It's not slowing the process down. The reason is, of course, these people have already been verified and checked and rechecked. They've gone through the full background check. So to essentially say, we're going to make all those people stand in a longer line doesn't help the situation at all. Quickly, TSA backtracked. And as of today, TSA pre-check is back in effect. And Kristi Noem is making the point. She believes that the Democrats have been playing hardball and it's their fault. The Democrats are making the point, listen, the Republicans are not negotiating on Homeland Security issues and ICE, so this is the standstill we have. But the pre-check is working today.
Well, that is good news for the flights that are actually taking off. Tom Costello.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, it's time now for our Money Minute. A major U.S.-Europe trade deal now on ice after Friday's Supreme Court ruling shook up tariff policy.
Following an emergency meeting in Brussels, the European Parliament said the U.S. side of the deal is now so uncertain. That's a direct quote. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us now. Emily, a lot happening here. Break it down for us.
So, of course, this follows a roller coaster weekend for global trade after the Supreme Court struck down most of President Trump's sweeping tariffs, and Trump responded by threatening a 15% global rate. Now, European lawmakers say the deal is on hold until they get more details from the U.S. side. The deal, hammered out in Scotland last summer, capped most U.S. tariffs on imports from the EU at 15% and cut tariffs to 0% on several key products. This is the second time this deal has been paused. And Eli Lilly is rolling out a new way to take its blockbuster weight loss drug Zepbound. It's launched a multi-dose quick pen, allowing patients to take a month's worth of doses from a single pen. It's available now for cash-paying patients on the company's website, Lilly Direct. The cash-paying price starts at $300, guys.
Emily, stay right here. You're watching Daily.
A new candy controversy. The grandson of the inventor of Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is accusing Hershey of cutting corners and changing its famous recipe. I spoke with a food science expert about what could be causing this bittersweet back and forth. A bitter taste in the world of chocolate. Brad Reese, the grandson of the inventor of the iconic Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, posting an open letter to Hershey on LinkedIn, saying it is quietly replacing the very ingredients that built Reese's trust in the first place. Some experts say it has to do with cost. The price of cocoa skyrocketed over the past 2 years due to climate impacts in West Africa. And that caused some brands to swap in different ingredients. Now Reese telling the AP he recently threw out a bag of Reese's Valentine's Day mini hearts after seeing the company describe the treat as made with, quote, peanut butter cream and covered in chocolate candy. Hershey responding to Reese's criticism, saying in a statement in part, our iconic Reese's Peanut Butter Cups are made the same way they always have been, starting with roasting fresh peanuts to make our unique, one-of-a-kind peanut butter that is then combined with milk chocolate. Adding they do make recipe adjustments for new products and innovations without addressing the mini hearts directly. Consumers broadly are starting to notice some changes in the chocolates they're buying.
Chocolate candy that we used to eat growing up just doesn't taste the same.
Rich Hartel, a professor of food science, says some brands are turning to less expensive vegetable oils and swapping out cocoa for more sugar when we spoke to him at the end of last year. What are some common ways manufacturers cut costs?
Cocoa butter is probably the most expensive component in chocolate. So if you can replace some of the cocoa butter with a different, cheaper fat, then you're saving money.
Without cocoa, candy can't be called chocolate under FDA rules. What you may see on packages now instead, products with labels like chocolate flavor, chocolate taste, or chocolate-y. Cocoa prices have come back down this year, but just like at the gas pump, companies are often quick to raise prices due to a shortage in raw ingredients and slower to lower them. Retail sales for chocolate were up in 2025, mostly due to price increases, as the number of individual products consumers bought was actually down.
It does not taste the same, and I don't know what has happened.
Changes that may have Americans looking for other ways to satisfy their sweet tooth.
Well, as the Olympics wrap up in Milan Cortina, we are getting a last look at some of the beautiful sights of northern Italy and what it has to offer. Inside the Italian Dolomites lies a winter wonderland and a skier's paradise. So NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz gives us a view through the slopes.
Here, high above Cortina, the queen of the Dolomites, is the world's largest ski area. We are headed to the Dolomiti Super Ski and this place called Cinque Torre that we keep hearing about. Look at this. There they are. There are the 5 towers, and oh my gosh, the geology around here is incredible. All right, first run of the day. Let's go! Woo-hoo-hoo! This ski lift is a 1, 2, 3, 4 horsepower ski lift. How do you say giddy up in Italian? Andiamo. Andiamo! In the United States, we ski from run to run, chairlift to chairlift. Here, they ski from town to town, village to village, mountain to mountain.
Along the way, we found something else that makes this place so magical. A vast network of mountain huts.
This is a refugio. This is the true meaning of a mountain refuge in the middle of nowhere. This little winter oasis.
It's a perfect place for a lunchtime pit stop.
That was your lunch. Oh my God, I mean, I'm still working on it. This is Tamara. This is her family's hut, right? And so people can go ski from place to place, and instead of using a car to get to a hotel, you're using your skis to get to different refugios.
Yes, you can sleep every night in a different hut. Very unique experience.
Wow.
And then we have on the terrace over there, the sauna.
Did you say sauna? Oh. Life does not get much better than this. Oh wait, never mind, I was wrong. It did get better. Thank you so much. Cappuccino in a sauna on the top of a mountain. Salute.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Is Gotti even working? Come on.
He's got the best assignment in the building. We love to see it, Gotti.
Keep it right here, folks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey there, welcome back, and thanks again for joining us. We're at 12:30 in Pittsburgh and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Bradford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. In Utah, opening statements began in the trial of a woman accused of killing her husband and then writing a children's book on grief. Corey Richins is facing charges including aggravated murder. Prosecutors allege she poisoned her husband in 2022 to profit from his business and life insurance policies. The trial is expected to go through late March. If convicted, Richins could face life in prison.
CDC Deputy Director Ralph Abraham has stepped down just 2 months after taking on the role. The agency says Abraham's departure is due to unforeseen family obligations. His exit marks the second top official to leave the CDC just this month. Acting CDC Director Jim O'Neill, who was also serving as Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, left his role.
And we are continuing to follow this blizzard in the Northeast that is pushing heavy snow and high winds from Maryland all the way up to Maine today. Several cities along the eastern seaboard are reporting more than 2 feet of snow, and it is still dropping.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us with more on this storm. Bill, what is the latest?
Yeah, so we're still watching the peak of the storm in Cape Cod all the way back up into the Boston area. Providence, a lot of Rhode Island is taking it on the chin. We have roughly 650,000 power outages. 250,000 of those are in Massachusetts, and it's primarily eastern Massachusetts. New Jersey is second on that list, and New Jersey has about 150,000 people without power. So the storm, this is the satellite view of the storm, by the way, and you can see it start to wrap up here. This is just a classic nor'easter. Likely will end up in the top 10 all-time snowstorms for New York City. We're waiting for that final number to come out of Central Park as the snow will end in the next hour or two. So what's going to happen? So we're watching this exiting as we go throughout the night tonight. Then we watch a clipper storm diving down. This is going to produce some light snowfall from the Great Lakes through the Northeast. This is at 7 a.m. Wednesday. We could get some slippery roads. Typically with a clipper like this, we only expect a dusting to maybe 2 inches of snow. So it's not going to cause too many headaches, but it is possible for more school delays Wednesday. And then we get a storm diving through the southern portion of the mid-Atlantic. The northern edge of this does look to have some snow on that precipitation shield, and that's possibly New York to Boston, unfortunately. And that may be a moderate amount of snow, not like blockbuster, but just like your typical snowfall that could produce a couple inches. So here's what we're looking at. This is based on our European computer model. The light, moderate, heavy. The best chance for plowable snows from this period will be from Tuesday into Friday, would be from Minneapolis to Green Bay, and then possibly New York to Boston. So it's not like there's a big, huge warm-up coming, at least not yet.
All right, Bill Cairns, we wish you had some better news, but we appreciate the forecast. Thank you.
So, a powerful Mexican cartel unleashed a wave of violence across the country after the Mexican army killed its leader known as El Mencho. Cartel members set cars on fire, blocked off roads, and polluted the air with smoke in several different Mexican states. And authorities are now warning people to stay inside amid all this unrest.
El Mencho died during an operation to capture him with the help of U.S. intelligence, according to the White House. The Mexican government and President Trump have been trying to crack down on narco-terrorists sending drugs into the U.S. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from the Telemundo Center in Miami. George, tell us more on this operation that took place in Guadalajara yesterday.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. There's still so much uncertainty and really concern about what could happen next here today. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying, quote, "Today there is tranquility," saying that several roads have now reopened since this operation. As you mentioned, a lot of that cartel violence sort of erupted after the capture and eventual death of El Mencho. So many storefronts, buildings, cars were set on fire. A lot of American tourists that are in some of these hotspots like Puerto Vallarta were asked to shelter in place, and guidance from the U.S. Embassy as well. Now, we're being told, based on some of the information that was held today during a press conference, that this was an operation that had been building some time. As you mentioned, the White House saying they provided U.S. intelligence to help with this capture. Mexican authorities saying they actually had some insider information from a potential love interest of El Mencho. This led to a shootout, which they were trying to transport him, at which point he died, guys.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, people are being told right now to stay inside while the violence persists. Several Mexican states canceled school today. What's the situation like now on the streets?
Yeah, we've been talking to a number of American tourists that are there saying right now things appear to be more calm. But of course, there is concern that some of this violence could escalate, especially if there's any infighting between cartel members as this new vacuum of power could exist. A lot of hotels, one tourist telling me, is actually asking for a waiver should anyone want to leave and try to pursue an exit strategy. So there's still, again, just a lot of questions that are left to be answered here. But according to a lot of the Mexican authorities we're speaking with, it does appear that at least right now there is a lot more calm than there was 24 hours ago. Guys.
All right, George Solis reporting from our Telemundo Center down in Miami. We appreciate it, George. We also want to bring in Linda Spriggs, a U.S. tourist who's sheltering in place in Puerto Vallarta. Linda, we were just talking to George, who've been talking to tourists like you. I mean, first off, how are you doing? I mean, are you safe? Do you feel safe?
I feel safe. We're in a gated resort, and we're told not to leave the resort, so we can see all the fires. I probably about 50 fires just from the perch that we're up, at our balcony. But we're gated in here.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what you are seeing outside your window and what the hotel staff is doing to make sure that guests feel comfortable? Do you have any idea what's to come or when you're going to be able to leave?
As far as we know, it's still a shelter in place. We didn't eat for 24 hours because the staff couldn't make it in and they're running low on food. So the restaurant was closed inside of our resort, and then you can't leave the resort. Even if you did leave the resort, every single business was closed yesterday. The streets were empty. And so we were able to have like some eggs and toast this morning after 24 hours, but that's the least of our problems. It's not just the tourists, but also the staff members and the people who live here. They can't get to and from their jobs, and they're worried about each other in different parts of the city. They can't make it home. So right now we're just in limbo. We are told to continue to shelter in place.
I can only imagine what you guys are dealing with, only eating eggs and toast in the process while dealing with it. But, airline operations, we've been talking about the way that they have just been significantly delayed, canceled. Honestly, we've seen as far as into Wednesday. How are you planning to get back? I mean, how are the ride shares there on the ground?
Ride shares are suspended. Buses are suspended. No taxis. We hear no traffic today. It's real quiet today. I did see a fire off in the distance. Yesterday, I was hearing gunshots and explosions and all the fires. Today is pretty quiet, but we're all told to still shelter in place. And as far as the airlines, people can't make it to the airport. But from what I understand, flights are canceled out of here. But, people have no way it would be a 3-hour walk. There's no way to get to the airport right now.
Linda Spriggs, we really appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much for describing what you're going through. We certainly hope this ends soon and that you're able to get home and remain safe. Thank you so much, Linda.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we are following breaking news. The former UK ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
It comes just days after the arrest of former Prince Andrew on that same allegation. Both follow revelations in documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to have much more on this arrest later in the show.
Well, speaking of breaking news, Nick Reiner, the son of legendary filmmaker Rob Reiner, has pleaded not guilty in the stabbing deaths of his parents. Reiner appeared in a Los Angeles court earlier today for his arraignment on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors accuse Reiner of killing his parents inside their home back in December after they attended a holiday party together.
The case has faced several delays following Reiner's arrest, including one just last month after his defense team dropped out. He is now being represented by a public defender. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has been following the case and joins us now. So tell us more about what happened in court today and these charges Reiner has pleaded not guilty to.
So we have one of our NBC News reporters in Los Angeles inside the courtroom right now who says that Nick Reiner, he's wearing a tan jumpsuit. He spoke briefly to his public defender, Kimberly Green. Like you said, his high-profile attorney, Alan Jackson, withdrew from the case in January, citing some issues that had nothing to do with Reiner himself.
himself. Obviously, he has pled not guilty to the first-degree murder charges that he is facing. He waived his right to a speedy trial, which means that we're going to see this play out a little bit longer before this actually goes to trial. His public defender, Kimberly Green, also waiving the right to have them read the indictment to him. He was slumped over. He has a buzz cut right now, and, you know, obviously no bail. And I just want to point out something called special circumstance. That has to do with the highest murder charge that one can face in California. That is what Nick Reiner has been charged with when it comes to these 2 counts of first-degree murder. And the special circumstance allegation, which is written into the California statute, deals with the fact that this has to do with multiple murders.
He's been open, Nick Reiner, about his history with mental health and addiction. Does that play into this case at this point?
I mean, it absolutely could. You did not see his attorney, Kimberly Green, today say that he isn't competent to stand trial. That is something that we could have seen play out and potentially more time before his arraignment, which is now scheduled for April 29th. But he does have schizophrenia. We know at NBC News from some reporting that we did several months ago that his medication for schizophrenia had been changed sometime before the murders of his parents. He had been very open about his struggles with mental health. He and his father even did a movie about a boy loosely based on his life dealing with mental health struggles. He had been in and out of rehab centers, in and out of living on the streets and homelessness. Again, we don't know how that's going to play into the actual trial itself, but you can imagine that his schizophrenia diagnosis is going to come up in some way.
All right, Chloe Malasforce. Chloe, thank you.
Thanks, Chloe. Well, the Milan Cortina Olympics coming to an end. How the United States skated to second place in the medal count and the top moments from Sunday's closing ceremony in Verona. We will have much more NBC News Daily right after this. After 2 weeks in northern Italy for the Winter Olympics, Team USA is returning home with 33 medals, 12 gold, 12 silver, and 9 bronze. This is the most gold medals won by the U.S. in a single Winter Games.
Yeah, pretty cool. The games ended on a really big high note yesterday after the American men's hockey team notched a historic and thrilling 2-1 victory over Canada.
3-on-1 for Team USA.
Block across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal.
Werenski from the right circle goes cross ice to Jack Hughes, who buries it behind Bennington. The United States all collide along the boards. Helmets, sticks, and gloves flying everywhere.
So the game went into a nail-biting, sudden death overtime between the two rivals. Team USA was able to secure the first Olympic gold medal for men's hockey in 46 years. They're catching it all. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's live in Milan to close out our Olympics coverage. Shaq, I mean, the men's ice hockey game, it really had everyone on their toes yesterday. Just walk us through the final moments of the Winter Games.
And it's almost weird how strikingly similar it was to what we saw from the women a couple of days ago. This was against the arch rival Canada. You saw a game that was low scoring and that went into overtime. But in this instance, you had Jack Hughes in overtime scoring that goal. And, you know, ESPN just posted a little bit earlier today about how this is literally a dream come true from him. Look at this letter they asked him to write himself 7 years ago, just before he got drafted into the NHL. I'll read a little bit from it where he says at the end, after talking about his brothers, he says, maybe we all represented the United States at the Olympics or World Championships. Maybe we won a gold medal or gold medals together. What an honor that would be. And you saw what happened in that moment. Again, literally a dream come true for him. And then later yesterday, we also saw the closing ceremony, not here in Milan or Catania, but happening in that iconic, that historic Verona Arena, a place literally built more than 2,000 years ago. You saw a lot of opera. You saw a lot of tradition in that. And then you also saw the official handoff of the Winter Olympics from Italy to France. We, of course, know that France is holding the next Winter Olympic Games, but the next Summer Olympic Games will be coming to the United States and going to be hosted not right there, but in LA.
On the West Coast, indeed. Shaq Brewster, we appreciate it. You've done a great job. Have a safe trip home.
Artificial intelligence is not new in the fitness space, but it is being incorporated in some pretty new and innovative ways. Companies like Peloton, Tonal, Oura Ring, they're moving from generic programming to bio-responsive coaching and personalized to individual users.
The technology can now adapt workouts based on your sleep, your heart rate, your body temperature, even your menstrual cycle. It is game-changing for people who once felt like fitness wasn't for them. Fitness expert Liz Plosser joins us now. Liz, it's always good to see you. So first, just kind of set the scene for us. How is AI being used in fitness right now? What kinds of specialized programs are out there for folks?
Yeah, it is definitely here and will continue to grow. Long gone are the days when we were downloading PDFs and training off of those plans. Then came the next wave where we had wearables like Apple Watch and Aura and Whoop. And now we have platforms, whether it's apps or hardware, or even chatbots like ChatGPT and Claude that can build programs for us, that can watch our form and deliver real-time feedback, that can build plans and help us train for races and help us gain more strength at the gym. So all sorts of different ways that AI is leveling up our workouts.
You know, it sounds like these tools can optimize performance, but do they account for some of the benefits associated with in-person workouts when it comes to accountability or even just social connection?
I think that's such a great point, because as valuable as these tools can be in terms of accessibility and even affordability, when you consider that a personal training session could cost $100 or $150, but many of these tools are just $10 to $40 a month. At the end of the day, you have to listen to your own body. And so I think agency, and that means, how do I feel today? Do I have a nagging injury? Did I get sleep last night? You know, no matter what the metrics say, we always know our body best.
Yeah.
And so I don't want anyone pushing through an injury just because their AI coach said this is on the schedule and your biometrics suggest that this is the best workout for you. And then community and really connecting in person. There is so much motivation and joy that comes from gathering as a group and listening to a coach and having them cheer you along. And actually, research says that we're more likely to stick to our workouts when we have that accountability from working out with other people.
Liz, we just have a little bit of time left. Can you tell us, are there any safety risks people should be aware of?
I think the biggest one is injuries. If you feel like one is coming on or you're navigating one specifically, then I absolutely encourage you to talk to a healthcare professional, a real human, not a robot, and make sure that your training plan is taking your unique body's needs into account. So again, the headline is listen to your body.
Listen to your body. Great advice from Liz Plosser. Liz, we appreciate you, and stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily. Coaching, no matter the sport, is all about love of the game. And for one 90-year-old high school coach in Wisconsin, the love of basketball is what keeps him going.
That's right. The Wisconsin legend has been on the sidelines for nearly 70 years, coaching generations of students. Boyd Hubert from our Minnesota affiliate KARE 11 has his story.
High school basketball is a young person's game. Unless you're
no missing threes today.
Harold Mulhern. You might say the assistant coach for the Osseo Fairchild High School boys basketball teams is a hair different.
He'll be 91 in March. You're running a high-low post here, right? Hard to believe. Don't start where you want to be.
But Harold will tell you
Middle's wide open.
It's harder to imagine being 90
Good call.
and not being in a gym.
When I was a junior in high school, I already knew I wanted to be a coach.
Harold grew up playing sports in Stewartville, Minnesota.
And I started coaching in 1957.
Beginning a multi-sport Hall of Fame Minneskansing coaching career that would take him to 9 different schools.
69 years. Yep.
The largest share of which were spent earning banners in Osseo, Wisconsin, where Harold built his home, that close to the high school, to be as close as possible.
Oh, come on now.
To the kids.
Hey, if you're guarding the guy out of bounds, always guard the basket side. I think I've retired about 5 times already. Haven't got there yet. Slid right back into another job, you know.
Matt Cork, head JV coach.
Good shot, Gage. Had a boy.
Played for Harold.
That's his shot.
That was 1990. And as a 7th grade boy, I thought he was old then.
36 years later, Harold's still coaching him.
I was just telling him the same thing. What I would do now for a few minutes is come out in a man-to-man.
Referees would come over to me, is that Harold Mulhern? They're surprised to see him. They're surprised he's still doing it, you know.
Remember, we talked about
when Ryan Lease was hired this season
pitch the ball ahead
as head varsity coach, he didn't even consider replacing Harold.
The other night when we played, that was our weakness.
He said he'd love to keep helping. Tongue in cheek, I said, well, from the sounds of it, they'd run me out of here before I even started if I said no.
Do you know many 90-year-olds like him?
No.
Or any?
One of a kind.
I watched film with them today. And
Our weak side over here is getting lost. So they got guys coming in behind you.
Harold coached Eric Skoyan in
football, basketball, and baseball.
And now
he's coaching my son.
Get away, run!
That's Ty, who's heard the story of one of Harold's football teams falling behind in a big game.
He said, there's one reason we're losing this game and one reason only. Our quarterback is bleeping up.
who was the quarterback?
I was the quarterback. We did win the game to make it to state.
You never held it against him?
No, well, I want for a few days. Till that Monday when he apologized.
That's Harold.
I think we can outrun them.
Always looking for an edge.
I go to Mass before every ball game since I started as a freshman in high school. You think I'm good enough to do this all by myself? It's not happening, man. God's been taking care of me all those years.
Today he went at noon.
Sean Mulhern's dad may have found the secret
Yeah, I knew it was.
to staying out of the church cemetery.
I would say this has absolutely kept him going.
How will you know when it's time?
When I'm dead. That answers your question.
Winning attitude
How they do?
and night.
Just what they're supposed to do.
For a coach
Hey, good luck to you guys.
playing the long game.
Good work out there.
Boyd Hooper,
Good luck to you guys.
Carol 11 News,
Good hustle.
Osseo,
Good
Wisconsin.
luck to you guys.
We could all be so lucky. All right, here's what's trending right now. A big night in film across the pond at the BAFTA Film Awards last night. One battle after another took home 6 awards, including Best Film. Ryan Coogler and his movie Sinners made history with its 3 awards, the most for a black filmmaker at the BAFTAs. And to a big casting update for the hit Netflix series Wednesday. In a new teaser trailer, the show announcing Winona Ryder joining the cast, reuniting with her Beetlejuice co-star Jenna Ortega. Chris Sarandon and Noah Taylor also joining season 3, which is now in production. The show is filming just outside of Dublin. And Bad Bunny took the stage in Brazil for the very first time this weekend in Sao Paulo. 2 sold-out stadium shows.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Keep it right here. You're watching Daily.
Hey there, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, February 23rd. Historic blizzard, a massive winter storm slamming the Northeast, burying cities under mountains of snow and knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people. What all of this means for travel across the country.
Caught in the crossfire, Americans stranded in Mexico as gang members unleash a wave of violence over the killing of a cartel boss. When they could leave tourist hubs like Puerto Vallarta.
Epstein files fall out. The former UK ambassador to the United States arrested just days after former Prince Andrew. The latest from police in London.
Global tariff fight. The European Parliament halting the U.S. trade deal after President Trump threatened a 15% tariff. How will this impact American consumers?
It's our pleasure to welcome you here to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with the powerful nor'easter that is barreling up the East Coast today. 69 million people from Maryland all the way up to Maine under winter weather alerts, as millions more are under blizzard warnings. This is all as cities like Philadelphia, New York are blanketed in up to 2 feet of snow. At least 7 governors have declared states of emergency as people face coastal flooding, dangerous road conditions, and widespread power outages.
Satellite video captured by the National Weather Service shows the massive scale and power of this storm system. It can be seen from space, spinning up along the East Coast. Parts of New York and New Jersey are under travel restrictions today, with Hoboken now extending its travel ban until 4 p.m. Here in Manhattan, officials are warning this could be one of the city's 10 worst storms in 150 years. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now from Long Branch, New Jersey. Valerie, you've been talking to people there who've been braving the storm, walking their dogs, shoveling snow. How are things out there on the ground right now? What's the official situation and the warnings for safety?
Yeah, Vicki, you're right. There have been some people out walking around. We spoke to somebody earlier today, but really officials in this area, they started warning people last night to stay inside, do not go outside. And those warnings continue today. As you can see, the winds are still blowing. I'm just going to walk you over here along the boardwalk. You can see the waves continue to crash. And unfortunately, this is what we've seen people come out to take a look. There's a guy way down the shore. He walked by about 10 minutes ago. We saw some other people out here not long ago taking pictures down along the shore because the waves are so impressive. But again, officials warning people to stay home. And one of the reasons is because this is wet, heavy snow, and there have been high gusts of wind. And so we have had downed trees as a result, taking out power lines. And so there are power outages throughout the area. We spoke to one woman out walking her dog. She says she experienced some of those power issues throughout the night. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Our power here has been flickering all night long. So I turned up my heat a lot higher than I normally do because I don't like it hot, but I thought I better not take the chance if we lose power.
And the sheriff of Monmouth County here, he says there have been more than 25,000 customers reported without power, urging people that if their power does go out to call the power utility company. Do not call 911. They really want to keep those emergency lines open just in case. But again, a lot of people experiencing power outages. This is a wet, heavy snow contributing to all of those problems. You can see the wind is gusting right now. There were reports of gusts in the area of up to 53 miles per hour. Guys?
I mean, you just mentioned hundreds of thousands of people without power. What are the other sort of broader impacts we're still seeing right now?
We know there were some travel restrictions in place. New York City had one that expired at noon. New Jersey had one that expired earlier this morning. There is still a commercial vehicle travel ban for the state of Connecticut. They reported more than 80 accidents across that state. DoorDash, if you live in New York City and you rely on DoorDash for your meals, they had a ban on their travel last night. They continue to have a ban on their travel up until 2 p.m. today. So if you need to DoorDash something, you're out of luck, guys.
All right, Valerie Castro, we appreciate it. And that's a good reminder, actually. Let people stay home, be safe. Just don't cook at home. Don't require them to come and DoorDash or Uber Eats for you.
Yeah, we hope everybody stays safe.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns, who joins us now with more on the storm. Bill, how much more snow can we expect to get today? I mean, my question is this over? Is it finally over?
New York City it is, and Long Island to give it another hour. But for our friends south of Boston, down toward Providence and Cape Cod, I mean, this is a lot worse there than it is anywhere else. Boston has had 6 straight hours of blizzard conditions. There have been wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour on Nantucket. I'm hearing stories of plows that are trapped and need people to get assistance and rescue. So when the plows plows were getting stuck. That's when you get very serious. 80% of Cape Cod does not have power right now because of this storm. The winds there have been consistently 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts over the last couple hours. This is the visible satellite imagery. The center of the storm, it's all cleared out. The pressure is so low, it's almost acting like a hurricane, clearing out, what would be sort of a pseudo winter storm eye. It's now due south of Bar Harbor, Maine, and beginning to move away from southern New England. So the winds will begin to die down slowly, but the snow probably last another couple hours. Here's the peak snow totals. Just got this one in, just shy of the 30-inch club, Babylon, Long Island. We're waiting for the update from Central Park in New York City. If we can make it over 20 inches, that would get up towards a top 5 all-time snowfall. Philadelphia, your official total is going to end right around 14. We're waiting for areas from Providence to Boston to update because it is snowing incredibly hard in that area still. Numerous 24-inch reports are coming in. Still blizzard warnings go from Ocean City all the way to down East Maine. As far as wind gusts go, Boston still at 43, Martha's Vineyard 54, and Nantucket still at 63. So there's just blowing, there's drifting, and there's no sign any time that the power is going to come back on, maybe not till tomorrow. Look at this mega snow band here. This bright white shows you where we're getting 2-3 inches an hour snowfall rates. One location reported 8 inches in just 3 hours. And so, guys, we're not done yet. Still another couple inches, but life-threatening situation. 100% areas on Cape Cod, that's the worst of it.
Bill, we were hoping it would be over, but you say there is a chance for more snow later this week.
I mean, no one wants 50 degrees and sunny more than me right now. So we got a clipper system. So this storm exits, and then we're watching a clipper system diving down out of Canada. Great Lakes gets a little bit of snow Tuesday. Wednesday morning, a little bit of snow. These only typically bring about 1 to 2 inches, not a big deal. But then there's a more potent southern storm, and the northern fringe of this is going to have snow with it, maybe even plowable snow. This would be Friday morning, New York to Boston. I hope it changes. I don't want it.
We all hope it changes.
Yeah, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Well, this storm, as Bill mentioned, is causing chaos for travelers. This as airlines cancel and delay thousands of flights. So far, in fact, more than 5,600 flights going in and out of or even within the United States have been canceled and more than 1,800 delayed. All of that according to air travel tracker FlightAware. Most of those disruptions at New York City's major airports. 89% of flights at JFK canceled and its AirTrans service suspended. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is following all of this from our D.C. bureau. Tom, just give us the big picture, most recent travel updates and impacts from the storm.
Well, so yesterday and today, total 9,000 flights canceled now. When you are talking, as you mentioned, 5,600 flight cancellations, that's about 20% of the entire schedule for the whole country today alone, because a good quarter of all flights go into, out of, or over New York airspace. So this is a very significant impact on travel. It is likely to stay this way all day. No, if you have a flight scheduled to depart out of any of these airports in New York, out of Boston, highly unlikely it's going to be going anywhere. Highly unlikely the plane is even there. Here's what New York City Emergency Management is telling everybody as it relates to travel. Essentially, don't go to the airport unless your airline confirms your flight is operating. Don't expect that. Go online, check it out. Travel ban in effect in New York City, as you know, for non-essential travel. Check your flight status with your airline and expect ongoing delays around airports. Allow emergency crews and road operations to work safely. Listen, guys, I don't think we're going to see flights operating normally in New York area, Boston, New York, Philly. Certainly not today. Maybe cross your fingers, they'll start to resume operations tomorrow. It's going to take a good 3 days or so, maybe even longer, to fully recover.
And for things to just thaw out. But listen, Tom, I want to switch gears for a minute. There was this back and forth where TSA is now reversing course on its decision to suspend PreCheck, TSA PreCheck. That's, of course, the expedited screening program. All of this over the battle with Homeland Security Secretary. Tell us what happened and why the decision got reversed.
Well, bottom line, Homeland Security injected a level of chaos and uncertainty into an already chaotic and uncertain travel picture, because on Saturday, suddenly, Homeland Security tweeted out that they were suspending the use of TSA PreCheck and global entry because of the fight with the Democrats over Homeland Security funding, and specifically the TSA. 20 million people have qualified and pay for TSA PreCheck. They pay for it. That means they pay for this entire service. And global entry, of course, about 12 million people have that. They use it coming back into the United States from overseas trips. Homeland Security immediately faced big backlash from the airlines, travelers, groups who said said you can't do this, you cannot use travelers as pawns, and Homeland Security immediately backed off. So as of today, PreCheck is operating normally, not so on global entry.
All right, Tom Costello with the latest from D.C. Tom, we appreciate you.
You bet.
Meanwhile, investigators in Arizona are currently working to identify unknown DNA found on Nancy Guthrie's property. This as the search for the mother of Today co-anchor Savannah Guthrie now enters its 4th week. Meanwhile, the Pima County Sheriff says police are not ruling out the possibility that more than one person could be involved in Nancy's disappearance. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is live in Tucson with the very latest for us. Jesse, the FBI is now saying its agents are continuing to analyze cell phone data as well as video, and they're conducting interviews. Is there any new evidence that they're trying to get their hands on?
Yeah, so it was a big break in the case several days ago now, Vicki, when we got those chilling surveillance images that were recovered from Nancy Guthrie's surveillance system at her home. That is something that we know that authorities are trying to see if they can scrape more from. And as the sheriff has described here in Pima County to our team, it is not a simple, straightforward process. They want to make sure they can get to that data without destroying that data if there is any more video that can be recovered. So that is one thing that we continue to wait to hear if authorities have been able to do. Another thing is we're waiting to find out if they're able to identify more articles of clothing or items seen in those surveillance images. We know the backpack, according to authorities, is an Ozark brand backpack that can only be purchased at Walmart. So the question is, are other items only purchased at that retailer or at another specific retailer, and can they cross-reference those purchases and isolate a series of individuals or just one individual who may have purchased those items together? So that is something we continue to wait for an update on from authorities if they're able to get at that. But we know this is something that is not a quick process.
All right. Jesse Kirsch live in Tucson. Jesse, thank you so much. And a reminder, police are asking anyone with information to contact the FBI tip line. There are 2 separate $100,000 rewards available for information. And that tip line number there on your screen is 800-CALL-FBI.
The Secret Service says a man with what appeared to be a gun and fuel can approached President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence this weekend. What we know about that person who was shot by agents. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are learning more about an armed man who was shot and killed early Sunday morning after the Secret Service says he breached a secure perimeter at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida.
He was reportedly armed with what appeared to be a shotgun and a fuel can. Responding law enforcement ordered him to drop them, but instead, they say he raised the gun to a shooting position, and that forced them to act. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now from Washington now. So, Monica, President Trump was not home at Mar-a-Lago. He was still there at the White House where you are after he spoke at the governor's dinner. Tell us more about how this all unfolded.
Yeah, and that's a really important piece of context here. The president and the first lady were not at Mar-a-Lago, but that doesn't mean that a property like that wouldn't be secured by the Secret Service, as is the normal case for any president or anybody with a Secret Service detail like one of a president or a former president. So we do know that this individual, who authorities say was armed, was able to, it seems, breach an outside perimeter, so to get past a gate in some way. And when he was engaged by authorities to drop the items, he did raise that shotgun and appeared to take a stance where he could fire off some of those rounds. And so the Secret Service and some sheriff's deputies then were able to, they say, shoot and neutralize the suspect, and they did shoot and kill him. There is an investigation underway now with both of those agencies involved, where the FBI is also taking the lead, and it's unclear exactly which member of which agency shot this man. But we should just point out that this is a situation where there have been violent attacks, assassination attempts, certainly on the president back in 2024, that just add to the backdrop to all of this. Though, again, no motive is known at this time, as they are still going forward with this investigation.
Monica, what do we know at this point about the suspect specifically?
Well, two law enforcement sources tell NBC News that an individual by the name of Austin Tucker Martin, who is believed to be from North Carolina, was the man who was shot and killed at Mar-a-Lago this weekend. This is somebody with a very similar name who was reported missing by his mother, also in the North Carolina area. Though, again, the authorities there specifically did not confirm that this was the same individual. This is somebody who is 22 years old, and someone, again, who was not known to authorities or to law enforcement, according to a press conference that they had yesterday prior to this incident. Morgan and Vicki.
Monica Alba joining us live from the White House. Monica, thank you.
It is time now for our Money Minute. The battle for Warner Brothers Discovery continues, with Netflix speaking out this weekend.
Yeah, on the BAFTA red carpet in London, Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos said the company has signed a deal with WBD and accused Paramount Skydance of trying to, quote, circumvent it. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us now. Emily, this is a saga that just seems to never, ever end. Where do things stand at this moment?
Exactly. Well, today is the final day for Paramount Skydance to submit a, quote, best and final offer for WBD, which has already inked a deal with Netflix. To quote Sarandos last night, just make a better deal. The Netflix chief says his company's offer is still superior to Paramount's, and a key WBD shareholder vote is set for March 20th. And shares of Novo Nordisk plunged today after the company fell behind in the race to bring new weight loss drugs to market. Novo says trials of its latest drug did not meet their main objective, showing it is not inferior to rival Eli Lilly's blockbuster formula. This comes the same day that Eli Lilly launched a new delivery system for Zepbound, a pen with a month's worth of doses. And more than 3 million pounds of frozen chicken fried rice sold at Trader Joe's are being taken off shelves because they might be contaminated with glass. The recall is coming from Ajinomoto Foods North America, which notified the USDA after receiving customer complaints. Anyone with concerns about this recall should head to the USDA's website for more information. Always scary, guys, when you hear stuff like that.
Yeah, glad you're telling us about that recall. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much.
Well, the son of Hollywood legend Rob Reiner accused of killing his parents. We'll give you an update on what happened in court today as he faced a judge. More NBC News Daily right after this short break. Many people are putting electrolyte supplements in their water to stay hydrated, but some toxicologists are warning that using too much of the powder could potentially make you sick.
NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards has our report.
Blair Huddy embraced Boulder, Colorado's outdoorsy culture when she and her husband moved there from Los Angeles in 2024. Her new neighbor said water, and lots of it, is key for typical weekend warriors in such a dry climate at high altitude.
Suddenly, I was really hyper aware of being hydrated, and we just heard it over and over and over again.
Huddy says she began adding a packet of Liquid IV to her water bottle every day, a powder packed with vitamins and electrolytes, one of many advertised to boost hydration.
Get 2 times faster hydration than water alone.
Within a week, though, Huddy said her heart started to race. She felt dizzy, the symptoms escalating over time until her whole body ached.
I couldn't touch my face or like wash myself with a washcloth without it sending my whole body into shock.
6 months later, medical records reviewed by NBC News showed Huddy had hypervitaminosis B6, or toxic levels of B6 in her body. The cause? Excessive consumption of supplements.
Did you ever consider that it was these drinks actually causing her symptoms?
No.
She says her only consistent source of the vitamin was coming from the drink mixes. Electrolyte drink supplements like these powders or similar tablets have surged in popularity in recent years as more Americans are fixated on hydration. It's now a $41 billion industry, according to one estimate, and expected to double again in the next decade. They saturate social media.
I just love that there's no sugar and no artificial sweeteners.
Liquid IV even had a Super Bowl spot. The products often contain extra potassium and vitamins meant to help the body recover after hefty workouts.
And is it fair to say that these drinks tend to have pretty high doses of these ingredients?
They do.
University of Pittsburgh Medical Center toxicologist Dr. Anthony Pizon says electrolyte drinks are fine for most people in moderation.
It's the dose that makes the poison. So if you are drinking hydration solution multiple times throughout the day, and if that accumulates over many days or weeks or months, then you can see how that adds up really quickly.
Many of the products also extremely high in sodium, some providing nearly half of what people should get in a day in one pouch. Too much could worsen high blood pressure and kidney disease. Drinks like Gatorade have lower levels of sodium and vitamins, Pizon said, and don't carry the same potential risks. To be clear, severe reactions like Huddy's appear to be rare. America's Poison Centers says it doesn't have any data on such cases. Labels on Liquid IV and similar products have no specific warning about taking too much, but do advise people to talk to a doctor if they want to use more than one a day. In a statement to NBC News, Liquid IV's parent company, Unilever, said in part, quote, "The serving contains safe levels of sodium, minerals, and vitamins, including B6, for daily use." And it reiterates that those with underlying conditions speak with their healthcare professional before using more than one stick per day. Nearly a year later, Huddy is still recovering.
I saw like 10 Instagram stories in a row of different influencers promoting hydration packets. And it just kind of was like, I can't sit back anymore.
Hoping her story will serve as a warning to others. Erica Edwards, NBC News.
All right, move over, Moodang. There's a new baby hippo in town. In fact, you are looking in just a moment. There he is at the newest resident at Arizona's Wildlife World Zoo Aquarium and Safari Park. Last week, this baby girl and her care staff called on visitors to participate in a special vote to name her.
The options were Cadbury, Twixie, Jelly Bean, and Taffy. All good names.
Great.
Well, thanks to the Today Show, we can exclusively reveal which name won, and it was
the moment we've all been waiting for. Without any further ado, world, I'd like you to meet little Jelly Bean.
Hey, Jelly Bean!
That's like the perfect name. Jelly Bean and her mom, Lollipop, will be on exhibit during regular zoo hours. Pygmy hippos are an endangered species, and Jelly Bean's arrival can really help play a part in their conservation. She is so cute.
She's so cute. That's what my brother calls me, Jelly Bean. I feel like I'm a hippo now. All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Chicago and 1:30 right here in New York City. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Witt.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news. The State Department is evacuating all non-emergency personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. The department did not give any more details, but this does come as President Trump ordered a buildup of military forces in the Middle East amid mounting tensions with Iran.
Officials in California say they recovered the bodies of 9 skiers killed in an avalanche in Lake Tahoe. The victims include 6 close friends who were on a ski trip and 3 employees of Blackbird Mountain Guides. The sheriff's office says it is still gathering information about how the tour group assessed weather and avalanche conditions.
And American skier Lindsey Vonn says she is out of the hospital 2 weeks after suffering a broken leg at the Olympics. Vonn revealing the injury was so bad that an emergency surgery is the only thing that saved her leg from amputation. She says her focus now is on rehabilitation and getting herself walking again.
We are following breaking news in London, where a former UK ambassador to the U.S., Peter Mandelson, was just arrested on suspicion of misconduct while in public office.
New video shows police leading him out of his London home. And earlier this month, UK police launched an investigation into the longtime British politician and his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Today's arrest comes just days after former Prince Andrew was taken into custody for the same offense and then later released. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us live from our London bureau. Raf, first off, what are the details about Mandelson's alleged ties to Epstein?
So, Morgan, this is a fast-moving situation, and at this point, British police are not giving out many details. They are just saying that Mandelson was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, so suspicion that he abused his position as a public official. They aren't going into the details behind what is underneath that allegation. What we do know, separately, from the vast trove of documents released by the Department of Justice, is that Mandelson had a very long-running relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Mandelson is someone who has been on the political scene here in the UK since the late 90s. We don't know exactly how or when he and Epstein met, but we do know, according to these emails, it appears Epstein sent Mandelson around $75,000 in the period between 2003 and 2004. And later on, in 2010, when Mandelson was an extremely senior member of the British government, he sent Epstein, according to these files, details of internal British government deliberations about how to deal with the financial crisis of 2008, sparked by the collapse of Lehman Brothers. So again, we do not know the details of what it is police suspect, but this long-standing relationship is well documented in the Epstein files. Guys?
Raf, what more can you tell us about the 2 search warrants that police carried out related to the arrest of Mandelson?
So, Vicky, one of those searches was at Mandelson's home here in London. It's an area of North London. It's called Camden. The other search warrant is at his country address. That's in Wiltshire. That is west of London. We don't know at this point exactly what it is police are looking for, but as in the case with former Prince Andrew, you see police making this arrest and then carrying out these large-scale searches on multiple residences looking for different kinds of evidence. Guys?
How similar, Raf, does this investigation and really the allegations that kicked it off seem to be compared to the ones surrounding former Prince Andrew?
You know, it's really interesting, Morgan. It is the same offense in both cases cited by police, misconduct in public office. Again, you are seeing the arrest of a very high-profile individual. At this point, neither of these men have been charged, but you are seeing these extensive searches of their multiple properties. Just a reminder, former Prince Andrew was arrested last week. He has been released on bail now by police. No charges have been brought against him at this point, and it is very possible that we will see a similar situation with Peter Mandelson, where he is released either sometime tonight or tomorrow, and then we will all wait and see whether or not he faces charges. Guys?
All right, Raf Sanchez live from our London bureau. Raf, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, back here at home, Nick Reiner, the son of legendary filmmaker Rob Reiner, has pleaded not guilty in the stabbing deaths of his parents. Reiner appeared in a Los Angeles courtroom earlier today for his arraignment on 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Prosecutors accuse Reiner of killing his parents inside their home in December after they attended a holiday party together. NBC News national correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now. Morgan, tell us more about what happened in court today, and what can we expect from Reiner's next court appearance, which is scheduled for April?
Yeah, Vicki, Morgan, this was an arraignment that had been postponed because the last time we were there at the courthouse when Nick Reiner showed up with his prior defense counsel led by attorney Alan Jackson, it was at that moment that he announced that he was withdrawing his representation for Reiner, saying in a press conference after the fact that he did believe Reiner was innocent. However, he would not be the one representing him going forward. That's when a public defender was assigned to Reiner's case, who we heard from today as they entered the plea of not guilty. That is what transpired in this courtroom today. We did have a chance to hear from prosecutor Nathan Hochman regarding this high-profile case and its twists and turns that we've already seen. And here's what he had to say.
The case is on track. We have provided the bulk of discovery to defense counsel, and we are now waiting for the coroner's report. When that is provided to the district attorney's office, it will in turn be provided to defense counsel. This case is a death penalty eligible case.
As far as what could be happening in April, Morgan and Vicky, that is the set date for a preliminary hearing. We could get a peek at some of the evidence that may be discussed as this case goes forward. However, as we've seen with his prior arraignments that have been on the docket, a postponement is likely. That said, this is slowly starting to build as all eyes watch this very high-profile case here.
You know, Morgan, the charges against Reiner include what's called special circumstances. In a case like this, what does that actually mean?
Morgan, it essentially enhances the charges here. And the charges in Nick Reiner's case, 2 counts of first-degree murder. You mentioned that special circumstance, allegation of multiple murders, and then again of using a deadly weapon. Authorities confirmed that at least one of the weapons used was a knife, if not the primary weapon. Well, again, as Hochman said, have to wait to hear the coroner's report there. That means that if convicted in a trial, should this go to trial, Nick Reiner could face life in prison without the possibility of parole, or, as we've heard the prosecutor allude to in prior press conferences, the death penalty is still potentially on the table here because of that additional special circumstance. Guys.
Morgan Chesky for us. Morgan, we appreciate it.
Well, the U.S. has issued a security alert for parts of Mexico as a powerful cartel unleashes a wave of violence across the country. The cartel set cars on fire and blocked off roads. This all in reaction to the killing of its leader, known as El Mencho. State and local authorities are warning people, including U.S. tourists, to stay inside amidst all of this unrest.
The White House says it provided intelligence support to the Mexican government during its operation to capture El Mencho. The notorious drug lord was wounded during the raid and died while he was being flown to Mexico City. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from our Telemundo Center there in Miami. George, last hour we spoke live to a U.S. tourist who's actually stuck currently in Puerto Vallarta at her resort. Take a listen to what she said and let's talk on the other side.
As far as we know, it's still a shelter in place. We didn't eat for 24 hours because the staff couldn't make it in and they're running low on food. So the restaurant was closed inside of our resort, and then you can't leave the resort. Even if you did leave the resort, every single business was closed yesterday. The streets were empty. Ride shares are suspended. Buses are suspended. No taxis. We hear no traffic today. It's real quiet today. I did see a fire off in the distance. Yesterday, I was hearing gunshots and explosions in all the fires.
George, what else are you hearing amongst the people you've spoken to about the situation currently on the streets?
Yeah, hey, Morgan and Vicky. It's very much in line with what a number of American tourists are saying as far as the situation right now. They say things appear to be calm, but it's not a peaceful calm. They're describing an eerie sense on the streets, not unlike with the COVID-19 pandemic. There's also places where you have burned out stores, burned out cars that the government is working to clean up right now to try and restore a sense of normalcy. And as that one tourist pointed out, I mean, some of these resorts aren't exactly equipped to have people there long term. So one tourist, that I spoke with said his resort doesn't actually have any food. So they're rationing things like water and just non-perishables until they can get out. He is scheduled to leave Thursday. And right now, based on what we're learning from Mexican government, it does appear that some flights will be able to start getting in and out of the country. But still, there is just that level of uncertainty that's really concerning, especially if there is any escalation in violence in the coming hours, guys.
George, what more do you know about El Mencho and this operation to capture him as part of this effort to crack down on narco terrorists?
Yeah, so this is part of a cartel that has been growing in the region. It really started to grab hold around 2009, wanted by both the U.S. and Mexico, accused of some of the things most cartels are accused of, which is drug trafficking, human trafficking. El Mencho there, who you see, really just a kingpin in every sense of the word, the kind of guy that you would write a TV series or a movie about. And this operation, from what we're told, was something that, as again, the White House confirming, they provided intelligence, but this was strictly a Mexican government operation, but we're also getting some intel that it could have been someone on his inside that also assisted with his capture and ultimately the operation that led to his death as well. Guys.
All right, George Solis live out of Miami for us today. George, thanks.
Meanwhile, the European Union is hitting pause on its trade deal with the United States. It's all in response to President Trump imposing a flat 15% global tariff on all imports, hiking it from the 10% level that he announced on Friday.
Trump says the Supreme Court actually gave him more power and strength. And in a Truth Social post, he added, any country that wants to play games with the ridiculous Supreme Court decision will be met with a much higher tariff. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, so the new 15% tariff, it actually is lower in some cases for some countries. Others, like for Japan, it's exactly the same. So how does this all shake out? What does it mean for the American consumer?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people were looking at that Supreme Court decision on Friday and saying, hey, this is great, right? Because the tariffs were illegal. So that means that the cost of a company bringing something in from another country is going to be less, and that means that as a consumer, you'll likely pay less as well. But let's just kind of put that on pause for a quick moment, because the idea is that the president, almost immediately after that Supreme Court decision, said, hey, those tariffs are illegal. All right, fine. I'll just impose this other tariff, which could have a 15% cap and last for 150 days. So a lot of companies are still going to face, in many cases, the same exact or similar tariff rate as they faced prior to the Supreme Court decision. That's a reason why for the companies, there's that uncertainty. A lot of them are going to ask for refunds. We don't know how they'll get that. And then I think it's another question of whether or not the consumer will see anything. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, suggesting last week that it's unlikely the consumer will see any sort of impact from that.
But what about international negotiations? It sounds like the EU has said pause. India canceled a trip. Where do we stand?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is basically hitting a reset button on all of those negotiations, because the European Union had been looking at ratifying a deal that they were assuming was going to happen as a result of their, planning for the previous tariffs staying in place. But now you have the Supreme Court saying those tariffs aren't even valid. So now you have the European Union saying we're not going to ratify this deal while we assess what's going on with this new 15% temporary tariff that the president announced over the weekend. You can imagine India, a lot of other countries that are also trying to negotiate are trying to figure out what's happening with all of this. I think even customs importers are trying to figure that out first. No one really knows where we go from here. That uncertainty needs to be sorted out first.
And that uncertainty, as you mentioned, being passed on to consumers who also don't know what it
never
means
good for the markets.
Yeah, exactly. Brian,
thank you.
Research shows shoveling heavy snow could lead to an increased risk of heart attack. With more than 2 feet of snow in some areas today, we have tips on how you can clear your driveways and your walkways safely. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Today's nor'easter bringing some pretty record-breaking snow to the East Coast. And with these conditions comes the physical demand of having to shovel all that snow.
But medical experts warn that exerting too much energy while shoveling outside in the cold can actually increase your risk of a heart attack or physical injury, especially if you have certain underlying health conditions. Thankfully, to help clarify all of this, we have some tips from sports medicine physician Dr. Jordan Metzel. Dr. Metzel, first off, thanks for joining us, especially on this snowy day here. What are some things that we can do to sort of keep in mind so that we just avoid getting hurt while we're shoveling?
Definitely. Well, first of all, happy snowy day. And I'm actually just in from outside. And I have to say that the biggest problem we have in our country is people not doing enough activity, being inactive. And so anything to get people up moving around is a win. That being said, when you start ramping up your activity too quickly, we have a risk for certain kinds of problems. So just from an orthopedic point of view, this amount of snow, and this is a lot of snow, even for someone that loves snow like me. I was out in Central Park running this morning. There's a lot of snow out there. So, just certainly things like muscle and tendon injuries, back injuries. We see all kinds of things for people who try and exert too much activity. Maybe they haven't been hitting the gym enough since their New Year's resolution. And we see all kinds of injuries if they ramp up their activity too quickly, trying to do too much over a short period of time.
You know, Dr. Metzel, some of the key tips we saw on the graphic there is pushing the snow instead of trying to lift it. Those are great tips, changing your sides. But what if you have some sort of underlying cardiovascular related health concerns? What's your advice there?
Well, unfortunately, particularly for men, we see a higher risk of heart attack when they start to really exert themselves after a big snowfall. So my one comment on that is that if you have a history of a pre-existing cardiac condition, maybe you have hypertension, or you haven't been moving around very much, or you're older, or definitely if you're a smoker, you want to think about not doing too much too quickly. It's not to say you can't go out and be active, but you want to make sure you talk to your doctor beforehand. We see some of these problems with people who are really inactive and then all of a sudden have to get out and shovel a lot of snow. So hopefully that's nobody watching the program. Want to make sure that they're educated about just making sure they talk with their doctor before they get out and do too much.
Dr. Metzel, what are some physical symptoms that are actually a sign that you should probably take a break shoveling or just call it quits altogether?
Hopefully not totally call it quits, but in any sport, if it's snow shoveling or snow skiing or ice skating, if pain is changing how you're doing your mechanic of movement, we want to get it checked out. So if you're not able to shovel the snow because your back is so sore, you're kind of crooked, you want to back off and get that checked out. But certainly things from a cardiovascular point of view, you start getting chest pain or your chest starts hurting, you feel nauseous, you feel a racing heartbeat. Those are all things you want to be careful of from a cardiovascular standpoint. And then from just general musculoskeletal pain that changes how you're moving around, we want to keep an eye out for as well.
Dr. Metzel, we know you're a big advocate for physical movement. If you are going to go out there, talk to us about some very safe things to do. We have just a little short time left, but lifting with your legs, for example. What else should they be doing?
Yeah, technique. It's all about, lift with your legs. Don't try and take too big of a bite out of snow at one time. Not a physical bite with your shovel. This video you're looking at is somebody that did a pushing the snow technique. Those are all great things to try and minimize the exertion.
All right, Dr. Jordan Metzel, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Keep it right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coaching, no matter the sport, is all about love of the game. And for one 90-year-old high school coach in Wisconsin, the love of basketball is what keeps him going.
And that's right. The Wisconsin legend has been on the sidelines for nearly 70 years, coaching generations of students. Boyd Hubert from our Minnesota affiliate KARE 11 has his story.
High school basketball is a young person's game. Unless you're
no missing threes today.
Harold Mulhern. You might say the assistant coach for the Osseo Fairchild High School boys basketball teams is a hair different.
He'll be 91 in March.
You're running a high-low post here, right?
Hard to believe.
Don't start where you want to be.
But Harold will tell you
Middle's wide open.
It's harder to imagine being 90
Good call.
and not be in a gym.
When I was a junior in high school, I already knew I wanted to be a coach.
Harold grew up playing sports in Stewartville, Minnesota.
And I started coaching in 1957.
Beginning a multi-sport Hall of Fame Minneskansas coaching career that would take him to 9 different schools.
69 years. Yep.
The largest share of which were spent earning banners in Osseo, Wisconsin, where Harold built his home, that close to the high school, to be as close as possible.
Oh, come on now.
To the kids.
Hey, if you're guarding the guy out of bounds, always guard the basket side. I think I've retired about 5 times already. Haven't got there yet. Slid right back into another job, you know.
Matt Corbin, head JV coach.
Shot, Gage, that a boy.
Played for Harold.
That's his shot.
And that was 1990. And as a 7th grade boy, I thought he was old then.
36 years later, Harold's
Matt
still coaching him.
I was just telling him the same thing. What I would do now for a few minutes is come out in a man-to-man.
Referees would come over to me, is that Harold Mulhern? They're surprised to see him. They're surprised he's still doing it, you know.
Remember, we talked about when Ryan Lease was hired this season
Pitch the ball ahead.
as head varsity coach. He didn't even consider replacing Harold.
The other night when we played, that was our weakness.
He said he'd love to keep helping. Tongue in cheek, I said, well, from the sounds of it, they'd run me out of here before I even started if I said no.
Do you know many 90-year-olds like him?
No.
Or any?
One of a kind. I watched film with them today. And
Our weak side over here is getting lost. They got guys coming in behind you.
Harold coached Eric Skoyan in
Football, basketball, and baseball.
And now
He's coaching my son. Get away. Run.
that's Ty, who's heard the story of one of Harold's football teams falling behind in a big game.
He said, there's one reason we're losing this game and one reason only. Our quarterback is bleeping up.
Who was the quarterback?
I was the quarterback. We did win the game to make it to state.
You never held it against him?
No, well, I want for a few days. Till that Monday when he apologized.
That's Harold.
I think we can outrun them.
Always looking for an edge.
I go to Mass before every ball game since I started as a freshman in high school. You think I'm good enough to do this all by myself? It's not happening, man. God's been taking care of me all those years.
today he went at noon.
Sean Mulhern's dad may have found the secret
Yeah, I knew it was.
to staying out of the church cemetery.
I would say this has absolutely kept him going.
How will you know when it's time?
When I'm dead. That answers your question?
Winning attitude
How'd they do?
and night.
Just what they're supposed to do.
For a coach
Hey, good luck to you guys.
playing the long game.
Good work out there.
Boyd Hubert,
Good luck to you guys.
KARE 11 News,
Good hustle.
Osseo,
Good
Wisconsin.
luck to you guys.
We could all be so lucky. All right, here's what's trending right now. A big night in film across the pond at the BAFTA Film Awards last night. One battle after another took home 6 awards, including Best Film. Ryan Coogler and his movie Sinners made history with its 3 awards, the most for a black filmmaker at the BAFTAs. And to a big casting update for the hit Netflix series Wednesday. In a new teaser trailer, the show announcing Winona Ryder joining the cast, reuniting with her Beetlejuice co-star Jenna Ortega. Chris Sarandon and Noah Taylor also joining season 3, which is now in production. The show is filming just outside of Dublin. And Bad Bunny took the stage in Brazil for the very first time this weekend in Sao Paulo. 2 sold-out stadium shows.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Keep it right here. You're watching Daily.
everyone, I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, February 23rd, 2026, breaking news, bitter blast. A monster blizzard makes its way up the East Coast, dumping more than 2 feet of snow in some areas in less than 12 hours. The impact millions could still feel from the storm in the days ahead.
Security scare. New details emerging on the man shot and killed at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate after entering a secure area armed with a shotgun, according to authorities. The federal investigation now underway.
Tariff turmoil. The European Union hits pause on a U.S. trade deal after President Trump's new promise of a 15% global tariff. We'll break down the latest back and forth and the direct impact it could have on your wallet.
Plus, digital games. What if your next personal training wasn't a person at all? How people are using artificial intelligence to boost their workouts.
A lot of people doing that.
It's
a lot
true.
of snow to talk about this morning as well.
And so many stories. It's good to be back with you all.
Yeah, nice to be back with you, too. We begin this hour with that breaking news, a historic winter storm that is sweeping up and down the Northeast.
Right now, tens of millions of people are still under blizzard warnings that have spanned nearly 600 miles from Maryland to Maine. Snow totals are already topping 2 feet in New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island, but it's the snow mixed with the dangerous wind gusts that are causing the major issues.
Drivers have been told to stay off the roads with travel bans and restrictions in several states across the Northeast, while across the country, thousands of flights have been canceled. And as for power outages, there are more than 600,000 customers affected right now, with the majority reported in Massachusetts and New Jersey. Authorities are warning it could take days to get everything fully restored with all of the downed power lines.
We are tracking all of the angles this hour with this winter storm, but we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro with a look at some of the conditions out there in New Jersey. Valerie, I know you've been out there all day. What's it like right now, and what are you seeing across the region?
Yeah, Zinkley, we're here in Long Branch, New Jersey, along the Jersey Shore. And you're right, we've been out here most of the day. The wind has continued to blow. We've seen some pretty strong gusts in this area. One gust reported of 53 miles per hour, not far from where I am. The snow totals continue to increase. Freehold, New Jersey, which is just west of where I am inland, they are now reporting 26 inches of snow. Here along the shore, you can see the waves crashing offshore. They have continued to crash all morning long. Very dramatic pictures from where we are. But as you mentioned, there are a lot of power outages. This has been a wet, heavy snow, so it has taken down trees as well as power lines, causing a lot of issues throughout the area. We spoke to a snow removal worker earlier today. He was out for the last storm, out again in this one. He says this one is different from the last because of that wet, heavy snow. Take a listen to what he had to say.
So much danger going on. It's crazy. So everybody stay home, be safe if you ain't got to be out here. I see a lot of cars out there stuck on the road and everything with low to the ground. You need four-wheel drive out here. Last snowstorm the snow was more lighter to push around. This one's got a lot of weight behind it, so it's a lot harder to deal with.
And when we spoke to the Monmouth County Sheriff yesterday, he says they were at a disadvantage for this storm because they were not able to pre-treat the roadways. It was raining, so any brine would have washed away. So even though there are snow removal workers out there plowing the roads, there is a thin layer of ice underneath the snow, making it incredibly treacherous to venture out right now. Guys.
All right, and Valerie, we're going to let you go get warm. Thank you. Let's turn to NBC's Tom Costello, who's been tracking all the flight issues across the country. Tom, what's the latest on cancellations as we speak?
First of all, that's a heck of a shot she had there. My gosh, that looks terrible where she is. Here's where we stand right now. We're looking at 6,000 flight cancellations at this hour. That's more than 20% of the total number of flights nationwide today, 6,000 canceled. If you add that to how many we had yesterday, we're talking now about 9,500, almost 10,000 flight cancellations. Here's the problem. The Northeast, as you know, the population center is the biggest area for air travel. A quarter of all air travel in the United States every day goes into, out of, or over New York City. So when that airspace is closed and the airports are not closed, but are essentially off limits, and the runways are closed because of the snow, that's what you get there. Look at the red, starting up in Boston and down to New York. virtually every flight in or out of that area is not going to happen today. A few flights are happening in Baltimore, same thing in Washington, Reagan. But then look at the residual effect all the way down to Miami. Those are flights that can't go up to the Northeast. Same thing at O'Hare in the middle there, and all the way out to Denver, all the way out to LAX. So you can see this is having a national implication nationwide. You heard about the New York City order to stay off the roads. In fact, both New Jersey Transit as well as Long Island Railroad suspending service because of this mess. Airlines, as you would expect, waiving the change fees. If people can't fly, the change fee is waived to rebook. The trouble is, this is an act of God. It's not the airline's fault. As a result, if somebody has to spend the night in the hotel, that's probably going to be on them, guys.
All right, thanks so much. And now let's bring in Bill Cairns. Bill, of course, this storm has been dumping a large amount of snow in really a short period of time. And that's part of the challenge here. Where is the worst of it right now?
Boston to Providence and then out on Cape Cod. I mean, it's a different ball game where they are. I mean, it's life-threatening. This storm is no longer just the blizzard of 2026. Now it's safe to call it the historic blizzard of 2026. This is the satellite imagery showing the storm as it heads towards the Canadian Maritimes. We still have really heavy snow in certain areas and gusty winds. And the reason why I'm saying it's now historic, Providence just reported in with 32.8 inches of snow. That's their largest snowstorm in the city's history. Goes back to about 1904. It tops the blizzard of 78, which was 28.6. New York Central Park just reported in with 19.7 inches of snow. This makes New York City's 9th highest all time. It's still snowing, so we may add another inch to this. It could sneak close to a top 5 all time in New York City, and those records go back about 150 years. And as far as the wind gusts go, the story why this storm is now life-threatening is because of what's happening out here from end of Long Island, Providence to Boston, down towards Cape. I mean, we've had 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, numerous 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The entire city of Orleans is out of power out on Cape Cod. 80% of Cape Cod does not have power. There are plows that are stuck that are asking for rescue, and who's going to rescue them? No one else can even get out there right now. So blizzard warnings continue from New York out to the Cape and down along areas of Maine, guys. But yeah, this is still a very dangerous situation in certain areas.
Yeah, they are still in it. Bill Cairns, thank you.
Let's turn now to a deadly shooting at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home in Florida.
Officials say a man armed with a shotgun and a gasoline can broke through a security perimeter of the estate early Sunday morning. He was shot and killed by Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy after officials say he pointed his gun at them. No one else was injured in the shooting, and the White House notes that President Trump was in D.C., not at Mar-a-Lago at the time of that incident. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now. Monica, what more can you tell us about what happened and the person who was killed?
Well, Kate and Zinkley, what you just mentioned, I think, is the most important context, which is the president and the first lady were not at Mar-a-Lago while this took place, but there is still a protective detail that makes sure that that property is safe, even when the president isn't there. And this individual, according to authorities, did breach a secure perimeter. And when he was told to drop what he was holding, which appeared to be a fuel can and a shotgun, he dropped the fuel can, but then he raised the shotgun, again, according to authorities, to what appeared to be a shooting stance. And that is when the Secret Service and these sheriff deputies engaged and neutralized him, shooting him and killing him because, of course, he was approaching with that weapon, according to authorities. Now, an investigation is underway, so there's plenty more to learn. It's unclear exactly what this individual's motive was, but this does come at a time when we can remember the context and the backdrop to all of this, which is there have been several assassination attempts on the president's life in the last year and a half, and it only adds to this environment in which there are more threats and at times people who are going to potentially target the president. And he seemed to allude to that in some comments earlier. He didn't specifically talk about this, but he did say that there are people, quote, gunning for him. Kate and Zinkley.
And Monica, on a different note, FBI Director Kash Patel is now facing some backlash after he was seen celebrating in Italy yesterday with members of the U.S. men's hockey team, of course, during the Olympics following their Olympic gold medal win. What exactly is going on there?
Yeah, and according to the FBI and a spokesman for the Bureau, this wasn't the director of the FBI going to, quote, hang out at the Olympics. They said that he also had some official engagements while he was on the ground in Italy. And so you also have the FBI director himself defending this move, saying that he was very honored and very pleased to be able to attend the game, to be able to congratulate the players, and then to go into the locker room. And a video does appear to show that he was participating in those celebrations and was even at one point wearing one of the gold medals. Again, the Trump administration defending that fact, with the president also calling the U.S. men's hockey team and offering them the chance to potentially attend the State of the Union tomorrow evening. It's unclear whether they're going to be able to do that, Kate and Zinkley, but I can tell you some new reporting, which is the U.S. women's hockey team, which the White House did also extend an invitation to. They are respectfully declining that invitation right now, saying that due to logistical constraints and schedules, they won't be able to make it here to Washington tomorrow night.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you.
And coming up, the killing of a notorious drug lord ignites a wave of violence in Mexico. American tourists now trapped at popular resorts being warned to shelter in place, possibly for days. We'll bring you the latest ahead on NBC News Daily.
The search for the mother of Today co-anchor Savannah Guthrie is now in its fourth week.
It has been 23 days since Miss Nancy Guthrie disappeared in Arizona. Over the weekend, the Pima County Sheriff characterized the investigation as expanding rather than shrinking. A group of volunteers joined the search for clues over the weekend. The Pima County Sheriff's Department said it appreciates their concern, but the department also asked the volunteers to give investigators the space they need to do their work.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is with us in Tucson. Jesse, the Sheriff's Department says it is getting closer to identifying some of the clothing that was seen in that doorbell video. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, unfortunately not much, guys, because so far the only publicly identified item is the backpack seen in those surveillance images. It is a backpack brand that authorities say is one that is explicitly sold at Walmart. So they have that identified. They're trying to figure out what else the suspect is wearing in those images. The sheriff here has told our team that the holster that the gun is seen in appears to have unique characteristics. He doesn't elaborate much beyond that. There's been a lot of attention about the gloves, the ski mask, the jacket that's worn, and of course, you can imagine down to what shoes the suspect has on. Authorities will be trying to figure out what is worn to see if they can identify where those items were purchased, see if someone bought that backpack as well as some of those other items, and see if they can find a suspect through that.
And Jesse, we have talked before about analyzing the DNA that has been collected thus far, and we've heard from the Pima County Sheriff on this, who says a lab is running into some challenges processing that DNA. What exactly is happening there?
Yeah, so they've found unknown DNA at Nancy Guthrie's house, according to authorities. They tell us that is not Nancy's DNA. That does not belong to anyone who was close to her, in close contact with her. That also doesn't belong to anyone who may have been at the property for work, someone who might have been there to clean the pool or a housekeeper, someone like that. Sheriff says they've gone through those kinds of checks as well. And so it is a mystery who this DNA belongs to. But the problem is, the sheriff says, it is mixed with other DNA. And so they cannot simply take that sample and run it through databases to see if there's a match. They are trying to separate the DNA so that they have that sample isolated for them to test. And that is something that takes time. And of course, we also know it takes time beyond that to actually run the sample through a database if you're able to isolate it fully.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thanks for being there. And a reminder that if you or anyone you know has information that could be helpful in solving this case, you can reach out to any of the numbers that you see on your screen or call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Today, there is more fallout from Friday's Supreme Court decision to strike down most of President Donald Trump's tariffs.
This morning, the European Union hit the brakes on ratifying a U.S. trade deal after President Trump threatened a new 15% global tariff. And over the weekend, multiple Democratic governors called for refunds for the billions of dollars the government collected while the tariffs were in place. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, a possible 2028 presidential candidate, even sent President Trump an invoice for nearly $9 billion. When asked about refunds on Friday, President Trump said, "We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years." NBC News senior business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, in the wake of the Supreme Court decision on Friday, President Trump now saying he's going to impose this blanket 15% tariff on all global imports. How would that work? And how does he have the authority to do that?
Yeah, and that's a big reason why markets are not doing that well today, because after the announcement that the Supreme Court had struck down the tariffs, many people were saying, okay, well, that's it then. The tariffs are not there anymore, only to find out immediately afterwards that the president was going to pursue other avenues to reinstate those tariffs essentially at the same rates. So again, what we're talking about here is the president saying that he will go after any country that wants to retaliate here. He said that on Truth Social by saying, quote, any country that wants to, quote, play games with the ridiculous Supreme Court decision, as he describes it, will be met with a much higher tariff. And I think that's the threat that the markets are reacting to here. And the president even doubling down and saying, all right, well, the Supreme Court said that I don't have the emergency authority under their previous statute to stand up those tariffs, but he's still going to do it unilaterally. In another Truth Social post, he said, I don't need the help of Congress to do a lot of these tariffs. So yes, even though in the previous regime prior to last Friday, we had seen things like a 34% tariff on China, we had seen a 25% tariff on Canada as well as Mexico. Those are gone for right now, but the president has now reinstated this 15% tariff. But I do want to point out that's only temporary. It's only going to last for 150 days. That's why that was the plan B to the president's plan A, which was just struck down.
And Brian, a lot of those posts from the president coming this morning, also this morning, European unions saying that they're halting this trade deal out of Brussels. What might that mean for Americans here at home?
Well, that trade deal that they had negotiated with the United States was prior to the Supreme Court decision. So you had the European Union that was saying, all right, well, let's have a deal here. We can do a 15% cap, for example, on things like pharmaceutical products, in some cases even lower, depending on most favored nation. Won't get into that. The United States was saying they would lower auto tariffs on European Union-made cars coming into the United States. But all of that is kind of moot because the tariffs that the European Union was trying to get around with that framework was struck down by the Supreme Court. So now the European Union is saying, okay, well, now instead of that, we're dealing with this new 15% 150-day tariff that makes the last framework a bit useless. Let's try to figure out where we go from here. That uncertainty you can copy and paste to every other country that's trying to negotiate with the United States. That's what makes this so complicated. And I think that a lot of analysts are still trying to figure out exactly where we go from here. One JP Morgan analyst saying over the weekend that the effective tariff rate, if you take everything, is basically the same as it was even prior to the Supreme Court decision.
Okay, Brian Chung, thank you.
Thanks. And coming up, the son of legendary actor and director Rob Reiner enters a plea in the murder case against him. What happened in his hearing coming up next. An actress is suing a theater at Harvard University. She alleges that as a result of harsh treatment and styling, she has lost nearly 90% of her hair. Jericho Tran from our NBC station in Boston has the details.
My hair's falling out. I don't know what to do. My hair's falling out.
Nikkei Imaru says this was a traumatic experience throughout her performance week with the American Repertory Theater Company at Harvard University in February 2025.
Dissociation, trauma, anxiety, fear, dread, a real shredding, I would say, of my mental health.
The cornrow hairstyle meant to create a dynamic flow between the 5 characters Imaru played in the production of The Odyssey took her from full natural hair to a gut-wrenching reality as her hair started to fall out.
Between the tension and the extension hair, it caused a damage so that the corkscrew style extension continued to twist.
Twisted so hard it left Imaru with severe scalp trauma, resulting in non-scarring alopecia, 90% hair loss, with some of her hair follicles left completely empty.
It hasn't grown beyond maybe half an inch in a year.
5 years ago, Art publicly apologized for past racism, but Imaru felt racial discrimination reared its head again with the treatment of her hair. So Imaru filed a lawsuit which states, despite this public accounting by Art, the provisions of the equity contract and Art's commitment to prevent harm to black employees because of their race, Art caused grave and lasting harm to Ms. Imaru through its careless and stereotypical assumptions about her textured hair.
Textured hair requires particular types of care, and I don't believe that was followed through.
And while she says Art apologized, it just wasn't enough.
I think they could have handled it better. I think it would have been helpful to have had direct connection.
And at this point, Imaru just wants to make sure that this does not happen again. And she also wants accountability from the theater. We did reach out to them for comment and have still not heard back. In Cambridge, Jericho Tran, NBC 10 Boston.
Jericho, thank you. An Arizona advocate for people with disabilities is used to breaking barriers, even becoming the world's first licensed pilot without arms. But she has been flying a plane that is 80 years old, and now all of that is about to change. Kyle Simchuk from our NBC affiliate in Phoenix has that story.
Jessica Cox has spent her life redefining what's possible in the air and on the ground.
The world's first armless airplane pilot and an advocate for disability, as well as a motivational speaker.
Cox says what once made her self-conscious became her greatest strength.
But I realized that the fact that I do cause curiosity, some attention, is actually my greatest gift. And a gift that I can learn to be proud about, that I could be confident about, and also impart that on the next generation of children born without limb differences.
That confidence eventually carried her into the cockpit, even though she was terrified of flying.
The pilot asked me to take my shoe off and try to slip my toes around the yoke. He said, "You're flying the plane," and it just hit me like, wow, I need to become a pilot. And it just changed my life and what I thought was possible.
From that moment on, she eliminated "I can't" from her vocabulary. Cox has been flying entirely with her feet for the last 17 years, logging hundreds of hours. But her plane comes with limits.
The plane that I'm flying right now is called an Ercoupe. It's a 1946, very old technology. It cruises at about 85 miles per hour.
That's why she's now preparing for a major milestone, a brand new aircraft known as the Impossible Airplane. It'll be faster, roomier, and fully customized.
Literally be like a custom shoe that I slip my left foot into to control the yoke.
All of it tied to her nonprofit, Right Footed Foundation, and its mission.
Serves children without arms.
Cox's new plane is expected to arrive this July. She plans to use it to reach more children without arms and to inspire others.
The possibility of just sharing my life and that message that disability doesn't mean inability is what my nonprofit is all about.
Kyle Simchuk, 12 News.
Kyle, thanks so much. And coming up, the inspiration behind Olympic gold medalist Alyssa Liu's unique hairstyle. We'll have that ahead right here on NBC News Daily. Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News. Steve.
There's good news for that 2-year-old golden doodle who was abandoned at an airport ticket counter earlier this month. The pup, now named JetBlue, has been adopted by Las Vegas police officer Skeeter Black, who responded to the Harry Reid International Airport when the dog was discovered. The owner apparently wanted to fly with the dog but failed to provide documentation that the dog was a service animal. Then she allegedly tied the dog to a metal carry-on baggage sizer and headed to the departure gate, where officers arrested her for animal abandonment. More than 2,700 people from all around the globe had applied to adopt JetBlue.
The former British ambassador to the United States, Lord Peter Mandelson, was arrested today on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The 72-year-old veteran Labour Party politician was fired from his post back in September when details of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein came to light. Mandelson's arrest follows the release of millions of documents by the Department of Justice, some of which appear to show him leaking sensitive political and market information to Epstein. His arrest comes a week after former Prince Andrew was arrested on similar charges.
Opening statements are underway in the trial of Corey Richins, the Utah mom charged with fatally poisoning her husband nearly 4 years ago. That case drew national attention when Richins wrote and published a children's book to teach her sons about grief and mourning the death of their father. Richins is accused of fatally poisoning her husband with fentanyl. She faces charges including aggravated murder, attempted criminal homicide, false or fraudulent insurance claims, and forgery. She has pleaded not guilty. The U.S. Embassy in Mexico is telling American citizens in the country to shelter in place.
This comes after cartel members unleashed a wave of violence following the killing of a powerful drug cartel leader. Scenes like this erupted across nearly a dozen states in Mexico yesterday as cars burned and roads were blocked off. This morning, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said all highway blockades are now cleared. The White House says it provided intelligence support to the Mexican government's Operation Sunday, all in an effort to take out the leader known as El Mencho. NBC News correspondent George Solis has more.
And a number of American tourists who are still in cities like Puerto Vallarta say they are still essentially on lockdown, saying things are calm. It's quiet, but it's also eerie because a number of the businesses today are still closed. They're also reporting seeing things like vehicles that were burnt to a crisp, buildings that were charred as the cartels raged after the killing of their leader, El Mencho there. Now, we have learned from the White House that the U.S. did provide some intelligence that was meant to help with his capture, but this operation leading into a firefight that is essentially ended with El Mencho dying here, causing that wave of violence across states and several cities there in some of these tourist areas. Now, a lot of these tourists saying they got alerts on their phones that flights were either being canceled or diverted. Some of them now able to rebook, but there's still a sense of uncertainty whether or not that will be able to happen. Number one, they don't know if there's going to be more cartel violence here in the coming hours or if there'll be infighting within the cartels, which could spark a lot of concern. Now, today, the Mexican government, along with President Claudia Sheinbaum, saying they have removed some of those roadblocks. They are saying there is more sense of tranquility there in the region. But of course, a lot of American tourists saying they aren't necessarily relying on that guidance until they are able to get to the airport and board those flights. Now, very briefly, as far as who El Mencho was, well, he was part of this cartel, this growing cartel in the region that was gaining a lot of power. It rose to power around 2009, wanted by both the Mexican government as well as the United States. This all comes, as, of course, as the Trump administration has put pressure on Mexico to deal with cartels, designating them a foreign terrorist organization. Again, still with all this still unfolding, the real question again becomes what happens to these American tourists who are looking for a way out. Many saying they are hoping they are on the other side of this and are able to return to the States as soon as possible. Back to you.
George Solis, thanks so much. The son of Rob and Michelle Reiner has just entered a not guilty plea to charges of murdering his parents.
Nick Reiner appeared in a Los Angeles courtroom a short time ago. He's accused of stabbing his parents to death inside their California home back in December. Nick was arrested hours after their bodies were found. His arraignment was delayed after his high-profile defense attorney left the case last month.
Joining us now, NBC News national correspondent Morgan Chesky and NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris. Morgan, we'll start with you. This hearing only lasted a few minutes. Take us through what happened in court.
Yeah, Kate and Clay, this was essentially the first true arraignment we've seen of Nick Reiner. We were there in the courthouse the last time he appeared. As you mentioned, he was joined by Alan Jackson, who took that moment to say that he would no longer be representing Reiner. The reason for that remains unknown. Following that meeting, we heard Jackson say that he was 100% confident that pursuant to California laws, Reiner was innocent of this crime. And it was at that point he was assigned this public defender who we heard from today issue that plea of not guilty. As for Reiner himself, while he was there in the courtroom wearing that jumpsuit, unshaven, he barely spoke at all. And this was a arraignment that lasted just a few minutes, long enough for that not guilty plea to be entered and for the judge to say that there will be a preliminary hearing currently slated for April 29th. So that is what transpired this morning in this high-profile case. Nick Reiner now represented by a public defender. Guys?
Misty, let me go to you. Nick Reiner's arraignment was delayed by more than a month. Is it unusual to see things play out so slowly through the court system?
Well, there were some unique challenges with this case. First, as Morgan said, Alan Jackson withdrawing from the case and a public defender being assigned is naturally going to cause delay so that that new attorney can pick up the case and make determinations about how to move forward. But keep in mind, there's a lot of information out there about the mental health struggles of Nick Reiner. So in this particular case, there's a need to ensure that he is able, from a competency perspective, to move forward with the proceedings. So I suspect that that was a large reason behind the several delays that we've seen.
Misty, to complicate things further, prosecutors have not decided if they will seek the death penalty in this case, but that is a complicated matter out of the state of California, right? Can you explain why?
It is. Yes, it absolutely is. So the charge that Nick Reiner faces, murder with special circumstances, is a death-eligible offense, meaning prosecutors could seek the death penalty. Now, they'll have to let the defense know in advance if they intend to do so. But keep in mind, California, there is a moratorium on the death penalty, so executions are not taking place. Individuals who are on death row, their sentences have been commuted to life sentences. So even though the law is still on the books, practically speaking, there really is no death penalty in California. So it's a very complicated path moving forward.
All right, Misty Maris, Morgan Chesky, thank you both.
In the Middle East, the State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut.
It comes amid ongoing tensions with Iran, including a potential U.S. military strike. The U.S. has amassed its largest military buildup in the region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003, including 2 aircraft carriers. All of this as the U.S. and Iran prepare for another round of indirect talks in Geneva this Thursday to discuss the regime's nuclear program. NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now from Washington. Courtney, there does seem to be some increased momentum, you could say, for some action these last few days. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that people are talking about this momentum for potential military action is just this massive buildup that's been making its way now for weeks now, frankly, into the region. And we have seen hundreds of aircraft, ships, troops that have made their way in. 2 carriers, it really got a lot of people's attention. There was already one that was in there. There's another one, the USS Gerald R. Ford. It may sound familiar because we were talking a lot about it down in South America for several weeks. It's making its way as well up to the region. When you talk about that kind of firepower, that's a tremendous logistical turn for the U.S. military to move all of that there. It's extremely expensive, and it's an impact on a lot of people's lives. That's why people assume that there is something that's going to happen. But the reality is, guys, at this point, we do not have any indication that President Trump has made any decision to actually carry out any kind of military strikes or attacks inside Iran. The reality is we know that the administration is talking about this behind the scenes a lot. They are having a lot of meetings about it. But again, no decisions have been made, despite the fact all this hardware and this equipment is moving forward.
All right, Courtney Kuby for us. Courtney, thanks so much.
Well, for the first time in 46 years, the U.S. men's hockey team is bringing home the gold medal.
Yes, this was the final gold of the Winter Olympics, and it was captured in dramatic fashion Sunday morning, where you're watching the team defeated Canada in an overtime thriller thanks to a goal scored by Jack Hughes. There he is, missing a couple teeth. It came just minutes after he was hit in the face, and that's how that happened. This is the first time the U.S. men won gold in hockey since 1980, the Miracle on Ice team. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is with us one more time in Milan. Shaq, good to see you. I had the chance to speak with a few members of that historic Miracle on Ice team from 1980 before this Olympics started. I asked them about this team's chances of winning gold. Take a listen. How do you see their prospects maybe against Canada?
They're going there to win gold. Yeah. And they've got the group that can do it. They're probably the deepest team the U.S. has ever had.
Yeah. And I think they'll win it.
You think they'll win it? Well, that's a good prediction. I think they knew. Shaq, maybe foreshadowing there. Take us behind the scenes. What have the players been saying and doing after that historic win?
Well, what they've been doing a lot of celebrating. You saw that immediately after that game-winning shot in overtime by Jack Hughes. You saw that throughout the night as they continued to celebrate. And as we've been listening to what they've been saying, they have also been doing a little foreshadowing. Jack Hughes talking about how he was dreaming about hitting a game-winning goal with his brother as they've been in Olympic Village. And then look at this post from ESPN where he said they pulled it back from what he said about 7 years ago before he was drafted into the NHL. He talked about the idea of maybe we won a gold medal or gold medals together, talking about his brothers, saying what an honor that would be. He accomplished that moment. It was a very big moment for that team, and I bet they're dealing with a few headaches this morning based on all the celebrating they were doing.
Good headaches.
Yeah, headaches, toothaches, all of it. Shaq, of course, the Olympics brought some high highs and some low lows with Lindsey Vohn's devastating crash.
Yeah.
She shared an update earlier today on her health. What did she say?
Yeah, we got the most clear and extensive picture of exactly the damage that was done in that crash just a couple of weeks ago. She is now out of the hospital. She's back in the United States. But listen to a little bit of what she said about the experience that it's been since that crash.
I wish it had ended differently, really. But I'd rather go down swinging than not try at all. And I think what I was able to achieve was more than anyone expected to begin with.
In that video, she also said that this is the most pain that she has dealt with. This is someone who has dealt with several injuries. She talked about the idea of almost losing her leg, saying her leg almost had to be amputated because of the extent of the injury, but because her doctor was there, because he was ready to treat her for her ACL rupture before she went and raced, that he was able to save her leg in the end. So she has a long road to recovery, still is in a wheelchair, but you mentioned Olympics come with very high highs, but also very scary lows.
Yeah, that's for sure. Shaq Brewster, thanks for being there all 2 weeks for us.
Yeah,
We're gonna miss you.
Enjoy the final moments. Well, coming up, breaking a sweat with artificial intelligence, why more and more people are turning to AI for their fitness plans. That's coming up on Daily.
In today's daily health, artificial intelligence, AI, seems to be everywhere now, right? From classrooms to homes, and now even your fitness routine.
It's true. It's a tool many people use to enhance their workout routines. And our next guest has some tips to help you incorporate AI to break a sweat. Joining us now is wellness expert Liz Plosser. Liz, good to see you. So to start, talk us through how some people are already using AI to really boost their workouts.
Yeah, so AI is here. It's showing up in all sorts of different ways, whether it is chatbots or apps or even hardware. And the good news is that there's some cool research showing that when we use these tools, we're more likely to move a little bit more. One study says we take an average of 2,000 more steps a day when we have on a wearable, such as an Apple Watch, a Whoop, an Oura Ring. So that is really exciting, but really the future and where this is started to go and will be going in the months and years to come is using our biometrics. So our temperature, our heart rate variability, even our menstrual cycles to coach us and nudge us to the types of movement our body needs.
So if you're just getting started and you're thinking, okay, I'll try this AI thing, what are some suggested prompts? Like, what do you say to the AI?
So if you are using one of the chatbots such as ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, I would be as specific as possible with your goals. So you could say, I want a full body workout. I have 15 minutes. I have 2 10-pound dumbbells and I have a shoulder injury. That's better than saying, just build me a workout.
Okay.
You'll get more from your AI. You'll get better, more customized results that really work for you and your body, the more specific you can be.
Still, in this day and age, there are some questions about how much information is good to put into some of this tech, like height and weight. What do you recommend in that regard?
Yeah, I think it's true. We know that privacy is a concern, and the different tools, depending on the plans you have different levels of confidentiality. I would not put your medical info in there. I would personally save that and discuss it with your doctor. And that actually brings up an important point, which is things like our medical information, injuries, or medical issues and conditions we're navigating. That is something I always recommend you actually speak to a human about. These machines, tools, AI, they're very smart, they're very helpful, and can be great for exercise adherence and make it easier to access workouts no matter where you are and whatever budget you have. But at the end of the day, listening to your body and getting some professional help from a support team is really important to make sure you're staying safe and injury-free.
Yeah, well, so on that note, you say there are times you want to talk to a doctor. When do you need an actual human trainer or coach or fitness class in person versus AI?
Well, I think that community and in-person connection is never going away. It is a powerful motivator. It is one of the strongest predictors of exercise adherence. So I am all for human-to-human connection. I think that the best case scenario is that we have a hybrid space where it is AI and humans working together to make us healthier and happier.
Liz Plosser, great to have you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We got a lot more news ahead, so stay with us.
Yeah, you are watching NBC News Daily. Age is just a number for one Florida woman.
Maggie Kennedy, a 98-year-old from Jensen Beach, holds the world record as the oldest competitive pool player, according to Guinness World Records. Tyler Hatfield from our affiliate in West Palm Beach, Florida, has her story.
Setting up a rack.
I fell in love with the game.
With a pool cue in hand.
I think it's because I'm so old.
Maggie Kennedy is knocking some balls around.
That's always surprises people.
At pool halls on the Treasure Coast and around the country, Maggie is a legend.
Yeah, that's what they say.
At 98 years old, Maggie is the world's oldest competitive pool player, according to Guinness World Records, a title she's held since 2021, when she was 94 years old competing in Las Vegas.
I had to pose with all these guys and have my picture taken. They were so impressed with my playing.
Next Tuesday, she is making history again, flying to Vegas to compete in the BCA National Pool League tournament with her team, Sunday Fun Day.
We'll be playing every day from Wednesday through Sunday. And then, of course, the slot machines will be right handy, and that's fun.
But she's not traveling to Vegas without some style. The pool community on the Treasure Coast donating over $2,000 for her trip and a seat in first class.
And I'm still flabbergasted. I was just so touched by what they did.
2 of her sons out of her 8 children by her side, watching her get ready to compete.
Steve, she is an inspiration.
I'm just so proud of her. You know, it's great to see her doing something she loves to do, and she's pretty good at it.
Very good at it.
I remember meeting a guy, and he said, "Yeah, I met your mom before. She whooped me the first time I ever met her."
How does she do it at her age? Maybe genetics.
I come from good, hardy New England stock.
Or it could be just being Maggie.
I was taught to be nice and be happy.
In Martin County, I'm Tyler Hatfield, WPTV News.
So fun. Figure skating fans are celebrating Alyssa Liu's individual gold medal at the Winter Olympics. Not only was her performance unforgettable, so was her hairstyle.
Justina Coronel from our affiliate in St. Louis spoke to her hairstylist responsible for Liu's now famous halo hair.
Look good, feel good.
For St. Louis hairstylist Kelsey Miller, it's all about empowering women.
So pretty.
It's more than just hair.
Mm-hmm. And once you have hair that you love, I mean, it truly just makes you feel like you are on top of the world, and I love that.
As a woman who truly loves what she does.
Oh yeah, color looks really good when you do that.
Miller had the chance to work with someone just as passionate, Alyssa Liu. Liu was in St. Louis for the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, and through a mutual connection, their worlds collided. Liu has described herself as an artist, and for Miller, hair is a work of art too.
Because you're basically painting on a canvas, and for her, she had already started the painting for me, and it was just me finishing it off and tailoring it to like exactly what she wanted.
For the first time, Miller created the halo hair. The dyed stripes became a bold move, making Liu stand out even more, and they shine bright when she claimed the gold medal.
There was like a picture I saw where she was holding the American flag after she got her medal, and just seeing her stripes with the stripes of the American flag, it looks so cool together. So I was like, oh my gosh, I got to be a part of that. Like, that is such a rewarding feeling.
Miller thinks the halos will catch on.
You know, look at Dorothy Hamill. I feel like after she won as well, like everybody wanted that haircut. And for someone who's such a role model, like I think definitely people are going to be wanting that. I've already had people ask me like, oh, what do I ask my hairstylist for to achieve this look?
While Liu went for the gold, it's safe to say she always had her crown.
Just do it and be you, and don't listen to what other people say.
I love it. Be you. And look, folks, you know I like to change it up. So maybe
Yes.
I need to roll up here in some
Oh, you come with a halo? I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
I love
Justina, that was a great piece. Thank you so much. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to connect with us on your favorite social media platforms. You can find me at Simply Zinklea.
And you can find me at TV Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
everybody. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, February 23rd, 2026, blizzard blast. Heavy snow and high winds slam the Northeast. Major cities and airports brought to a near standstill. Schools and businesses closed. How long the extreme conditions are expected to last.
Key appearance, Nick Reiner enters a not guilty plea in the murders of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. What happened inside court today and what comes next in the high-profile case.
Award show shock. Outcry after a racial slur is shouted during the British Academy Film Awards while two black actors were on stage. How the BAFTAs are explaining what happened and the new apology from the BBC.
And golden finish. The U.S. men's hockey team beats Canada in an overtime thriller. All the highlights as the countdown to LA 28 officially gets underway.
It's hard to believe, but it was a thrill to watch Milan Cortina.
Oh, amazing. And the hockey game, astounding. But 2 years until LA. How did that happen?
Well, it's so good to be back with you all. We are going to get started this hour with that breaking news, a historic winter storm that's really sweeping up and down the Northeast.
Right now, millions of people are still under blizzard warnings that have spanned nearly 600 miles from Maryland to Maine. Snow totals are already topping 2 feet in New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. But it's the snow mixed with the dangerous wind gusts that are causing the biggest issues.
Drivers have been told to stay off the roads with travel restrictions in several states across the Northeast. While across the country, thousands of flights have been canceled. And as for power outages, there are more than 600,000 customers affected right now, with the majority reported in Massachusetts and New Jersey. Authorities are warning it could take days to get everything fully restored.
We are tracking all angles of this winter storm. We're going to start with NBC News digital reporter Marquise Francis with a look at the conditions in Philadelphia. Marquise, the snow finally starting to slow down there. What is it like where you are? What are you seeing across that area of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. Just like you all mentioned, from Maine to Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey, all the way down here in Pennsylvania, specifically in Philadelphia, we're seeing some 14 inches. That's the official read at Philadelphia Airport. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts overnight, making that cleanup effort just that much more difficult for personnel earlier this morning. And then you go about 50 miles east of the New Jersey shore. We're seeing totals of about 20 inches of snow. Overnight, we had Philadelphia Mayor Cheryl Parker even saying effectively today, Philadelphia is closed. That means government buildings and government personnel are off. And just like New York and New Jersey, school children also had off of school in person. However, they did have remote learning. And right now, I'm in Rittenhouse Square. I want to take a quick walk over to one of my special guests over here, because this entire square is just dotted with these snowmen. I nicknamed this one Bluey. It's about 5.5 foot tall, some carrots on top and a face here, and even has a jacket and some arm sticks. There's probably about 2 to 3 dozen of these snowmen all around this square. People trying to figure out ways to stay safe, stay warm, but also just past the time. But as you also noted, some 600,000 people up and down the East Coast without power. That also includes tens of thousands across the state of Pennsylvania. And it's just a messy, messy time. But at least here in Philadelphia, as it warms up and the snow begins to melt, now the cleanup efforts begin. Kate and Zinklea.
Marquise, thank you. And clearly the kids are enjoying the snow, the snowmen, not so much the travelers. So let's bring in NBC's Tom Costello tracking the flight issues. Tom, how exactly are things looking right now?
Well, it's bad. That's the bottom line. Everywhere from Maine all the way south to Philly, to a lesser extent into Baltimore and into D.C. But if everything north of Baltimore right now, very little, if anything, going in or out of there. We now have a total of, today alone, a total of 5,600 flight cancellations nationwide. Added to that, the 3,400 yesterday. So now we're at 10,000 total flights that we've seen between yesterday and today. That's a lot of flights that are completely canceled. Listen, as we discussed, the New York City airspace is the busiest in the country. A quarter of all planes every day fly through through or out of New York airspace. When it's closed, and essentially that's what's going on, then you can see the ripple effect. Look at Chicago O'Hare. Significant delays or cancellations there. Go down to Miami. Same thing there. Atlanta. Now, why is that? It's because, of course, those flights, nobody can go into the East Coast, and then nobody can come from the East Coast out. So you've got a lot of red kind of snowballing across the country. New Jersey Transit and Long Island Railroad also shut down there in the New York City area. It's going to take at least, I would think, 24, 48 hours is more likely before they can really start to recover on the air side of this. 48 hours, maybe even 3 days. This is a historic storm, and all those planes and all those flight crews out of position. So while you may finally get your plane into position, maybe it's been sitting the storm out in Louisville, Kentucky, for example, but your flight crew, your pilots may need to come from Orlando, and your flight attendants got to come from Denver. It takes a while to recover. So that's really the situation the airlines will be in throughout the week. And then we're going to have another blast of winter storm in the Northeast. This is not shaping up to be a good week to travel at all. Good. The only good news, you guys, and that is this. This is a lighter week of travel, that's for sure. We're not yet in the spring break season. We're well out of the holiday season. This is kind of called the shoulder season. Not a lot of air travel right now.
I was going to say, we're not in spring break. I didn't.
Not quite.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it right now.
Aren't we all, right, Tom? Let's go to meteorologist Bill Cairns, who maybe can tell us when we will ever have spring weather. But first, we really need to talk about the worst of the storm, right? Because there's some serious issues out there, Bill.
Yeah, areas from, like, say, New York City southwards, it's just kind of a dig-out, typical big snowstorm, but it's still life-threatening. From areas of Rhode Island here, from Boston southwards down to the southeast Mass and all of Cape Cod, it's life-threatening. Roads are not plowed out. There are plows that are stuck in some cases, and this is where the worst of it was. Providence, all-time #1, going back 122 years, #1 snowstorm, 32 inches. I'm seeing pictures from Rhode Island and southeast Mass. People that have lived there their whole lives are saying they've never seen this much snow before, and a lot of them could see the grass before this storm. And the wind gusts, 84 mile per hour on Long Island, 63 in Providence, Boston 61, Nantucket 83. That's why we have over 500,000 people without power, and most of them are in this area of southern and southeastern Mass. We're still gusting to 53 and 62 on the Cape and the islands. Boston's still gusting to 40. Worcester still at 44. So it's still a very difficult time to be traveling. This mega snow band that has produced 3 to 4 inches per hour is still sitting here south of Boston. So it wouldn't surprise me if we hear that at some point the National Guard is going to be needed to try to get in to help clear stuff out. It's that bad in southeast portions of Mass.
Yeah, I got to stay inside if you can. Bill Cairns, Tom Costello, Marquise Francis, thank you.
The son of Rob and Michelle Reiner has entered a not guilty plea to charges of murdering his parents.
Nick Reiner appeared in a Los Angeles courtroom earlier today. He's accused of stabbing his parents to death inside their California home back in December. Nick was arrested hours after their bodies were found. His arraignment was delayed after his high-profile defense attorney left the case last month.
Joining us now, NBC News national correspondent Morgan Chesky and NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris with us as well. Morgan, I'll start with you. This was a short hearing. Take us through what happened and what's next in the case.
Yeah, Kate and Clay, it only lasted a few minutes. Nick Reiner entered the courtroom wearing that jumpsuit with a scraggly beard, speaking few to no words at all. But he did have his new public defender there, whom you can see on your screen right now, enter that plea of not guilty. And this was really the first real progress we've seen in this case. As you mentioned, the last time Nick Reiner appeared in a courtroom, it was for Alan Jackson to step aside and withdraw his representation for the son of Rob Reiner. The reason for that still remains unknown, although following that withdrawal, he did make a statement in a press conference saying that he was 100% certain that pursuant to California laws, Nick Reiner was innocent of the murders of his parents. Of course, those charges still remain first-degree murder with special circumstances. And now we are looking forward to April 29th. That is a preliminary hearing date that's been set by a judge. And what could happen at that hearing is we could have a much better idea as to the evidence that will come out in this high-profile case and to what his defense could potentially look like here, guys.
Morgan, thank you. Misty, let's bring you in because we have reported that Nick Reiner was being treated for schizophrenia at the time of these murders. How might his mental health history impact this case?
So notice today, Nick Reiner pled not guilty as opposed to not guilty by reason of insanity, which would have been another option and would have told us that he intends to raise an insanity defense. But even though that does not seem to be the case based on his plea, mental health can still play a really central role. Knowing that there's this diagnosis, there's potential issues of drug use, mental health, it could all play into a defense that says he was not capable of formulating the requisite intent to commit the crime or seeking to mitigate what we have, this high-level murder charge, to something lesser. I think Morgan is spot on. The preliminary hearing could give us some significant insight into what the defense may be.
And Misty, Nick Reiner is now being represented by a public defender. What kind of challenges could that cause, given the high-profile nature of his family?
Public defenders are excellent lawyers, very, very committed to the defense, but there are certain limitations. And if we do see a mental health defense being raised, that is an incredibly expensive and expert-heavy defense. In order to bring that into the courtroom, there would have to be mental health experts that would be a part of the defense case. So that's something we'll see how that plays out. But it's certainly going to be something I'm sure the public defender, who's now taken over the case, will explore.
Misty Maris, Morgan Chesky, thanks to you both.
And coming up, the killing of a notorious drug lord ignites upheaval in Mexico. What it's like inside the country now.
Plus, measles cases are spreading nationwide. Where they are rising the fastest, that's ahead on NBC News Daily. The U.S. Embassy in Mexico is telling American citizens in that country to shelter in place. This comes after cartel members unleashed a wave of violence following the killing of a powerful drug cartel leader. Scenes like this erupted across nearly a dozen states in Mexico yesterday as cars burned and roads were blocked off. This morning, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said all highway blockades are now cleared. The White House says it provided intelligence support to the Mexican government's operation on Sunday to take out the leader known there as El Mencho. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent George Solis, who's been following all of this. George, what is the situation like right now in Mexico? What do we know about this notorious cartel leader who was killed?
Hey, Kate, good to be with you. Right now, the situation, according to a number of American tourists who still feel that they're stranded there, there's calm. It's quiet, but it's eerie. Many of them comparing it almost to the COVID-19 pandemic. Streets are desolate. Some cars that were burned still remain on the street. Some buildings that were charred also still vacant. A number of those businesses still closed. And of course, as you mentioned, this is all in response to what the government said was just cartel violence in the aftermath of the capture and subsequent death of that cartel leader known as El Mencho, who led one of the most notorious and growing cartels there in the region, wanted not just by the U.S., but also by the Mexican government. This was an operation, according to the Mexican government, that they had been working on for some time, even using a romantic partners of his to try and capture him. The White House also confirming that they provided help by providing intelligence in this operation, but saying that this was strictly a Mexican government operation that took him down. We also learned that a number of soldiers from the Mexican government were killed in this operation, as well as a number of cartel members. So there was a significant amount of bloodshed that unfolded in this ordeal, Kate.
And George, you've been speaking with American tourists down in Mexico who you mentioned they're worried about returning home. What more are they saying? What are they being told by authorities there?
Yeah, it really ranges the gamut. It seems to almost vary by the resort that they're staying at. One individual saying that the hotel was asking them to sign waivers if they choose to leave and try and get to the airport. Another telling me that they were able to get to the airport. The question is whether or not their flight will take off. Now, we are seeing that some flights that were booked are scheduled still to take off. Yesterday, I spoke with one individual who had no idea. He is scheduled to leave later this week, and by all accounts, he may be able to do so. But he's still worried that if things ramp up here in the next couple of days or hours even, it could be a much different story. Here's what he told me.
We've been coming here for like 20 years and we've always felt safe. And today everybody was running down the streets in panic and terror as cars were blowing up all over the place and people were running around and they lit fire to all the OXXO little convenience stores.
Yeah, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum today in her address to all of this saying that things are looking calm, urging for some level of tranquility, but whether it remains to be seen, Kate.
All right, George Solis following all of that for us. George, thanks.
The search for the mother of Today co-anchor and our colleague Savannah Guthrie is now in its fourth week. It has been 23 days since Miss Nancy Guthrie disappeared in Arizona. Over the weekend, the Pima County Sheriff characterized the investigation as expanding rather than shrinking. The department has not publicly named any suspects in the case, but the sheriff tells NBC News, quote, "We are not quitting. We will find her." NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Tucson and joins us now. Jesse, a group of volunteers actually joined the search over the weekend, and one person found a backpack. What is the sheriff's department saying about that discovery and the efforts of volunteers?
Yeah, well, so the backpack is not the correct brand of backpack to be the backpack seen in those surveillance images. Of course, can't at this point be completely ruling out if it is in any way connected, but it is not the brand of backpack, which we know was found or which was identified by authorities and is only sold at Walmart. So that is not what you were seeing on screen right there. And what authorities have also shared is that they're hoping that people will keep in mind that they need to give authorities their space to conduct their search, and also reminding people you can't just go on private property without permission. So definitely you have that kind of collision of different things going on out here as authorities continue looking for Nancy Guthrie, guys.
Yeah, of course, a lot of interest, but important to let authorities do their work. And to that end, Jesse, the sheriff's department says it is getting closer to identifying some of the clothes that were seen in that doorbell footage. What more do we know about that, as well as other efforts to identify this person?
Yeah, at this point, we are waiting, along with everyone else, to find out if they can positively ID any other articles of clothing or items seen here, perhaps the gun holster, the gloves, the jacket, the ski mask, just some of the items that you can see in these images. The only thing we know about for sure is that backpack sold exclusively at Walmart. Separately from trying to identify those items and perhaps find a suspect by seeing someone who purchased all of that is if we can get a positive identity on that DNA sample, which at this point remains a mystery to us, guys.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you. And of course, a reminder, if you or anyone you know has information that could be helpful, call any of the numbers on your screen and 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Still to come, new details emerging about the armed man who was shot and killed at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The federal investigation underway. That's ahead on NBC News Daily. Arab and Islamic countries are condemning comments made by America's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
In an interview with conservative podcaster Tucker Carlson, Huckabee suggested that Israel had a biblical right to more land in the Middle East. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley has more on the diplomatic fallout from Tel Aviv.
So this diplomatic crisis has been unraveling all weekend ever since those comments by U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee were put in that show on Friday by Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News and MSNBC host, who is now leading a camp within the American right that's questioning the American right's traditional support for Israel. Some would say almost unconditional support for Israel. Now, the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, he is really representing in this interview the traditional conservative American view of supporting Israel, but he's also a Christian Zionist, which means he's an evangelical Christian who believes that creating a Jewish state in land that he says was given to the Jews in the Bible will usher in the second coming of Christ. Now, of course, this is very controversial, and Tucker Carlson basically kind of got him to say that the land from the Euphrates River to the Nile in Egypt, referred to in a passage by the book of Genesis that Tucker Carlson quoted, would be given to the Jews. Now, in response to a question about this passage, Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador, said that Israel is entitled to all of that land. But he went on to clarify his comments and say that they won't take it. But this already has been causing huge anger from American allies in the Middle East and even countries that have diplomatic relations with Israel. But while this does represent a major rift between Republicans in the United States, it's unclear whether or not this is going to have any real effect here in the Middle East. The White House has already been walking back these comments, and this isn't the first time that the U.S. ambassador to Israel has made comments that the White House has tried to kind of walk back, including comments about Israel could be allowed to take over the West Bank, which the White House and Donald Trump himself have repeatedly said won't be allowed. So it's unclear whether or not these comments are going to create as much of a rift here in the Middle East as they would in the States.
Matt Bradley, thank you. Let's switch to some consumer news. J.P. Morgan Chase confirms that they closed President Trump's bank accounts in the wake of the January 6th attacks.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us now with today's Money Minute. So, Emily, what else are we hearing and learning?
Yeah, so this came out in a court filing that was put forward, part of the president's lawsuit against the bank and its leader, Jamie Dimon. Trump is suing, alleging that his accounts were closed because of political bias. The February 19th letters didn't specify the reason for these closures. In a statement, a spokesperson for Trump's legal team says this concession proves the president's claim. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan previously said that this suit is meritless, and the bank says it doesn't have anything further to add at this time. And Eli Lilly is rolling out a new form of its blockbuster weight loss drug Zepbound. It's launched a multi-dose quick pen, allowing patients to take a month's worth of doses. It's available for cash-paying patients on the company's website. And an animated underdog is leading what was a snowy box office weekend for many. Sony's GOAT came in at #1 in North America, bringing in $17 million, though the steamy Wuthering Heights wasn't too far behind with $14 million. Guys, what is it with steamy entertainment lately? First it was Heated Rivalry, now Wuthering Heights.
It's cozy season. It's cuffing season.
It's true.
But
That is a
apparently
good
it's also Steph Curry being a producer on that. I guess there's some basketball themes.
Yeah, we talked about it on Thursday when we were previewing the weekend and this great animated film. I got a lot of people going.
And I think in wintertime, families love just going out and seeing animated films. So I'm not surprised that that came in as #1.
All right, Emily, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, up next, a dog abandoned at an airport ticket counter now has a new name and a new home. Who stepped in to adopt him? That's next on NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's daily snapshot. The streets of London lit up with red and gold this Sunday as that city celebrated the Chinese New Year. The annual parade is one of the largest outside of Asia, and as we know, this year is the year of the horse. But in the parade, you see all sorts of animals like fish, dogs, pandas, even dragons.
Wow.
These people are performing the dragon dance. It's traditionally performed on the holiday in the hopes of bringing good luck. Some people believe the longer the dragon dances, the more luck it brings to your community.
Oh, I love that, and so beautiful too.
Yeah, really gorgeous. Much more NBC News Daily straight ahead. Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
There's good news for that 2-year-old golden doodle who was abandoned at an airport ticket counter earlier this month. The pup, now named JetBlue, has been adopted by Las Vegas police officer Skeeter Black, who responded to the Harry Reid International Airport when the dog was discovered. The owner apparently wanted to fly with the dog, but failed to provide documentation that the dog was a service animal. Then she allegedly tied that dog to a metal carry-on baggage sizer and headed to the departure gate, where officers arrested her for animal abandonment. More than 2,700 people from all around the globe had applied to adopt JetBlue.
The former British ambassador to the U.S., Lord Peter Mandelson, was arrested today on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The 72-year-old veteran Labour Party politician was fired from his post back in September when details of his relationship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein came to light. Mandelson's arrest follows the release of millions of documents by the Department of Justice, some of which appear to show him leaking sensitive political and market information to Epstein. His arrest comes a week after former Prince Andrew was arrested on similar charges.
And opening statements are underway in the trial of Corey Richins, the Utah mom charged with fatally poisoning her husband nearly 4 years ago. The case drew national attention when Richins wrote and published a children's book to teach her sons about grief and mourning the death of their father. Richins is accused of fatally poisoning her husband with fentanyl. She faces charges including aggravated murder, attempted criminal homicide, false or fraudulent insurance claims, and forgery. She has pleaded not guilty.
The BBC is apologizing for airing a racial slur during last night's broadcast of the British Academy Film Awards, also known as the BAFTAs. It happened when the stars of the movie Sinners were on stage to present an award, and that's when the Academy says an attendee with Tourette's syndrome made the outburst. We're going to play you part of the video, but you will not hear the racial slur.
I am delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
Joining us now is NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, it's really hard to understand how this happened. What do we know?
Yeah, Kate, this was a really ugly moment. So Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo were on stage, as you saw. They're presenting that award. Amid the silence of the hall, suddenly this racial slur is shouted. The two actors, you can see on their faces they're startled, but they continued with the presentation. What happened here is there's a man in the audience who suffers from Tourette syndrome. His name is John Davidson. His life is actually the inspiration for a new movie coming out that was being honored at the BAFTAs. Tourette syndrome, as viewers may know, is a condition where people make involuntary tics. Those can be physical tics, but they can also be verbal. And in some cases, it can lead to people swearing, and in very extreme cases, can lead to people shouting, ethnic racial slurs like the one we heard last night. So this man, John Davidson, was in the audience. He shouted this epithet during that moment, and you can see there was a stunned reaction in the hall at the time. Okay.
Yeah, and Raf, for people who don't know, the BAFTAs are a big deal, right? This is like their Academy Awards, if you will, in England. How is the BBC responding? What other responses have we heard so far?
Yeah, big deal. Prince William in the audience, lots of Hollywood stars in the audience. This is not what anyone wanted to happen. The BBC is apologizing. They've come under a lot of fire because they allowed the racial slur to go out on the broadcast, even though it was pre-recorded. They had the opportunity to edit it out. They did not do so. They are apologizing for that. They are saying they were removing it from a version of the ceremony that's on their streaming service. We are also hearing from the organizers of the BAFTAs themselves. They have a statement that I want to read to you in part, if we can bring it up on the screen here. They say, at the BAFTA Film Awards last night, our guests heard very offensive language that carries incomparable trauma and pain for so many. We want to acknowledge the harm this has caused, address what happened, and apologize to all. And they go on to speak specifically to the two actors who were on stage. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on stage at the time, and we apologize unreservedly to them and to all those impacted. We would like to thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism. And I will say, Kate, you look on social media, there is a lot of understanding for John Davidson, for his medical condition, but there is a lot of frustration with both BAFTA and the BBC at how this has been handled.
Raf, just to clarify, if you know, was it pre-recorded or was it like on a delay where they could have caught it?
So it was 2-hour delay. So there was plenty of time to edit it out. And the editors did, in fact, edit out other controversial moments during the ceremony. So big question marks about why they didn't do so in this case.
Important context. Thank you, Raf Sanchez. Appreciate it.
Let's turn now to a deadly shooting at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. Officials say a man armed with a shotgun and a gasoline can broke through a security perimeter of the estate early Sunday morning. He was shot and killed by Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy after officials say he pointed his gun at them. No one else was injured in that shooting, and the White House says President Trump was in Washington, D.C., not at Mar-a-Lago at the time of this incident. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Gabe, to start, what more should we know about how this all unfolded and the person who was ultimately killed?
Well, Zane Clay, a federal investigation is now underway and trying to figure out the motive here. But as you mentioned, this all happened around 1:30 Sunday morning at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. That this intruder, police say, breached the perimeter of the Mar-a-Lago estate, holding a shotgun and a gas can. And he was shot and killed by law enforcement authorities there, including Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy. Now, this FBI investigation is underway. Austin Tucker Martin, 21 years old. He's from North Carolina. His cousin tells the Associated Press that family supports President Trump, but that Martin was, quote, quiet, that he never really talked about anything. So certainly a lot of questions here after, you saw that missing poster. The family had reported Martin missing, but there are still a lot of questions about why he went down to Florida to do this. Again, his family lives in North Carolina, and that the FBI investigation is underway, Kate Sinclair.
And Gabe, on a different topic, FBI Director Kash Patel is now facing backlash after he was seen celebrating in Italy yesterday with members of the U.S. men's hockey team, that, of course, following their Olympic gold medal win. What exactly is going on there?
Yeah, certainly. Look, the FBI is not only investigating this incident at Mar-a-Lago, but certainly facing a lot of, dealing with a lot of high-profile investigations. And so critics of FBI Director Kash Patel are questioning why he traveled to Italy and was seen in video posted online drinking beer in the locker room, also spraying it over members of Team USA, also calling the president, putting the president on speakerphone to say hello to the team. For his part, the FBI director says that he was traveling to Italy to meet with Italian counterparts, and the U.S. was helping with security. And he says that he was invited to celebrate with the men's hockey team. Kate Sinclair.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much.
There is growing concern over the nationwide measles outbreak. So far this year, there have already been 982 measles cases in 26 states.
That's more than 4 times the number of cases at this time last year when an outbreak began in West Texas, and cases continue to grow in Utah, Arizona, and South Carolina.
Joining us now to talk more about it, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to see you. We have not seen cases this high since the measles was eliminated in the U.S. 26 years ago. Do we know, is it the lack of vaccines that's causing cases to rise so quickly?
Yeah, Kate Sinclair, it's very concerning, and it is indeed that we're falling below the vaccine levels that we need to keep the virus in check. So roughly 92 to 95% of a community needs to be covered. And because we drop below that in many communities, one infected person or one unvaccinated person can literally spark an outbreak like we're seeing across the country.
And Kavita, some people may not even know they have the virus, but you can still get measles if you've been vaccinated. It actually happened to one Florida student who we spoke with and tested positive. First, let's listen.
I didn't eat for a week, and I lost 10 pounds in a week just because my throat was so sore.
He, of course, young as well. Can you remind us of the symptoms and when someone should see a doctor?
Yeah, and breaking through the vaccine does happen, as you mentioned. It's a much lower percentage, and we still haven't had a death from anyone who's had measles that has broken through, who's been vaccinated. So it's another prop for what the vaccine does to protect us. But here's what to look out for. It's really symptoms of a bad viral illness. Think high fever above 104 degrees. That's pretty high. A really rough and dry cough, a runny nose, not like the kind you have from colds before, but just won't stop. And then I see a lot of patients that say that they've got red watery eyes. When we see cases of measles and they've been sparse, they are really intense and they cannot control kind of that flow of water. A couple of days later, you might see white spots inside your mouth, but the minute you start seeing those kind of viral illness symptoms, show up, seek care, and remember to try to protect anyone around you from potentially being exposed if you're still trying to figure that out.
Dr. Kavita Patel, always great to have you. Thank you.
For the first time in 46 years, the U.S. men's hockey team is bringing home the gold medal.
The team just touched down in Miami from Milan. Take a look at some new video that we just got in. All those eager fans waiting right there at the airport to try to cheer them on and get some autographs as they were coming out of the gate. This was the final gold of the Winter Olympics. It was captured in dramatic fashion on Sunday morning. The team defeated Canada in an overtime thriller thanks to a goal scored by Jack Hughes. It came just minutes after the 24-year-old was actually hit in the face, and you saw a moment ago he lost a few teeth. This is the first time the U.S., there it is again, first time the U.S. men have won gold in hockey since the 1980 Miracle on Ice team. And NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milan once again for us. Shaq, what a game. Take us behind the scenes. What have the players been saying? Now they're back in Miami. I mean, they are just soaring.
Oh, yeah, they're really on a high right now. I think you saw that immediately after that goal went in. When the bench cleared, they threw all their stuff off, and you had those really iconic photographs afterwards. And you've also been hearing from the players about this is literally what they have been dreaming of. Jack Hughes, who's been staying on the Olympic Village in a room with his brother, who's also on the team, said that he went over to his brother and said, essentially, I'm dreaming of scoring a goal in the gold medal game. ESPN posted something about how 7 years ago, before he was even a professional hockey player, he sent a letter to himself saying that he was dreaming of playing in a gold medal game. And that's finally what you're seeing, a generation of professional athletes who were able to overcome the hurdle and the behemoth that Team Canada is in the most dramatic fashion. We now know that the men's team, they're planning, and both the men's and women's team have been invited to D.C. for the State of the Union. The men's team, at least in the video, accepted that invitation from President Trump. The women's team, because of some prior obligations and academic commitments, through a spokesperson saying that they are respectfully declining that invitation. But it said it was an honor to even have that invitation be extended to them. And you're just seeing the real celebration from both the men and women's hockey team that both went home with the gold.
Well, we're certainly rooting for them, and folks should know we're seeing a live picture from Miami of Jack Hughes, who lost some teeth but gained that gold.
Yeah, and apparently he was just asked about it, Shaq, and he said, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Shaq, thanks so much.
It happens.
Yeah. Up ahead, the potential new health risks around those popular hydration packets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Something we hear all the time is to stay hydrated. But how much is too much?
Excessive supplements mixed into water like electrolytes can actually cause harm. NBC's Erica Edwards explains.
Blair Huddy embraced Boulder, Colorado's outdoorsy culture when she and her husband moved there from Los Angeles in 2024. Her new neighbor said water, and lots of it, is key for typical weekend warriors in such a dry climate at high altitude.
Suddenly, I was really hyper aware of being hydrated, and we just heard it over and over and over again.
Huddy says she began adding a packet of Liquid IV to her water bottle every day, a powder packed with vitamins and electrolytes, one of many advertised to boost hydration.
Get 2 times faster hydration than water alone.
Within a week, though, Huddy said her heart started to race. She felt dizzy, the symptoms escalating over time until her whole body ached.
I couldn't touch my face or like wash myself with a washcloth without it sending my whole body into shock.
6 months later, medical records reviewed by NBC News showed Huddy had hypervitaminosis B6, or toxic levels of B6 in her body. The cause? Excessive consumption of supplements.
Did you ever consider that it was these drinks actually causing her symptoms?
No.
She says her only consistent source of the vitamin was coming from the drink mixes. Electrolyte drink supplements like these powders or similar tablets have surged in popularity in recent years as more Americans are fixated on hydration. It's now a $41 billion industry, according to one estimate, and expected to double again in the next decade. They saturate social media.
I just love that there's no sugar and no artificial sweeteners.
Liquid IV even had a Super Bowl spot. The products often contain extra potassium and vitamins meant to help the body recover after hefty workouts.
And is it fair to say that these drinks tend to have pretty high doses of these ingredients?
They do.
University of Pittsburgh Medical Center toxicologist Dr. Anthony Pizon says electrolyte drinks are fine for most people in moderation.
It's the dose that makes the poison. So if you are drinking hydration solution multiple times throughout the day, and if that accumulates over many days or weeks or months, then you can see how that adds up really quickly.
Many of the products also extremely high in sodium, some providing nearly half of what people should get in a day in one pouch. Too much could worsen high blood pressure and kidney disease. Drinks like Gatorade have lower levels of sodium and vitamins, Pizon said, and don't carry the same potential risks. To be clear, severe reactions like Huddy's appear to be rare. America's Poison Centers says it doesn't have any data on such cases. Labels on Liquid IV and similar products have no specific warning about taking too much, but do advise people to talk to a doctor if they want to use more than one a day. In a statement to NBC News, Liquid IV's parent company, Unilever, said in part, quote, "The serving contains safe levels of sodium, minerals, and vitamins, including B6, for daily use." And it reiterates that those with underlying conditions speak with their healthcare professional before using more than one stick per day. Nearly a year later, Huddy is still recovering.
I saw like 10 Instagram stories in a row of different influencers promoting hydration packets. And it just kind of was like, I can't sit back anymore.
Hoping her story will serve as a warning to others. Erica Edwards, NBC News.
There's a lot more ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. age is just a number for one Florida woman.
Maggie Kennedy, a 98-year-old from Jensen Beach, holds the world record as the oldest competitive pool player, according to Guinness World Records. Tyler Hatfield from our affiliate in West Palm Beach, Florida, has her story.
Setting up a rack.
I fell in love with the game.
With a pool cue in hand.
I think it's because I'm so old.
Maggie Kennedy is knocking some balls around.
That's always surprises people.
At pool halls on the Treasure Coast and around the country, Maggie is a legend.
Yeah, that's what they say.
At 98 years old, Maggie is the world's oldest competitive pool player, according to Guinness World Records, a title she's held since 2021, when she was 94 years old, competing in Las Vegas.
I had to pose with all these guys and have my picture taken. They were so impressed with my playing.
Next Tuesday, she is making history again, flying to Vegas to compete in the BCA National Pool League tournament with her team, Sunday Fun Day.
We'll be playing every day from Wednesday through Sunday. And then, of course, the slot machines will be right handy, and that's fun.
But she's not traveling to Vegas without some style. The pool community on the Treasure Coast donating over $2,000 for her trip and a seat in first class.
And I'm still flabbergasted. I was just so touched by what they did.
Two of her sons out of her 8 children by her side, watching her get ready to compete.
She is an inspiration.
I'm just so proud of her. You know, it's great to see her doing something she loves to do, and she's pretty good at it.
Very good at it.
I remember meeting a guy, and he said, "Yeah, I met your mom before. She whooped me the first time I ever met her."
How does she do it at her age? Maybe genetics.
I come from good, hardy New England stock.
Or it could be just being Maggie.
I was taught to be nice and be happy.
In Martin County, I'm Tyler Hatfield, WPTV News.
So fun. Figure skating fans are celebrating Alyssa Liu's individual gold medal at the Winter Olympics. Not only was her performance unforgettable, so was her hairstyle.
Justina Coronel from our affiliate in St. Louis spoke to her hairstylist responsible for Liu's now famous halo hair.
Look good, feel good.
For St. Louis hairstylist Kelsey Miller, it's all about empowering women.
So pretty.
It's more than just hair.
Mm-hmm. And once you have hair that you love, I mean, it truly just makes you feel like you are on top of the world, and I love that.
As a woman who truly loves what she does.
Oh yeah, color looks really good when you do that.
Miller had the chance to work with someone just as passionate, Alyssa Liu. Liu was in St. Louis for the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, and through a mutual connection, their worlds collided. Liu has described herself as an artist, and for Miller, hair is a work of art too.
Because you're basically painting on a canvas, and for her, she had already started the painting for me, and it was just me finishing it off and tailoring it to like exactly what she wanted.
For the first time, Miller created the halo hair. The dyed stripes became a bold move, making Liu stand out even more, and they shine bright when she claimed the gold medal.
There's like a picture I saw where she was holding the American flag after she got her medal, and just seeing her stripes with the stripes of the American flag, it looks so cool together. So I was like, oh my gosh, I got to be a part of that. Like, that is such a rewarding feeling.
Miller thinks the halos will catch on.
You know, look at Dorothy Hamill. I feel like after she won as well, like everybody wanted that haircut. And for someone who's such a role model, like I think definitely people are gonna be wanting that. I've already had people ask me like, oh, what do I ask my hairstylist for to achieve this look?
While Liu went for the gold, it's safe to say she always had her crown.
Just do it and be you, and don't listen to what other people say.
I love it. Be you. And look, folks, you know I like to change it up. So maybe I need to roll up here and
you come with a halo? I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. Justina, that was a great piece. Thank you so much. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thank you for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to connect with us on your favorite social media platforms. You can find me at Simply Zinklea.
And you can find me at TV Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where President Trump is defiant and threatening even higher tariffs worldwide after the Supreme Court ruled his signature tariff agenda was unconstitutional. It comes as new polling shows voters increasingly unhappy with his agenda just one day before he delivers his State of the Union address. Today, the European Union hit the brakes on a sweeping trade deal, citing uncertainty on the U.S. side after President Trump imposed a temporary 15% global tariff over the weekend, raising it from the 10% he announced Friday. The president also claiming on social media today he does not need Congress's approval on tariffs, despite the high court's ruling that he does. Meanwhile, top administration officials are pledging to keep the tariff agenda front and center in the White House's economic agenda.
A lot of tariffs are still in place. The reality is we want to maintain the policy we have as much continuity as possible, make sure that business understands this is the direction we've been going. We're going to continue going this way.
I can tell you at Treasury, contrary to what the Committee for an Irresponsible Budget or whatever it's called says, tariff revenue will be unchanged this year and will be unchanged in the future. We do not need, the administration, the president does not need Congress to move the tariff revenue back up.
Now, this all comes as a new Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll finds the president's approval on a host of key issues underwater, with inflation and tariffs topping the list. His overall job approval rating at just 41% among registered voters. Voters also saying he has gone beyond his authority as president, including 72% of independent voters. The president is preparing to make his pitch to the American public tomorrow night that the State of the Union and the state of the presidency are strong, according to officials, previewing that speech this morning at a White House event focused on immigration.
We have a country that's now doing well. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. I mean, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about.
Joining me now is our NBC News team, Monica Alba at the White House. Julie Sirkin has the very latest from Capitol Hill. And also with me is senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Thanks to all of you for starting us off. Monica, let me start with you at the White House and tariffs, of course, the centerpiece of the president's economic agenda. The administration is pursuing tariffs under a different authority after the Supreme Court ruled that the president could not unilaterally impose tariffs. What is the likelihood, though, Monica, that the administration will end up back in court over this?
I think it's highly likely, Kristen, and I think there were many officials here who were bracing for the possibility of this major setback that we saw play out on Friday. But it was the president himself who didn't want to seem to embrace that reality until it actually happened. And then he did try to pivot to these so-called backup plans and alternatives. And that is why he is trying to pursue what was originally a 10% tariff that now he says he is going to raise up to 15%. But that is a short-term plan. He can do that for about 150 days. And there could be, again, renewed challenges. And you have the president likely to talk about this tomorrow evening. And that is what really sets the stage for what will be perhaps a remarkable speech where the president is going to be sitting facing some of the Supreme Court justices who may have ruled against him. They typically attend. It's unclear whether all of them will be there, but that is what the optics will be for tomorrow evening. As for the content of the speech, the White House says that this is a president who doesn't like to prep very much, and so they likely are going over the speech today and tomorrow, but still working through some of the themes and some of the exact substance of what the president is going to be talking about. But you can expect for sure a pretty lengthy section on the economy. Kristen.
I think that's a very good bet, and Republicans hoping he will focus largely on the economy. Monica, let me ask you, because this is not just about his domestic agenda, it's really about his foreign policy agenda as well, right?
Absolutely. And the White House in the last couple of days announcing and confirming that the president is going to be heading to China in early April, where if this hadn't happened, he was hoping to have a lot more leverage in some of his negotiations with President Xi Jinping. That won't be the case. We'll see what the tariff landscape looks like when we get there in a month or so from now. But certainly this does have a really important implication for his foreign policy, again, not just with China and with those trade conversations and negotiations, but you're seeing other countries as well. You're seeing the EU as a whole potentially pause the trade agreement that had been going on between the United States and the EU, and other countries saying similarly that given the instability and given the uncertainty of where this is headed, that they are rethinking some of their talks, deals, and negotiations with the United States too. Kristen.
Yeah, absolutely. Monica Alba, stay with us. We have more questions for you coming up. But Julie, let me turn to you on Capitol Hill, because President Trump is basically arguing he does not need Congress's approval in order to impose tariffs, even though the Supreme Court says, yes, he does in fact need Congress's approval. What's the reaction been to that on Capitol Hill, Julie?
It depends, Kristen, who you ask. You have at least a handful of Republicans, some who voted to rebuke the president's tariffs several months ago, others who didn't vote to do that, but sided with the Supreme Court's decision to essentially block the president from enforcing and imposing these tariffs that we've seen him do over the last several months. I just spoke to Senator Bernie Moreno, who was in town despite the Senate and the House being out because of the inclement weather. He's the Republican who is pushing a reconciliation effort, meaning he wants Republicans to use that partisan tool that we saw them use so effectively last summer to try and move a bill forward with only Republican votes. It will be an uphill battle. He potentially doesn't even have the votes to do that. And he said he still has to talk to his leadership. Speaking of leadership, we did catch up with Speaker Johnson to see what he thinks. Take a listen.
Mr. Speaker, do you think Congress should take the lead on tariffs now that the Supreme Court has ruled?
We're going to wait and see what the administration does with the executive authority. As I've said, it may take a couple weeks to sort all this out, given the Supreme Court opinion, so we'll see.
Do you think there's an appetite among the Republican caucus for tariffs?
We have a wide range of opinions on the subject, so I think it'd be difficult to build consensus around it. But we'll have to see.
Our Kyle Stewart there pressing the speaker. Now, that wide range of opinions answer is a far cry from having a plan to move forward on the tariffs. Certainly, that decision is still split here on Capitol Hill.
And Julie, talk about what this speaker effectively was pointing to, which is the tricky politics. I mean, if they were to hold a vote on this, this would put a number of Republicans in a tough spot as the GOP is fighting to hold on to the House, right?
And I think that's the underpinnings exactly, Kristen, of all of this. Republicans that I'm talking to prefer the president focus on his wins so far. Even Moreno said he hopes that tomorrow is a speech the president uses as a victory lap to talk about the border, to talk about the tax bill that I just mentioned that they passed over the summer. Republicans don't want to get into this conversation again. And by the way, Democrats are eager to have this question of raising prices essentially on Americans, because that is what has been happening in many of these key industries so close to a midterm elections, is something Republicans, especially conservatives who are very against any kind of tariff policy, don't want to be talking about. And of course, I think that's part of the reason why the president says he doesn't really need Congress at this moment.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. Stay with us. Monica, let me go back to you. Talking about the State of the Union address, are you getting any tea leaves? What exactly can we expect to hear from President Trump tomorrow?
Well, all he really said there in the introduction you played, Kristen, is that it's going to be long. And we do know, if we look at his past speeches, if they're any indication, a year ago, when it wasn't technically the State of the Union, it was a joint address before Congress, he spoke an hour and 40 minutes. That broke the record for the longest speech of that kind ever in his first term. He certainly delivered speeches that were around an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll see what he has in store for tomorrow evening. But what we are all really watching for, a couple of sections, of course. One would be a foreign policy section that might or might not include his latest thinking on Iran, and whether there are any updated calculations that he is willing to share with the American people, or a rationale for making a decision about possible military action there. And then, of course, there are major questions about what the president is going to say on other domestic priorities like immigration, and just where he wants to take some of the Republican messaging from here ahead of the midterms. Kristen.
All right, Monica, I have to ask you to continue to stick around because I have more I need to discuss with you. But Julie, let me head back to you quickly on Capitol Hill. So we know that there are some Democrats who are planning to skip the State of the Union tomorrow. Do we have a head count? How many are not going to be there, roughly speaking? And what's the message? What's the strategy here? Could it backfire?
It could certainly backfire. We've seen this back and forth depending on which president is at the dais giving this speech. We've seen jeers from Republicans, from Democrats, interruptions. Last year, of course, as you heard Monica talk about, it was, of course, President Trump here. And so you had Democrats that interrupted, that jeered, that appeared rude at times when the president was there. And so I'm told that leadership is telling them to take a different strategy. They always try to enforce this idea of decorum. But I know that some Democrats who are attending are going to bring guests with them. This is a moment for lawmakers to sort of highlight their own policy avenues, in this case by bringing guests with them. So some Democrats, like Ro Khanna, for example, Kristen, is bringing a survivor of Epstein's horrific crimes. Others are bringing those impacted by the ICE immigration enforcement operations. But I'm also told some Republicans plan to highlight the issue of immigration and maybe some disagreements with the administration as well.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. I'll be watching and listening very closely. Julie, thank you so much for that. Christine Romans, let me turn to you now. The economy is going to be such a central part of this speech, as I was just discussing with Monica and Julia. So what do you think the president needs to do, given the fact that his approval rating, 47% of voters say they disapprove of his handling of the economy, that it's gotten worse since he took office in 2025. What's the reality check there?
Well, the president is really keen on superlatives about the economy. It is red hot. It was ice cold last year, that it is the best economy in the world, that he has brought it back from the brink of extinction under Joe Biden. But when you look, honestly, when you look at the numbers, you can see this economy has a lot of new elements, but it is not really that different from last year. Look at GDP. It was actually stronger under the last year of the Biden administration. Job growth this year, last year, only 181,000 net new jobs. Look at the job growth difference as the president does mass deportations and tariffs and just so many different things in the economy that are his trademark. The deficit has improved slightly, but the goods deficit in the U.S. is still a record in 2025. Inflation has improved a little bit, but pretty much the same. And he talks about all these records in the stock market. The last year of the Biden administration, the stock market returned better than the first year of the Trump administration. He's very good at branding, but I think that what he keeps saying about the economy is not what you're seeing in these approval ratings.
Just fascinating to see that matchup, Christine. Another number that we're looking at from the polls showed some daylight between his approval on inflation versus the economy overall. Talk a little bit about the implications of that.
Well, look, the inflation crisis started right after COVID, right? So now that inflation is back to about 2.7%, that's a number that should be palatable, except, Kristen, that's on top of 5 years of higher than normal inflation. So people are paying 25% more for groceries. They're paying, in some cases, 50% more for car insurance. You've got people taking out car loans now for 70 months and longer to afford the car. There are things beyond just the price of eggs that are a considerable problem for American families. And so when the president says that he has defeated inflation and it's fixed, I'm not sure that resonates with somebody who has to stretch out a car loan 7 or 8 years to be able to afford it.
Well, it's just an extraordinary backdrop as he prepares to deliver this State of the Union address. Christine, let me just ask you one more, which is about the fact that the Supreme Court has effectively ruled that the president does not have the authority to impose tariffs. He said, OK, well, I'm going to impose 15% for 150 days. What are the potential implications of that? Could that create uncertainty in the economy and the stock market writ large?
Absolutely. And you're seeing stock market weakness today on that very idea. You have the Speaker Johnson. You just heard him say there's not really consensus within the GOP delegation in Congress about how to implement more tariffs. And then you have Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, saying, make no mistake about it, we are going to have a tariff regime and it will be just as aggressive in 2026 as it was in 2025. And that leaves businesses and investors wondering where this is going to go from here. The Section 122 authority the president has used to put on that 10% and now 15% tariff on everyone, Kristen, that only lasts 150 days. And you're starting to hear from the administration, no, we're not really going to need Congress to renew this. The law says you will. Are we facing maybe another court drama in the next few months? That's what's concerning Wall Street.
All right, Christine Romans, thank you so much. We will be watching and listening closely for what President Trump has to say about the economy and inflation tomorrow. We really appreciate it. Monica, let me go back to you before I let you go. There was very disturbing breaking news over the weekend. A man was shot and killed at Mar-a-Lago by law enforcement officers. What are investigators saying? The president wasn't there at the time that this all happened?
Exactly, Kristen. The president and the first lady were not at Mar-a-Lago, but given, of course, his position in his Secret Service detail, there is always a security presence there. And so this individual did breach what we are told was a secure perimeter. He was carrying what appeared to be a fuel can and a shotgun. And when the agencies involved here, the Secret Service and the sheriff's office, engaged him and told him to drop the items, he dropped the fuel can, but he raised the shotgun, according to authorities, to a shooting stance. So in order to neutralize him, they did shoot and kill him. And we are learning, just according to law enforcement sources, a little bit more about this individual, a young man from North Carolina, according to these sources, who had been reported missing by his mother over the weekend. And of course, Kristen, as you know, this just comes against a backdrop of an increase in political violence, in threats. And certainly the president is no stranger to assassination attempts that he saw several of in 2024. Kristen.
Monica Alba covering multiple different angles for us. Monica, thank you so much for starting us off. We really appreciate it. Great to see you. Coming up, all eyes on Iran. The White House is now warning Iran could be 1 week away from having industrial-grade nuclear bomb-making material, despite the president's claims months ago that the U.S. had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Plus, Americans stranded as a powerful cartel unleashes a wave of violence across Mexico after its leader is killed by the Mexican military with the U.S.'s help. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. The U.S. and Iran are set to hold their next round of nuclear talks on Thursday. It comes as the Mideast is bracing for the possibility of U.S. strikes as the Pentagon continues to surge assets to the region. Yesterday, Iran's president said recent talks have yielded encouraging signals, but added Iran continues to closely monitor U.S. actions and has made all necessary preparations for any potential scenario. Meanwhile, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said in an interview with Fox News, President Trump is curious why Iran has yet to agree to U.S. demands that it stop its enrichment program, especially given the U.S. military buildup. Witkoff also revealing new details about the U.S.'s assessment of Iran's nuclear program.
The president he gave Jared and I direction before we went over there. There were red lines, zero enrichment. We have to have the material back. You know, they say that it's all about their civil program, and yet they've been enriching well beyond the number that you need for civil nuclear. It's up to 60%. They're probably a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material, and that's really dangerous.
Now, those comments represent a significant shift from the White House's claims just 8 months ago when it said, quote, Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated and suggestions otherwise are just, quote, fake news. Joining me now is NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube. So, Court, let's start off by just setting the scene of where we are right now. What do you think President Trump's latest thinking is on this?
So nobody knows except for President Trump, right? And I think one thing that we have learned over the last several years from his first term until now is that in some cases, it's really the last person in the room. What we know that we can see, the tangible things that we can see are the military is continuing to flow forces into the region. So this buildup is not over yet. And it's not going to be over yet today or tomorrow. They are still moving people and forces in. The Gerald R. Ford, the second carrier strike group that was moving in, it's in Suda. So it's not in the Middle East. Now, it's not that far from Iran. It's closer than it was in Southcom, but it's still not quite there. So the buildup continues. That being said, if in fact the president were to decide to take a very limited targeted strike, everything he needs is there. What is still lacking, though, for a limited strike, that is for the offensive piece of it, the defensive side. There is still some concern. The U.S. used a ton of air defense systems against the Houthis, against Iran, all these things, and those stockpiles have not been completely refilled.
So you take me to my next question, which is, Court, is the United States prepared for the possibility, if there were to be a strike, a counterattack from Iranian proxies? And it's not just the United States, because most likely if there were a proxy attack, or frankly, even if big Iran were to decide to respond in some way, as we have seen, it could be U.S. allies that would have to be doing some of that defending as well. So, potentially Al Udeid, that's been a target in the past. So Qatar. Yes, they have defenses all over the place, at land, at sea. That being said, and even in the air in some cases, that being said, they have been depleted over the last 2 years, and the stockpiles are not where they once were. So there is some concern that if Iran were to really go all out and really unleash everything they have, there would be casualties. And a number of the president's allies deeply concerned about getting ensnared in a Middle East war, everything he campaigned against. Court, I have to ask you about this extraordinary assignment. You went to Alaska to get an up-close view of the military's training for cold weather conflicts. Tell me what you saw. What were your key takeaways? Yeah, so I mean, for 2 decades, I covered the military in the desert. And so this was a huge departure from most of the kind of coverage I've done of the military. And I think the biggest thing I learned was just how much more difficult it is to operate in the kind of conditions that you see there on the screen. Negative 30 degrees, crippling winds, very little sunlight. Everything is more difficult when you're dealing with these conditions, as these men and women you see in uniform are there. Something so simple as grabbing your weapon with a bare hand without a glove on can cause immediate frostbite. People dehydrate, everything just moving from place to place is more difficult. So I got a real appreciation for how tough it is. And we got to spend some time with the U.S. Army there. One of the generals there, he's the general in charge of the 11th Airborne, known as the Arctic Angels. He laid out exactly why it is so difficult for his troops. Here's what he had to say.
We can be anywhere to about 90% of the industrialized world in 9.5 hours in any direction, because we have the ability to go over the pole. So in terms of the United States' ability to project power from a strategic location, you have to own Alaska, and you have to have forces that are trained not only to operate in the Arctic, but that are worldwide deployable. Surviving up here is a challenge in and of itself, and so we have to train our soldiers, make sure that they have all the cold weather training prior to coming into this environment. We have to make sure they're properly equipped. We have to make sure that our leaders are engaged and checking on their soldiers, and that they can also do the things that we expect from our infantry formations, which is to close with and destroy the enemy. But you have to be able to do it when it's minus 20 and you're assaulting through waist-deep snow.
You know, another big takeaway for me was just how these troops are really trying to innovate. There are so many challenges they face, and they're trying to take each one on. Little things like their batteries deplete really fast there. How are they dealing with that? So it was a good learning experience, and I feel for those men and women out there in that cold.
Well, we appreciate you bringing this story to us, and you can just see how labored it is for these service members to move from point A to point B. Courtney, thank you so much. As always, we really appreciate it. We want to turn now to Mexico, where the country is on edge following a wave of violence over the weekend after Mexico's army killed the leader of a powerful cartel group known for trafficking huge quantities of fentanyl into the U.S. This was the scene in several cities in Mexico as cartel members responded forcefully, clashing with Mexican security forces, setting cars on fire and leaving plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The widespread unrest leaving tourists, including some Americans in cities like Puerto Vallarta, stranded and causing scenes of panic and chaos at airports. In a statement, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the U.S. provided intelligence support to assist with the Mexican military's operation. NBC News' correspondent George Solis is covering that story for us. He joins me now. George, thanks for being here. So what was the situation on the ground like today in Mexico in the wake of that wave of violence over the weekend?
Yeah, Kristen, a number of tourists that we've been speaking with, many of them who are still in their hotel rooms, saying there is somewhat more calm today, but it's eerie, almost comparing it to the COVID-19 pandemic. Streets are empty. However, that's not to say some images aren't popping up of some normalcy, some stores that are starting to reopen amidst all of that chaos from yesterday. So we're starting to hear reports of long lines at places like grocery stores, but for the most part, that shelter-in-place order for a lot of these hotels and resorts remains in effect, and a lot of tourists are telling us they are heeding the warning, especially one tourist that I spoke with who said he believes he was carjacked by a cartel member during this unrest, saying that this individual pointed a gun at his head, took his vehicle, and in an attempt to participate in one of these roadblocks and set the car on fire. He and his partner actually separated for up to about 8 hours, he said, before they were able to reunite amidst all of this chaos. Now, we are getting some preliminary reports and images from the airport in Guadalajara today, where you're starting to see a lot more activity, and flights, while not canceled, are still maybe rerouted, some maybe delayed, postponed. But there are reports of flights that are still allowed to be scheduled, and people who are looking to get out later this week, some who had their visits and stays extended by this unrest that unfolded after the killing of this cartel leader. Kristen.
And George, give us a little bit more. What exactly do we know about this cartel leader?
Yeah, so his nickname was El Mencho, really started to rise to power there in 2009, the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, known really just for a proliferation of drugs and human trafficking, which is what a lot of these cartels are known for in the region. The U.S. and the Mexican government also wanted, you can see right there, the reward there, up to $15 million for his capture. And as you mentioned there, Kristen, the U.S., the White House, saying that they provided intelligence, but it's really saying this was a Mexican operation. Today, the military officials that were briefed on this saying it was actually looking like a mistress of his actually provided some information to the Mexican government that ultimately led to his capture, which led them to a compound, which led to a shootout and transport is really where he died. And then shortly after that news broke is when all of these scenes of unrest unfolded, Kristen.
Well, just extraordinary scenes there. George Solis, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest. We really appreciate it. Coming up, in Epstein reckoning, the UK's former ambassador to the U.S. is arrested as Democrats invite survivors to President Trump's State of the Union tomorrow night. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. More fallout today from the Jeffrey Epstein files. Peter Mendelsohn, the former UK ambassador to the U.S., has been arrested in London on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Mendelsohn has denied any wrongdoing related to Epstein. The arrest coming weeks after police opened a criminal investigation stemming from the Justice Department's latest release of Epstein-related files, which appear to show Mendelsohn providing Epstein with sensitive government information. And days after former Prince Andrew was arrested for the same allegation, following revelations about his relationship with Epstein. The former prince has also denied any wrongdoing in connection to Epstein. It also comes a day before Epstein survivors are set to attend President Trump's State of the Union address as guests of Democratic lawmakers. Joining me now is today's panel, Francesca Chambers, White House correspondent for USA Today, Arshie Siddiqui, Democratic strategist and former senior aide to former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Lonnie Chen, a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University and an NBC News contributor. Thanks to all of you for being here. Lonnie, let me start with you. Before we get to the substance of the State of the Union address, this is going to be looming large over this tomorrow night. How do you see these optics playing out?
Well, it's like a storm cloud. It's a storm cloud over a lot of different people. Obviously, the Mendelsohn revelations indicate at the very least a severe lapse in judgment. And I think this is one of those things where nobody involved is going to, there's nothing good to say about this. And I think the optics are in a similar way very negative. Obviously, you know, folks are trying to keep this in the news for political reasons, but the more that we discover, the less there is to like about any of this.
Arshie, what do you make of this and Democrats' decision, some of them, to bring survivors tomorrow to the State of the Union? Could that backfire? How do you see that playing out?
No, I think actually that's the most positive development in terms of this, because I think the survivor piece of this often gets lost because there's so many different layers of this, and some people always deviate to the president. But this is about the survivors and these young women who their lives were really ruined in many instances. So I think that is a good thing. I also think that there's a big juxtaposition in what's happening abroad in England and the UK. You look at King Charles's statement, and you look at how resolute that nobody is above the law. And we just haven't seen that. And I think that's where Democrats are really doubling down, is that nobody can be above the law in the U.S.
Yeah, Lonnie, and I think you're right. It's just going to loom so large over this speech tomorrow. Francesca, I think the issue that will loom largest, arguably, will be the economy. When you talk to Republicans, they say, we want the president to focus on the economy, his vision, as they fight to hold on to the House. What are you anticipating tomorrow night? Set the stage for us.
Well, I think you're absolutely right that the economy will be the biggest part of the speech. When it comes to other areas of it, I was just told earlier today by a senior White House official that they're still working on it. They're still rewriting it. And we might not even get, I think, those traditional excerpts that we've sometimes gotten from presidents in the past, because we know that President Donald Trump, he likes to ad-lib and add things in. And the last time he gave a joint address to Congress, I mean, they were changing things up until the final moments before the speech. So I guess that's one way to, set the stage. When it comes to the economy, though, I mean, this comes as we saw two major polls in the last few days show the president's approval rating lower than 40%. And it got the president's attention. He actually commented on it today at an event at the White House. I mean, he cast it as not accurate, the polling. He said he actually thinks his polling is higher than 40%, and said that he thinks that there's silent approval for his policies.
Lonnie, pick it up there, because one of the concerns that Republicans have expressed about the president is when he goes out on these campaign events, for example, to these battleground states, he starts off talking about the economy, but then he quickly veers off course. As Francesca is saying, this speech is still being written and rewritten. Who knows if he will stay on message? What does a win look like for the president for Republicans on Wednesday morning?
I think it's addressing the core issues of cost of living and affordability and the strengths on immigration. I think one of the challenges is that immigration has gone from a point of strength to a potential point of weakness as we've moved away from border security to internal immigration enforcement. I think it's become an issue that Republicans have been weaker on. And so I think a victory would be focusing entirely on those two issues, and particularly on the cost of living issues, articulating here are the things that the White House and Republicans plan to do to address these concerns, that the president hears those concerns and has a plan to deal with them.
Archie, what's your reaction? What do you think Democrats are anticipating? And we know that some are actually saying they're not going to go. And by the way, no one can sit in those seats. So there may be, if in fact some Democrats boycott, empty seats because only members can sit in those seats.
Well, I think the challenge is we saw this with the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. I think that drumbeat is going to continue to grow. This is after the ACA enhanced subsidies lapsed, and there hasn't been any sort of relief for Americans on that front. Then you look on tariffs, that would have been very easy after the Supreme Court ruling. It would have been an easy off-ramp, an elegant off-ramp to maybe revisit tariff policy. But the president did double down. And that goes back to cost of living. So I think not only do we have this overarching trend that the economy is great, that the president keeps on repeating, but also a lot of these policies are making things worse for American families.
And the issue of foreign policy, I mean, the economy is the #1 issue. But Francesca, foreign policy is certainly on the minds of a lot of Americans right now because there's been this discussion and moving these military assets to the Middle East. Questions about whether the president's going to strike Iran again. How much do you anticipate he will focus on foreign policy?
Well, he's going to want to take a victory lap on Venezuela and the capture of Maduro and probably those Iran strikes that took place last summer. With respect to the foreign policy, though, and how Americans are feeling about it, in the Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll last week, just 35% of Americans approved of the president's foreign policy. So he's not much better off, I would say, there when it comes to foreign policy than the economy. And actually, right now, the issue that he does poll best on is his handling of the United States border with Mexico. Immigration has consistently been his best issue.
And Archie, what are you going to be listening for as it relates to foreign policy? Again, it's not the #1 issue or even the #2 issue for voters, but given the fact that the world is on edge right now, waiting to see what he's going to do on Iran.
I mean, whether he's going to go for common ground and a unified front with Congress, because this is a place, when you look at Iran, there could be bipartisan support. And he has deviated from that in recent weeks. And I think this is an opportunity for him.
You know, part of the challenge is there are divisions within the Republican base on some of these foreign policy questions and the president's interventions, whether it's Venezuela, potentially in Iran going forward. I think there's some real angina in the base about how this goes consistent with or inconsistent with the president's command or his desire to end forever wars. And I think that's part of the challenge here.
And I was going to say, and Kristen, this coincides with the 4th anniversary of Russia's war against Ukraine tomorrow. So I'll be curious to see what, if anything, the president says about that. I mean, his negotiators are still trying to get a deal between Russia and Ukraine, but so far they've been unable to.
I'm glad that you raised that. We're, in fact, about to talk to the Ukrainian ambassador coming up next. You're absolutely right. The president said he was going to end that war on his first day in office, hasn't been able to do it. Francesca, quickly, we have a little bit of what's arguably a sideshow, which is that FBI Director Kash Patel caught on camera chugging a beer with the U.S. men's hockey team after their incredible victory over the weekend. The question, Francesca, about timing, about optics, it came on the same day that the Secret Service had to shoot a man at Mar-a-Lago. Concerns about how the FBI leadership is being run. Do you think this is going to be a problem for the administration and for Kash Patel?
Well, not with the president. The president was on the phone when this was taking place and inviting the men's hockey team to come tomorrow night. So I think the president's made himself clear.
What do you think?
I think it depends entirely on the lens through which you see Donald Trump. If you're a supporter of the president, this doesn't bother you. If you are a detractor of the president, this bothers you like many other things do. I mean, there's a judgment question here, which I think, we could talk about. But fundamentally, the politics of this, I think, play exactly how you'd expect them to.
It really is our sheer Rorschach test, right? About how you feel about President Trump and the Trump administration.
And also, it reinforces this narrative that the administration may be out of touch. And I think that's with everyday Americans. And I think that is a challenge that we're going to see that's continue to grow.
All right, and I'll just read what he had to say. He said, "I love America and was extremely humbled when my friends, the newly minted gold medal winners on Team USA, invited me into the locker room to celebrate this historic moment with the boys." So there you have it, guys. Great conversation. Thank you so much for being here, Francesca, Archie, and Lonnie. Appreciate it. Coming up after the break, as we just said, Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. will join me right here in studio as officials eye a new round of peace talks with the war now hitting the 4-year mark, as Francesca just said, and the Russian attack showing no signs of slowing down. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. Ukraine will mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion on Tuesday, days after the latest round of U.S.-mediated negotiations concluded in Geneva with little progress towards ending the war. This weekend, Russia continued its aerial attacks of Ukraine with hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles, killing at least 4 people, according to Ukraine's president. Since the beginning of the war, the United Nations estimates more than 15,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed, while more than 41,000 have been injured, though they say that is likely an underestimate. The UN also saying the war has forced nearly 6 million Ukrainians to flee their home country. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, it's estimated nearly 2 million soldiers on both sides, Ukraine and Russia, have been killed, wounded, or are missing. Joining me now is Olga Stefanishina, Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations. Madam Ambassador, thank you for joining me, and I wish it were under different circumstances, but thank you for being here.
Thank you for having attention to this matter.
Absolutely. And you were just in Kyiv, so you have seen the latest in terms of the situation on the ground with your own eyes. What is the latest there? What is the status of the war?
Well, we're not only approaching the 4th anniversary since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we're approaching the end of winter. And what I can proudly say that despite the fact that this is the coldest winter in decade and the most atrocious winter from the point of view of Russian missile and drone attacks across the whole country, Ukraine survived this winter. This is against the forecast Russians were feeling. The American delegation was that Ukraine will not make it through the winter. Ukraine will not make it through the next 3 or 4 months. The situation will be worse. On the opposite, Ukraine stands. And this is the major message we would want to send on this 4th year since the beginning of war.
There's been so much focus on the talks that are happening. Do you think that real progress is being made? And can there be progress until Russia agrees to a ceasefire, which they refuse to agree to?
Well, the war is not just a diplomatic talks process for Ukraine. The war is something real for every Ukrainian. Every Ukrainian family faced the consequences of war, whether somebody's been in the military or somebody's house has been attacked and or the houses were freezing or they were not having access to water and supplies or people were fleeing out of their homes and cities. So this is so real for Ukraine, and nobody but the ordinary Ukrainian would want to wake up in a country we know the best, the country which is prosperous, free, and democratic. But at the same time, we see that these diplomatic efforts are still marked by a huge gap between what is really happening on the ground. And until this gap is getting smaller, it's too premature to speak about the progress. But through the leadership of President Trump, the process has been secured. And I know that the teams are working tirelessly day and night to bring it to result. But at this point, what we see more vividly than ever, that Russia uses the negotiations to prolong the war and to gain what they want by signing it on a paper instead of, fighting on a battlefield.
Let me get your reaction to something that President Trump told Reuters last month about peace talks. He said, quote, "I think he," meaning Russian President Vladimir Putin, "is ready to make a deal. I think Ukraine is less ready to make a deal." And then he was pressed on whether the U.S. negotiations had not yet resolved this conflict. Who was more responsible? The president said Zelensky. What do you make of that?
Well, these messages were very different, and they're different before and after different rounds of negotiations. And I think I understand very well the emotion of President Trump. He's the president of the United States who has made a personal commitment to end the war. And unfortunately, just tomorrow, when he will make his address to the nation, he's not in a position to say that he ended this war. And Ukrainians are the most active. We're the most vulnerable part in this trilateral talks. We are dying, and that's why we are always wanting something. We're always demanding something, but we are standing not only for the sake of the peace deal. We're standing for our lives, and that means that there are like so many more angles, but a part of the speaking about the Donbas area and everything related to that. So everybody have a lot of emotions, but I think this is us who are dying, and we appreciate the leadership of President Trump, and we are trying to do our best to spend as much time as we can in a frank discussion and a tough negotiations, but secure the real war over and the real peace established.
You raise the State of the Union address tomorrow. What do you want to hear from President Trump?
I think it's important that President Trump hears from us that every Ukrainian is dreaming only of one thing, that his commitment is brought to life. And be it Ukrainian members of the government or the parliament, the president of Ukraine, or average Ukrainian who wakes up or goes to bed knowing that he may not wake up in the morning. Nobody in my country wishes more for President Trump to succeed in these efforts. And for me, it's really important that he hears that before tomorrow's address on the Union. We know very well that he has a personal stand and a personal commitment. We have invested every effort we can to provide necessary information, data, ideas. We're ready to contribute with anything to have him succeeding in this commitment.
And you talk about what you want to hear from him and the fact that you feel as though he is committed to getting a peace deal done. Do you think the United States is giving Ukraine the support it needs right now?
Well, of course, we need more because we are defending ourselves, and the cause we asking for support is very obvious. So this is not for political or geopolitical goals. This is not about the spheres of influence. This is not about big strategic things or deterrence or balances, checks and balances in the global politics. It's just for simple things. Just to defend ourselves and to save our cities, and this is where we will not ever stop asking for. And we're really grateful that that now we see the increase almost by 60%, the increased commitment and contributions from Europe, but also U.S. Capabilities are vital to secure Ukrainian air defense, and these are the only available capabilities on the world which could really help us close the skies over Ukrainian cities. And again, the number of losses among civilians have increased by 40%, according to the UN reports, just over this year. And this could be easily fixed by depriving Russia from the ability to terrorize Ukrainian people and Ukrainian cities. And everybody knows how to do this. This is a military solution. We are ready and capable of, paying for that. And I'm sure it is possible, and it's very humane.
All right, Ambassador Stefanishina, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We hope the war comes to an end soon, as you are calling for. We appreciate it. Up next, the fight for Texas, just 8 days to go until Election Day in a race that could reshape the balance of power in Washington and tell us a whole lot about the future of both parties. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. We are just over a week away from the first primaries of the 2026 midterm elections, if you can believe it. And all eyes will be on the high-stakes Texas Senate race. On the Republican side, incumbent Senator John Cornyn is facing primary challenges from Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton and Congressman Wesley Hunt. And just last week, when asked if he would weigh in and endorse a candidate in that race, President Trump said he hasn't made a decision yet. Meanwhile, Democrats are hoping to flip that seat for the first time in decades, with State Representative James Tallarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett battling it out to be the Democratic nominee. And joining me now is NBC News national political reporter Bridget Bowman, who is fresh off a trip to Texas, where she covered a lot of ground and caught up with the Senate candidates from both parties and spoke to voters. Bridget, thanks for being here.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So this is fantastic that you were on the ground in Texas. Let's start on the Democratic side. You have James Tallarico. You have Jasmine Crockett. Their policies aren't exactly that different, right? Yes. But their messages are very different. He has this populist message. She has a message that she basically has this name recognition that she's going to drive out new voters. What did you take away from that race?
Yes, so you're exactly right. This race is really divided on style and strategy as opposed to substance. And as I was talking to voters in Texas, it seems like Democrats are just really divided here. The public polling has been a little all over the place, so it's a little tough to gauge where this race is. But what we've seen and what I've heard in conversation with voters is that they're really prioritizing electability and also someone who will fight President Trump. And that's why this race is so divided. Because when you talk to Tallarico's supporters, they'll tell you a big reason why they're supporting him is they view him as the candidate who's best positioned to win. They think his populist message, he talks openly about his Christian faith, is something that can really appeal to Republican voters in the state especially. But with Congresswoman Crockett's supporters, they of course believe that she can win, but when you ask them why they're supporting her, they'll often tell you that they think she's a fighter. That's a word I heard over and over again from voters in Texas who are backing her. She's really been talking a little more about President Trump on the campaign trail in her advertising, especially as opposed to James Tallarico. So we'll have to see kind of which message wins out.
And Bridget, just to put this into context, a Democrat hasn't won this Senate seat in years.
Yes, more than 30 years. It's been a really, really long time. And I talked to Democratic voters there, and they are cautiously optimistic that maybe this year could be the year of all years with some of the backlash that we've seen to President Trump and his policies, with a lot of the energy that we're seeing on the Democratic side in special elections, including in a state legislative seat in Texas that recently flipped in Democrats' direction. So one voter I talked to said, I feel like my heart keeps getting broken, but maybe this time it'll be different.
Well, let's talk about the Republican side, because President Trump saying that he hasn't made up his mind yet. Senator John Cornyn's the incumbent. What's he waiting for?
Yeah, it's a good question. He has really stayed neutral in this race, which is why this is so competitive. And he's faced a lot of pressure from Senate leaders to back Senator Cornyn because they really view Attorney General Ken Paxton as a very problematic nominee if he does win the primary. So as he's kind of stayed out of this race, it was interesting to talk to voters who are supporting each of the three candidates, including Congressman Wesley Hunt. And one of the things from Paxton and Hunt supporters, they just view Senator Cornyn as not MAGA enough, as not a real reflection of the America First movement. The one thing I heard over and over again from voters is they just think he's been in office for too long. But on the flip side, supporters of Senator Cornyn say that they view him as effective and having the right experience to get things done for Texas. And they have some real problems, especially with Attorney General Paxton, who was impeached on bribery charges. He was acquitted, but they say, I can't stomach voting for him if he is the nominee.
Just very quickly, Bridget, what are some of the trend lines we could learn from whoever wins this race? We have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, so this is the real first big chance for voters in both parties to have a say in where they want their parties to go next. For Democrats, do they want to go the more combative, aggressive style of Jasmine Crockett, the more bipartisan appeal, potentially, of James Tallarico? We've seen strategists and Democratic leaders talking about how do we move forward. This is a chance for voters to have a say in that conversation. And on the Republican side, do we see the Republican Party continuing to be remade in the image of Trump? Paxton supporters especially likened him to Trump.
All right, Bridget, thank you. Welcome back from Texas. First, tomorrow at 4 p.m., Meet the Press will kick off NBC News Now special coverage of the State of the Union. There's more ahead on NBC News Now.
We are coming on the air with the winter wipeout blanketing the East Coast tonight. This blizzard stacking up snow to the height of a toddler in some states, with dangerous winds creating a chaotic scene at some airports even tonight, with thousands stranded, even more without power. We've got to look at the fallout and the forecast in a moment. Also new tonight, you'll hear from one of the Americans in Mexico right now after a wave of violence that erupted there when the government took out a top cartel boss. Tourists told to shelter in place, with questions now around when they can get out. Plus, an American Idol contestant accused of murder tonight. The 911 call he made, the police now say was staged. Then in tonight's original, our team takes you to Alaska, where the Army is training for a potential new military front, the Arctic. Then the new questions about why the head of the FBI was partying post-game with the gold medal-winning U.S. men's hockey team. Kash Patel in the middle right there. More on that as their counterparts on the women's team turned down an invite from President Trump to tomorrow's State of the Union. We're live in Milan to explain coming up a little later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight the fallout from that historic blizzard blanketing the Northeast with 40 million people under winter alerts even tonight. Look at this icy scene in Rhode Island. Providence had its worst snowstorm ever, 2.5 feet there. That's a lot. Look at Jersey. Bad flooding down the shore, and then the snow blowing through Massachusetts. Winds are up to 60 miles an hour. Over in Times Square, take a look. Just about as deserted as it gets as New York City gets caught up in it all. With all that ice clogging up roads, a snowplow flipping over in Long Island. And power outages, yes, they are a serious problem. It is getting dark tonight. It's very cold, obviously, but you've got no electricity for more than 500,000 people in the Northeast. And if you had somewhere to be, bad news, the storm is delaying and canceling thousands of flights. It's a real mess. We've got team coverage tonight. Bill Cairns is standing by with the forecast. Tom Costello is posted up at Reagan for us. But I want to start with Emily Aketa, who is outside in New York. Give us the lowdown, Emily. How's it looking?
Well, earlier today, there was almost an eerie quiet because of that travel ban that has since been lifted, but it was in place until about noon today. Only essential and emergency workers, you can hear some of the sirens, those emergency workers, as we speak, were allowed on the roadways to allow for snowplows to do their job and to clear out some of the roads. Some 2,300 snowplows just in New York City alone, and this is what they're doing. They're pushing the snow off the roadways into these massive snow piles that people are going to see gathered and piled up across the Northeast region. That's because we saw an immense amount of snow by this blizzard and massive snowstorm impacting a number of states and tens of millions of people. Parts of 5 states recorded more than 2 feet of snow, Hallie. Here in the New York City area, we saw around 20 inches of snow, thus the massive snow piles like this as snowplows continue to work and clear the roads. And as we're starting to see traffic pick up and life at least start to look a bit more normal. We talked to people who were just stunned by the sheer amount of snow, making it one of the top 10 worst snowstorms in New York City history. Take a listen here.
It's the quietest I've ever seen. I never even imagined to see it this quiet.
It's not every year you get something like this. It's every like 5 years, so you know, you don't always see this coming.
Everything is quiet and the snow muffles the sound. So it's like you're walking inside a snow globe.
And across the Northeast region, so many school districts canceled today. New York City, getting to experience its first official snow day since 2019, though Mayor Mamdani pointing out school will be back on tomorrow. Here's more of what he had to say earlier this afternoon.
If you can cook at home, please do so instead of ordering food to be delivered, given the conditions. I hope our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout, but I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me.
A big concern at this hour remains power outages. Hundreds of thousands of Americans from Virginia to Massachusetts without power as the temperature is expected to dip, and officials warning that we could actually see the number of power outages climb because the consistency of this snow, it's wet and it's heavy and it continues to break tree branches onto power lines, Hallie.
Yeah, the worst kind when you're looking at power lines, et cetera. Emily Aketa, thank you very much. Out in the thick of it. Let me get to Tom Costello, who's over at DCA, Reagan National Airport, for us. We know it, Tom, when there's a storm like this that comes through a region like the Northeast that's busy when it comes to travel, it's a domino effect, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah. Snowball effect, I would even call it, Hallie. You're right. I mean, it not only affects the Northeast, but airports all across the country. I just checked the flight status reports here at Reagan. If you're flying south out of Reagan, chances are you're going to make it, right? The flights are not canceled. If you're flying north out of Reagan, good luck. Everything is pretty much canceled. Here are the macro numbers nationwide right now. We've got nearly 5,700 flight cancellations nationwide. To your point, Hallie, in fact, yes, if you have New York City, the busiest airspace in the country, if that's essentially closed off, that affects everybody nationwide. So 5,700 cancellations. I'm building about 2,500 delays or so. I checked, and so far for tomorrow, we've got 1,900 delays already. Here's the FlightAware misery map, and it shows an awful lot of misery. That's represented by red, especially in the Northeast. So work your way down the I-95 corridor, right? Boston Logan Airport, JFK, Newark, LaGuardia. Lesser of an effect in Philly, less in Baltimore. Then you come down here to Reagan National. We're at about 43% flight cancellations on the departure routes. You know, we kind of dodged the bullet here in Washington. The line seems to have been north of Baltimore, where they got hammered with snow. Down here, they were saying we could get 6 inches. We got a trace. And this morning, the runways here were wet, but that's about it. So it's going to take a while to dig out, and it's going to take a while for the airlines to reset, at least 48 hours and maybe even longer, Hallie.
Tom Costello, right in it there at Reagan. Tom, thank you. Let me bring in Bill Cairns with the forecast. Do not bum us out. Don't make us sad, because we know that this storm is through, but if you tell me there's another one on its heels, I'm gonna lose my mind.
All right, we'll get to that. But yeah, we're still in the danger portion of this storm. I mean, the National Guard is being called out by Massachusetts to head down with front end loaders into southeast Mass. They are still digging out. I mean, they can't respond to 911 calls right now. There's plows that are stuck that are asking for help. So this storm, you know, the Providence, we talked about that, biggest snowstorm ever, 33 inches. And when that final number comes in, it will be close to 3 feet. The highest total Warwick, Rhode Island, did report in at 36 inches. New York City is now 9th at the list, about 19.7. We're waiting for the final total. New York City may come close to making their all-time top 5. And as far as max wind gusts, this was the problem, Hallie. This is why almost 3/4 of the power outages are all in southeast Mass, and especially areas of Cape Cod. That's where we had 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's still gusting to 61 in Nantucket, 41. So we're not done yet. All of the snow is finally heading out. And I know you did ask what's going to happen next. This storm is exiting. We do get what we call a clipper storm. These don't have a lot of snow with them, but it'll be about 1 to 3 inches. It misses D.C., but from New York northward, Hallie, that's Wednesday morning. So if your school is canceled tomorrow, then you try to go back to school Wednesday morning, then you're going to go back to school in another couple inches of snow. So, yeah, ugly.
Bill Cairns, this late winter mess, you're all over it. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. We're going to keep an eye on all things weather related, but we've got to get you to that developing news with Americans, many stranded in Mexico after a wave of violence that erupted when the government killed a big-time cartel boss there, a guy known as El Mencho. That triggered real violence, with cartel members allegedly setting cars on fire. Look at some of these scenes here, blocking off roads. You've got flames right in the middle of the street in this instance here. Schools now canceled in some parts of the country. And at airports, look at this, smoke billowing not far from the runways as we're seeing crowds and chaos inside the buildings themselves. Several airlines have said, we're not flying. They've said, we're canceling flights to and from certain cities, including, by the way, Puerto Vallarta. That's a popular one for tourists. And now some of those Americans are being told by the State Department to shelter in place. So stay where you are. One American woman tells our team that the sky in her neighborhood turned pitch black when these attacks started.
To be in a different country and have such violence or such disruption of society occur while I'm here, your first instinct is, I want to get out, right? But I'm not here for a 1-week vacation. I was here living for the winter until March.
We've got team coverage tonight. Dan DeLuce is standing by, but I want to start with George Solis, who is live for us with more on the message that people in Mexico are being told right now, including Americans, George, with this unrest in the streets and concerns that the violence could continue to escalate even into the night in Mexico.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie, and that's for a number of reasons. A number of tourists that I have been speaking with say right now things are somewhat calm, but not in a good way. They describe it as an eerie sense, not unlike what they saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, where things were just desolate and quiet. In some areas, there are still remnants of some of that violence, right? Some cars that are charred that are still there, that are trying to be cleaned up, storefronts that were burned. I actually talked to one American tourist who says he believes he was caught right in the middle of the unrest as it began, saying he was in a rental car. A man approached him at gunpoint, said, get out of the car. used it to block the road and then set it on fire. He and his partner were actually separated for some time, now able to reunite and hoping to get home sometime later this week as flights are slowly appearing on different apps for different people here. We've gotten some word that things at the Guadalajara International Airport, right, you're seeing a lot more people, but by no stretch is everyone feeling that this is all over. A lot of people in those hotel rooms, in those resorts, are sheltering in place right now, heeding that warning because they just don't know if this is going to hold, Hallie.
Tell us more about El Mencho, right? This operation here, because there were some interesting details that have emerged in just the last few hours, really, just today, from the Mexican government, including that I guess, romantic partner helped lead them to him.
That's right, a mistress. That is according to Mexican officials who held a briefing earlier today alongside President Claudia Sheinbaum, saying they had obviously been trying to capture this drug lord, this kingpin, for some time. They eventually connected with one of his mistresses. They questioned her. Eventually, that led them to a compound there, and that led to a shootout. This initial operation was meant to just capture him, but cartels did what they do. They fought back, and there was an exchange of gunfire. He was wounded. They tried to race him to an area in Mexico City, but he succumbed. And once, of course, word broke that he died, you had the cartels exacting exactly what you saw, taking cars, trying to set up roadblocks, impact travel. And here's the other thing, Hallie. I mean, with cartels, as we've seen, unless there's someone that's already meant to succeed him, there could be a lot more infighting to come, and that is the concern, that is the danger. You could have cartels fighting with one another, trying to figure out who's going to be in charge next.
George Solis, plenty to follow on that front, including into the night. Let me bring in Dan DeLuce, who's joining us. And there is an interesting sort of political overlay here, right? Because the United States government, President Trump in particular, has been putting a lot of pressure on the Mexican government and the president there to crack down on these cartels.
For sure, right? It's really hard not to come to that conclusion. They've been under huge pressure. And the president has even suggested possible U.S. military action inside Mexico. We've reported that that's been something the White House has discussed. So this is an example, again, where the president of Mexico is really desperately trying to accommodate the U.S. She's been under pressure on the tariff front. They were pushed to put huge tariffs on Chinese imports, and then to extradite cartel members. And now this operation, you can see this was not such a simple operation.
As George has laid out, and what's interesting here, she's actually done a lot, right? I mean, when you look at some of the numbers here, some of the efforts that she's made to crack down on these cartels are somewhat unprecedented.
This is extraordinary, and any former sort of drug law enforcement person will tell you this. And by the way, this could not have happened in the first Trump administration. They would have loved to have seen almost 100 cartel members, suspected criminals, extradited to the U.S. And she's taking some heat in Mexico for the degree to which she's trying to accommodate the U.S. but still protect Mexico's sovereignty. So she's in a tough spot.
That's so interesting. Dan DeLuce, thank you for being all over it as we are watching this story continue to unfold. We're going to be keeping an eye on any developments there. Thank you. Let's take it now to some new fallout over the Jeffrey Epstein case in the UK, and another bombshell arrest there. The country's former ambassador with the accusation, suspicion of misconduct in public office. This is the same as what now former Prince Andrew was arrested for. You see here, Peter Mandelson, that's the former ambassador, being let out by police in just the last few hours. Mandelson had been appointed to his position by the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Starmer has admitted to knowing Mandelson had a friendship with Epstein, but the Prime Minister says Mandelson lied repeatedly about the extent of that relationship. Mandelson has denied any wrongdoing related to Epstein. And in just the last couple of minutes, new reaction now from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of the most prominent Epstein accusers, praising police in the UK, but saying the contrast with the continued inaction in the United States is undeniable, saying survivors deserve transparency, swift investigation, and real justice, no matter who is implicated. I want to bring in Raph Sanchez, who's tracking the fallout from London. So two pieces to this. We'll get to the survivor family members in a moment here. But let's start with the Mandelson arrest, because this is a name that has been out there since these files had dropped. The Prime Minister, is for no involvement that we're aware of with Jeffrey Epstein, but had been under pressure because of his relationship and his advocacy of Mandelson before these files came out, right?
Yeah, Hallie, so this is much bigger than just a criminal case here in the UK. This is a major, major political scandal. As you say, big questions being asked about the judgment of Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Given that he knew Mandelson had this years-long friendship with Epstein, why did he appoint him to be the UK's ambassador to Washington, the single most important diplomatic post in the British Foreign Service? As you said, Starmer says he knew there was a friendship. He didn't know the extent of that friendship. Mandelson lied to him. But this has been a major political crisis for Starmer. Earlier this month, Hallie, the Prime Minister had what I would call a near-death political experience. It really did look like he was on the verge of resigning. He was facing this huge uprising within his own party. He managed to survive that, but this is not over. He's been forced to release documents relating to his decision to appoint Mandelson, and there is a special election happening this week in a seat that Starmer's party holds. It's traditionally a safe Labour seat. If they lose it, this backlash could start up all over again, Hallie.
I want to talk about, we just played that statement from the brother and sister-in-law Virginia Roberts Giuffre talking about what they saw as the contrast with the United States. We spoke last week, just after the arrest, as you all know, of now former Prince Andrew. Giuffre had accused the former prince of sexually abusing her. She died by suicide last year. Andrew denies the allegation. But the family members touched on some of the differences between the way that both of these countries are handling some of the Epstein case fallout. Let me play that.
We're talking about the UK may have had 2 or 3 people implicated from the UK, and they've open investigations. In the US, we're speaking about over dozens of rich and powerful men in the US that we still have yet to see an indictment from this Department of Justice.
So, Raf, talk about some of the activity there, because what is clear is that there is obviously an active investigation with these 2 arrests in a matter of, 5 days now in the UK.
Yeah, the contrast is really striking. There's just a lot going on here on the criminal justice side. So former Prince Andrew arrested on Thursday. He has been released so far without charge, but there's no time limit. Prosecutors can take as long as they want, sift through the evidence that was recovered from searches of both his current home and his former home before they make a decision about whether or not to charge him. As we speak, Peter Mandelson remains in police custody. We will see whether he is released and whether or not there are charges against him. But it is worth saying, Hallie, both of these men are being investigated on suspicion of misconduct in public office, i.e. the accusation that they abused their position. Neither of them are being investigated so far on allegations of sexual abuse. Hallie.
An important point. Raf Sanchez live for us in London with that breaking news in just the last couple of hours. Raf, thank you very much. Here in the U.S., one new update in terms of scrutiny related to the Epstein case, and that is apparently the resignation of Peter Attia, the popular online medical influencer, as a contributor to CBS News after his email exchanges with Epstein were revealed. A spokesperson for Attia tells our team his job really hadn't meaningfully started and that he stepped back from CBS so he wouldn't be a distraction from the important work being done at the network. Let's take it to the West now, where the son of Hollywood director Rob Reiner, accused of killing both his parents, is now pleading not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. But prosecutors say they're considering the death penalty against Nick Reiner. You see him in a tan jumpsuit in a glass box in court right here. Remember, prosecutors say Reiner stabbed his parents to death in their L.A. home back in December. I want to bring in Morgan Chesky, who's been tracking all this. He's now being represented by a public defense attorney after his former lawyer, who's known for representing some pretty high-profile cases, withdrew. How does this then move forward? What are the next steps?
Yeah, Hallie, we do have a hearing that's been set for a few months from now. But just to set the scene in the courtroom today, this arraignment only lasted a few minutes. But as that video showed, you could see Nick Reiner there with his newly appointed public defender, standing next to him as they both acknowledged the judge and entered that plea of not guilty. And this is an important point here, Hallie, because this really was the first true progress we've seen in this incredibly high-profile case. The last time we were there in the courtroom when we heard Alan Jackson withdraw his representation for Nick Reiner in a stunning admission there. The reason for that withdrawal still unknown, but then they gave this public defender a month to go over the evidence that Jackson's team had a month or so to go over themselves. As for where things stand now, we know that there is a preliminary hearing set in April. I want to talk about that in just a second, but hear from the top prosecutor here in Los Angeles, Nathan Hochman, today on where things stand in this incredibly high-profile case.
We will be looking at all aggravating and mitigating circumstances, and we have invited defense counsel to present to us both in writing and orally in a meeting any arguments that they would like to make in consideration for our going forward or not going forward with the death penalty.
Now, the death penalty, Hallie, still on the table because of these special circumstances that were added to those first-degree murder charges against Reiner, that being that it was multiple murders, as well as the fact that he used a knife as the alleged weapon as well. The preliminary hearing set for April 29th could be quite telling, Hallie, because in a way, we could have a peek at what the defense may be using here from an evidence standpoint, since some of that will come out should that hearing stay on schedule. Hallie.
Morgan Chesky live for us there in L.A. We'll be watching more on that front as the spring gets going. Thank you, Morgan. Also in the West, we are now incredibly into the fourth week now, agonizingly into the fourth week for the search for Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy. With the sheriff in Arizona saying investigators may be getting closer to identifying some of the clothes that the suspect was wearing the night that Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Now, the sheriff is asking people to be patient because there's a lot still in the works. DNA is still being processed. They're still sorting through thousands of leads. But in the meantime, you're seeing volunteer groups step in, quite literally. Look at this. One group meeting at a Hobby Lobby store to search through the neighborhood. They actually found a backpack, although it's not the brand that the FBI says the suspect was wearing. The sheriff's department says they appreciate the concern, but they say the search should be left to professionals. Obviously, more tips. They are looking for them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. There's a reward for any information that brings Nancy back or that leads to an arrest. Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground for us in Tucson, and what an incredibly difficult time for this family, including, of course, we are thinking so much all the time about Savannah. People all over the country are sending messages of support. People want the family to know that they are thinking of them, that they are sending love and strength and prayers. I know that you talked with some of Savannah's sorority sisters at the University of Arizona, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I also spoke with the sheriff late Friday, who told me that he believes progress is being made in the investigation, specifically when it comes to that Nest camera footage showing a suspect on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep the night of the kidnapping. He told me that they are closer to identifying some of the articles of clothing that you see him wearing there, the jacket, the pants, the shoes. They now know, of course, that that backpack is sold exclusively to Walmart. He also talked to me about the DNA evidence, specifically the unknown DNA found inside Nancy Guthrie's home that may belong to the suspect. He said that there were some challenges in processing that evidence, but he said he was hopeful that those challenges would be overcome so that they could get it to the point of running it through the national DNA databases. Meanwhile, we're continuing to see this outpouring of support from this tight-knit community here in Tucson. You know, Savannah went to the University of Arizona. She was a member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority. I sat down with some of her sorority sisters who told me they're showing up for Savannah every way they can.
Whether you're young or you're old, you've felt an impact through this case, and even from the beginning, just hearing the awful news, I feel like it's really important to stay together, especially now, and just continue to support them and show our love, especially because we are her sisters.
And she knows Tucson is her home, but we hope that she knows that we are all her home now, too.
Savannah visited that sorority back in the fall. I understand that she took selfies with every single sorority sister. That's more than 400 women, and they were telling me how important it is for them to show that kind of support for Savannah when she needs it most. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin live for us there in Tucson. Aaron, thank you very much. Much more to get to here on the show, including just into us now, Team USA men's hockey. They are back in the United States just minutes ago, landing as gold medalists. We'll tell you what they said as a bit of controversy swirls around their post-game celebration. Plus, some new details we're just getting from inside a Utah courtroom, where prosecutors who say an author wrote a children's book about grief killed her husband. Emotional testimony out of a Utah court today from family members of a man who was allegedly poisoned to death by his wife, who later went on to write a kid's book about grief. His sister, reliving the moments she learned about her brother's death.
I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in. This was the worst day of my life. I'm sorry.
She told the jury that Eric Richens' wife, Corey, who's on trial for his murder, didn't really react much at all to the news.
She was very well put together. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical. Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
Prosecutors painted Corey Richens as a money-hungry murderer in their opening statements earlier, saying that she wasn't happy in her marriage and was in a lot of debt. They say that's what's led to her trying to poison her husband multiple times, they say, once on Valentine's Day in 2022, and then again a month later with 5 times the deadly dose of fentanyl in his system. But the defense says that Eric Richens was addicted to painkillers because of his back issues and because he had Lyme disease. Richens has pleaded not guilty to the charges. I want to bring in Camila Bernal, who's joining us now. And this is a high-profile trial that a lot of folks are watching. This case has gotten a ton of attention. And we've heard today now from Corey Richens' sister and her brother-in-law, who testified about the prenup between the couple, right?
Right. So the sister is really key here because what happened before any of this was that Eric put all of his assets into a trust, and he made the sister the person in charge of that trust. And according to court documents, Corey had no idea that she wasn't essentially in control of her husband's money. And so what the prosecution did today was sort of lay that foundation with the sister and her husband because they were there on that first day. They drove to their home and then after had control of the money, of the assets, because the prosecution here says that that is key to the motive behind this case. And so you heard from the sister there in cross-examination. They did show some of the video of that day where Corey does go and hug the sister. So contradicting some of what the defense was trying to, or the prosecution was trying to portray in the beginning here. But again, this is something that the prosecution is laying out so that they can essentially tell what happened step by step, in their opinion, as to why she decided to give her husband a fatal dose of fentanyl, Hallie.
The defense started their opening statements by playing the 911 call of Corey Richens when she first discovered her husband's body. We're going to play just a small piece of that here.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids.
Now, the defense, they say that the Richens family, since day one, has tried to pin this on Corey. They even hired a private investigator, right?
Yes, but here's the thing. The private investigator was because there was a civil lawsuit. So because the sister had control of the finances, Corey tried to file a civil lawsuit to gain some control of that money. And so as a response to that, the family hired a private investigator. And a lot of what that investigator gathered is now being used in the criminal trial as well. So that's essentially how all of those dots get connected. The prosecution started out by pointing out this relationship that Corey had with another man, someone who was her boyfriend, and saying, look, she wanted to be with this person, wanted to marry someone else. Then they go to the motive and saying she did this because of the money, because she wanted to continue this lifestyle that she had. They went through the whole first day of when this all happened. And here's what part of the prosecution said.
The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Corey Richens' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
they all kind of talk to the money part of it and her wanting that money. The other thing that they pointed to was the searches that she did after her phone was taken by investigators. Essentially, she was searching things like, how do I delete these text messages remotely? Can they see that I am deleting those messages? Along those lines, those were her searches. On the other hand, you have the defense saying that 911 call that you just heard, that was a grieving widow. And what they point to is the fact that investigators never found the fentanyl that was essentially found in Eric Richen's body. And so they say, or alluded to the fact that he was a hunter, that he'd gone to Mexico weeks before, and that he might have gotten fentanyl when he went to Mexico, and that he might have taken the fentanyl himself. They say investigators never looked into where the fentanyl came from, essentially inside of the house. They point to a housekeeper who essentially changed her story, but they say that investigators didn't actually say, here is the fentanyl. And so that's really what the defense here is going to focus on. It'll be a very interesting trial, Hallie.
Yeah, no kidding. Camila Bernal, you'll be tracking all of it for us. Thank you very much for that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, at least 19 people have been killed and dozens hurt after a bus fell off a road in Nepal. Take a look. You see the wreckage here, obviously. It's lying at the bottom of a gorge. It just went over the side of this cliff with some 50 people on board at the time. Police are, of course, investigating. Number 2, the mom of an alleged shooter testifying in court today, calling her son's behavior alarming and unpredictable in the year leading up to the shooting. Her son, Colt Gray, is accused of killing 4 people at a Georgia high school in 2024, but the trial is actually for Colt's father, Colin Gray, accused of giving his then 14-year-old access to the gun used in the shooting. Number 3, a new study out of NYU shows some microplastics were found inside men's prostate cancer tumors. Researchers say cancer tissues from some tumors had like 3 times nearly the amount of plastic in them versus non-cancerous tissue. They're now trying to figure out if there's like a link here that's causal, right? Like if this kind of plastic, these microplastics are associated with this cancer development. More to come on that. Number 4, a pretty remarkable video out of Russia, a controlled avalanche sweeping through a ski resort there. You see people running inside. Officials say this was actually on purpose to prevent snow buildup. No reports of anybody getting hurt, which is obviously good news, but still pretty wild to look at. Number 5, the Coast Guard rescuing a hiker lost in Oregon for like 5 days. Look, you see some of the team rappelling down there. They say the hiker's hands and feet were pretty badly hurt, so he had to be airlifted out. This is after about a week of searches on the ground and from the sky to try to find him. Also tonight, we are tracking the case of a former American Idol contestant now accused of killing his wife after he called 911 saying a burglar broke into their house and shot her in Ohio. Caleb Flynn pleading not guilty to the murder of his wife, Ashley, which police say he committed while their 2 kids were home. Here's that first 911 call.
Somebody broke into my home. Somebody broke in my home and shot my wife.
Are they still in there?
I don't know. My wife she's got 2 shots to her head. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God. Sir, please.
You can hear Flynn telling the dispatcher about the break-in and the murder, but police say it never happened. They say Flynn staged the scene to make it look like a burglary. Now, Flynn's lawyer says his client looks forward to defending himself against the allegations. Our Kathy Park is sorting through this. Obviously, Flynn is denying any involvement here. What do we know about the evidence police have and where this goes?
Yeah, so Hallie, this is certainly a troubling story, and the shocking twist was that 13 years ago, he actually professed his love for his wife as he was auditioning for American Idol, and now he has pleaded not guilty in her murder. That 911 call that you just played a portion of, that is going to be a critical piece of evidence as investigators kind of comb through exactly what took place. But an attorney representing Caleb Flynn released a statement and said, in part, we are both disappointed and concerned about the short timeline and seeming rush to judgment in this case. We should note that Caleb did have his first court appearance last Friday, and he told the judge at the time, I just want to take care of my daughters. I am not a risk. His next hearing is scheduled for this coming Thursday, and perhaps we will learn more. But we should note, Hallie, that this is still very early in the investigation.
What about the family? How are they doing?
Yeah, as you can imagine, they are extremely grief-stricken. This is an extreme, shocking loss for the family. Ashley Flynn was a beloved teacher in the community. She was also a volleyball coach. The family did release a statement saying, in part, Ashley brought endless light to our world, and we are trying to navigate this immense loss. Our family believes this arrest was made carefully and not without serious consideration. And Hallie, the Flynns had 2 young daughters, and a GoFundMe account has been created for the children as they try to navigate this tragedy. Hallie?
Kathy Park, thank you for that update. When we come back, how a moving crew in Arizona helped rescue a missing toddler. The incredible story there. Plus, a pretty scary scene on the runway in Georgia. We'll show you what happened at the airport there. Look at that next. To some of the newest developments now in what's become a growing scandal involving a Texas lawmaker and his alleged affair with a staffer, with new texts, as first reported by the San Antonio Express News just released, showing Representative Tony Gonzalez asking Regina Santos Aviles, who worked for him at the time, for a, quote, sexy pic. She responds, and you see the exchange here, "You don't really want a hot picture of me." After that, he asks again and tells her to hurry. She replies, "I just don't like taking pictures of myself." And then Gonzalez says, according to this, "I'm just such a visual person." Santos Aviles later texts, "This is going too far, boss." Months ago, Gonzalez denied allegations of the affair with Santos Aviles, who died by suicide by setting herself on fire in September. His office has not responded to repeated requests from NBC News to clarify if he stands by his past denial. The congressman has also accused Santos Aviles' husband of trying to blackmail him, all of it as Gonzalez faces a challenge in a Republican primary next week. Ryan Nobles has been covering this one for us. Ryan, bring us up to speed on where things stand in Congress on all this.
So the Office of Congressional Conduct, which is a independent investigative body that kind of mines members of the House of Representatives, has already done an extensive investigation into the Tony Gonzalez situation. They will submit that report to the House Ethics Committee, but there is a catch here. They can't submit that report until the primary is over. They have a blackout window of 60 days leading up to the primary. But the day after the primary, they intend to send that report to the House Ethics Committee. From there, the House Ethics Committee can do whatever they want with it. Really, though, I think, Hallie, this is ultimately going to be a decision for the voters of that Texas congressional district. They are seeing all this information out there. Sure. They're going to have multiple opportunities to either rehire Tony Gonzalez for this job or send him packing. And that first opportunity will be on March 3rd when we have the Republican primary.
And it's coming as at least one member of his own party is calling on him to step down from Congress?
That's right. It's actually a growing group of members of Congress that are calling on him to step down. Both Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, a number of other Texas congressional members have said that he should drop out of the race. I asked the House Speaker about it today. This is what he said.
Mr. Speaker, do you still support Tony Gonzalez's re-election right now, Mr. Speaker?
I endorsed Tony before all these allegations came out. They're obviously very serious, and I've spoken with him and told him he's got to
address that in the appropriate way with his constituents and all of that. So it's too early for anybody to prejudge any of that, but we'll see how it develops.
So there's a word there that's doing a lot of work, and that's before. I endorsed Tony Gonzalez before these allegations came out, and he said they're very serious.
By the way, not to do too much tea leaf reading, but the fact that he stopped and took that question and turned around and talked, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously knew that this was an issue that he had to address. He didn't really provide much clarity, but it shows just how much trouble Republicans are in. And there's another added layer to all this, Hallie. The margins in the House are so small. That's right. If Tony Gonzalez were to resign before the next election, that could be problematic for Speaker Johnson.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much for staying on top of this story. I know you've been on it from the jump. Appreciate that. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be hard to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, workers at a moving company in Arizona being called heroes tonight after rescuing a missing little girl. This is just a wild story. Employees say they recognized the kiddo at a gas station from an Amber Alert. So they blocked in the suspect's car until police arrived just minutes later. That did it. The police were able to come. I mean, you're seeing some of the video there. The little girl, fortunately, is doing just fine, thank goodness, with that suspect now in custody. Out of our Southern Bureau, a pretty scary moment on the runway in Georgia after a Delta flight had to turn around after takeoff because of an engine issue. That issue started the grass fire that you see off in the distance there. Delta says the plane landed safely, passengers deplaned normally. Also out of our Western Bureau, a pretty lovely end to a story for one pup in Las Vegas. Police say the 2-year-old golden doodle, abandoned at the airport, has now been adopted by the police officer who rescued him, which is so cool. So that officer stepping in, taking that little pup home. You know what his nickname is? JetBlue. That's cute. We're happy for JetBlue. New owner, too. We got a lot more to get to here on the show, including our Courtney Kuby's report from Alaska. That's right, how the Army is training for potential new military front in the Arctic. We're going behind the scenes. You'll only see it here on NBC News Now. To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it is the Arctic, where the U.S. Army is training for survival, testing not just military tech, but their bodies for these frigid conditions. Listen, we've talked a lot, right, about how President Trump has said he wants to buy Greenland, he says, for national security reasons. Well, our Courtney Kuby spoke with a couple of senators to see what prepping for military action up north could actually look like in Alaska.
Here at the Yukon training area outside Fairbanks, Alaska, temperatures can plummet to 30 degrees below zero with punishing winds, relentless snow, and only a few hours of sunlight. Conditions that can humble even the toughest soldier.
Everything's harder in the Arctic because everything breaks at 40 below.
Major General John Cogbill commands the 11th Airborne Division, the Arctic Angels.
Just surviving up here is a challenge in and of itself, and so we have to train our soldiers, make sure that they have all the cold weather training prior to coming into this environment.
A drastically different environment after the American military has spent decades fighting in the desert. Here, weapons freeze, batteries die faster, and just moving around takes much longer. The battle is one of logistics.
As soon as you cut their ability to fuel themselves or resupply themselves with food, water, ammunition, the environment just takes over.
This is a cold weather all-terrain vehicle. Soldiers call it the Cat V. It is able to blast through snow, ice, even water to get troops to the most remote locations, no matter the weather.
The soldiers tell us they're motivated by two things: their next top meal and when they can warm up. Troops need at least 5,000 calories every day to survive. Medics check soldiers' fingers and toes for frostbite, which can quickly set in simply by grabbing a cold weapon with a bare hand. There's a saying here, high north, low tension, but that's changing. Warmer temperatures allowing potential adversaries like Russia and China to send more ships and aircraft through the Arctic, and to hold joint military exercises, even at times encroaching into airspace over the waters off Alaska.
The world has changed, the threat environment has changed, and the environment itself has changed, which has allowed for threats to progress.
It's all part of why President Trump was so focused on Greenland, saying buying it or taking it over was necessary for national security. The threat of any military action there seems to be on pause as the U.S. is holding talks with Denmark over tactical outposts. Greenland's prime minister saying no thanks this weekend to the idea of the U.S. sending a hospital boat. Still, the two senators from Alaska who've expressed concern over the president's approach in Greenland say the U.S. needs to be ready for anything in the polar region.
After the Cold War, the Pentagon kind of got amnesia about the strategic importance of Alaska, but our adversaries haven't, so they're here.
We can't sit idle and say, well, just because we see a few incursions in the air, just because we see them exercising with the Chinese in the Bering Sea, we don't need to step up our game. We need to step up our game.
There's an old military saying that the enemy has a vote in any battle, but here, it's Mother Nature who puts a frigid stamp on any conflict.
Courtney Kube is still defrosting from that trip to Alaska back here in Washington. So based on your reporting there in Alaska court, what would you say the U.S. maybe is not ready for militarily in the Arctic?
Yeah, so, I mean, bigger strategy, the U.S. doesn't have a deep water port in Alaska. Seems like a pretty simple thing. They're trying to remedy that. Icebreakers, right? So China and Russia have been able to get more through that northern passage there because of climate change, warmer temperatures. But they still have a hard time getting through some of those areas. The U.S. has one icebreaker right now. They have a second one that's just not working, frankly. They're trying to buy some more. For perspective, China has more than 50.
Wow.
So the U.S. just needs to catch up when it comes to the Arctic. You know, they have really been focused on the desert for decades now. They need to get ready for the Arctic. But I was really struck by how every little thing out there is just more difficult. Moving from place to place takes longer. Everything that they do potentially puts those soldiers' lives at risk. And so I was impressed by how some of these young men and women out there were coming up with really innovative and inventive ways to come up to deal with these tremendous challenges out there, but they have a lot more problems that they have to face.
That's super interesting. Courtney Kube, we're glad you're back. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Appreciate
you bringing us that story here on News Now. Thanks. Still to come, some of the backlash tonight now facing the head of the FBI. What it has to do with this video from the Olympics. That's next. All right, take a look. The U.S. men's hockey team with medals around their necks in Miami. Gold medals, obviously, after that huge win over Canada to cap off just a massive Winter Olympics. This video just coming into us. They look tired. They've expended a lot of energy in Milan. What's interesting here, they're not the only ones getting to at least try on those gold medals. Watch this. That is the FBI Director Kash Patel putting that medal around his neck as he celebrates post-game in Milan with the team in the locker room. Apparently, he held up the phone at one point to let President Trump speak, and the president extended State of the Union invites to both the men and women's teams. No word from the men's team officially, but the women's team is turning down the invite. They say, you see here, due to the timing and previously scheduled academic and professional commitments, the athletes are not able to participate, but are honored to be included. Shaquille Brewster is live for us in Milan here. What's so interesting, this is like an international controversy now, stretching from Milan to Miami to here in Washington. What was Patel up to there? Why was he at the party? Like, was he invited? There's some controversy over what the president said to the players. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so if you go a couple of days before the gold medal game, when people were saying, and there were individual reports about what Patel was doing in Italy, you had his spokesperson essentially say that they were misleading, that different networks were misleading the public, that Kash Patel was not going to come here and he was not going to be hanging out to enjoy the Olympics. But then if we put that video back up, Hallie, you saw at the gold medal game what he was doing after the game, chugging beers, enjoying and celebrating with the athletes. Now, I should note there are pictures of him meeting different security officials in the Milan area, but there's just not an agreement with what the spokesperson suggested before he arrived and what we ultimately see in that video. So that's one piece of it. Then you have the idea that when he was there, he called the president on the phone, and there's video of the President Trump speaking to the hockey players, and he's congratulating them, celebrating with them, and extending that invite. And after extending it to the men, he said, just so you know, I'm going to have, and this is me paraphrasing, I'm going to have to invite the women as well. He said he would likely get impeached if he didn't extend that invitation. That got some laughs from some of the players. It also got some celebrations for the women's hockey team, which again got gold just last week in their matchup against Canada. So that led to some back and forth. You have a Congresswoman with the Democratic Women's Caucus putting out a statement in response to what we saw. They say instead of offering his congratulations, the president made demeaning and unacceptable comments about the women's hockey team. She goes on to call it absolutely shameful. You mentioned the women's hockey team. They say because of scheduling conflicts, they're not going to be able to go to the State of the Union. The men seem to accept it in that video, but we'll see what those logistics look like, especially considering they're going to be spending the night in Miami, still celebrating, we'll call it.
Yeah, that is very tactful of you. And we'll see if they're going to be in Washington tomorrow for the State of the Union. There's another storyline we've been following these games, and that is somebody, I mean, obviously the Olympics are over. Lindsey Vohn's Olympic chances were over when she had that horrific fall almost right at the gate. We're now learning more about her injury. She says her leg almost needed to be amputated.
Yeah, she said she had a blood transfusion as well. She also said the reason why it wasn't amputated was because the doctor that was there to care for her ACL that was ruptured before she went down and crashed, that he was there and he was the one who was able to actually save it. I want you to listen to a little bit of that emotional Instagram post that she put up a little bit earlier today.
You know, this was just one blip on the radar. It was one thing that I wish didn't happen, but life is life and we have to take the punches as they come. So I'm gonna do the best I can with this one. It really knocked me down, but I'm like Rocky, I'll just keep getting back up.
Hallie, in that video, she also said that this was the most painful injury she has faced times 10. You know her history. She has come back from injuries plenty of times before. We know that she is in a wheelchair right now, she says, because she also broke her right ankle, and then it's going to require some crutches for several months. Bottom line, Hallie, this is going to be a long road to recovery for Lindsey Vonn.
No kidding. Shaq Brewster live for us in Milan. Shaq, when do you get to come home? Do you just live there
tomorrow.
now?
I'll be on the plane tomorrow morning.
Okay, very good. What's going to be
Say
your
it again?
favorite memory of the whole thing? Do you have a favorite memory? What's the number one thing you're going to take home with you?
You know, I think the USA Hockey yesterday, that was just a game that everyone wanted. It was a matchup everyone was talking
cool.
about. Even when you talk to some of the players before it, they were pointing to that game, and they got exactly what they wanted, Hallie.
Wait, did you go? Were you there?
I wasn't at the game, no. I was up here on the rooftop.
My man, doing those live shots, babe. Thank you so much. Seriously, glad you got to experience some of it there in Italy. We're so happy for you. Come on home, safe travels. We'll see you when you're back in Chicago.
Thank you, great
Appreciate
experience.
you. That does it for us for this hour. And a reminder, speaking of the State of the Union, we've got special coverage right here starting tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern on NBC News Now. I'll be joined by my colleagues Kristen Welker, Peter Alexander, Steve Kornacki, and Tom Yamas, helming it all when the speech itself starts at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. We will see you then right here on NBC. More coverage picks up right now.